What's going on? What's going on? Conscious Crew, it's your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, TGIF. You already know what we're here to get into, girl. Before we do so, go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. Y'all know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. So whether you're part of the replay gang, whether you're actively in these streets with me in real time, or you are a bush baby, give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up. It don't cost you nothing. We ain't got no weirdos over here, only supporters, baby. So those likes should always be a reflection of the love. All right. Also, make sure that you keep your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is kanging, baby. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Facebook, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we are certainly in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, you gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, before we get into it, let me speak to the Conscious Crew. What's going on, Sin? Hey, Tanika. Hey, Rumors and Tea. What's going on, Brittany? What's going on, Linnell? What's going on, Adrian? Hey, Charity the Gift. What's going on, Jamal? What's going on, T Brown? Hey, Carolyn. What's going on, Grown Woman Don't Try Me? What's going on, Darius? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Natural Honey? Hey, Coco. That Coco, baby. Okay, people need that, baby, because everything on the southern region is damn snowed the hell in, baby, okay? And it's crazy how it's like the Arctic on one side of the United States, and then it's the goddamn fury apocalypse on the damn other side, baby. If that ain't about polarity and duality, I don't know what the hell is. What's going on, Sheila? What's going on, Dancing with Nature? Hey, Gabriella. Hey, Peaches. What's going on, Sadia? What's going on, SMD? Hey, Tracy. What's going on, Garnet? Has how anyone can talk bad on a deceased person is beyond me, child. What's going on the motherfucking Common Sense channel? Augusta, Georgia got some snow today. Oh yeah, baby, they're all the way snowed in the center of Atlanta, baby. I'm talking about they got like Alaskan snow, baby. All right, this nasty work. What's going on? Hey, Daniel. Hey, Miss Mika. What's going on, everybody? Hey, Cinnabon. Hey, love. Hey, everybody. All right, so we're here to get into Hey, Thunder Quiet. Hey, Tiana. Hey, everybody. All right, so you guys, I will be dropping the link because I think the elements around this controversy and drama really are they involve just a lot of things that can become very personal as it relates to the way that family navigates grief, interracial dynamics, suicide, tragedy, doing the hard work, doing your shadow work, the people who like to support the mask. You know, there's so many moving parts in the situation with Stephen tWitch, boss, and his widow child. So just to catch you all up, what's going on, Nurse Moonshine? Hey, boo. Just to catch you guys all up, you guys know that we have been covering the Stephen tWitch boss drama with his widow, Allison Holker, who recently did an interview with People magazine where she revealed that in the days following or leading up to her late husband, Stephen tWitch Boss, who is a famous DJ, dancer, and co-host of The Ellen Show, she found a Nike box full of drug paraphernalia. All right, shrooms, white substances, and other things she did not recognize on Stephen's persons. She also got a hold of his journal and found that he had been actually assaulted by a male member. She has yet to disclose if that male member was a member of his own family, etc. The particular allegations of him possibly being an addict or dilly-dabbling in drugs really gaslit Stephen Twitch's family, who all have come out swinging, including friends in tow. His mother has released a statement declaring how hurtful this is and how disgraceful this is, and how she only has a desire to be in the lives of her grandchildren, and do not feel that this is necessary, and also do not know her son to be an addict. You guys know that his brother has came out swinging. He doing a damn 9-part Netflix mini expose series on Instagram, child, going ballistic, going ham, calling Allison Holker every type of white she-devil, baby, preying on black peen. He also admitted that he was a victim of white woman maliciousness because he was married to a white woman himself, and realized that all they do is fetishize black men, etc. This has also sparked an interesting response from a part of the black woman's community, who are saying because these black men love to go and build generational wealth with white women, this ain't their business. They staying out of it, baby. They gonna mind they black ass business. They gonna mind they black ass woman business, baby. Let these black men deal with their interracial controversy. All right. He went on to also disclose that at some point, his brother allegedly confided in him about not being happy in his marriage and wanting to leave and divorce Allison, but he talked his brother into staying with her. He also accused her of withholding Stephen's children from the nigger side of the family, and that was also supported by other friends and family who came out and said that Allison made the family sign an NDA just to attend his funeral, made his mama sign an NDA just to see his body. They slammed her for changing her last name publicly on social media. She didn't do it legally, but publicly, I think 2 or 3 days after his passing, she went back to Holker after being boss. And that it's just been one thing after the other. There's also been accusations that the GUN that Twitch used to take his own life was registered to her. I guess that's supposed to, I don't know what they're trying to imply with that. That also has not been corroborated. And it's just been an absolute shit show. Steven's brother did say that the matriarch of the family has green light them to monkey stomp all over Allison's body like a trampoline and to tear her goddamn ass up. So they have parental permission to act a goddamn fool on social media and to handle this whole thing the way that they are handling this whole thing. All right. You guys also know that I told you all yesterday that I'm not going to be very conspiracy driven when it comes to the situation, but as we get more information, I will integrate that into the commentary, and more information has been provided, so we gonna goddamn talk about it. All right. Breaking damn news. There have been alleged receipts dropped regarding Allison Holker's own personal demons. Her particular drug of choice apparently is the alcohol, baby. Oh my God, baby, the E40, bitch. All right, baby, that Allison Holker has an old nasty drinking demon of her damn own that the family want her to focus on instead of worried about their brother and their friends' old nasty piece of alleged drug usage, child. Here are those receipts courtesy of the Sunday Omani YouTube page. So shout out to Sunday Omani, which is where I got these receipts from. And shout out to the street committee. Y'all know I can't do this without y'all. So when y'all get tea, when y'all get information, especially about stories pertaining to what we covering here, I need y'all to send me the tea, baby, okay? I'm just one person. I can't be everywhere at all times. I can only do that when I'm in my God form, baby. But when I'm in this biological body, baby, okay, I can only go one receipt per receipt at a time, child. So y'all got to be my extra set of eyes and ears when y'all see storylines or evidences or receipts pertaining to stuff we covering here, baby. Send it to me on Instagram. Follow me there at Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform, and or email it to me at consciouztv@gmail.com, spelled just how it is here on the platform, girl. So shout out to the Sunday Omni platform, girl, who got all up in this woman's Alexis Nexus account, baby, and pulled all her shit up, child. All right, as you guys can see here, Allison Renee Boss is the defendant. The judge in this case is John L. Baxter. This is dated for October the 2nd of 2018. You can see the charges here are for intoxication, which is a Class C misdemeanor, as well as threatening breach of peace on a goddamn city bus, okay, which is also a Class C misdemeanor. All right, the note here is to any peace officer in the state of Utah: you are commanded to arrest and deliver the defendant to the Salt Lake County Jail, baby. All right. As you guys can also see here in the state of Utah and Salt Lake City, the undersigned complaint, Salt Lake City Police Department Agency. This is the case number here under oath. States on information and belief, and the above named defendant committed the crimes of intoxication in violation of Utah Code and etc., a Class C misdemeanor, on or about September 14th of 2018, in that the defendant did and was under the influence of alcohol, a controlled substance, or any substance having the property of releasing toxic vapors to a degree that the person, etc., child. All right. So what I need my street committee members to do as well, apparently there are a few charges and a few incidents involving Allison Holker's drinking problem. If you guys can get the actual cases and PDF files, please get a hold of that and email that to me at consciouztv@gmail.com so we can get into the details, baby. All right. Now, apparently, Allison Holker was not only getting white girl wasted in public, leading to bouts of public intoxication, but she also apparently beat the hell out of an officer while she was intoxicated in one incident. She also got into another drinking incident at a friend's wedding, allegedly, where she did some damage to the ceremony or the after party because of her being a belligerent. I don't know what the hell toxic vapors even mean, child. I don't have no relationship to the drug world, the drug culture. So I don't even know what the hell they talking about. And apparently Allison is the one with the drinking problem, and some people are saying that she is destiny swapping with Stephen tWitch, child. Okay, that she's projecting her story, her demons onto him in order to sell her book and to make her book more interesting, that the drugs in the Nike box were actually hers, and that she never really wanted to have a relationship to Steven's black side. She only wanted Steven because he had money, because he was famous, etc. She only tolerated his family. So when he died, that was the perfect opportunity for her to completely distance herself and to go back to being a full-on white woman. All right, that's the current narrative. Now, what we're gonna do is also pull on this the article up, child. All right, to get further into the deets, child, of what the hell is going on. This is courtesy of AtlantaBlackStar.com, who, and I will be dropping the link for y'all to come up and talk about it, baby. This is an article written up by AtlantaBlackStar.com. that chronicles everything that's going on right now. Quote, absolutely appalled, Stephen tWitch boss widow Allison Holker past arrest for public intoxication exposed as tWitch's mother slams dreadful claims about her son. Allison Holker's decision to air out private information about her late husband, Stephen tWitch Boss, has created an uproar that now has tWitch's mother, Connie Boss Alexander, speaking out. It's been 2 years since the longtime The Ellen DeGeneres Show on-air personality and producer took his own life at the age of 40 on December 13th of 2022. Holker is set to release her memoir titled This Far, My Story of Love, Loss, and Embracing the Light on February 4th, which contains alleged details about tWitch drug addiction and emotional distress. We will be reading that book, baby, because we nosy as hell. In a recent interview with People, Holker claimed she found a cornucopia of drugs, including mushrooms and pills, in Boss's shoebox after his death. The So You Think You Can Dance alum also alleged that Boss wrote in a journal that he was sexually abused as a child by a male figure. Her remarks have outraged many of tWitch's loved ones, including his cousin Dariel, who publicly blasted Holker for her treatment of his family after he passed. On January 9th, Boss's mom joined her family's condemnation of Holker by sharing a lengthy message to address her former daughter-in-law's allegations about her son. We read all this on yesterday, you guys. I'm not going back through the same stuff. But this is an excerpt from that post. Quote, our family is absolutely appalled by the misleading and hurtful claims made about my son, Stephen Boss. You guys, please thumbs up, thumbs up. We're working, girl. The recent publication spreading untruths about Stephen have crossed every line of decency, Alexander wrote on Instagram. She continued, as his mother, I will not let these accusations go unanswered. We will not stand by while his name and legacy are tarnished. He doesn't deserve this, and the kids don't deserve this. Alexander explained that she remained quiet since her son's passing as she focused on healing and attempting to remain connected to my grandchildren. But when I read these dreadful claims about my baby, our beloved Stephen, I realized I could not stay silent any longer. She claimed our family will ensure his name and memory are protected, and we are committed to defending his honor. Any moderators in the chat, please, y'all, encourage thumbs up. I need all of the thumbs up, you guys. Fans in Alexander's comment section were equally outraged as they weighed in on the controversy. One user wrote, his true fans are outraged by these false and ludicrous allegations. Quote, I am so sorry you and your family had to endure this. It's always something about her that didn't sit right with me, a second person expressed, referring to Holker. Another individual offered, quote, I don't understand her need to come out and do this now. It's been 2 years. Heal in peace. Boss's family has also had limited or no contact with the kids for the past 2 years. According to her other son, tWitch's brother, Dre Rose, in August of 2023, Dre accused Holker of fostering an unsettling atmosphere of estrangement between him, the kids, and their grandmother. Okay, so I don't even think we read Dre's statement. Okay, so here is Dre's full statement on Instagram. I am writing this letter with a heavy heart, reflecting on the recent events following my brother's tragic departure. I deeply wish to address a matter of concern that has considerably added to our shared grief. Over the past months, we have observed a series of actions and attitudes that, in other perspective, do not foster an environment conducive to healing and unity. This refers to the treatment of our beloved mother and family, which has caused us great distress. Notably, it seems to stem from the fact that the family did not agree with the original terms of the NDA you presented the family to sign. It's deeply concerning to notice how my deceased brother's children have been drawn into the complexities of adult disputes, effectively being weaponized in the process. All right, so now we have more intel about where the breach came from, because remember on yesterday, people were asking, was everything fine prior to Stephen's passing, or did the problem start afterwards? I was saying it seems that the bulk of the issues and the breakdown in the family began after he passed, and apparently there was some controversy and tension around the details of the NDA. But of course, it's an NDA, so they can't actually speak publicly about what the details are of the NDA without risking some legal liability in doing so. So we don't know exactly what the controversy was regarding some of the details, child. It goes on to say, we have noticed a disturbing lack of communication and inclusion concerning the children's activities and well-being. It's disheartening that their interactions with their grandmother and the wider family have been noticeably limited. Our sincere intention is to nurture a loving environment for them in this challenging time. It's crucial to remember that they too are grieving and need a safe and neutral space to process their loss. Secondly, our efforts to resolve misunderstandings and foster a cordial relationship have been met with silence. The unwillingness to acknowledge our concerns, let alone address them, has created an unsettling atmosphere of estrangement. This adds to the psychological burden we're all carrying right now. We have sensed an overall lack of respect and consideration towards our mother, who is also grappling with the loss of her son. Her deep sorrow is only amplified when she is alienated from family matters that she has every right to be involved in. If you truly value our family bonds, you'd understand the profound impact on his grandparents who are grieving the loss of their first grandchild. Withholding their access to cherished memories during their later years is deeply unfair. Our appeal is not intended to point blame, but to foster a harmonious environment where our family can mourn and eventually heal together. It is my hope we can move past this phase and work together in honoring my brother's memory. Our actions should reflect the values he held dear: love, respect, and unity. Now, this is such a classy dissertation. My only critique is that, why are you saying this publicly? You know, this seems like something that would be better communicated privately, but the verbiage, the tonality, the level of couth class, and seemingly just communication of one's experience and emotion, he got this down pack, unlike the other damn brother baby who's swinging and banging on that white bitch. All right. Let me make sure he ain't got no more tea up on his page, child. Let me see if his ass been just as outside. All right, let's see here. He also put up a post from 1 day ago. Okay, he had reposted his mother's sentiments to his Instagram page. All right, I'm just looking through to see if he done cussed her ass out anymore. Okay, nope. He doesn't even have the post that I'm reading right now actually up on his page. All right. So yes, the only thing he said is what we read here. And yesterday he posted his mother's sentiments. All right. Now, the article continues to go on and read. The kid's uncle also claimed that his family had not been included in their activity, stating, quote, "It's disheartening that their interactions with their grandmother and the wider family have been noticeably limited. Still, fans are not pleased with Holker doubling down on her decision to blast such shocking claims about her husband's alleged drug use." You guys, please thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. An even harsher comment read, quote, "It was disgusting, and trying to justify it as helping others is delusional." Someone more sympathetic to her wrote, quote, "I can assure you there were things you didn't know about your son. Everyone heals differently. Perhaps her sharing the findings that she wasn't even aware were happening will save others." Holker and Boss got married on December 10th of 2013 in Paso Robles, California. She gave birth to a son, Maddox, in March 2016 and a daughter, Zaya, in November of 2019. Boss adopted Wesley, Holker's 16-year-old daughter, from a previous relationship after getting married. Holker returned to Instagram on January 8th to respond to the overwhelming online backlash directed at her since the People interview was published. And I'm going to read that statement aloud because we didn't get an opportunity to do so. Here it is on the screen. Holker writes, "To fans of Stephen and our family and friends, I want to be clear that my only intention in writing the book is to share my own story as well as part of my life with Stephen to help other people. Just like you, I never really knew what happened, and even as I am trying to put the pieces together, I would never really know. If you decide to read the book, hopefully you will see my intention is to celebrate the love and life I shared with Stephen and our 3 beautiful children, and also the more complex aspects of both of our lives. I hope that by sharing our full story, maybe I can help someone else who might see themselves or a loved one in Stephen. In sharing, I hope that maybe they can catch some of the red flags that I missed before it's too late. Over the course of the last 2 years, I have spoken in detail with NAMI as well as the Solomon family and the Defensive Line Foundation to better educate myself on mental health issues so that I can share warning signs with others. All of my proceeds from this book are going to fund the Mental Health Focus Foundation I started in Stephen's honor. Moved with kindness. My hope is that we don't need to lose another husband, brother, father, or friend to self-deletion. I believe that if Stephen were able to choose, he would choose to have his story told if it meant saving even one life. Much love to all those who have supported our family these many years. What I would like to say about the way that Allison is dealing with everybody Chun-Li in her ass is that it's a very classy demure decorum that she is operating from, baby, because the way that my response to you motherfucking hoes would have been set up, baby, would have definitely generated me to get everything but a bit canceled out in this motherfucker. All right. So shout out to both Allison and Stephen's brother, baby, okay, who are dealing with you know, these things with as much class as possible. The article goes on to say she further speculated, quote, okay, we just read that. In addition, Holker also claimed all of her proceeds from this far will be donated to the Move with Kindness Mental Health Foundation she started in her late spouse's name. Despite her claims, an autopsy revealed that no drugs or alcohol was found in his body at the time of his death. Okay, remember, the time of his death. It doesn't mean that Stephen didn't do drugs. It didn't mean he didn't dabble in drugs. It didn't mean he was never even an addict at some point. It just means that at the point in time of his death, he was not partaking in drugs and alcohol, just to be clear. However, now her past has come under intense internet scrutiny after a self-styled digital investigator, Katie Paulson, revealed Holker's run-in with the law in 2016, baby. Let's get into it. Paulson posted screenshots of apparent court records showing Holker was arrested on September 14th of 2018 at the Salt Lake City airport for public intoxication and disorderly conduct for threatening breach of peace on a bus. It states that she was under the influence of alcohol, a controlled substance, or any substance having the property of releasing toxic vapors, and refused to comply with officers. A warrant was issued for her arrest a month later after she failed to appear in court. Quote, Allison was never arrested on the failure to appear warrant. By 2021, the county recalled the warrant and closed the case for failing to prosecute the case after no arrest was made. Paulson noted in her caption, quote, the internet ain't a playground, play stupid games, get stupid prizes, wrote boss brother Dre Rose, who also shared the images on his Instagram story. Another purported document shows Holker pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of a minor consumption in September 2007. The warrant was recalled after she paid a fine in November of that year. Paulson also alleged that several friends have accused Allison of having a drug problem and putting stuff up her nose. A third document shows that Holker applied to trademark Boss name in October of 2023. Holker's shocking claims about her husband have been disputed by his family as well as several members of various dance communities tWitch was a part of. Many hope and pray for the future of their family to come to a point of healing and less tension. My God, today. All right, so we got to talk about it. We got to unpack it, child. Okay. Allison gets white girl wasted. Guess what? Allison's white girl wastedness did not lead to. her committing suicide and leaving an entire family and children behind in the wake of that devastation. Okay. I think it's a false equivalent in terms of trying to side by side Allison's bouts with being intoxicated with the choice that Stephen made to devastate the entire world around him and that was connected to him. And people have to be intelligent and precise enough to understand that the point of her sharing certain details, and I'm sure she's not even sharing everything she can share about her husband, is because of the way he left the world. When people commit suicide and they don't leave a self-deletion note, they don't chronicle what they were suffering from, they do not provide intel in terms of what they were dealing with, oftentimes it leads to even more confusion and ungroundedness in those who are looking for answers. So in Allison's case, she is finding certain revelations to be necessary in not only helping her to bring closure to the situation, but hopes that some of this information will also help to bring his fans, his friends, and his family also said closure. Um, it's interesting to me because some of the commentary that I'm seeing around the situation are like, she's lying, she's projecting. The toxicology report does not show that he had any drugs or alcohol in his system. Well, guess what? We know that his brother Dre exposed the fact in his part 1 expose on Instagram that Twitch did in fact have a dependency upon weed. But are we to say that his own brother was lying about Twitch doing weed and cannabis when when that same toxicology report also did not show that Twitch had weed in his system? See, you have to be fair in that way. You have to allow the pendulum to swing from left to right, because if you're going to question the sincerity of Allison's findings of what was in her husband's Nike box, just because a toxicology report did not show he had any drugs in his system, you also have to then equally question the sincerity of his brother's claims that Twitch did do weed, but the toxicology report also did not show that. So you can't really cherry pick in that way. And once again, I'm going to take it a step further. Allison really doesn't have her personal skeletons because she's still here alive. She's still a mother. She's still a working woman. Okay? She didn't take her life. There are no questions that need to be answered as it relates to her. Stephen is the one who is not here. Okay? Stephen is the one that left a trail of questions and confusions behind him and removed himself in the most violent and extreme way from his entire reality, including his brand, his celebrity, his family, his friends, his mothers, his kids, his wife, etc. So the spotlight is on Twitch for those reasons. Okay? Now, let's talk a little bit though about the conspiracy. Could Allison Holker be a sociopathic, alcoholic, drug-infused, dick fetishizing maniac? Sure. Possibly. Maybe. Could Allison be, to some degree, possibly racist, since the family is saying that they have not been able to be in relationship to the kid since the passing of Stephen? Well, as of right now, we only have that side. We have not heard from Allison, and based upon what they are alleging, possibly could be due to some type of compartmentalized racism, to some form of fetishizing. Because see, fetishizing is an objectification of a people and or a person. So you can still be wildly disconnected from the community that you are lusting or objectifying, which might be an explanation in terms of why they have not seen the family or why they haven't seen the kids, because she don't ultimately want shit to do with black people. She only made an exception for this nigga because of his fame, his access, his proximity to Hollywood, etc. Possibly. I personally would love to hear Allison's side of the story. I would love to hear for her, why hasn't the grandmother or the brothers, etc., been able to have a relationship to the kids? Y'all already know we entertained. Why that might be, I have made the argument that look at all of the hostility that's in the room as it relates to just her coming out with a memoir and her talking about what she revealed in her goddamn closet, in her goddamn house, as it relates to her goddamn husband. And if these people have been so quick to crucify her and jump all on top of her ass, then it could be argued that this energy has been behind the scenes the whole time. And maybe this is why she haven't allowed the family to have access to her kids. Because she's heard the whispers, she's seen the microaggression, she has experienced, and just heard through the rumor mill. Because I'm sure she's connected to people who still have a relationship to the people on Twitch side of the family who don't. And it's no telling whether there's a telephone game being played and a back and forth, and she's being told that possibly the family thinks she might be connected to his death, or she drove him to his death, or she made him miserable, etc. These could be things she internalized, and as a result, she shut down from the family. Because those are definitely all the things that they done said about her ass publicly. So it's very hard to believe that these are not things that were being long communicated about before this memoir situation ever popped shit the fuck off. Also, as I said yesterday, you got to realize this woman found her husband's journal. The journal and the Nike box were the only two things that Stephen had an actual transparent relationship with. Okay, the Nike shoebox knew more about Stephen than his wife did, than his kids did, than his brother did, than his mama did, than his friends did. The journal knew more about Stephen than the wife did, the brother did, the mother did, etc. And while they're out here outraged over the fact that she revealed that she found drug paraphernalia amongst his possessions, they haven't even begun to respond to the journal excerpt of him chronicling his childhood sexual abuse at the hands of a male figure. They haven't even said anything about that. But on top of that, if Stephen was being that open and honest and transparent and felt that safe in his journal, then God only knows what else he shared in that journal, even about his wife, possibly about his sexuality, possibly about his marriage. It's no telling how much he divulged to his journal girl. And if she opened that motherfucker wide up like the book of life and saw his most interpersonal feelings about her, about any extramarital affairs, about possibly being with men and being confused in his sexuality or questioning his love for her. I mean, God only knows what in the hell was actually in the goddamn journal, considering just how transparent he was being in that motherfucker. This is what could have caused her ass to change her damn name 2 days after she had to bury him. Could have caused her to just have to navigate grief on top of, as she said, quote, all the things I did not know. There was so much shit about my motherfucking husband I didn't know. Guess what? He knew I was a drunken whore. He knew, baby, I was showing my drunk ass out there on the city bus. Baby, it ain't nothing private about my shenanigans, baby. I done acted a goddamn fool all up in public, baby, at the Ellen show, at them folk, after party, at them folk wedding party, baby. I done showed my white girl ass everywhere, baby. My shit is out, my skeleton's outside. But there was so many things I didn't know. So many things I didn't know. Okay, Adrian Wright gave me an assumption. Before I get on your neck, can you clarify who the hell you directing your question to, or your statement to, because I don't even know what in the hell you referring to or what you talking about. And I have been dragging these bitches straight into hell, baby, straight up under. And before I'm on your neck, before I make a trampoline out of your body, let me be emotionally intelligent enough to ask you who in the hell you directed that statement to and what in the hell, in fact, you are talking about, baby, because you the only person who read that room the way you read that room. And it may be because that bifocal deficiency on your face is failing you in your comprehension and apprehension. So before I go ahead and turn your body into a goddamn trampoline, I'm just going to act as a grown, evolved adult, baby, for you to clarify, because you may just in fact be responding, baby. Okay, you may just be in fact responding to somebody in the comment section, okay? Because, I don't be keeping up with what the hell be going on in this comment section, baby. That's why I dropped the link. I be focused on my commentary, okay? So just before I go ahead, baby, and unleash, baby, and read you the last four of your social security, baby, and disapprove of your EBT application, I'm going to go ahead as a full-on adult, and I'm going to ask you for your clarification, because if you need that, baby, you can get that. If you need that on this Friday, baby, you can get that. Okay, so you clarify and you let me know if you need that. Oh, okay. I'm just making sure the mother comments since I don't be knowing, okay? If you weren't directing that toward me, baby, I love you down, baby. You a beautiful queen, baby, and I hope you rule Wakanda one day, sugar. Okay? All right, baby. Okay, I'm just clarifying, baby. Because, 2025, baby, is getting a lot of folk fucked up out here, baby. And I just want to make sure anybody who looking for me, baby. Anybody who looking for me, feel free to do what you want. Okay, so what I prefer to do with that statement is, moderators, I want you to send Adriana on to Timeout Nation, baby. Okay? It wasn't the most disrespectful response, but I gave her the opportunity to clarify, and she want to play bifocal games. So go ahead and time her out for a whole 24 hours and let her think about the way she feels, since she over here, okay, on Consciouztv platform, okay? And she don't really know what's going on, moderators. So I'm going to need y'all to give her that. Go ahead and give her that, baby. Okay? Because, baby, when y'all need that in the comment section, please put a name on it, baby. Okay? Because, baby, I'll fuck around and hit a hard right and look over, baby. Okay? And see some things and not know what time it is, okay? So, baby, when y'all in that comment section talking shit, don't be vague. Don't be general. Don't just be throwing something out there, especially if you are responding to something somebody saying in the comment or something I'm saying, baby. Okay, put a whole address on that thing, sugar. Because I don't want to give nobody no work that they don't deserve, okay? So, for all of our sake, baby, for your own personal safety, all right, be fully direct. All right. So yes, Allison's demons are outside. All right. What could be the case, baby, is that Allison ain't even telling the worst of it, baby. She's still keeping it classy, still keeping it cute, and only sharing the parts that she feels gives some possible insight into the fact that her husband, dear friend, public figure, could have been and was dealing with things in the background that obviously Twitch was not as happy as he pretended. He mastered wearing a mask. Not even his best friends, his brothers, his mothers knew that he was dealing with suicidal ideation, that he was dealing with self-deletion. So there is really nobody in this situation that can really advocate for who Twitch truly was, because as a result of his choice to self-delete and everybody being appalled and shocked and not knowing that he was suffering in this way, it means that nobody in this situation speaking on his behalf, for him or against him, actually knew who Twitch truly was. Nobody had true access to the actuality and the factuality of Twitch. Okay? His Nike shoebox and his journal knew more about him than any living person in his life. Okay? So it's probably best, as I have continued to say, that this family does not get all up in arms and look for someone to villainize in this situation, more so than take a deeper and more mature, higher consciousness look at the choice the man made, which was to take himself out of this world with not as much as a goodbye, a will in place. Twitch could have made the choice to go to a psychiatric ward to check himself in, to get himself evaluated, to get himself institutionalized. There could have been a lot of choices Twitch made. Instead, he chose to call a motel ahead of time to see if they had rooms available. He then chose to grab the available weapon of choice, which either was his or his wife. He then walked and left his home in the middle of the night, a few blocks away, to check into that hotel. The hotel clerks and owner say that Twitch was in good spirits. He acted normal. He had called ahead of time to check on rooms. He was alone. And on that unfaithful Monday, he took his life, and his body was found the next day by a maid coming in to clean the room, and found him in the bathroom, already transitioned. Okay? That's the choice that Twitch made. So, suicide is one of those things that should be better approached with attempting to understand the individual, to understand the condition, to understand the despair, rather than to make an enemy out of one another. I do not, and I'm going to say it again, support the family dealing with this the way that they are dealing with this. Allison has not taken to People magazine, nor taken to her memoir to put the family on blast, to incriminate the family, to disparage anybody in the family. She simply, as a wife, has entitled herself to share her journey in hopes that it will help other people who are dealing with suicidal ideation to understand the gravity of taking your life and what it can do to your tribe and your community, and to help those who are possibly living alongside people who are suffering in silence, in hopes that they can save the person she was not in their life. The family is accusing Allison of not being concerned about the kids. How could you do this to the kids? But how is their behavior any better than Allison's with that same regard? And what do y'all possibly think is going to come out of the fact that y'all have taken to social media to call their mother every goddamn name under the book and accuse her of somehow having some connection to the death of their father? And you think that that's going to work out well between y'all and the kids that y'all so concerned about? It's the hypocrisy of our democracy. Allison is not outside being reckless. She's writing a book and she's talking about her lived experience. And what the family should do, if nothing else, is entitle her to that. Because she didn't make the choice to be a widow. Twitch made that decision. She didn't make the choice to be a husbandless wife. Twitch did that. If she wants to tell her story, if she wants to use her story for impact and for purpose, that's her God-given right. And you don't have to agree with what she does, but you do have to, at the end of the day, respect it. Because what she's doing is not even intended to bring shame, but to bring clarity to the circumstance and the situation. And while they out here mad as hell, this woman done got rebooed up. She done did a lot of her shadow work. She over there in her miniskirt on the golf court with her rich ass husband, baby, finding the light, the love, and the goddamn purpose, while Twitch family is outside mad as hell. Okay? Seemingly because of a revelation. So we should believe the brother when the brother says Twitch did weed, but we can't believe Allison, who said she found a Nike box of drug paraphernalia. Make it make sense. What is really the selective outrage about? What is really the cherry picking about? Oh, we should believe the toxicology report over Allison because the toxicology report showed that there was no drugs and alcohol in his system, but we should believe the brother saying that he did do weed, even though weed was not found in the toxicology report. What is really the cherry picking about? Because I would prefer us to be very clear here, very fair here, and very objective here to the best of our ability. Now, this situation with these kids, like I said, I don't know what the hell going on with the kids. I'm going to need more information about what the hell going on. What I do know is that this woman discovered a lot of things, and she read a journal, baby. And for all I know, what's in that goddamn journal, baby, is his extramarital affairs, his real feelings about her, his real feelings about marriage, his real feelings about his family. For all I know, baby, what he got in that goddamn journal, because she the one who said in his journal that he was molested, okay? And for him to still be talking about that as a 40-year-old man and to be chronicling that in his journal, typically, historically, it's because most men who go on after being violated by a member of the same sex, who also happen to discover that they have proclivities as well toward the same sex to some degree, oftentimes coincide their violation with the revelation of their sexuality. Okay? And will feel confused, not knowing if their assault is the reason why they may have some type of an affinity toward the same sex, or whether their same-sex feelings are separate from their violation. Now, according to psychological studies, one don't have anything to do with the other. People who are violated a lot of times as children just happen to also have been individuals that were on the sexual spectrum, making the assault a separate, isolated incident from whatever bisexuality, pansexuality development there is later. All right? But we don't know the magnitude of what was discovered. And Allison having a outward drinking problem also does not discard the fact that her husband may have also dilly-dabbed in drugs. One doesn't cancel out the other. Just because she is a belligerent alcoholic in public at times does not mean that Twitch did not dilly-dab privately while she dilly-dabbed outwardly. oftentimes when it comes to couples, they're one and the same. One partner may be more private about something that their partner is more outward about, but nonetheless, there is a compatibility in a large sense. Once again, I have to remind the public, tWitch is a public figure. He's in Hollywood. He's a producer. He's all up in the LA streets. Drugs is a part of the industry. So I personally didn't find it appalling that she found drug paraphernalia and that the man might have used and or been addicted at some damn point. That wasn't the most shocking thing that I have ever heard about somebody in the damn industry. Most people in the damn industry, as we can see and hear from rap music, as we can hear and see from the testimonials, as we can hear and see from the transparency of people who are in the industry, that drugs and the entertainment industry are one and the same, which is why I'm not surprised her ass got a drinking problem either. I'm not surprised, baby. That's not surprising. That's not the most preposterous thing. And for the family to assume that he didn't is really weird, considering that you didn't even know that your relative was suicidal. So how in the hell could you possibly be this bold to outwardly claim who he was and was not when you didn't even know he had been molested and violated, and you didn't even know that he wanted to take his goddamn life? You didn't even know that. So a more emotionally intelligent group of people would leave much room to consider the alternatives, considering how much they now know they did not know about their relative, given that he made a choice they never would have thought he would have made. That is very incongruent and disjointed. To claim, on one hand, you had no idea this person was capable of these type of feelings and making this type of decision, and then at the same time, arrogantly claim who they emphatically was. No, you knew who tWitch wanted y'all to know. The only people that truly knew him was that Nike box and that goddamn journal. Y'all only knew the mask and the person he wanted y'all to know. And I know that's a very hard thing, baby, to accept. Especially when somebody has been so good at wearing a mask. Somebody has been so good and masterful in pretending. It's hard to believe, even under the circumstances, when they do something that profoundly demonstrates the contrary of who you thought they were. You still grapple with the image that they perpetuated before you consistently. But the fact that they're all shocked, feel hoodwinked, bamboozled, and completely caught off guard by the man who they're claiming was loyal, was loving, was happy, was all smiles and a good time, and yet truly was not having a good time. Truly was not enjoying his stay on planet Earth. And like I said yesterday, that's the real truth that this family don't want to accept. That's the real pain that's in the underbelly of this superficial witch hunt against Allison, who for her can make space for the entirety of who tWitch was. He a man who lived in secrets. He's a man who may have had struggles. He's a man who may have been on drugs, etc. And that's just the whole truth. And as Iyanla Vanzant says, tell yourself the ugly, rotten, bona fide truth about your mother. She was a crack fiend whore. That's the level of honesty and truth pedestalizing that you have to be at to have any genuine attempt at healing. Is you got to tell yourself the naked, honest, whole, entire, non-photoshopped, non-filtered truth about your reality. about the people you loved, about your damn self. And if you're not in that level of transparency and honesty with your reality, you're going to have some real problems in life. I got to reiterate it, and then I'm going to drop the link for everybody to join, baby. And I'm going to let you know right now, baby, if you come up here with the fuck shit, baby, you're going to get mollywopped, and I'm going to trampoline on top of your body. Okay? Come up here, say what you got to say, baby. You don't got to agree. If you think she's a white she-devil, baby, go off, sis. Go off, baby. But in terms of how you treat me, baby, you better tread real motherfucking lightly, baby. Because 2020, 25, baby, I'm heading out lollipops and ass whippings. And the problem is I'm all out of lollipops. Okay? That's the problem. Mm-hmm. Let me reiterate before I drop the link and say this. I'm not surprised at the dichotomy here and at the polarity here between the work Allison is doing to make space for the entirety of who tWitch is, which his kids also deserve to know it. His kids do not deserve to hold a image of their father that is not entirely true, just like they don't deserve to hold an image of their mother that's not entirely true. The truth sets everyone free. So even they deserve to know the reality and totality of their parents. She deserved to have known the totality of her husband and the father of her kids. His friends and family deserve to have known that too. tWitch did not give himself permission to be his full self, which could have been loving, professional, fun, but also had some struggles and some problems like everybody else. It's okay for all of that to be the case. It's okay for there to be comma, comma, comma where there should be periods or where people put periods. It was okay for that. What's tragic about this is tWitch didn't know it was okay to put a comma where he had put a period. That's the tragedy of his life. And everything that this family is doing is a deflection from honoring tWitch in the way that he really deserves to be honored, and from doing the work they have the opportunity to do in their own personal grief. I don't care how many nails you use for the widow on that cross who was forced to figure out how to navigate her and her children's life after he made the choice he did, because all that witch hunting, all of that maliciousness, all of that slander, all of that rah-rah bravado will not bring tWitch back. And it does not take away from the fact that tWitch is the one who authored this goddamn confusion. tWitch did it, not Allison. Allison didn't put a gun to her head. She didn't strip herself away from this world and leave behind all of her responsibilities. tWitch did that. And it's about time for this family to sit and marinate in that, instead of deflecting and finding a villain in the story. Black families are historically known for denial. We are historically known for wearing a mask. We are historically known for denial. We are historically known to keeping what happens, the shameful, abominable shit that happens in this house, in this goddamn house. Well, guess what? Allison is white. She's of another culture. And her willingness to be honest and open and transparent is gaslighting the historical and cultural practices of Black families that would rather maintain the mask, pedestalize the mask, rather than, hold on, y'all, dabble and honor the truth. I understand exactly why they are reacting the way they act. This is how Black families do, baby. When you peel that goddamn mask off. When you talk about who mama really was, who daddy really was. who your ancestors were in full, baby. That ain't Allison's issue. And I'm glad that she's not folding and allowing their choice to honor the mask to be the way in which she's going to live in the truth of herself and her marriage and her reality. Now, I'm going to drop the link, baby. And anybody is welcome to come up, baby. You can be anti-Allison. You can be anti-Twitch. You can be anti the whole goddamn situation, baby. Throw the whole goddamn thing away. I just dropped the link for anybody who got anything to say, who got perspective. Hey, Mary. Hey, Boo. And thank you, baby mother, for your old nasty donation, baby. I got that thing, and that thing blessed me, baby. Okay? Mary says, and most importantly, he chose her. Period. That's it. That's all, baby. And guess what? Not only did he choose her, his Twitch brother encouraged him to continue to choose her even after he told his brother he wanted to unchoose her ass. How about that? And now the brother mad. Why you mad, baby? You told Twitch and encouraged him to stay married to the she-devil. You told him to work it out with her alcoholic ass. You told him, remember? That's according to you, sir, that your brother confided in you about not wanting to be in his marriage. And you said that you encouraged him to stay. And now you is big mad about it. My God, today, welcome Mary, baby, to the platform. Hey, boo.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey, love.
Ooh, you dropping some pure wisdom, honey.
Baby, this topic done been taking me out.
I really appreciate how deep you're going with this topic. I think that is the most important opportunity and lesson in all of it.
So what are your thoughts? Like, tell me what you think about all this transpiring.
I'm going to focus on Twitch. I am someone who has a similar story, intergenerational abuse. The first time I tried to commit suicide was when I was 17 years old, and I failed, thankfully. When someone is in that state, I will just speak for myself. You are so consumed with your own pain and your own agony that you can't even think about anyone else. And for myself, you just are really focusing on wanting to end the pain by any means. It's not even so much a desire to self-delete, it's a desire to end the pain. And when you are very serious about that and you are engulfed in your pain, there's no notes, there's no communication with anybody else. And I just want to affirm what you have been saying about if he were fully the person that his family is insisting that he was, and I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that we're multidimensional beings. The second time I became suicidal, I did exactly what you said he would have done. I literally checked myself into a psychiatric ward of a hospital at my university. I was in college, so I was a lot younger. So I've been doing this healing work for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. And I specifically went to be evaluated and supported because I had been gaslit by my family my entire life and told that I had some kind of personality disorder, something was wrong with me. I had a gene that apparently just skipped a generation, and I was the one who had contracted it like it was a cold bug in my generation when I was reacting to intergenerational abuse. And I had a whole team of doctors assess me and said, no, you don't have a personality disorder. And that was the beginning of me really turning my life around. So I've been following your commentary on Twitch and Allison and the family. And as soon as you said, I think it was yesterday, I was able to watch it. I'd be a replay gang and a lot. And you said that if he had actually been loyal, and I would say loyal to himself, first and foremost, he would have gone and checked himself into a psychiatric hospital. And that is exactly what I did. So keep making that point because I think it's very, very true.
Thank you for sharing that, Mary. My God, today I'm so glad that you did the work, sis, and that you kept reaching for your okay, and that you kept advocating and fighting for your well-being and for your vitality and for your happiness and for your peace of mind, because so many people have not survived that journey, and Twitch is one of those individuals. This is something that not everybody makes it out about, and that's why I hate that this is being handled this way, because the reality is they all have an opportunity, in all honesty, to be victims in the situation and to do the work to better improve themselves, because maybe what Twitch did is in part a response to a lack of intimacy that was practiced on behalf of his community, a lack of personal trust and safety that was not facilitated in the interpersonal relationship with his community. There's so many more significant things that they all could be doing in terms of what they could learn about themselves, what they created amongst themselves, how they understand human beings, how they understand that all smiles and giggles and joy is not necessarily a true indication of a person's emotional reality. That people can smile and dance and do TikTok challenges and have a surface all-American lifestyle and yet be pumping down drugs, be self-medicating through alcohol, like Allison, dealing with all type of disparity mentally in their soul, in their consciousness. And we know this because how many Hollywood stars have had it all and fell prey to the same lack thereof? Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, Amy Winehouse. How many celebrities to this day? Whitney Houston. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. It goes on. We know that actually the closer you are to the top, the more shallow the air gets. The higher you are up in altitude, the more shallow the air gets. Do you hear me? So I don't feel that the family's way of handling their frustration with Allison is any more conducive to the well-being of these kids or to his legacy than they believe she's being. And I think that there's major opportunity in this story for us as a Black and brown community to have the full confrontation about the way that we do pedestalize and prioritize the mask. It really is time to deal with that concept. It's time to change some shit culturally. And it's time to set ourselves free. But you can't do that without access to the truth. and the hope that can follow. Masking is a very, very big part of suicidal ideation. There's whole articles and studies on the mask of suicide. I want to read a little bit of this from tanonline.com. Just a little bit of this. Many researchers from around the world have used different methods to study self-deletion. Siegman and Fabrero in 1957 and 1981 and others have suggested the following avenues: national mortality statistics, third-party interviews, often called psychological autopsies, the study of non-factual suicide attempts, and the analysis of documents such as suicide notes. All of these avenues have their limitations. Mortality statistics by themselves reflect only numbers and are at best only a representation of the true figures. A third-party interview, such as in the PA, can only provide a point of view which is not necessarily the self-deleter's view. Non-fatal attempters may be different than fatal suicide deaths. Documents provide, to use Morris' words, only a snapshot of an event that requires full-length movie. Yet each of these methods have been shown to also have benefits to extend our understanding of suicide and suicidal behavior. All right, let me scroll up here actually. Although it has been stated that the majority of suicidal people give definite warnings of their suicidal intention, a percentage of suicidal people may dissemble or mask, possibly 20%. The aim of the psychological autopsy study was to explore the mask of suicide, examining age and sex of the decedent and survivors' relationship to the deceased. A PA study in Norway with 120 survivors informants was undertaken. Overall, 80% of informants reported manifest and or latent content of deception and dissembling, well above the 20% suggestion. Three main themes emerged from the interviews of the 95 survivors and were related to the mask. In the opinion of the bereaved, reasons for the mask were due to 1, an inability to adjust and or impairment, 2, relational problems, 3, a weakened resilience. Differences in masking or self-deception were found in the age of the decedent, but not in sex, nor in the survivor's closeness of the relationship. Older deceased people were perceived to exhibit more dissembling associated to suicide, and tWitch was 40. Hold on, y'all. I had to hold on, y'all. Had to sneeze, child. Limitations are noted in the beginning study into the mask of suicide and is concluded that much greater research is needed to unmask the dangerous dissembling, maybe in some self-deception. Okay, so there are like whole studies being done, and guess what? You don't have to be suicidal to mask. Mostly everybody in this comment damn section is practicing masking in one way or another. You put on a brave face for that miserable ass job you hate you have to go to 5 days a goddamn week. You put on a happy-go-lucky face to go sit around that damn family during the holidays that you can't stand and that upsets your nervous system. You pretend to love them damn kids that you wish you would have aborted when you had the opportunity to. You're sitting in dysfunctional ass interpersonal marriages and relationships acting like you're happy when you can't stand who the hell you go to bed with and who the hell you go to bed as every night. You frolic around with your big church hat and your stockings to shake their hands and say God bless you to them nasty ass church bitches who's shady, judgmental as hell, cold and apathetic. But baby, your Christianity can't afford you to stack the fuck out them hoes. There's masking going on every single day. And the question is, what are we going to do as a society and as a people to create a space for transparency, authenticity, and a value around the truth instead of a value around the assimilation. This is a huge Black issue. Masking. I want to welcome Fuzzy to the platform. Hey, boo. Sound
Hey,
off.
boo.
What are
Okay,
your thoughts? Come on.
so hey y'all, I wanted to address because what I'm seeing a lot of, I think your coverage of this is beautiful, and it honestly gave me something to think about, because my initial thought was, I'm minding my Black ass business. How that white woman wants to um honor or speak about her husband, that's her business to do, you know. And culturally, I feel that there are things that we just simply do differently. Like, I ain't never in my life heard of an NDA at a funeral. I mean, thanks to this situation, I now have that as something I can add in my repertoire if in the future I should ever need anything like that, or feel that I need anything like that. But that's
And can
like,
I add this too as well, that I know a lot of people have never heard of that, but in high profile, like when it comes to the funerals and the weights of high profile people, NDAs are very common. A Prince had an NDA for his funeral. Aaliyah had an NDA for her funeral. Michael Jackson also had an NDA for his funeral. So it's very common in high profile situation as it relates to famous people, that NDAs are disseminated and offered.
well, see, that's what I'm saying. As a result of her being married to this Black man, and it coming to our common knowledge now that this is a thing, that's what I'm saying. Like, culturally,
Yeah.
that is totally different from anything that the average Black American has ever experienced. Like, I never had that in my awareness, and NDAs have been in my awareness for a long time. But to tell somebody's mama, you got to sign here, as if that person's mama don't have their best interests at heart, says a lot in how different they are and how much control I feel that she, as a wife, wanted and wants to maintain. Had she been in contact with the family and they all agreed to allow her to do what she needs to do in exchange for having visitation rights with the children, because granted, those children are hers, they're a part of him, but they're her children. She don't have to share them if she don't want to. And that sounds crazy because of the way we are cultured. Like, our kids are, we see them as belonging to the family, belonging to the group. Right now, the only reason we're in this group chat is because we are taking tWitch on as part of the family. I don't know that man. I know he chose this woman, and I'm going to let that woman to woman, handle her business the way she needs to handle her business. Now, if her business happened to get her a couple of dollars because of her husband's name, okay, fine. I'm also looking at it through the lens of a Black woman, because that's the only lens that I can see it through, as, wow, you wasted no time to drop his name. You wasted no time to move on. And you're literally telling us you moved on. You got rid of all his stuff. All of these things are just so different from what I am accustomed to and have seen, not only in my family, but literally, I know your family. The other young lady that's up here, her family would look similar to how, you know what I mean? To just hold on just a little bit longer.
Can I just interject a little bit, boo? Because I just want to make sure that I just want to make sure of something.
Yeah.
She did say that they got rid of some things, but they also kept a lot of things as well. The foundation that the book proceeds are going to is a foundation that's in her late husband's honor. So she did admit that it got rid of some things, but they also kept a lot of things as well. She also admitted that she's still processing this. And so getting rid of her wedding ring or certain pieces of furniture or etc. Were things that she got rid of, that she got rid of enough things to give her space to move forward, because she found herself gaslit into being stuck. in
Mm.
the situation. Now, I'm also going to be honest. In talking about me and your people, our Black and brown people,
Mm-hmm.
our people do a lot of masking and do a lot of self-medicating. They may yield to alcohol or to codependency or marijuana to treat childhood trauma or to treat loneliness or to treat a lack of ambition or a lack of feeling purposeful in the world. I know a lot of men, particularly Black men, who self-medicate after emotional injury in romantic relationships by promiscuity. And a lot of Black men have testified to that,
Mm-hmm.
that they
Mm-hmm.
treat their sadness when it comes to breakdown in their romantic lives with sex and
Yeah.
etc. So when talking about Allison and her dropping her last name 2 days, etc., she admitted, that she was also angry at one point. She was sad at one point. She wanted to disassociate like anybody else who was experiencing unexpected, profound, and severe trauma, such as waking up one day and your spouse being completely and utterly gone from this world. It's
Yeah.
one of the most extreme realities anybody can experience is somebody being here one day and not being here the next day, because it wasn't like Twitch had a die in bed situation. There wasn't time to process this and to kind of move into this transition. This person was just snatched from her life, from her kids' life. And so in going through all of the stages of grief, which are anger, sadness, all of those things, her changing her name could have arguably been connected to her disassociating, her even moving on seemingly. And I say seemingly because, when a person should move on, I don't know what to say about that. If there's any particular universal time in which people should move on with their lives, aside from the fact that they should do that when they feel that they're healthy enough to do that and they are truly ready for that next stage, but that also could have been due to disassociation. Men do it all the time. We also hear the old adage that the best way to get over one person is to do what, Fuzzy? To get on to another person.
Yeah.
Find you another dick. You jump on another dick. So,
And
we have all these ideas and philosophies around the way we cope because, unfortunately, in America, we do more coping than we do healing.
very true. Very true. And is it true that he's been gone 2 years now or one? Because in my
It's like 2-3 years. He December of 2022
okay,
passed away.
okay. Well, that's enough time for her to move on. I ain't gonna hold her as far as her moving on. At first, I thought it was like 10 or 11 months because I didn't realize it had been that long. And then I heard somewhere else that it had been two
And
years, and
here's
I'm
my
like,
question to
two
you,
years, we can't
Fuzzy.
hold her.
And
Yeah.
let me ask you this question:
Mm-hmm.
Does she not have to move? Does she not have the right to move on as soon as she wants to, just like Twitch had the right to remove himself from this entire reality at his own discretion? Because see, that's the part that my brain keep going back to. Like every time something in me want to crucify her, my brain reminds me of what Twitch did, and I'm just like, well,
That is very
if
true.
if I gotta respect and honor the choice he made to remove himself from his kids' life, his family's life, his wife's life, his friend's life, then I also have to keep that same energy when it comes to any choice that Allison makes in terms of how she navigates afterwards.
Well, here's the thing. Well, I would feel that both of them were full of shit because the public sees a very happy family. And I can understand her being tore up, like, completely flabbergasted, angry, even. I would be pissed. You don't get to do that. You don't do that. Like, get help, man. There's too much help out here. In the way he just removed himself, left everything in the house, rolled his tail down 15 minutes down the street, and then the next thing I'm getting is police officers at my door. When you mean that much to not only me, the children, but he had a whole community around him. You don't get to just do that, right? I get her being angry, and I think that that's a very, very legit emotion, and how she deals with that. If that meant removing the ring, then cool. But the thing is, they both
She
put
out,
out the facade that they were this happy family. You
but
know,
in her interview, at least from her experience, she says she believed that they were happy. Like in the days following his suicide, they had just came off a vacation. They had did
mm,
TikTok videos. You know, like it was light and love. She actually thought that they were back in the honeymoon phase, which ironically, Fuzzy, is interesting to me because in some suicidal people, instead of them going super dark toward the end, they get super happy toward the end because they know the end has come. They know that they're finally going to be removed and relinquished from all of their agony and personal suffering. So some suicidal people become very charitable toward the end. They start giving away their things. I mean, and this is what makes their departure even more appalling and polarizing to their family, because it was that going from 0 to fucking 100. Like, how could you have been this happy? How could you, you're joking. I mean, you were full of life just 24 hours ago. Just the last few months. You've been so happy. What? And it tears people's perception and psychology up. So it's also not weird to me that she had an impression that they were happy and that tWitch was well and that her marriage was going under a rebirth because, unbeknownst to her husband had already given himself a date and a time, and it was just a matter of time before he knew he was finally free from the imprisonment of pain he could not reconcile.
Now that's something you can see, CTV, because you have a bit of a background and you deal a lot with psychology and just human emotions and things of that nature. You've seen a lot, you've studied a lot. All I see, honestly, is cultural differences in how she moves and how we would move. And granted, I will agree that we do a lot of masking. There were people that I have had to bury and do the best that I can for them now that they've moved on. And there were people that I invited that I did not care for. I had full control. I could say you can come and you can't, but I allowed it because culturally I did feel that that is what's expected of me. I don't think that she has the same kind of restraint given her culture. They don't feel a need to mask because they just move differently and have from the time she's been a little girl, been able to do so freely without judgment. I really think that all the backlash is probably taking her aback. I don't even think she realized that the family was harboring any type of feelings until she put this information out and they came out swinging, because we ain't heard nothing from that man's family.
But you know what? No, I was thinking maybe that this has been going on secretly behind the closed doors, which is why they haven't seen the kids.
We ain't heard nothing from that family. If the deal was you can see the kids, but you got to sign this NDA to keep them in your life, because what hole would she have? She's a whole ass white woman outside of tWitch. What hole would she have over the family? Why would I sign a NDA for my own family? Because I don't see me doing it. I don't think I don't have the ability in me to bury my own. And the only thing I would say is, well, you chose her. She got the rights to do this. Then it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm going to go ahead and mind my black ass business and move on. The only thing that I would want is relationship to the kids, my niece, my nephew, my little cousin. I would want to maintain relationship with them. But even if she physically now have control of the children, I'd make me little diary entries, I'd make videos so that when they become of age, I can show them that, listen, I wanted to be there for you, but your mom kept me away from you. That's all I would do, because that's all they're putting me in position to do, and then march on and move on. That's really what I wanted to come up and talk about.
And the grandparents can actually fight for a grandparent custody, like in certain states. I don't know about the state of California, but like there are certain rights that are allowed and bestowed upon grandparents. And maybe they should entertain that. And all of this makes me very curious about what was in that journal, because I just, if he was as transparent as he was about his molestation. I mean, I don't know whether this man went in on his family in his journal, that there were people, that the person in question that violated him as a child was a member of the family. If he revealed some of the darkest aspects of his family to his journal, and with her getting access to that scared her. I don't know if it caused her to close up. I don't know whether, I don't know what happened. I mean, if he disclosed things about how he felt about her that he didn't share with her, because as the brother said, he confided in me about you, but clearly he didn't confide in her about her. And so, you know, what was in this journal, because that could also tell us a lot about why she moved the way she moved. Like, this man, you know, was not being true to himself. He wasn't being true to her. He wasn't being true to what he kept acting like he was happy about. He allowed her to live in disillusionment. He lived and chose a disillusionment, and she was pissed the fuck off, and rightfully so, changed her goddamn name on social media because she wanted to disassociate from the woman that just lost her husband, and that might have just realized through his journal entries he was not in love with anymore, and had to sit in that at a time where she still had to bury him on top of that to add insult to injury. And so all of that comes up and out as all of this is taking place, as funeral arrangements, as everything. This is all happening all in the same breath of itself. And like I always tell people when it comes to grief, people who are grieving don't act perfect. Because that's the point of grief. Just like tWitch might have had some manic depressant mental illness. He might have suffered from chronic depression unbeknownst to his community. He didn't act perfectly. I mean, he took his own life, because this is how mental despair and mental illness impairs people. This is how agony impairs people. And so I just, once again, hate that this family is acting the way they're acting, because really what they should be focused on is their personal healing. And at the end of the day, if they're going to hold anybody accountable, hold tWitch accountable for putting you all in this situation, because he left the ruins behind, and now they all have to figure it all out. And if they care about the kids to the degree in which they are proclaiming, then there's a better way for y'all to handle the situation with their mother than to also come out and allegedly continue to spill family secrets, but hold her and chastise her for doing the same thing. But the difference is, she ain't talking about y'all. She talking about the nigga she fucked and she bared 2 kids with. She ain't talking about y'all. She ain't dragging y'all. She ain't making no indictments against y'all publicly. She's just dealing with her life and her situation with tWitch.
Right. Yeah, I could see you made some very valid points as far as I feel like anger would cause you to change your last name, not grief. So that's the only difference I would say. And I know, you know, because grief, you just kind of, if anything, she would have withdrawn.
No,
but
anger involves a grief. It's 5 stages to grief, and anger is one of those. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah, the 5 stages of grief. However, I think it was definitely anger.
Here are the 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Those are the 5 stages of grief. So being mad as hell, which she has a right to do. You left me to be a single mother, and you promised for better or for worse before our community and God. You have traumatized our kids. You have traumatized me. You have left no will and testament behind. You have left us without any information and data around why you made this extraordinary and tragic choice. Anybody in that situation has every right to be angry, because you made a contract and a covenant with me before this world and before God, and I trusted you to fulfill that. And this is what you did. If I need time to be mad as motherfucking all hell and to break dishes in this bitch, then so be it. If I need time to be the angry black woman or the angry white woman, so be it. Because you broke your contract. to me and these kids. And if I'm mad about it, I'm entitled to be mad about it. Because nobody is living this outside of me and those who loved him. And if
Right.
I was her, I honestly, I wouldn't give a damn how y'all felt. I would go through every stage of grief in full personification. I wouldn't give a damn about nobody who ain't in my shoes. I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give any more of a fuck than Allison gives. I don't give a damn how the public feel. I don't give a damn how the fans feel. I don't give a damn about anybody. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is my life. I had to live it. I had to endure it. I had to suffer for it. And y'all just gonna have to kiss my ass about it.
Well, that's essentially what she's doing. Like, literally, that's why it's even a topic. Because the family jumped out and said, hold on, wait a minute. I don't give a damn about an NDA because she wrote this book. So I don't know, like, do you feel like they're only upset because she's making a couple of dollars and they aren't able to do so because they signed an NDA? Or
I do feel like the kids, them not having access to the kids is a big point of contention, and rightfully so. They love them kids. Those kids are a part of their tribe as well.
Well, if there's a molester amongst you, and I did not know this before reading this journal, I would be pissed that my husband didn't tell me to protect my kids from this person and that person. You know what I mean?
I'm also going to say to that, right, is that unless Twitch called every member of his family a molester, why are all these people allegedly estranged from the kids? Because you can rightfully so protect them from anybody who is an alleged known abuser, right? But what's the case when it comes to everybody else? And for me, if she has concerns because of things that maybe she came into knowledge of due to his journal, there are a lot of options to continue to kind of keep the kids away from that and giving them access to the other side of their family. Like, they don't have to sleep over at nobody's house. Like, the family can have supervised visitations. You know, you can invite whomever you feel comfortable with from the family, the mother, the brother, etc., over to the house for dinner. Y'all can go on vacation together. The kids don't have to be in a situation where it's outside of your supervision. If you have concerns, like, you know, there's a lot of way to have given the family access to the kids if she felt there was a concern around molestation or whatever the case is, etc. But you know, we are hearing only from one side. I don't know what Allison's response would be, because right now, based upon how the family is acting fuzzy, I just felt like more than likely all this heat and smoke y'all got for Allison, this is not an isolated incident. This don't feel like something that just happened and y'all just flew into this fury all of a sudden because of a book. The way y'all were front and center on her ass, the way y'all came outside swinging on this woman, it clearly has been a secret cabal in the family that is anti-Allison, who've been having a lot of conversations, who've been feeling a lot of ways. And I don't know how much of that bled over into how they treated Allison, which might have pushed her away and made her protect her kids because she didn't want them poisoning them about her, considering what their narratives are about her.
It feels to me, I mean, because come on, CTV, you know, Black women, and this man bought a white woman to the family. Okay. He's gone. And I'm sure Allison has felt put up with as a result of her being with him. She doesn't have to be put up with now. Her and her kids are free to go. They ain't got to be bothered with that side of the family that would make her feel uncomfortable in the slight. And another thing, I thought they had a pretty decent relationship because Allison responded to one of the family members and said something along the lines of, I will always love you. Yeah, I will always love you. So that sounds like it wasn't even, you know, like that, where, you know, like down south, you bring a white girl home, it's a pretty tough road for that white girl. You know what I mean?
Well, they're accusing her of being fake. So you know, I mean, can it be that, you know, she's maintaining surface decorum for the sake of optics, you know? and is pretending to be well with everybody, but it's not. It sounds like there haven't been the confrontation necessary regarding all of this. The brother also did say that, and the mother seemingly alluded to it as well, that, they all have been masking in order to have access to the kids, that they've been trying to keep, everything down, put their feelings aside in order to stay in the kid's life,
I would say they were
and so
masking
now
long before the kids.
So now they feel completely gaslit as a result of this book, because this whole time before the book, they have not been in the kid's life, etc. They are interpreting, having to sign NDAs, but you are doing a memoir, like you've entitled yourself to, say what you want to say, but you tried to, suppress our voice. And so it seems like there's been major breakdown in the family, and it could be a jambalaya of just misunderstanding. Not that there's evil intent on anybody's side, but between grief and just broken communication as a result of grief, that everybody kind of start taking on their own personal narratives and then projecting those narratives in terms of trying to make sense of what was happening. And the family obviously feels victimized, and they feel that Allison has been intentional in just removing the kids and herself and isolating and alienating them, which has been hurtful to tWitch's mother and his father. And it's just been a bad thing. And if that's true, and if the family hasn't per se done anything to Allison, I can understand feeling very offended that you have allowed all this time to go by. You haven't reconciled the custody situation. You haven't addressed the distance between us and you, us and the kids. And then we turn around and you are welcoming the world into your life. You're welcoming the world into your marriage. And you've left all this undone stuff between us and you in real life. And how could you do that? But even if that being the case, for me, I wouldn't deal with that the way they're dealing with that. I can understand the feelings. I can understand the sense of betrayal. I can understand the fact that they feel like she's prioritizing fame and a money grab over actually fixing and repairing maybe what got lost in translation over a grieving period and journey. But I would not be outside on social media, slamming her the way that they're slamming her, especially if my intent, like the mother and brother said, is to be in relationship to my grandkids and to my nieces and nephews. And the reality is Allison is entitled to her experience of her husband. And you don't and they don't have to agree with that. It's her experience. It's her truth of her husband. And they're entitled to their experience of their friend, of their son, of their brother. But it is her experience. And the two don't have to look the same. Now, it does take a very mature motherfucking people to understand and accept that, that this is your experience and this is my experience.
Well, I've wondered how much did the family reach out to her to see the kids? Because they could be yabba dabba doing on the doggone internet as a result of hard feelings towards this book. But, if you don't reach out to me, like that woman has her whole own community of which she's returned to. Like, it's not on me to foster a relationship with who you want a relationship with. I would, in her case, she's a grieving wife and she's got to move on with her children. I wouldn't be the one reaching out so much towards his family, because it's her community that's helping to keep her afloat. Those are the people that are in her face all the time. Those are the people that are checking in. If his family didn't feel like they needed to do that, or they're sitting back waiting for her to bring the children, like you can't do that either. Like, you know what I mean? You have to make yourself a part of the community if you want access to those kids. And I don't see or hear them using language that makes me feel that they did that. I kind of feel like they feel like she took the kids and they're waiting, and now this book happens and it's, you don't even let us see the kids. Well, when'd you ask for them? You know, that type of thing.
Do you believe that the grandmother operated kind of in the same way? She just kind of allowed Allison to come to them and expected that would happen, and then it ended up not happening, and now they're making a narrative out of you keeping the kids. But to your point, they didn't also make the effort.
That's what I think. That's how I'm kind of sensing it. You know,
because I know
I don't hear. I mean, have you heard any family member saying, you know, we've been reaching out to you? They're not saying they reached out to her or anything.
Well, I know that the friend that the brother was sharing out comfort Fedo or whatever, she said in her post that she tried to make contact, and she, like, I guess made contact the day that she got the news that Twitch had passed and Allison had left her on red, and she's been on red since. So to your point, that kind of sounds like, I mean, people initially might have made a stride, but then kind of fell back out of respect, which is the moment that Allison kind of never recovered after she recovered. And then the book came out, and now everybody is feeling abandoned and feeling away. And once again, rightfully so, because to your point, right, I understand a person not being able to carry anybody when they are in the process of healing, you know, because that's when you go into true self-preservation mode, and you have to be selfish in that way, and you have to concern yourself with you. So I don't expect somebody who is committed to their healing when they know they're broken and injured to make space for other people. But once Allison got the love, light, and the embrace that is, you know, the caption for her book, I mean, you now are well enough to know what you've left behind. You are now well enough and clear enough to know with common decency and sense that these kids also belong to, you know, they have another set of tribe members, and those tribe members were reasonably involved in their life prior to the tragedy. And why she did not recover with them is very interesting to me, because she recovered in a way to where she wanted to write a book and do interviews, and she moved on romantically. So why didn't she recover with the family? Could it have been that there's been bad energy, that they've been mistreating her? They, you know, she went into a shell of herself. Could have been things she learned in the journal. Could it be because she really don't want to have a black side of the family? She really just only made room for Twitch. But
does she have room for a black side of the family, being that she's back to dating white?
Exactly. And that's what a lot of people are saying. And that's why some of the narratives are she never wanted like blackness in that way. She just wanted Twitch. And now that she's returned back to being a white woman, having a black side of the family really doesn't make sense. She's not.
Well, that's normally how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I feel like I am minding my black ass business. He chose that woman, and I am like, what you want me to do? I mean, because woman to woman, I know me. I would not leave his side of the family out. You know what I mean? And that don't mean I had to get along with him. That don't mean my kids spending no nights. But as far as having access to him, a quick little FaceTime, y'all can come over to the house Sunday between 1 and 4. You know what I mean? To spend some time with us, because I'm gonna be watching my children. Especially if I'm now aware that someone in the family did some molestation, and my husband didn't tell me. Because if she has to guess who it is, or if the family's acting like, you know, whoever the person is couldn't possibly have done it, I ain't got time to figure all of that out. What I do know is, as long as when he was alive, we were good and he was good with them, then I would do my best. but I'm focused on me and my children mostly. Would I be reaching out to them? Absolutely not, most likely. They would definitely have to reach out until I get to a point. It's been 2 years now. So the reaching should go both ways by now. But when it initially happened, I don't suspect anybody should put, like she should be reaching out to them or anything
Yeah,
like
'cause
that.
I found that to be
But
crazy when a friend said that. I'm just like, you really thought this woman was going to prioritize corroborating something that you saw was true from the headlines alone? You think that she's thinking about your ass in a text message and clarifying to you that her husband blew his fucking brains out, like, and she got children and she got herself to uphold in this damn moment? Like, it was kind of the weird entitlement for me, and it was also the, like, for me, it just. My issue with the family is that it seems like they just jump to a villainous narrative when there might be other reasonable explanations for things. Okay, so let's talk about the NDA again, such as the fact that if I am in shock right now, or I'm in anger, or whatever it is, because a funeral doesn't happen a year later after somebody. It happens in the midst of the shock.
right.
The reality, so the NDA could have been about keeping everybody from specifically talking about the funeral afterwards to the media, because she wanted to forget this moment. She wanted to just get through this fucking funeral, get through the worst part of it, and really never hear about it again. Never not see it for the next 6 months in headlines, because the family may be taking interviews, they're sharing details about how beautiful it was, even if the intent of the family to speak would have been well, obviously. It's just like, for her, she being the person in media, because they're not in media, she would have to see all this in her algorithm. She would have to deal with the comment section. She got to deal with the fans. She got to deal with all of that, and she...
Guess what, CTV? She had to deal with all of that anyways. Because come on now, people were talking.
So then it would have been quantified if the friends and family, we have to also remember, some of them might have also been in media as well. Some of his media friends, people who are in, the entertainment space, and she just didn't want she wasn't ready to have the funeral amplified in that way, because it was too close to home and she was not healed and it was already too much, and she probably just wanted, like most people, to get the shit fucking over with again and to just find some way to fucking feel better, and was possibly afraid of just everybody speaking about the funeral and just talking about this funeral at a time that she just... And I feel like as a wife, that should have been considered if that was the reason why she wanted an NDA. Like, I cannot imagine being this selfish as a relative. And even though I am a relative, I would never put myself above somebody's spouse, even if I'm their brother, even if I'm their nephew, even if I'm...
I don't think the family did that. I don't think the family did that. They
Well,
are
no, I'm
only
saying,
now speaking because that book came out.
no,
We heard a peep from
I'm
this
saying
family.
that they possibly have did that, because now a big part of what they're saying is this issue around the NDA. Why we had to sign an NDA? That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck. We had to sign an NDA. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Like, that's weird shit. Why you made us sign an NDA? It's like, because she's grieving. Yeah. That, I mean, yeah.
Because she's grieving. CCP, they grieving too. And that is weird as fuck. That's what I was saying in the beginning.
It's not weird as fuck to me, it's not weird as fuck to me, considering that she's the wife and she's caring for children and she's in media and she is the wife. She's the wife. Even if she's not in media, she's the wife. And I feel like, right, that's like, what the fuck is a funeral? That's hardly even a highlight of my relationship to Twitch to begin with. Is his fucking... I could go my whole life not speaking about the fucking funeral. What the fuck is the funeral? If that's what the wife needed to feel safe and to just keep her sanity on, and she's caring for children, so I need her to be sane. I need her to be fucking well. She's caring for my grandbaby.
What she needed so that she could sell a book.
Yeah, no,
that's the way the family's looking at it. They probably willingly signed it for those reasons.
I understand that, but the book came 3 years later, not 3 weeks after he died. We're talking about what she demanded in the moment,
because he left her with money, and the fact that he has his children, she's going to get money, considering for a long time. He left her with something. She's okay. So she didn't have to run out here and rush to put a book out.
But she didn't rush. It's 3 years later.
No,
They
that's
ain't
what I'm
no-
saying. She did not have to rush to put a book out because he left her well off. He left her in a way that, you know, she did not have to, like, oh, I need money, you know, and go write a book 3 weeks later after they, you know, put him to rest.
Well, how do we reconcile the NDA, which don't have nothing to do with the book? The funeral was 3 years ago. They are now 3 years later, gaslit by the book, and now Georging up everything they have an issue with, which is around the NDA that they had to sign to attend his funeral, and they're making that a big to-do. But I'm just like, I feel like
That's what I'm saying. I
feel like
mean, you know,
I feel like that's a small price to pay. I mean, like, this wife is grieving and burying her fucking husband and the father of her kids. I mean, if she doesn't need me to
and
speak,
a mother is burying her son. Like,
I don't care. She not fucking her son, and she didn't carry no kids for him, and she ain't the one who been in an intimate relationship to him and washing his drawers and feeding him and putting up with his bullshit in the way that I have for
his
the
mama
last
did wash his
years.
drawers, and she did put up with him
And
for
then
a
she
time,
and then she gave his ass,
she
and
handed
then
him
she
over
gave
to a wife.
and then she gave his ass away to me. The mama does not come before the wife.
No, she does not, and I
This is
totally
the wife. So the mother too can pipe it down with the entitlement. Your son became an adult and went on to replace you with his wife. She now is front and center, and she's carrying the kids. And if she needed in that moment a piece of sanity and normalcy, and did not outside of what she was already going to be dealing with as a big publicity and media storm around his passing, didn't want anybody talking to media about a fucking funeral that I'm sure she doesn't even think about now, because who does think about the damn funeral when they think about their mom or their dad? Most people think about the vacations, their childhood memories. They think about everything else but that damn funeral. I mean, the funeral is hardly the go-to celebratory moment, you know, in people's life when they are overlooking their lives with someone that they love. And all I'm saying is that in the moment of this extreme tragedy, I don't care whether it's the mother, I don't care whether it's the brother, I don't care whether it's the friends, that if the mother and the wife of his kids needed that, that's all she needed, baby. She didn't have y'all sign an NDA to shut y'all mouths entirely. She didn't need an NDA saying that y'all can't speak at all. She just didn't.
We don't know what that NDA said, because they only started
And guess what?
when
I'm
she
gonna be
came out with
honest.
this book.
And I'm gonna be honest, like I said on yesterday, and I don't care because they signed it. So if you signed something that you did not feel good about, and despite you not feeling good about it, you chose to sign it anyway in order to be at the funeral, accept your choice. That was your choice to do. She gave everyone a choice. And once again, you don't have to like it, but she gave you a choice.
Yeah, I wouldn't have signed it.
And
Me personally,
if you were mad, if it angered you, if you felt disrespected by some of the stipulations of that contract, just like a job, baby, you can walk away despite how much you need your money. You do not have to put up with any disrespect. You do not have to put up with any bullshit. It is your choice to choose your coin over your headache. That's your choice. And they made a choice in this situation to sign an NDA. And I'm going to be honest, like, I'm just that clear as a person. I'm somebody who can do the hard work. So if it had been me, because I done been in similar situations to where I done had to make some choices based upon the principle that I'm standing on. And I had to sacrifice what could have been available to me in the moment because I stood on my principle instead. If they were so grieved by the stipulations, stand on business and stand on principle, and then get your ass out here in the media, because now you're not legally bound by an NDA you did not sign, and you talk about it, baby. You talk about the details of what the hell she wanted you to sign. See, they would have gave themselves the right to speak and transparency had they stood on business and chose their principle. Instead,
right.
they chose to comply. So don't come to me 3 years later thinking that you about to run my damn blood pressure up over some shit you signed in good faith. I don't care. You signed it. Just like these people who marry. If Twitch sat in a marriage to a woman he was not happy with, and he disclosed that to his brother instead of her, that's tWitch burden. If he didn't think enough to separate himself and to file for divorce, his burden. You didn't have to stay there.
He might as well have separated himself because she's got everything anyway. Everything comes to the wife, then the children. So she's the wife and she got the children. If he was unhappy, dude, just do what you got to do. You don't off yourself and take your way away from the children too. Like that's crazy work right there.
Brittany said that the wife didn't need folk talking about how sad she was, if she was crying, taking pictures of her in distress.
She clearly wasn't crying. That lady was able to move right on, erase his name. Erase his name. Like, that is crazy to me. Listen, I'm saying it's crazy to me because I hadn't been married to my ex-husband for 17 years. 17 years, and I still have his name. Why do I still have his name? I can guarantee every Black woman in the chat can tell you. It's because I have a child by him, and I wanted me and the child to have the same last name. Who's the one rolling these streets with this child most of the time? That's me. I ain't got time to explain to people why my name is this and his name is that. Most people can figure it out, but I didn't want to have to deal with that, so I kept the last name. You know what I mean? It is crazy to me that she changed the name so quickly. That's why I was like, okay, I'll give her some leeway because she was angry. Because if I thought we were happy and you proved to me otherwise by doing something so finite.
But Fuzzy, who cares? He chose to take his life. Therefore, she has a right to do whatever the hell she wants.
And what if she looks at him taking his life as how it reflects on her? Because you know how women
I'm sure she did go through a period
where
she blamed herself. Because she also said in her interviews, that's why I'm writing the book, because there are things I am looking now back in retrospect that might have been telltale signs. I might have felt my husband in that way. His community may have felt him in this way. So yeah, she's admitting that there's a reality to that. She don't blame herself for it per se, but she can learn from the situation now in retrospect.
Can I also say something about?
I'll be like, ooh, something was going on in that marriage. That man just went off himself. Yeah, I'll be judging.
Well, it usually has nothing to do with anybody else. It's primarily about him. I will say that. I want to talk about the different ways that people, right, of course. I mean, that's why we're here having the conversation. I want to say something about the way that different people grieve and how I understand, right, the cultural factors. I grew up in the Deep South. My father grew up in the Deep South. When my mother passed suddenly, not from self-deletion, my father wanted us, me and my sister, to immediately get rid of all of her things, to immediately pack up all of her things and get them out of the house. And we kind of like, so we couldn't do it immediately because we were in shock ourselves and taking care of a lot of other arrangements. But like, people really do react differently to grief. And while culture plays a role, it's right, we're also individuals. And then the other thing, speaking about anger as being one of the stages of grief, especially when someone, not only when someone successfully self-deletes, but also when they attempt it. I ended up having to be hospitalized after my attempt, and my mother came to see me. And again, I never talked about it. I've never talked about it with anyone in my family. It tells you a lot about my family, having real conversations versus masking. But she said, she knew. She said, if you did what I think you tried to do,
can you read this too after you finish on the screen, Mary?
Yes. And I'm almost ready to read it. She said, I am so angry at you. Her voice was shaking. Her voice was filled with fury. And for me, I was like, oh God, this is like, this is par for the course, she was furious. And I understood then, and I understand now. So I just want us to, there's just so much flying around, and I think we all can identify with everything going on with this whole tableau in different ways. And I think that's what makes it so powerful. And I also just, want us to also recognize that.
And that's the big issue here, Mary, is that the community largely does not understand the science and phenomenon of grief. Yeah. And that's why all of the observations are very surface, and all of the judgments are very surface because of the ignorance around the science of grief. And because our community don't understand it. I remember, look, I got a best friend right now who was shot. He was shot by his own brother. He almost lost his life. He had to be helicoptered to the hospital. And he had relatives and a spouse who told him weeks after he almost lost his life at the hands of his own blood brother to get the fuck over it. He was expected to go back to work. He was expected to go back to work. He was expected to act like everything was okay. He was expected to be completely normal, physiologically, psychologically. Who verbatim told him to get the fuck over it, that it's time to get over it. Just weeks after he almost lost his life at the hands of his own brother, who put the trigger on him at his mama's house.
Oh. Yikes.
That's how ignorant and dense our community is about grief, about sadness, about psychology, about emotional availability and emotional intelligence. That's how sick and ignorant we are. We ignorant. Ignorant. Our community is deeply ignorant, and it's primarily because historically we've had to use denial and survival to move along in our reality about things that we could not reconcile in the moment around racism, systemic racism, cultural oppression, etc. And there not being a space to be heard and valued as Black people. So we swept our shit under the rug. There were no judges to be on our sides. There was no white system to be on our side. So we learned to adapt in a world that did not like us, love us, value us, and in return, we developed the mutation of denial as a coping mechanism to not having any outward resources to help us deal with the adversities in our lives and in our homes.
Well, denial is the first stage of grief, though. So it is a form of grieving, is just getting past that part.
But see, the particular issue with us as Black folk is that not only is grief encompassing of denial, but as a people, we're also dealing with the cultural we are dealing with the impact of the way that we also have been socialized to navigate, to not even acknowledge it.
Joy DeGruy talks about this a lot in post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yes.
She taught, this is really systemic, this is historic, and it's still ongoing for us as a collective. It really, really is.
Yeah, this is a real, and this is why I keep saying throughout these commentaries, us as Black folk, I see what the hell in part is happening here. Even around, the way that the families responded to Allison, etc. And it's because she is gaslighting ancient primordial as principalities and demons that have historically and are still currently in modern time perpetuating themselves in the way that Black people move and exist in our bodies, move and exist in our emotions and feelings and our adversities, which is this practice of masking and denial. I mean, we are the same community that gave birth to the no snitch philosophy.
Well, it's like what Fuzzy was saying, and really connects with this, because like what you were saying earlier about the way that Allison is socialized as a white woman and probably being shocked or somewhat, at least somewhat surprised by the family's reaction, or maybe not, but like, because her community has not carried the burden of being silenced and systematically oppressed and having to put on, literally having to put on a minstrel face, right? Having to shuck and jive and dance and laugh and coon. I mean, that was what was happening before the Civil War. So there's some real truth to that. That, yeah, the way that she's dealing with it is more so out loud, is more so out in the open, because her folks, her culture has not been conditioned and suppressed in the same ways as ours.
Yeah, I think Allison had the privilege to skip denial and go straight to anger because she was supposed to be his prize. She was supposed to be his everything. And how dare he do this to what she thought was the perfect life? You know what I mean?
And every right to feel that way.
She does. She totally does. But I truly believe that that's what happened, and why her moves look so different than most of ours.
The problem is, but you know, the problem is, Fuzzy, no move that Allison still makes to this day is equivalent to the one that Twitch made.
No, it's not.
He made the ultimate chess move. And I just have a lot of issue with the fact that they don't care enough about that than they do about the way that Allison is navigating the aftermath of that choice.
Well, I think a lot of people are still looking at her as the wife as part of the reason he did what he did. So it's kind of hard. Now, I'm not saying that they're right about that, but I do think that it's part of the reason why people can't sympathize with her quite like that, you know.
It's particularly why our people can't.
Right.
It's interesting because to me, I would look at the family. I would look at I would look at the family and the formative childhood experiences much more so than an adult relationship.
You're talking about a black man who was incubated in a black family that he couldn't even divulge his molestation to. That tells you the level of secrecy, the level of denial, the level of masking they all practice.
What if he did tell and they still kept it in the family?
That's all the more reason why nobody knew he wanted to die. That justifies Twitch's silence, because I said that in the previous live stream that for all I know, Twitch has made attempts. Just like when Twitch tried to, in his safe space with his brother, tell him, I'm not happy with my wife. And the brother asserted his needs and what he thinks should happen in the situation instead of supporting Twitch and his revelation.
What did the brother tell him? He told him to leave that white girl.
No, he told him the opposite. Stay with her. Work it out.
Why did he? Oh, okay. Well, did he give a rationale for why he was saying that? Was it for the kids?
Because he just believed that that was the right thing to tell him. Instead of separating himself entirely and saying, look, bro, if that's the conclusion that you have come from, the only thing I would also ask you to do, just for the sake of your kids, is talk to a therapist, run that through them, make sure that your feelings aren't temporary, make sure that you are extra clear in your unhappiness and your readiness to move forward. And if you get that clarity, a cosign, and you find further confirmation after a professional helps you to dig off into that, I support you, brother. If that's what you feel you need to do, I support you. But instead, like most people, the brother made it about himself. He made it about what he thought should happen. See, and a lot of people practice doing that instead of really listening to the other person and realizing, okay, this person is talking to me about something they've come into reality to, and I'm only here to help you to understand if that's something you really want to do. And if that's what you want to do, then hey, do what you need to do.
That brother made it about what he would do. Nah, don't give up that money. Don't give, because you're gonna have to give her half. They live in California. That's a half state. That's probably what the brother was on. I can almost guarantee that's what the brother was on. Only for her to not have 100% of that money.
That's some weird ass shit.
That's some weird shit. Yeah.
And Blood Arena says, if Twitch didn't self-delete, he would be calling him a good friend for recommending that he tries to keep his family together. Again, he said if he knew that this was bad, he wouldn't have. The brother said he knew it was bad. He just didn't know it was allegedly as bad as it actually was. If somebody is saying they don't want to be fucking married, that's bad, baby. They're obviously not happy. Yeah. No happy person, no fulfilled person, no satisfied person has divorce on their brain. The literal admission that I don't want to be in this marriage is the indication that it's very bad.
Exactly.
He should, even if he did not divulge all the nuance, all the details, the admission itself is enough to obviously accept that the shit got to be pretty goddamn bad. If you no longer want to participate in a nuclear system with your wife. And he should have been supported in doing that. The brother, at the very least, could have just told him, hey, definitely talk to a counselor and just make sure that you're sure, bro. But if that's the case, I support you. I want to read what's on the screen as well. If you're experiencing intense grief, you may be at a heightened risk for physical and emotional symptoms, including disassociation. Co-occurring mental health issues may also exacerbate certain challenges within your grief process. So disassociation, moving on a year or two later, changing her name on social media 2 days afterwards. These are all things that can be attributed to grief. Denial and disassociation, anger, etc. All those things look different per person. So somebody, I think that it was a Blood Arena actually who said earlier, you know, there are plenty of women who have been widowed who didn't act like this, and there are plenty of widows who did. There is no one universal model victim for all victims. This is how she navigated. And she can't be compared to Hillary Clinton, to Beyonce, to nobody. She navigated how she navigated.
Right.
Some people gonna cry, some people gonna laugh. That's how grief is. Some people gonna fall apart, other people gonna act like they together. There ain't no one personification and personality type and no one way to experience grief. It looks different amongst all people. There are people who shut down and never speak about the thing again. And they tighten up. They become antisocial, and they don't even allow you to say that person's name. They don't deal with it at all, while there are other people who can't talk enough about what happened. Grief looks different than everybody. Some people get rid of every goddamn thing. Some people move out of the state. They sell the goddamn house, the car, they pawn the ring. The whole thing. Some people take their life as a result of losing their spouse. That's how extreme grief is. That's how extreme the disassociation and the inability to cope can be. So there is no everything, because this happened under Twitch's choice, everything that she has done can actually be attributed to grief. Everything, all of it, including being clear about the truth and ready to move forward and to make her experience purposeful. That's also a part of grief. That's the end result of grief, is doing the work and finding the light, finding the heaven in your hell, transmuting that dark shit into marvelous light. And that's why people go on to do books and to be public speakers and to be testimonial. Y'all see these type of people every day in church, where somebody talking about overcoming being a crackhead for 20 years, being a prostitute for 15 years, talking about overcoming and victorying their adversity.
Yeah.
His
family should be
the only
really.
thing I find an issue with is there needs to be some clarity about this children's situation. I'm kind of conflicted about the kids thing, because on one hand, I agree with Fuzzy. At the end of the day, people can do what they want with kids. At the same time,
It's not just the kids. If he ever wanted his mom to have any piece of his legacy, he should have wrote it down. He should have gotten with an attorney and gotten it on paper, because now the wife gets everything. She don't hell, she ain't letting them share their voice about him, much less have to share a piece of property, an heirloom, a earring, you know what I mean? Mom, here's my high school class ring. She doesn't have to share anything because he didn't write it down, and everything automatically goes straight to her. So you mean to tell me someone that you weren't even happy with now controls everything? And he's locked his family out.
So let me tug on Allison's wig just a little bit. And let me tug on her wig in the hypothetical, right, that there's no real substantive reason for her to have kept the kids. Let's say that's the reason. According to the family, there ain't no real substantive reason why these kids shouldn't be in our lives. We never did nothing to Allison. We never did nothing to the kids. We've only been supportive of the marriage. Hell, I'm the brother. I talked his ass into being with your ass. We ain't being nothing but loving and supportive. So let's say that that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
Let's tug on Allison Wig then, because you don't have a right to marry, because see, this is the binding power of marriage. You chose to acknowledge that both you and Twitch belong to a community, and the process and ritual of marriage is indicative of affirming that, which is why we invite our friends and family, because it's not a contract just unto each other and unto God, but unto our loved ones as well. That this is a binding contract amongst us to be unified, and lineage to be unified, socially to be unified in intimacy. And then I choose to bring kids into this community who have right to that community, and vice versa. Allison is out of order for withholding those kids from Twitch's side of the family if there is no substantive reason for why they have been separated and withheld to begin with. Those kids should not per se be personally vacuumed into the drama and conflict amongst the adults, unless with the exception of the family posing a physical threat or posing a strong emotional threat, as in, y'all want to poison my kids, y'all attempt to tarnish me in front of my kids or to my kids, y'all have inappropriate conversations about me to my kids. With the exception of physical threat and or emotional threat, it's inappropriate for Allison to not have recovered after she came into her healing and helped to integrate her kids back into the other side of their lineage. They have a lineage. And why add insult to injury if they've already lost their father, and now you're doubling down and forcing them to lose their grandparents, to lose their uncle, to lose their auntie, to lose other people that they know and are familiar with and have been connected to up until this point. And the audacity of Allison to have participated in that and allowed them to invest their money into these kids for holidays, for birthdays, back to school, to invest their heart and their time, and then to rip the family away from the kids the way that Twitch ripped himself away from her. That is hypocrisy. You don't get to only identify with your loss and then be completely desensitized to their loss. If you've experienced profound loss because someone disappeared in your life without question and resolve, and then to perpetuate that onto a group of innocent people for no real good reason, aside from it possibly, and the alternative being a response to your own shallowness and the fact that Twitch was the token nigga in your life and you never really wanted to be integrated and to have intimate relationship and ties to Blackness as a whole. Because if there is no substantive reason for why those kids have been withheld, then the question around her relationship to Blackness, rightfully so, has to come into question. Because
why would we be questioning her relationship to Blackness? She ain't Black.
Because she married Black, she co-created biracially, and then threw away the Blackest part of her family in order to reassemble to whiteness entirely. That's what she made it look like.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
The problem with that is that those kids don't have shit to do with that because they're biracial. And that is their legal side of the family as well. And they should have right to develop relationship to the people they grew to love and the people that love them.
I think
Because
her
that
kids
was
can
the-
pass, and
that
she's
was the-
banking on that. I said, I think her kids can pass. They're fair-skinned.
They
And
can't pass. I've seen those kids. Those kids look like classic biracial kids. At least that son do.
he's got big curly hair. His
Yep.
skin is fair.
A classic biracial. He don't look Caucasian to me.
He can easily be passed off as one of the darker skinned whites. Italian, Greek. Let me see. Blow that picture there up.
Hold on. I'm about to put a picture up here. Them kids look classically
Is
black.
that daughter with the big afro? I know that's not his daughter, but is she mixed also?
I think that's Alice. Yeah, I think that her previous husband was also Black because I think this is her oldest daughter. This the stepdaughter.
Yeah. That girl is biracial. Yeah, these kids cannot pass as white.
Biracial,
I'm gonna tell you right. I live in California, and when I tell you, I have never seen the degree of one-drop policing that the white people. Now, I'm in the Central Valley, which is the Mississippi of California. When I tell you that these folks here are eagle-eyeing everybody for any little smidgen or drip of Blackness, it is wild. It is wild.
What do you mean?
Like I teach, and so I have students, and my family is the full range, full range. My mother and my grandmother were white. They were mistaken for white, but they decided to marry the Black back into the family versus my other family who have been white for generations now. And my dad's family is also Southern Black, full range, everything from the darkest berry to light skin with blue and green eyes. So when I came out here to California, my students started telling me, and ones who looked like, I can usually tell, okay, wherever I go, but just maybe a great or a great grandparent was Black. Some of the students who were like Indian or other ethnicities, but they were very melanated, they told me horror stories about police pulling out guns on them, about white kids in their schools asking them, like, you look like you got a little drop of something up in there. Like these are people who don't even look biracial. They look very ethnically ambiguous. It's like if Meghan Markle came up where I live right now, they would definitely be asking her about her Blackness. It's like there's so few Black people here, but the white people are still obsessed with surveilling and policing Blackness. So they're constantly looking for any little hint or allegation of Blackness. It is wild. So when I say these kids cannot pass, they can't pass. And Allison is doing a disservice to them at that level too, especially the days that we're living in now. They need to be up in somebody's Black community.
Well, I do believe that was the responsibility of Twitch to make sure that his kids were
That's
attached
true.
to somebody's Black community.
That's true.
But here's the thing: it's also her responsibility because she married his ass and she co-created with his ass, and she integrated a whole Black ass community into her life. And those are her kids. At the end of the day, she can do what she will, but I'm making a moral appeal to her decision if there is no substantive reason for them to have been separated from those kids that she's out of order. She may have the legal right to do what she wants, but I'm making a moral appeal to her choice if there is no substantive reason for there to be a separation. If there's none. If there is discrepancy, if that family's nasty to hell, if they've been carrying on like fucking buffoons privately even before the book got thrown out there, and she shut down and rightfully so protected herself and her kids from the mania and the foolishness and didn't want them to poison them about her. If there's been aggression, if there's been abuse, if there's been buffoonery, etc., I understand it. At the end of the day, the family would just have to wait until those kids get 16 or 18 and can make their own choices. But if this family has not done anything to her, and I did read in the article yesterday that this was the same Black ass family that came to her aid the day after Twitch was announced dead. They came and comforted her and those kids. Those kids ran out with their arms wide open to greet their Black side of the family after the news broke that Twitch had passed. They were there to comfort her, there to uphold her and those kids. And if they respectfully sat back because she was grieving and just gave her time for obvious reasons, that's cool. She was supposed to then take that graciousness and that respect and do her part once she healed up and came back for them.
Yeah, because clearly she had time. She's been healed for a little minute. You don't write a book today.
You don't move on to a whole. She got a whole new nigga. She definitely moved the fuck. Yeah, baby, you ready? You ready, sis?
Yeah, now she's doing a press run and everything. She been healed.
Yeah, and how you talking to everybody else but this family? If they've done nothing substantive to you or to those kids, what is the reason? Other than it might be the fact, like the brother said, you fetishize the fuck out of Black men, and you only wanted the Black mandingo man, and you wanted the equity that come from that. You wanted the sexuality that came from that, but you did not really want Blackness. So now that he's gone, you don't have any. This is your justification to hop ship.
Right. He attached because they started out at the same level, but his star was rising. And, because they met at like one of those dance competition things. His star was rising. She attached herself to him. So if she wasn't, I can't tell if that first daughter is Black or not, like biracial, or is she one of them whites that have curly hair?
I saw a different picture of her, Fuzzy.
I don't know if she was into Black.
No, she's biracial. She's biracial. I saw a picture of her up close. It was like, and she had her hair straightened, the daughter, and she definitely had she had the Negro nose up close. But but maybe the father was like a little swirled up himself, but there's definitely some Black in there.
Yeah, okay. She does look biracial to me, but I was saying, like, because that would help me understand, like, was this woman even in
she kind of
Black men, or was she into Twitch because Twitch was on his way up? Becky is known to get him on the way up. That is the best time to get him, though. I ain't gonna lie. They got the plan, y'all. Y'all better follow. Shit.
she definitely is giving like Zendaya. Like the daughter gives me like a Zendaya at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And Zendaya's daddy is from Arkansas, and he is
a
chocolate.
Blizzak.
He is chocolate, so the genes will pop out
that man mixed with.
right. The genes pop out however they pop out, and them Euro genes was strong, honey.
Yep.
she could pass for white if she straighten out the hair.
Not when you see that nose close up, unless she's gotten a nose. She gets the nose job.
I didn't see some white people with broad noses. And
her nose looks different when she was. It looks like she's already had a nose job, in my opinion, because I saw a picture of her. That nose was 2.5 times the width of what it is now. So go on, girl.
She probably could pass for curly hair too, but she definitely looks ethnic to me. I mean, she is reasonably fair-skinned, but she not so. She don't got so many of her mother's recessive genes that I can't see the adversity or the diversity of her.
She reminds me of Michael Strahan's daughters that are biracial. If you look at the one, unfortunately, who so I think is recovering from cancer before all of her hair came out because of the chemo, she definitely is reminding me a little bit of them too.
So what do y'all think should happen? I mean, like, where does y'all meter tilt in terms of, you know, like where should they go from here? Like what should be happening at this point? Should Allison back down from the memoir out of respect for the family? Should the family just get the fuck over it and worry about healing? Like, where's y'all attitude toward the teens?
She just gonna I don't see the book deal being pulled. You know, I just don't see it. There are contracts that are signed.
No. It's
There's
too much
money that has been paid.
at this point.
Mm-hmm. So I don't see that happening, but I do, you know, I would like for the kids, if there's nothing that would keep nothing harmful towards the kids that would keep them from being seen by that side of the family, you know, that's kind of bad work. But I do think Allison was like, she got money now, she's integrating back into her culture, she ain't on the come up no more, you know what I mean? So she's moving different, and she didn't need his family to do that, she needed him to come up. He's no longer here. So I just feel like they're not a thought to her. And hopefully their outcry would help her to see that, hold on, sis, we are still here. We still, that's our family that you have over there. But if she'll understand that or not, I don't know. I don't know if her goal is just to, erase him like he erased himself from their lives and move on. You know what I mean?
It can't be if the proceeds from her book, like she has a whole nonprofit organization in his name. So
she controls that. And what better way to have tax-free money than to put it in a...
As she should. He left his family to figure out their financial future. She's still a mother. She should be in the business of making sure that she can take care of herself and she can take care of her kids. She's a mom. Absolutely. I would hope that she got economics on her damn brain. I would hope that all parents do. She ain't supposed to stop figuring out her money and figuring out how to provide just because her nigga gone. I mean, she got a life to still uphold. See, she's still taking care of her responsibilities, something that he checked out from.
Right. Listen, I ain't mad at it. But like to say, oh, she's got a nonprofit. I don't care nothing about that nonprofit. If she's the one controlling it, she's still getting the money. And I would put it in a nonprofit too to have that tax-free benefit. Why not? Like, heck yeah. I'm up.
But a lot of things can still be true. She loved the man, she grieved the man, and she is monetizing her journey because that's what capitalism does. I mean, she is a mom, so all of these things are working together harmoniously. I get to make money. I also get to do something that means something to me. I get to speak about something that I feel like is helpful, etc. And I mean, all the elements, like it doesn't have to be one thing over the other is all I'm arguing. Like it doesn't have to be some nefarious agenda here. It's just all those things work together. I mean, do y'all feel like pastors are being insincere when they pass around a collection plate? Do y'all feel like y'all bosses being insincere, or the state is being insincere by taking taxes out of your check? I mean, like, money is an aspect of our world. We all need it to reasonably live. I mean, it doesn't also take away from the fact that a person can be sincere in their art and in their work or in their message, and also still need money and tries to figure out how to make money alongside doing something that means something to them. I do YouTube, and guess what? I love it. And I am up here because first and foremost, I love it. But guess what? I'm never going to be up here to do as well. Is to be up here for goddamn free.
I know.
And love it as well. Just like ain't none of y'all willing to have no careers that don't pay y'all.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
Okay. So all things can be true at the same time.
And I don't know why the family just don't write a book. Like, because if all the NDA was covering is the funeral, then write a book about his childhood. Y'all knew him longer. So you got a whole lot of stories that they could tell about him. Like, why is it a big deal about the book when they can just get to writing their damn selves?
That's what I was saying on yesterday. I'm like, y'all could have got out here and shared y'all own experience and y'all own experience of Twitch. Like, everybody can do a book. Anybody can do a book. Y'all can do interviews. Y'all can talk about y'all brother, y'all son in the way that y'all remembered him. Y'all have a right to y'all experience, but so does she. And just like all of y'all had different relationships to him, she had one, of course. I mean, she's the mother. Like, to take away the fact that she may not she may not know him in a way that y'all do is ridiculous, considering that she's the intimate partner here. How ridiculous and absurd of a notion is that? To act like the person who's been intimately caring for him and living with him for 10 years somehow doesn't have equal authority or is aware of just as much, if not even maybe more, than they do.
Right. She definitely has a perspective that she can tell her story. They can tell theirs. Like, you know what I mean?
How many women are withholding from their mother-in-laws that the son they raise is an abusive piece of shit?
She wouldn't be me, because she'd be the first person I'm going to. What the hell you done lit up in my house?
How
I would have been delivering him right back.
How many men are not disclosing to their mother-in-law that their daughter is a maniacal, homicidal, abusive piece of shit? Like,
my mama would have told him, well, you married her.
Like, for this family to act like everybody else is supposed to have had some exceptional understanding of Twitch just because they knew him longer than she knew him, but yet none of them knew he had been molested and or was even suicidal, is crazy as hell. That's cringeworthy. I want to welcome Whitney to the platform. Hey, Whitney.
Hey, Whitney.
Hey, everybody. Hey. I just wanted to come real quick because I know I'm kind of going back a few minutes, but the reason I'm super interested in the daughter's dad, the first daughter's dad, is because the conversation has also been had about the black and white situation. So if her first baby daddy's black, she married Twitch, now she with a white man, that tells a story. If her first baby daddy white, she married Twitch, now she with a white man, that tells a story. I was looking at pictures of the little girl from when she was little, and yes, the dad may have had like a little something in him if he wasn't all the way white, but I think he was. I don't know how credible this little site Tuco is, but in the details it has her nationality as white. So then I tried to research the other two kids, but they don't come up on Tuco. So I was going to compare what nationality they gave the daughter, the oldest daughter, versus the other two kids. And I honestly think that, you know, they live in LA, probably near the valley. That's what a lot of the white girls do. They take on the mixed kind of black aesthetic. They tan a little bit, they do their hair, they make sure that their lips look a certain way, they do their makeup a certain way. So it's possible that she just like, you know, updated her looks a little bit. So
Hold
that's
on.
really
Exactly. What are you trying to communicate exactly?
um somebody, well, a couple of people in the chat asked if her first daughter was biracial. Actually a couple times. So that's what I was answering in the chat.
That was me. I wanted to know that.
Yeah, I mean it's valid. So I was thinking the same thing when I looked at the three kids. I was like, wait, she looks biracial, but there's no information at all about the first dad. I don't know if she's going to go into detail about that in her book or not, but I think that that's an important detail when it comes to judging the decisions
So
and
let's get
stuff.
into their business and see. Wesley Fowler. That's her daughter's name, I think.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the exact page, Conscious. And when you none of these sites are saying who the baby daddy is, so she's doing a great job at keeping that information concealed.
To know she's a Gemini, LA, blah blah blah. Who is Wesley Fowler? Wesley Fowler is a daughter of Allison Holker. Was born. She is being raised with all her siblings. A half brother, Maddox. Profession. Renee Fowler has taken advantage of her massive notes to promote her. Wesley father and Steven. So man, hold on, let me see. Twitch dad is a stepdad. Twitch was born. He's famous. Wesley's mother married an American dance. So okay. Who is her biological father? Allison Holker's ex-fiance and father of her first child is utterly unknown. Nonetheless, the issue of a biological father appears of less importance considering the presence of Stephen Twitch Boss. He is an exceptional father. Okay, so there is really no goddamn information on.
Yeah, the only clue on that page is beside nationality, it has white. And if they had the other kids up there and the nationality was different, that would lead us to something. But I've been searching and digging, and there's no information about that. But I
Is
do
there
think that
information about the relationship? Like, was she married to this man? Was he a boyfriend? Is there any?
it says ex-fiance, so they probably were engaged and then broke things off before the wedding, and she had the baby after that.
Because the father has to be utterly not involved if Stephen ended up adopting her.
Right.
Unveiling the biological father. Let me see here. This was 15 hours ago. Or is this the same? It's the same damn. So you're saying that you believe that Wesley possibly is just blackfishing, and she might be fully white?
I mean, well, I don't want to say black fishing, but you know, that's what the girls do out there in LA. They have that look. Like if they don't want to look too white or anything, that's just what the girls do out there.
And I think it's
So
thing we can't find her nationality. I mean, other than knowing that her mom is white, because who really hides that? You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
either I'm black, I'm mixed, or I'm white. Like
Thinking the same. Why is her biological father completely scrubbed from the internet? That's
that part.
This
interesting.
could be
That's
but this
weird.
might
If
be a
he were
part.
white, I don't think that would be the case.
But this might be
Yeah. Or if
this might be a part of the fetishizing ring. Is
but
that
see, but that's what I'm saying. Like her first baby father to me is a big clue of how people are labeling her, because if her first baby daddy is white, she went to tWitch and now she's dating a white man, to me that's just, you know, she loves who she loves type of thing. But if her first baby daddy black, tWitch black, and now she's with the white man, and all the legacy and money is now going into that community, then that's different. So I just thought that was an important detail for us to eventually uncover. That's all. I'm back in the chat, but I'm gonna drop down.
All right.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting.
I'm reading this other article. Let me see here. Allison shares Wesley with her ex-fiance, but the father's name is unclear. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, there's really like no
So y'all need to tell me that she is hiding who this other girl's baby daddy is, but she ain't gonna make them other kids integrate into whiteness, because that's essentially what this girl can do. She can be any nationality she chooses to tell you she is, because there's nothing there.
I don't know if white people, I don't know about that. White people police whiteness way more than anybody else. She just doesn't look. She's not passing for as fully white to me. And
but
I live here with these white people policing blackness like they're obsessed with it. I don't think they would accept her as fully white.
I don't think they need to be accepted as fully white, because clearly the two younger ones aren't going to be. You know, I thought they were a little bit lighter than what I was looking at. The older girl must be earlier, and I was like,
yeah, that's the older girl.
That child's hair, and she could be whoever she tells you she want to be. You know what I mean? And looking at the mama's nose, somebody says she definitely has an ethnic nose. Look at that mama's nose. That mama got a heck of a nose on her as well.
Oh, she does.
Some white
oh Lord have mercy, no baby, this baby, this might be a whole white girl with a ethnic nose, because baby, to Whitney's point about the younger version of her, this is how Wesley looked as a young girl. My God, today.
Yeah.
I still see something in her. I still see it.
Yeah, but it's the thing. She has,
and her nose is wider than her mom's. I can tell.
There is that girl.
Yes, she has a big nose, but we also not gonna act like white people also don't have big noses. Like I've seen.
No, I think she could pass, but like she's giving something. She looks like she could easily be a Creole from Louisiana.
Creole.
Or she.
I've definitely seen this look. It's just I think out here. Like when I lived in Arizona, there were black people who were trying to pass, who were like obviously black, but they were able to pass because they came to a part of the country. This was northern Arizona, where there were so few black people. The white people were none the wiser, but Northern California is different. These white people move differently. But I do notice that if you are on the East Coast, you go to a Richmond, Virginia, you grow anywhere where there's a large historically based black population, you see everything. You see the whole range, and she could fit within that. But I agree. I mean, there's some where I live, according to my students, these people be obsessing over every little drip drop. But yeah, she could blend in a number of ways.
Look at his nose here. Like it's a whole site that's dedicated to white people with black noses.
How the hell
his nose doesn't look black? It looks like a big white nose, because to me a black nose looks more like it's wider at the bottom.
That man nose look like it came out of.
And he looks like a Neanderthal to me. That looks like a Neanderthal nose to me.
And look, I've seen people of all races look Neanderthal.
all
races. All races, shy. I don't know if we can go. I don't know if the nose is enough, because I just didn't see.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, but it could be. She could be Creole. This could be her ethnic popping out literally of her face. And
it may come from her mama. Who knows? Who knows what the mama got going on?
Nose like that come from the baby. That was a collaboration between the mama and the daddy. I don't know. I don't know what the daddy genes are given, but if they both have a notably size nose, then the daughter she got the goods. But this is interesting though, that there's no information, there's no conversation around. I mean, this man was a whole fiance, for God's sake. It wasn't even like he was some like one and done. He was some fling. He was some sneaky link that got her pregnant. It was a fiance, and there's no information.
You know how
And
careful
conversation
you
about
got
that.
to curate your online presence for like a fiance to not ever pop up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that means like none of her friends, family, anybody have written who her fiance is that would tie it back to you. Like it's not there at all. That is weird.
That is weird.
And the only reason I'm even making it a big deal was because I feel like as fast as she's moved on from Twitch, which is her prerogative to do, and she's probably still moving on because she was married to this man and bore 2 of his children. But the same way we don't know what that daughter is, if Twitch wasn't so popular, she could easily do the same with them 2 kids. Because what's it to straighten their hair? What is it? They're fair skin with straighter texture hair. They could be anything but black. She could make them any other type of nationality that is not black.
It's scary though. This is like some
And
Jordan Peele. This is like some Jordan
from their
Peele.
black side.
This is like some Jordan Peele sunken place shit. That's
It's
weird.
true. I have people in my family who've been passing as white for generations. I'll never know them because I would automatically out them. But yeah, you're right. But this, to me, that's the way she's moving. It's like, this is what you do when you're trying to cover up her past or something. Why is everything? I got erased. My whole black part of the family got erased. I got a cousin who moved to Europe. She could do it, but Twitch is too public a figure.
Yeah, but the kids will grow, and if it's her mentality and she's done it before, like there's no trace of that man. Soon there ain't gonna be no trace of Twitch. What
the hell, baby, it's too many moving parts in this situation. It's
a lot. Look, when I went to New Orleans, y'all before
it's hard to give Jordan Peele, child.
No, they need to do a movie about this. When I went to New Orleans, way before Katrina, like back in the day, I thought the white people were black and the black people were white. I was very confused.
At Ray, you say, why are we making everything Allison's fault? What is Allison's fault that we're making? Like, we're having conversation and just trying to decipher what we believe is going on based off of the information that we have right now. This channel in particular has been the one and only channel that I've seen that has not tried to make everything Allison's fault and to see the humanity in what she's doing. So what are you talking about?
Thank you for saying that, Fuzzy. Wow. Okay. I think that Ray sees the full and utter humanity in Allison, and she just don't have no capacity to see I
think she just say we coming down on Allison because she's a woman and no woman could do nothing wrong, when that's not the case either. Like, Allison will definitely be called to the carpet on this channel, but at this point in the show, in this segment, we're talking about the children and just trying to decipher what we think is going on. It ain't got nothing to do with us making anything her fault the whole time. Oh my God, CTV has been windmilling on behalf of Allison, has truly opened my thoughts and mind up to seeing her humanity. So either you came in late and you're piecing together something, which is why I wanted to address that, because that's not what's been going on this channel. Not today, not yesterday, not the day before, not since this story broke, has her humanity and her thoughts as a woman, as a wife, as a mother, not been considered. It absolutely has, with the utmost respect to Allison. So yeah, don't do that over here.
Rachel just has a particular that for so-called conspiracy.
It's
But
all good though. Yeah, I just was like,
no,
wait a
but this is
minute.
very interesting. I mean, like it just adds even more like mystique to this already bizarre set of circumstances. You have a white woman integrated into a black family who lost her husband due to suicide, who now is apparently estranged from that black side, who has seemingly remarried white. You got to take a look at that because there are kids involved, and if we're claiming to care about the kids, then being separated from their black side of the family is something that is definitely going to be an issue because they don't just have white genetics. They do also share lineage with Steven's side of the family. And it's unfortunate if they've been vacuumed into a situation to lose more people than just Twitch. That's unfortunate because it just double compounds the issue. And the fact that she got a daughter that's outside of the relationship that is fair-skinned but seemingly got some ethnic qualities and attributes, and we don't know about anything about the father. It's just all interesting. I mean, that's a lot going on. That's very interesting, and it's weird to me, particularly because if Wesley is a interracial baby, and she might not even be black because there are a lot of combinations that make you biracial. Whatever, if she's a mixed race woman, but yet there's been major silence around the father also, and the fact that Steven had to adopt her, it does create this weird vibe that like is what's going on with Allison, because the brother did say that she fetishizes black men, and it looks like she's just like trafficking through ethnic communities, and then when the well runs dry, she creates like an erasure, like she creates this disassociation and just goes on to colonize. It's weird. It's just given weird. Like it's just weird. It's very bizarre. Like I don't know what's all going on here, but we can
that's
definitely talk
why
about it.
I've been minding my
The
black
title
ass
of this
business.
video is called The Conspiracy. So if there's any live stream that we're going to indulge in all of the nooks and crevices, this is going to be that live stream where we're going to indulge in all other narratives.
Okay.
Lorena says that Allison doesn't care about the children. She acknowledged her daughter will have to struggle with her dad's last word her entire life. Yes, she continues to pull these stunts. Yeah, I mean, that's your personal opinion of Blood Arena. Allison, I don't feel like that. She is not going to beat it over your head. Why she's doing her book, because she don't need you to buy it. There's going to be plenty of nosy ass people who are going to make her rich off of this book. She done told y'all she love y'all and she wish y'all the best, and she hope that y'all treat that with some Tylenol or some Advil, or y'all get the much needed rest y'all need, because her memoir is coming out next month, baby. And it's okay. I mean, if some people don't like it, some people don't like it. All Allison can do is make it clear as to what her intents are, and people can either accept that or not accept it. I mean, it's like, you don't have to accept it, and it's okay if you don't. She's making her choice. This is her husband. This is not her lived experience. And I always tell people, if you don't want, if you want to control your narrative, do two things: stay alive and do right by folk. All right? Like, stay alive and do right by folk. All right? Then you always get access to the narrative. Okay? But when you integrate your life into other people's lives as their friend, as their family, as their spouse, whatever it is, baby, you become a part of other people's history, and folk can do whatever the hell they want to do with their piece of their observations. And you may end up the bad guy, you may end up the good guy, you may end up the victim, you may end up the hero. Ain't no telling, depending on the baby. Beauty and truth is in the eye of the goddamn beholder. Ain't no telling. But just like me, if I wanted to talk about things that happened in my family that I was adjacent to, I can. And if I want to put an address on it, I can. If I want to drop names in terms of talking about any past relationships in my life, I can. And I will. And people can be mad about it. And I don't give a damn. It's my history. It's my history. It's my experience. And I don't need nobody to agree or give me permission to do a motherfucking thing as it relates to my lived experience. And those people can do as they see fit. They just better make sure that whatever they do, baby, doesn't render their ass with a lawsuit. Because I'm in the business of doing all that too.
Yep.
Anything else that y'all ladies have to add to the dialogue?
Just thank you. This has been a great, eye-opening and thought-provoking conversation.
It really has been.
I'm trying my best to keep, I'm trying my best at this point to just keep it all together. Like when I go to commentate, to keep all the parts together, to be reasonable here. So, I'm glad that the commentary is expansive and that it's human in ways. If it gets conspiratorial, that's also cool, especially if there are parts that are unfounded, vague, or just bizarre in nature. But I'm glad that y'all are experiencing my commentary on this subject in a way that y'all feel is fair, is eye-opening, and that if that is inclusive of all things, of all perspectives.
Very true. Now, what do you say about mostly what I've seen Black women saying about it is, I'm minding my Black ass business.
I understand it.
Such a cackle out of that.
I understand it. And I ain't got nothing to say about Black women choosing their peace, baby. And minding a Black business and on their Black jobs, because, if this is what Black men want, it honestly is not Black women's fight. It's not.
I am so happy to finally see us get that, understand it, and live it, because it is so peaceful to not have to be out here windmilling on behalf of, you know what I mean? I can actually see the humanity in this white woman and keep on pushing. Thanks to you, CTV, because before I was just like, this ain't my business. I'm moving.
Or just not give a damn. It ain't my business. Yeah. Whatever happening, baby.
But I like being able to see both sides, because if I should come across having to deal with it, I now have the perspective that you were able to share with Allison. About Allison. You know what I mean? Like, God forbid I or someone close to me ever experienced the ripping away of a loved one like that. But I would not put so much pressure on them to move the way that we have always moved. If they decided to move differently, I can let them move how they need to move to get to where they need to be without me saying, girl, what you doing? That ain't how we do this. Because who in the hell is we? That is that person going through it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I never separated the we or us going through. It's like all of us are going through it at the same point when there's only one husband. One husband, one wife. You know what I mean? That wife is going through at a very different experience than anybody else connected to that person. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I can because of this discussion, I feel that I'm better equipped to say, girl, what you need, and not put my pressure on what I think they need. You see what I'm saying?
And I think that's something as a Black community that we can do better at. Like, we automatically default to it's wrong just because it's not what we would have did. Like, it's okay if people would not have made the same choice that Allison made. It's okay if people would not have chose to do a memoir. It's okay if people would not have tried to turn their journey into a testimony and pivot it into a book. It's okay. It's also okay that that's what she's doing. It's okay if, other people would have made a different decision. But oftentimes we think that because people didn't do what we would have did, that it means that they did wrong. No, it just means that, like you said, they made the choice according to their agenda, their needs, their desires, and their vision. And ultimately, like, that's okay in the context of the fact that this is not a tell-all book about Stephen. It is a memoir about her, which includes her navigating her grief and tragedy with Stephen, and a attempt to have that hopefully to help other people dealing with that condition, or other people living alongside people who may be suffering and don't know it. And I think that's pretty admirable. And I think that that's pretty helpful. As long as she's wanting to do something that can mean something, and there's a message, a positive message, and she's attempting to make people aware, hence the proceeds going to her nonprofit for mental health dedicated to her late husband. How can I be mad at that? How is that salacious? How is that fucked up? How is that? No, it's not anything. And how can you deepen people's understanding of suffering that happens in silence and suicidal ideation if you don't highlight the type of things that oftentimes drive people to do what they do, which may be around sexual trauma, childhood trauma, loneliness, drug usage. I mean, all type of abouts. I think that it's, you know, in all that she's saying, in all the interviews I've looked, she's not even remotely given an energy that implies that she's throwing her late husband, under the bus. You know, she still upholds him as a wonderful man, a kind man, a giving man, loyal, happy. And like she said, I'm just figuring things out like everybody else.
Right.
You know, so I don't, you know, it's just that I'm not personally offended by the memoir. I mean, it's her life, it's her testimony, it's her marriage. She can do what she wants with her truth and her experience, what the hell she found in her closet, what the hell she found in her home, what the hell she found in the books, the journals left in her possession. And if she feels that there are parts of that can be transmuted to give people a deeper understanding of Twitch and people like Twitch, then so fucking be it. So be it. I'm okay with that. Long as it's got a higher purpose to it, I don't care. You know, she's doing something righteous with his truth. She's not just slamming him and making him some drunk-filled sexual pervert. You know, that's not what she's doing. So I get it, and I'm not mad at it. And I know that nobody ain't gonna tell me what the fuck to do with my story. So I'm damn sure not here to tell her not to try to do something helpful and upstream.
Well, what if that excuse me, sorry for that. Okay. What if that NDA blocks the family from telling their story? Because
it doesn't, because they already, because if they are, then they done officially breached it, baby, because they all outside.
I know that's
right. So
but I feel like in their anger, they jumped out. They were like, I don't even, because one of them said, I don't care nothing about that NDA. And I was like, ooh, I wonder if it covered more than just the funeral.
But if you pay attention to what they, well, like that's what the girl had alluded to, or the brother or somebody who we read from earlier who said that this all started because of some of them taking up issue with some of the stipulations in the NDA. But if you also notice, they not, outside of generally referring to the NDA, they still not disclosing the details because they're not going to test our white woman like that. So they still not disclosing the details of what it was, because they are in fact still honoring that damn NDA, but they just referring to the fact that it was controversy over what was in the NDA, but because they signed it, they have legal liability because they signed it. And so they still have not disclosed to us what is the NDA, and they still have not given us any details about the actual funeral or anything. So they're doing a lot of talking, but they know exactly what the hell not to talk about and all that they're talking about.
Right. And do you think she had a fetish for black men, or she was just on a come up? Because I'm inclined to believe she was on a come up.
I don't know enough about her to really feel comfortable saying she has a fetish per se. I'm a very race loyal person, so I mean, I'm just gonna stick to my melanin. But you know, I do know that people can fall in love. People fall in love. I don't know what I don't know. I mean, it's like, you know, here's the thing about it, right? tWitch left his wife in a position to be looked at as a wife he didn't have no problems with, because he didn't give us any negative information himself about his wife. So it's hard for me to bring an indictment against her, really, because tWitch, he had babies with her, he created a brand with her, and he remained with her until he took his life. So I don't know. I wouldn't put it past it. Fetishization is a real thing amongst, weird ass non-black folk. And there is a lot of objectification that both white and black people do of each other, just like you have black people who glorify whiteness and assimilate, and who fetishize non-black partners, and you got that on the other side. But I don't know if I've seen enough though in this situation outside of an accusation that suggests that she has a fetish per se. But what I will say is, if there is no substantive reason why them kids don't have a relationship to the black side of their family, that it's looking like that's what it's given.
Right. Yeah, that's what I think too, because I just don't see.
And here's the thing too, tWitch, because tWitch and his brother both married white, and his brother admitted that. And so, for all we know, he could have been fetishizing white as well.
When he told that man, don't get a divorce.
Huh?
I said, when he told that man, don't get a divorce, that could have been.
Don't get a divorce. And hold on, I'm gonna go back to his statement, because he admitted it. He said, and he even tried to make himself a victim of fetishizing. Hold on, let me see here. When you make your mom sign an NDA, magical that are leaving you. Let me see here. Okay, so yes, let me pull this up just to refresh everybody's memory. This is what he had said he did on Instagram. Hold on, why this shit not? In the bottom half of the paragraph, he said, I just didn't know you are a toxic woman, and I truly believe he would still be alive had he not been married to you. My only regret is telling him to work on it with you for the sake of the kids when he talked to me about leaving you. I just didn't know the full truth, just like everyone that supports you. We were both in the same situation, married to toxic narcissists that love black men as a fetish, that will lie and cry wolf and twist narratives and so-called evidence to be a victim and make $1. So the brother also has been in the practice of dating non-black, and apparently also decided he was going to attempt to build generational wealth with a non-black partner. And so, for all I know, the same accusations they're making against her is true for them as well. That
Wait, he's still married?
He was.
Child.
He was married. He said that he's saying that we are both in the same situation. So I don't know if he's currently married or talking about an ex-wife, etc. But he's referring to them being in the same situation and his realization that they both were married to toxic narcissists that love black men as a fetish.
Ooh, child.
He's playing the victim too for me. He's not taking any. It was a mutual fetishization. Mm-hmm. And we know that Negroes be fetishizing these biracial children.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a capping. That's too much capping.
And again, that is why I minded my black.
And that's why, and that's why some black women are saying it's not their business, baby. This ain't they fight. This is exactly why.
Now you want to acknowledge that you being fetishized, but any other time gaslighting the whole goddamn black community, in particular black women.
As long as those white women were acting right, they were okay with being with white.
Stay okay, homeboys. Stay okay. But my God,
so everybody switched up and showed their true colors when they didn't get what they wanted.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do. That's what Jeezy did with Jenny Mai. I mean, that's running back home. Trying to anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I literally clutched
It's a Kanye West. It's a Kanye West. Yes. I mean, it goes on and on. The assimilation to whiteness, especially in the industry, is something that a lot of Black men do, and Black men have a higher race disloyalty than Black women do. They
Much higher.
yeah, like they marry much more out of their race than Black women do, and in the industry we see it at a prolific rate of Black successful men with non-Black partners.
Yeah, I truly pray that Black women continue to stand down. That was that woman's husband. She doing, girl, she was chosen. She was picked. All of that. You know what I mean?
So
Let her handle her business the best way she see fit. And ain't got ish to do with us. I'm just minding my beautiful Black ass woman business because that was a lot. Like usually you don't hear them say it. Like his acknowledgement that the both of them were dealing with knowing they are fetishized is hilarious to me. But on the other hand, we know that they fetishize those women as well. So let them deal with it and their children. Because the truth is, when you marry someone and you know you intend to have children, sir, you mean to tell me you ain't consider the children before you brought them here?
Of course they did.
Yeah, you wanted light skin and curly hair. Well, you got them.
And it still wasn't enough.
Deal with it. Yep.
And they wanted the social equity that came with pooching through with a white woman who is the token.
Do Black men get social equity from being with white women though? Because if they do, they only get it in the Black community. And like women like me who don't care, like I genuinely do not care when I see a Black man with a white woman.
Assimilation, they don't get, no, it's actually the opposite. They don't get no equity amongst the Black community, but every other community they do, which is why they assimilate. And the more that you assimilate, the higher you get on the social hierarchy.
Please explain that, because I don't see it. I see them already having something already on the rise in white women attaching themselves. I do not see that they got with a white woman and a white woman put them on. Like, I don't see that. Like, there are
white women. No. You got to understand. This is a white patriarchal system. Black men are aware, both consciously and unconsciously, that they are navigating whiteness in America. When they choose to marry white women in order to navigate the system, what happens either on a conscious or unconscious level is, if I step into this business, and most of the business ran in this country is predominantly white men are running the system. White men are controlling the system. White men are creating the laws. White men are the billionaires. They outdo the minority of Black billionaires in the system. White men and whiteness is at the top of the food chain in this system. So when Black men are navigating this racist system with a white woman in tow, what is happening is that if I step into this matrix with a white woman, then her very presence is a receipt that I'm a worthy Negro.
That only works in the Black community, though.
That I am, but I just said it don't matter because Black people broke. Black people don't give a fuck about Black folk. These type of niggas don't give a fuck. They don't feel like there's any equity in appealing to Black people to begin with. They look down on Blackness. They look down on Black folk. They think that we're all heathens. They think that the community is broke and hood and ghetto. We not their target demographic.
Right.
They going.
What I think is they know they got us anyway. We riding with them because
no. They don't care at all. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care. Either we will be with them or not with them. These are the niggas who are going straight to the tippity top, and they don't care about how the minorities at the base of the pyramid feel. If we happen to be with them, then we with them. Their eye is on the prize. And not only are they going to have a white woman and have biracial children, they're going to have white friends, and they're going to live in white communities, and they're going to do what white people do, and they're going to have white people hobbies. They're going to be a full assimilation, because the more they can make themselves a non-threat and a do boy and remove the stain of blackness from them, the better they are at convincing powerful white people to look at them as safe and to look at them as valuable and to let them into the white patriarchal capitalistic club.
And look at Jonathan Majors as kind of an example of reverse engineering. He's now, once the white folks completely rejected him and stripped away his movie deal, this is probably the first time he's ever, or one of the few times he's ever dated a Black woman with Megan Good. And that he's, because now he's coming back to the Black community to rebuild his image. Cause like you're saying, Fuzzy, we rock with them no matter what. He wasn't thinking about Black people until the white people stripped everything away from him.
And look at all the criticism he got. Look at hold on. Look at all the criticism he got. He got when he was dating white, and he wanted that white girl to be his Coretta Scott King. Everybody was like, oh, he wasn't even so much at the hip hop awards. Now he down there with the producer or owner of Zeus doing movies on Zeus.
Yeah, Jason Lee. He went to the Jason Lee Awards.
He at the Hollywood Unlock Award show, baby. This is a far stark contrast from the Jonathan Majors, who thought he had the white cosign, who didn't bother with being at no damn Black ass event, no ethic. It don't give, because they don't give a fuck until we all that they got. Outside of that, they don't give a fuck. They don't care about how gaslit we are. They don't care if we see what they doing, if we know what they doing, if we can see the script and the play going. They don't give a damn until we all that they have. And Jonathan Majors is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, where Black assimilating Negroes have a apathetic heart toward the Black community until they have no choice but to make do with us.
He gaslit the Black community as well, though, because he always talked about Black love, and then when he got in trouble, the whole time he got this white girl. Now it's this white girl that got you in all this trouble, and you want us to come to the rescue. Well,
and guess what unfortunately happened and did, because Megan Good right there and engaged to him.
Now, I unsubscribed from her ass as soon as I did, because I was like, you know what, Megan, as much as I love you, sis, not even you are going to disturb my peace. Not even you, ma'am. I unsubscribed from her ass too, because I don't want to see it, and I'm tired of us doing the dumb shit. You got this raggedy ass Negro. When you get your ass back on top, then you come get me. You see what I'm saying? But you gonna fight this fight your goddamn self. Get your ass back on top, and then, now that you see my worth, then you come and get me. But we're not gonna get you on top together, because he's riding her coattail to try and get there. He's riding her. We're supposed to all fall in to the whole, buy into the whole Black love crap. It wasn't Black love that got your ass in this trouble. You see what I'm saying? That ain't never been your issue, sir. Because we did have his back. And if Black women would co-sign him, he would get his deals back. I just ain't going. I unsubscribe. I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and let my timeline be filled with this foolishness. If I ever see them, it's because they on a CTV channel being talked about, or somebody else that I follow. But I'm not going to directly follow them, and I'm not going to give them the follow when that goes fundamentally against everything that I believe. You're not going to bring your raggedy ass. He literally got the top of the top of our Black women. Megan is so freaking beautiful, body on point. She ain't in no trouble. She doing her thug dizzle, and you get with this nigga?
So let me ask you for
Megan wants to be with somebody from D Block. I'm gonna be okay. I know this sounds bizarre, but Megan truly, in my opinion, Megan wants to be with like a hood dude with money. Okay, like she isn't.
I think Megan wants to
but
be
we won't
with a
allow her to
star,
do
but
that.
that's
So
not
Jonathan is the
right
next
now.
best thing.
I think she wanted the Jonathan that was the mega superstar, because that would be a good look for Megan. I would cheer that on, but not this fallen Jonathan, and especially not this fallen Jonathan behind some damn white woman. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
We
mhm.
all saw the injustice where he was literally running down the street from this woman. She was hauling off, full privilege, whooping this nigga's ass in the street. He got to run. He is running. I was surprised he got any charges. And even with that, he still had to suffer consequences, even with us all seeing how she was chasing him. You got to be kidding me. Now you can see the value in black? Oh, hell no. Nah, nigga. You need to try this one out by yourself. The only thing I could think is Megan was the other woman on the phone and that got that woman upset.
And that's what I said too.
Yeah, that's the only thing I believe. And that's why she gonna stick beside him. But if he, clearly he was still dealing. Who was he out with though? Who was he being seen with? The white woman. Megan, our top tier Megan was a goddamn side piece as far as I'm concerned, looking at the situation. Because when he went out, he stepped out with the white chick. We know nothing about him and Megan, and we still can't confirm that Megan was the chick on the phone. We only can assume because she popped out soon after. She popped out so soon after that we were thinking she got paid. And I was like, she better not have been paid nothing less than $5 million because her reputation
he don't got $5
took a
million.
hit. No, that dude's a top. He was doing some big movies. And the one that was coming out,
he definitely had. He was in the millions. I mean, he was in Marvel movies. Yeah, he was in the Marvel movies. He was signing major contracts, endorsements. I mean, like he was, like Jonathan was on the uppity, and that's why he had a white girl. While
that
he was
Marvel movie, Marvel. He could have been just as successful with a black woman on his arms.
And he had already signed a contract for the second Marvel movie. And that character, which is why they had to end up dropping him after all the controversy had hit the fan and all that shit. I mean, I did a whole video talking about like all he was connected to, all of the sponsors he had. I mean, like he fell from grace.
It's
He may have it, but I don't think
equals the
that
black
he gave
community
it to
for him.
Megan.
I do think though that there's a truth to what Whitney is saying too, because when I looked at the lifestyle she came from, she came from the contrast of this very crispy Mr. Rogers first lady dealing with this pastor who fucking her in church socks. I mean, she needed her a nigga. She needed her bona fide masculinity.
Yeah.
She needed to be outside. She
Yeah,
had to be a first lady, you know what I'm saying, all that time that she was with Devon. So I can also see the kind of polarity in her femininity, kind of needing that boost of testosterone.
I love Megan Good. I feel like she is a super classy girl, and sometimes they just want to be with the hood dudes, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they got money, can take care of her, I think that is her ideal man. But in fear of judgment, she might not want to go all the way there. But I feel like top, like low-key kingpin type of dude, that's who Megan really wants to be with. That's my opinion. And second, the other Megan, and I'm gonna try to tie this in. Sometimes I don't do that great of a job, but y'all will help me. So the reason I think that dating history is important and going and like trying to figure out who Allison first baby daddy is. I don't know if y'all saw the stream where the 3 clear women are talking about. Okay, cool. So if you haven't seen it, there are 3 clear women who are on a podcast discussing Tory Craig's dating history. Tory Craig is who Megan Thee Stallion is currently dating. And a lot of people were upset with them, but I think that they're right, especially when Black men have a history of dating exclusively clear women, and then all of a sudden you pop up with somebody Black. You need to do some digging and ask that man what he is attracted or why he's attracted to you specifically, because if you're with all these different women who don't look like me, what all of a sudden changed in your attraction? And this is important because men are visual creatures. So if he is not really attracted to you, somewhere down the line, he may go back to his attraction. So to prevent from wasting time, it's important to find that information out. So I don't know, just do some digging and don't be
This
offended.
week,
I had want to pull that clip because I've been seeing it in my algorithm, but I have not watched it. But I've been seeing the blogs posted, and somebody posted. I think the Neighborhood Talk, the Jasmine brand, I think also somebody posted it. If somebody can find that clip and send it to me of the white girls.
Try Nick at Night, Conscious. I just saw it, Nick at Night. NIQEATNIGHT. I'm gonna tell black women, I will not date anyone who has not dated a black woman. I have learned the hard way.
Behind them, listen, because I feel like if that's your attraction, and homeboy, run to it. Have at it. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I ain't interested. I know that culturally we are different, and I want you to go head on and be happy. Clearly, you looking for something that I ain't got going over there, because ain't no need to waste my time, and I'm not going to allow you to waste my time.
Does everybody here believe in genuine love between interracial people?
I do. I do, but I think that a red flag is when anyone, especially someone, for example, a black person, exclusively dates everyone except for a black person. Like, that's a huge red flag for me, because it shows that you are just not interested. So why are you all of a sudden switching up? But I believe that, yeah, there can be love in interracial relationships for sure.
I believe it. Yeah. My ex is Mexican and Indian. I'm still in love with that man. So I believe in it. But again, like, we just have to be careful. And that also brings me to the question of like, we kind of go off about black men dating white women, but are they exclusive? Are they like denied from the community once they have dated clear, or are they welcome back?
No, I don't date them, but the community might welcome them back.
Okay.
They in the community. I mean, why else would we be on this line talking for hours talking about tWitch? He in the community, but you know, as far as like my preference, I don't date anyone that's dating them. I just feel like fundamentally you're looking for something that I don't have, and I'm not going to waste any time on that, you know, because I'm not there's just so much to relationships that I don't want to deal with that. And there are enough men available that I know want what I got. You see what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I need to allow you to experience me if you're looking for something else. Like, I shut them down real quick. I just don't. And do I believe in true yeah, I have several friends, and I'm talking from like males, because I think it's different when females marry interracially, but males that
I agree.
truly love their wives, but they be cheating on them with black women. I can tell you that too. And I don't know what the hell that's all about, but they still want to be with black women. Can't tell you that. And see, that's the part right there that made me say, oh, hell no. If you want to be with them, I'm not going to allow you to be with me, because I feel like there ain't one of them that I don't know that have not and would not cheat with a black woman. So you still want to be home. You want the loving that we provide, but all your assets and everything going to this white woman? Oh, hell no. And I've said that to one of them that I can really talk to. Like, this dude's a straight up millionaire. He's done well for himself, right? And I was like, you know, why would you try to still talk to me? Because I'm about my business. You know what I mean? I know what I come to the table with, and I require a man to come to the table with some things as well. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, what in the world would make me want to give myself to you when you're with her? You know, because everything you got goes to her. God forbid anything happens. Why would I get myself involved with you? And he says, yeah, that's true. That's true. But, you know, there are other arrangements that can be made. Well, make them then, because you're going to have to do that up front. And because I'm not that type, like, I don't want to be running around with nobody's husband. It's a no-go for me. But, you know, if you one of the sisters that want to run around with them just because they got money, make sure you're getting something out of the deal, because Becky gets everything.
100. Get something and get it right then. Ain't no waiting, nothing. They need to send the money right then. Sorry.
I cannot
I'm
find.
talking money. I'm talking property. I'm talking an insurance policy. I'm gonna need it all, because what I ain't gonna do is be blowing up no spot on account of I done, you know, fucked around and fell in love. It's, you know, it's a protection for myself to like stay out of anything like that, because the way I love, it's very genuine. You know what I mean? Ain't no need for me to get bothered. If you think Becky is the best look for you, as fine as I am, baby, please go on over there.
I'm telling you, this is the only thing. This is the only thing that Becky has over the Black woman at this point. It's not looks, it's not beauty, it's not ass, it's not spirit, it's not spice, it's not personality, it's not style, it's not nothing. It is simply social equity. That's the only thing that Becky got working for her as it relates to contending against Black women in the system.
And they're not going to have that the more Black women stop giving a fuck. Because the only reason they have it is because we care.
And sometimes we just don't like.
Well, the only reason, it's gas. It's gaslighting an issue because it's a reminder of the power dynamics of the system we live in, and it's a result of racism and internalized racism. Because the reason why anybody would ever assimilate to begin with, right, is because of the disproportionality of the system due to the impact of racism. And so I think sometimes when there's like a backlash or a feeling of offense, that it's not just about the fact that it's a white woman with a Black man or a Black man thirsting after a white woman, but it's actually just a reminder of the prevailing power of racism that still perpetuates out itself in this system, where Black people are still having their hair policed. We're still having to assimilate. We're still having to look away, walk away, dress away, straighten up in a way in order to make it in their system, just because they hold the power in terms of whiteness as a whole. And
I also think, you know, like T.S. Madison said, I don't have a problem loving who you love, but the biggest issue is when they start talking ish about Black women to other races of women. And then that makes other women feel like they have leeway to do whatever and say whatever. I remember I was working with a guy on a military base, and I was nothing but sweet to him, nothing but nice to him. His whole identity was his marriage to a German woman. When I first met this man, I shook his hand. He was like, "Hi, my name's so-and-so." And like 2 seconds later, he was like, "And my wife is German." And like, he told me all the time. And then he would bring up Kevin Samuels and all this other stuff. I was like, oh, okay, so I see your angle. So I continued to just be super nice to him all the time. So then another guy came into the office and was talking to me about like a different job or something. And then we got a little personal, and he was like, you know, why aren't you dating anybody right now, etc. And he was like, you're so nice, you're so pleasant. And then the guy raised his eyebrows like, you know, I don't, you know how like you raise your eyebrows like, I don't think so, or you know, I had to hold that in so bad, because I know he told me about all his trauma. So I know he's upset with his mother, but that made me so mad. And I think the fact that I held that in and didn't say anything to him is why God blessed me with the new position, because I feel like that was some sort of test or something for me to still treat him kindly and treat him with love. Since Black girls were so mean to you, you had to marry this German woman and make it part of your identity. I know that you're hurting, so I'm going to stay nice, but it's stuff like that that really gets under my skin when you start disrespecting us to uplift them. And I'm gonna go on mute.
And then I
Okay.
want to piggyback fast quickly on what Whitney just said, Conscious. That another downside of Black men not just choosing who they choose and going off into the sunset, but having to bash Black women, is that I have been in the workplace and I have had white women look me up and down and back again because they feel some kind of way if you as a Black woman defy all of the stereotypes, and if they recognize that you will also be considered desirable in some way. So that's enough. And again, I bit my tongue. I had a smile on my face. And in my mind, I'm like, bitch, why are you hating? Thank you for confirming that I look cute today. But that's a real downside where white women will come for Black women unsolicited because they believe that they are the ultimate and only prize. And I'm over it.
That's essentially what that if did someone send you the video clip? Because CTV, I would love for us to go over.
I'm still trying to scorch through it, and I can't find.
It's not on the Shade Room or the Neighborhood Talk.
I'm looking through.
It's three white women sitting side by
Yeah,
side.
because I've seen it. I've seen it in my algorithm, but now all of a sudden it's just evaporated.
It's called Three Girls. The podcast is called Three Girls, One Kitchen, or Three Women, One Kitchen.
I'm gonna look that up. And before I do so, I'm gonna let y'all hear from Fuck It I Need, because he also spoke about he also spoke about the situation real quick. So let me just put it up on the screen. Then I'm gonna get a Blood Arena and Miss Leonard up in here as well. Okay, let's check out.
Black women historically have this thing, because you guys are nurturers, and some would argue that you're the mothers of the universe. You have this thing where you put a cape on and you save everybody, because you guys are the only beings on this earth that are capable of loving everybody. And y'all have a tendency to love people even when they don't love you back in return. But if we are going to take the institution of marriage as serious as we say we do, then this is the woman, regardless of her skin color or how we feel about it. This is the woman who this man entrusted his life with. This is the woman who he chose. If he was not thinking about his legacy and the potential ramifications of his legacy as it related to this person, then who are we to give a damn? And it's funny because as I was going through the comments on social media, there were, a lot of women, Black women, upset, and they were the ones really chiming in. And I'm just like, y'all, he chose her. This who he loved. This who he picked. This who he trusted his whole life with. We don't know the ins and outs of their relationship. And maybe they had the type of relationship where this is the type of thing he would have wanted her to tell. I don't know, but neither do you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm leaving it at this. We weren't worried about his kids. To hell with them kids. To hell with them damn kids. This is the woman he chose to procreate with. This is the woman who he chose to have those kids with. It ain't our job to protect them damn kids. It's her job. Whether they black, white, purple, or terracotta colored. This is the woman he chose. Whether it's in life or posthumously, the onus is on him. He chose her. So no, he and his legacy has to deal with all of the fallout of his choice. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't feel no ways tired about his legacy. And if I'm being perfectly honest, outside of knowing him from So You Think You Could Dance, I kind of think Twitch was black like this and not like this anyway. He was never on my damn radar.
And there go that assimilation. There go that, and it goes back to that conversation about the mutual fetishization on both ends in the situation.
Honestly, feel no ways tired about Twitch, this lady, them children, or his damn legacy. I honestly don't understand why so many of y'all are so concerned about this lady coming out and saying she found drugs and he was doing them. Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, there is a school of thought, and I lean more towards this than I do about lying and omitting things to save people's legacy. Guys, no matter how ugly it is and no matter how uncomfortable it makes you and no matter how it looks bad optically, it's the damn truth.
Period.
Now, it's a truth we all could have did without. I think that Black women.
Now, if y'all can accept that from Funky, y'all damn sure can accept it from me, because I've been on that square for the past 7 damn days that the earth was being created, baby. I'm gonna try to find this other clip. In the meantime, I want to get a Blood Arena and Miss Leonard in there. A Blood Arena. I'm sure you about to gaslight the fuck out of the panel, baby. So go ahead and do what you do.
Hi, everyone. I'm
Hi.
so nervous. Bear with me if I don't articulate my thoughts
Yeah.
correctly. I don't want to trigger anyone, but I just wanted to know, why is it that Allison is only allowed to experience grief? Because she's the wife.
I can answer that. I don't think that anybody definitely took away the right to grieve from anybody else. So I'm not even sure what you are responding.
Well, I'll expand a little bit. It seems like people aren't concerned with the family side of grieving. They're not considering how they might be feeling. It's Allison, Allison, Allison. Allison has to deal with burying a husband. Allison has to deal with her children not having a father. Allison has to deal with losing him so suddenly. The family also has to deal with this as well. So just as she can experience these 5 stages of grief and we could justify her actions, no one sees why the family is doing what they're doing. It's like when it comes to them voicing their opinions online or calling her out, no one considers their grief.
Here's the issue, a Blood Arena, and I have laid this down eloquently, live per live. We can't, it's a false equivalency to call the message and the purpose of her book and the energy around even her speaking about her husband is in contrast dramatically, night and day, to the rambunctious, slanderous, defamatory, low down, hood, heathenistic way in which tWitch's family is outside. She's not talking about them. That's the big difference. She's talking about her and her husband. While they are fixated on her, they are also openly disparaging her. She's not disparaging anybody.
Do you think that's because she's throwing rocks behind the scene and hiding her hands, such as not letting them see the kids, making them sign an NDA?
Behind the scenes, because I've been asking the main question of how can they possibly believe that the way they're dealing with this is going to be conducive to them ever getting access to them damn kids? Because if you ain't got access to their ass behind the scenes, then you got to know that the way you're behaving and the way you outside and the things that are coming out of y'all's mouth about this woman certainly is going to permanently prohibit y'all asses from ever having access to them damn kids until they're grown as hell.
So this is a part of accepting their grief as well. That might be true, but when you're at your breaking point, especially from the things they stated,
I can't accept their grief 3 years later, because this isn't like their behavior the first 6 months of all of this or 2 weeks after this. We're talking about 3 years later. This woman got a whole new man in her life. She got a new barrel curls in her hair, and this particular family seems to be angry at her. And I'm not even sure that's about grief at this point than it is just actual raw anger toward her. And I don't know what bringing all of us into the group chat is going to help, because Allison seemingly does not give a white woman damn, as she is still spreading light and love and sprinkling fairy dust over every bitch who mad at her for something that don't even concern them. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the purpose on behalf of the family? What is, because y'all talking about these kids, and yet y'all are making these egregious claims against their mother. Like, how are you going to explain to Twitch's kids that you tried to implement her into the death of their father? How are you going to explain that later? How you gonna compare that? How you gonna deal with that?
I think they're at the point where all bets are off. They don't like the way she's moving.
And that's my issue of Blood Arena. It's a hypocrisy, because if they make space to not give a fuck, if they make space to that, then you got to make space for Allison. She ain't even doing all that they doing. If they at a breaking point, be at your breaking point. Leave her be. Pray for her wellness. Continue to send light and love to her. Let her know that y'all are still rooting for her. Y'all love the kids, and allow time to do whatever it does. And if it doesn't do that, then you pray for the patience to endure them kids reaching 18, and pray to God that they have a capacity and a desire to want to connect to y'all. But what you don't get out here and do on behalf of your brother and your son's legacy that you're telling a white woman to protect is get your black ass out here with the fuck shit as well, and double down on the injuries by taking all this to social media, and then taking it to social media in the most raggedy ass, diabolical, low vibrational way in which you can, and then justify that under the guise that you don't know how to act no damn better. And all y'all over goddamn 40. This is unacceptable behavior from grown ass people. This is unacceptable behavior from a family that is claiming and proclaiming to be concerned about the children. This is very insensitive. It's very goddamn reckless. And if I was a part of the young people in this family, I would be grossly insulted and embarrassed. Because everything that they're saying is going to create issue and division in said family. Not just for them, but it creates breakdown and more splits and cracks everywhere throughout the family as a whole.
I don't know how they feel.
Y'all are saying these things about the mother of the children y'all want a relationship to. Now, let's take a look at Allison. Let's say that Allison did have some intent at some point to double back around to the family, and to somebody got a lot of feedback in their phone. Let's say that Allison did have an intent to double back, circle the block, make things right. Now, if she did have apprehension, if she did have reservations, by God, today, how in the hell can I ever bring myself now to believe that I could be able to trust you guys with my kids outside of my supervision? Because y'all done allowed a memoir that is about my lived experience and about what I found in my home, what I discovered amongst my things about y'all, and then y'all jumped y'all ass out of the window and gave me the worst of y'all selves. What am I supposed to do with that exactly? What am I supposed to do with that?
Well, two things could be true at one time. I think they can be upset at the fact that she disclosed the drugs. She called that man an addict. She said he suffered. She saw, I forget her exact words verbatim,
And
but
what if he was? I mean, he had drugs on him.
An addict is not found with any drugs in their system at all.
No, but somebody who used to be an addict can be found with drugs on their possessions and amongst their things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But she's not saying that. She's
right. But she made a reference to the possibility of her husband having an addiction, which is a logical conclusion. Just like if your son was to go to prison or to go off to Afghanistan to fight in a war, and you went through his things and you found drug paraphernalia under his bed, in his closet, amongst his or her things, that's a reasonable conclusion. Most everyday people are going to jump to that conclusion, that there may have been a issue of drug usage or drug addiction. I don't think Allison wasn't aware of the semantics of it all in that moment. She was just making reference. And for all we know, he could have been an addict. But at the end of the day, my question is, addict, user, seller, etc., whatever word people want to put on it, why is the family making that about her?
I think because she disclosed it to the public and they didn't
And
feel it
she's
was
controlling the
necessary.
narrative.
No. See, that's where I disagree with you all at. He controlled the narrative by taking his life. He left everybody else to figure out what their narrative was about what happened as a result. If Twitch didn't want his narrative controlled by molestation and or drug usage, what he should have did, rather than calling it into a hotel to ask them if they had any rooms available to take his life in, is he should have made sure he cleared that goddamn closet as well. Because he knew exactly what was in those Nike boxes. He knew he had a journal that he chronicled his experiences in, and he should have cleared the goddamn table.
How do we know she really found a box of drugs?
We don't. How do we know that she actually is keeping the kids from the family? How do we know anything? We don't. We don't know anything. Not nothing do we know. We are in a situation as observers to have to take everybody's word for everything. And because Allison, for me, is the person who's not on bad behavior. She's a person who just came out with the memoir that is meant to shed awareness on mental health, etc. I mean, it ain't too much to critique about that. But other people gaslighting are responding to being gaslit and then claiming to love their brother's legacy, but they're out here telling all the business that he would not have told himself. They are, in fact, no better than she is. They corroborated the fact that he smoked weed. Are we to believe that he smoked weed because the toxicology report said there were no drugs in his system, including marijuana? Is the brother lying then?
I didn't see a problem with them disclosing that he smoked weed. It's not a hard drug. It's legal in most states.
No, it's not a hard drug to some, and it's still illegal in states like Georgia, where your black ass will get a citation and lock the hell up for having marijuana on your persons.
It's considered a gateway drug, so maybe they thought that was important because some people do consider weed a gateway drug.
And you think and do you think that his brother would have appreciated his brother putting out that he was going to divorce his wife? These are things that he never said to the public and never said to her. So what I'm just saying is that there's a hypocrisy here. There's a clear hypocrisy here.
He disclosed that after she disclosed his personal information.
It doesn't matter what she does. See, that's the thing about integrity. And this is why I am so happy to be very separate from the dominant society in that way. Because you don't decide for me how I act. I don't care what you do. That doesn't determine what I do next. And if I have set a precedent in my life to not disclose the privacies and the sensitive aspects of my brother's life, I don't care what his baby mama do. I'm not joining the fray and add to that and then justify it in the name of defending him. That's bullshit. Now, a lot of people fall for that because y'all into a very gaslighty, reactive society and all that. Y'all love all of that buffoonery. Y'all used to people not having no integrity. Y'all used to people being triggered by other people and justifying how they act because of how another motherfucker act and all that. I ain't with all that. I think folks should be grown and folks should act their age. And folks should not be a hypocrite. And you cannot witch hunt against her and then participate and double down in the same goddamn behavior that you're criticizing her for reenacting. That makes no sense. You can't claim to care about these kids and then to care about your brother's legacy and then throw up all his damn business out there into the town square and then justify it to make yourself feel better by saying I'm defending him. What type of damn sense does that make? How the fuck you defending him by disclosing more information about things he would not have disclosed had he been alive? How?
I don't know if I'm the only one, but for the past 2 or 3 years, I haven't heard anything surrounding Twitch's death besides the rumor that he might not have committed suicide. The only thing I've heard surrounding his death was that Ellen could have been involved. Sorry, I got tongue-tied. There was no talk of drug use. There was no talk of cryptocurrency. There was no talk of anything. I feel like she started all of this.
Only time will tell, girl. We gon' get that book, read it, and figure out the rest.
I don't understand how it matters, considering that this is what Twitch did. Like, Twitch did this.
I think it matters because, again, the family said you're claiming you're trying to protect his legacy.
No, but that's my personal criticism. Is it was Twitch's job to protect his personal goddamn legacy. If Twitch didn't give a fuck about his legacy, how in the hell and why the hell should anybody else?
But CTV, I do kind of think that it's unfair to kind of keep going back to, like, Twitch, but we have to move from where we are right now. And I think that's where the family is coming in. I'm not really taking sides until we have more information. But yes, Twitch did what he did. And now we have to navigate from here. And I think that's what most people are trying to get at, because we've already acknowledged that Twitch is gone. But how are we moving after his passing is what people are trying to communicate.
It's almost like because
I got to shout out to somebody who I'm going to cuss out real bad. One community. I'm just going to let you know. I am going to cuss you out so bad. Like, it's gonna be one for the books for 2025, but I'm a dignified by cussing you out privately rather than cussing your ass out publicly. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do you real bad. I'm just letting you know, brother. I'm gonna do you real something real terrible, baby. Real terrible. Okay, because you got some nerve. One community. You got some deep, baby. You got the nerve of all nervous systems. And then you're gonna hit me up. You done had a whole 48 hours since you done popped up after 2 years of being on the back of milk cartons, being on flyers, having your picture plastered on tree trunks, being in the lost and found section of Walmart for the last 2 years, and then gonna pop up and then continue to make me wait on a direct communication with your ass, because you would rather be scourging and pooching through social media instead of tending to those several thousand emails I done sent you over a 2-year period, because I didn't know whether you was in prison or whether your black ass was in jail. And the nerve to be seeing my emails still stuck amongst your thread, and to have not committed near decent time and effort to respond. You're out of order, one community. Out of order. Do y'all know that one community has been gone for 2 years? Gone. Just gone. Just like Twitch was here today and gone by tomorrow. Not a memo, not a goodbye video, not a goodbye live stream, not everybody, no nothing, just gone. Had whole search and rescue teams out here activated on his ass. Do y'all really underestimate the fact that people actually build value and attachment and care and love around y'all? Y'all think that just because this is YouTube that nobody remembers that you're not here? That nobody don't feel your absence? Do y'all think that just because this is YouTube, people are less invested just because it's the internet? Y'all don't think that people pray for y'all? People be concerned about y'all? People are invested in your livelihood, your well-being. If you're in need, do you need something? What's going on? Blink twice. And y'all just vanish. Just vanish. Just vanish. I mean, just literally vanish. And and y'all think I'm up here caping for this white bitch because, just because, when I too am an Allison, because one community, Stephen Twitch bossed my ass. I know how it feels to be somebody who woke up the next day and another motherfucker just decided they didn't want to be here for one reason or a damn another. Now, while we all been out here activating a search and rescue, you know what one community was doing? Watching everybody cry over his ass, whine over his ass, openly scourge social media, hell, even attempt to dox his ass to figure out what the hell was going on. And his ass been eating plums and bananas over there in Italy. His ass been eating tea and goddamn crumpet over there in Tokyo. His ass just been pooched up with his big ass feet up, just watching the shit show from above, while he is actively, consciously looking down and seeing the buffoonery of it all, and choosing not to disseminate a single piece of information that just could have rested ashore everybody. That's the era that we living in. That's how black men is doing the communities they come from. And then wonder why we got a single household epidemic, a black men presence deficiency, and like the rest of them, one community didn't give a shit. Didn't give a shit. Oh, but I guess y'all want me to act like, y'all want me to act like what? Y'all want me to be Allison too and not talk about it? Huh? I know, Ray. I love Conscious too. Conscious one of the realest, and yet wasn't real enough for your ass to email me now once over a 2-year period and say, brother, I'm okay. Brother, I'm okay. I don't want you to worry. I'm safe. Ain't no bitch killed me and threw me abroad, threw me ashore, threw me overboard. I'm all right. The realest, but couldn't even get a damn response, because those are the type of decisions that folk can make to just abort mission. You don't miss me, and then gonna come in here talking about you don't miss me. You didn't even think to care enough to say, brother, I'm okay. Don't let me pull up these sent messages from my email to show y'all how I done periodically tried to pursue and get to the whereabouts of Mr. One Community, who had a whole ranch over here, a whole moderator over here, and the whole nine. And then just bounced. That is violent. That is violent, One Community. And it's even worse to know that you did all that with a damn smile. Because you've been all right this whole time, living la vida damn loca. Wow. And now I am Allison Holker triggered. Wow. That's a fact. I had to take a break from the internet, and sometimes the internet is crazy. And how does that justify at some point not sending a brother a private email and saying, I'm okay? But yet had the audacity, One Community, to say in your video, Yeah, that you've been seeing everything that's been going on. You've been seeing you've been hip to everything. So you ain't take no motherfucking break. You've been bird's eyeing the whole metaverse. You've been aware. You've been sentient. You had sight. So what is the real excuse for why you couldn't even disclose that you were at least okay? I don't put a damn Instagram link. I meant to drop the damn StreamYard link. It ain't got the nerve to come through here happy, like shit sweet. Got the nerve to come through here happy. Like shit is sweet. Oh yeah. You do that, one community. Here's my email right here. And I'm going to give you my number. And I just want you to already set aside 20 minutes to let me make my opening statement and my opening arguments. Email me right now. Channel name @gmail.com. Because I am overjoyed and equally upset at you. Y'all still subscribe to a channel though, because I fuck with them. I'm looking for that email, one community. Now, where was we in these white women problems?
I think we all forgot Conscious.
That was the most loving. I'm a beat your ass rant.
I think we was on.
That is so funny.
I think we was on the narrative, etc. Look, I just don't know how some of y'all and Twitch family is holding Allison more accountable for a legacy, for his kids, for everything, when this man made the choice he made. I dropped the link for you too, one community. If you want it to come up at all, brother, I'm happy. You said something that you finally came out of the veil. We fucking love you. I think you underestimate how much one community means to social media, means to the sector. I am so fucking happy that you are safe and you are alive and you are fucking well, because your absence was really maddening and it was very annoying to not be able to land that plane on whether you were okay or not. That was very, very torturous. So I'm happy that you came out, man, and you said something to us. That is fucking relieving. And yes, you better email me. But how do y'all have more onus? Putting more onus on Alice. I don't get it. Y'all are acting like Twitch didn't do what he did that created all of this. Everything that y'all are talking about, from the kids being separated, to the memoir, to the mama being upset, all of this shit is birthed out of what Twitch did.
I think a lot of it is we put a lot of things on women's shoulder. Like, she's the wife, so she's getting the brunt of it. Then she came out and did an action that was seemingly unfavorable to the family as a whole, and a lack of communication. Because it's one thing if she came out with the book but had maintained relationship with them. It's a whole nother thing to come out with the book and didn't maintain a relationship, much less have even given them a heads up that a book was coming. They found out when it hit. They found out after everything's signed, sealed,
it's not
and
what
delivered.
you
She
do.
already did the interview. She's already penned the book, so there's no way of them having any say so. You know what I mean? Not that she would need their permission, because again, she's the wife, but
more of a respect thing.
Consideration. Correct.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the day before yesterday.
Is she still able to communicate if her and the family are not on good terms, if it's contentious, if there's
Listen, I did not get
division,
along with my ex-husband's family, right? Largely a part of the reason why we divorced. However, he loves them. And there's no way, had we been married and something happened to him, that I would not communicate with his family in all fairness. You know what I mean? Like, I
but
just
that's a very different situation, Fuzzy, and you not communicating with them about something about him. But she did a memoir. That wasn't about them. That was about her.
the
That was a personal
memoir
choice
is talking
she
about
made to talk about,
him.
her life though.
Like,
That's
her
that's her
memoir
life.
means nothing without Twitch. Because who in the
It
hell is
doesn't matter.
Allison Holker?
It's her life. No matter how you cut it, it's still her life. It's
I
her
think
life.
a drop
It's her
of
life.
spite is in there too.
It's her life she's talking about, regardless of how you
It's
cut it. It's
her
her life.
life concerning their loved one as well. Granted,
How
she's
many
the wife.
times do we get upset at things like this? We see victims like what's going on with the Diddy situation. How many times has victims disclosed their stories, said they got raped, this, that, but they won't name the person? We get upset with them, like expose them, name names. So let's not act like you can't tell your story without tarnishing another person's name or life.
And
She
that's
could call it whatever she
and
wants, a
that's the game
memoir.
of tarnishing. See, y'all use our language. That's not what she's doing, and that ain't the language. She's not doing a tell-all. She's writing a memoir, and for her, it's not tarnishing his legacy, because his legacy is already fucked up as a result of this being the last thing anybody will remember about his life.
A memoir that's telling it all, though.
It's not
I
a
don't
memoir
think
that's telling.
suicide.
It's not a memoir that's telling it all. She never said that she's telling it all in the memoir. She is acknowledging, she's sharing an aspect of her life with Twitch and things she discovered as she journeyed through the choice he made and what she learned possibly about who he was and what might have led to his tragedy, which she's also saying she's completely empathetic toward, because she still don't see him as a bad guy.
Hold on,
Say it.
Michi
Be
Black
empathetic.
said I wouldn't support that book, baby. We reading the book when it come out. So if you want to be in the book club, baby, go ahead and support her.
Oh yes, and he is, because if I think that they're all victims. Twitch is a victim. She's a victim. The kids are the victim. The mom is a victim. They're the ones who need a villain in the story. But if there is going to be a villain in the story, you have to at least be mature enough to put the onus on Twitch for creating this reality for them all, and for inducing this trauma into his kids, and inducing this trauma into his mom, and inducing this trauma into his brother and his friends and his wife, etc. If you do need somewhere to point the finger, because you would not have any of what's happening without that choice. But in all reality, they're all victims.
Yeah, he did the choice to all of them.
Didn't give his community the opportunity to save him. For whatever reason, he didn't give them that opportunity. And Twitch, unfortunately, thought that there was no help for him and no hope for him, and therefore canceled his subscription to life. They're all really victims. And they aren't making this any better by pointing the finger. And Allison is not pointing the finger. She's just revealing in her book. She's not mad at Twitch. She ain't saying nothing negative about Twitch. She got a whole fucking mental health nonprofit organization in his goddamn name.
She's not just, yeah, but all of that's done without their knowledge. Like, they might as well be
because
me.
these things would have happened regardless. I'm writing my book regardless. So what am I putting you on notice for, as if I'm seeking permission? Okay, you can say it respect, but the reality is, y'all know that people want to be able to have a say so. Nobody, I've never really heard, now I've never seen one person in all reality preaching just out of respect, who did not eventually express an intent to have an influence.
That is all of that is true. And she still could have done exactly what she did and what she intended to do. It's just, it would have taken away this feeling of
No, that's an assumption, because if they honestly feel the way they feel, there was going to be no way. Because see, they're not arguing about a heads up. They're arguing about the reality of the book and what she has revealed. Their argument isn't, you should have told us. Their argument isn't, y'all should have gave me a heads up. Their argument isn't, you could have at least been decent and afforded us a heads up on this book. Their argument and issue is what she is expressing in the book, the content itself in the book. So y'all making an argument that's not even their actual argument. And because they were going to be mad anyway about something she was going to reveal any damn way, there wasn't no reason for her to submit herself to the witch hunt and the beatdown when she can just get that all at once and get it out the way, baby.
I feel like you guys did the same thing when
baby,
everyone.
I'm gonna drop the book and y'all can just give it to me all at once, sugar. Because what I'm not gonna do is take an ass whipping 6 months earlier and then do another ass whipping 6 months later.
I feel you on that,
I'm just gonna do what I'll do, and y'all can whip my ass all at once.
Yeah, she probably already knew something was up. And to Bloodrena's point earlier, when you said it's been 2 years and we haven't heard a single thing about anything, and all of a sudden we have this memoir. So I just know that there's a lot more, maybe not a lot more, but there's more that we're going to find out down the road. So at this point, we just have to sit back and wait and see what happens.
I want to get Miss Leonard in here as well. Miss Leonard, can you hear me? I think you're on mute, boo.
Yeah, I just took myself off mute. Hey,
all right.
Consciouztv. Hey,
hi,
crew.
Boo. Hi. Hey,
hi.
Okay.
Welcome to the
So
platform.
I was trying to send you a message, Conscious, about those 3 young ladies that was the chick that Meg Thee Stallion, well, not the chick, but the guy that Meg Thee Stallion is dating. Excuse me. I don't know if you follow other YouTube content creators, but go to the Impressive channel. She talked about that today. I seen it.
Oh yeah, Impressive did do yep, she covered it today.
Yes, she did.
Thank you, because we could not find it.
Yeah,
I know. I actually had sent it to him in the chat, but I know he'd probably be busy and don't have time to look down at
I
the
don't
chat.
think it allows anybody to drop links in my chat aside from the mods. If y'all try to drop links and y'all not mods, it don't even show up in the chat at all.
Rock Nation is probably scrubbing the gossip sites from the. They haven't gotten to Impressive yet, probably.
But now that you up here, well, I just pulled it up actually. I'm on Impressive channel right now. I would have rather pulled it from a blog because I don't really like playing other content creators' content because I don't be knowing how they be feeling shy about.
Yeah, I understand.
And all that, but we're gonna do it in the damn way. Let me see here. Oh, hold on, where she found this at? Tory Craig's alleged ex Olivia Davis and her friends Lana Rhodes and Alexa Adams trend as they wonder what his type is after he goes public with Megan Thee Stallion. Okay, so listen to this fair use. This is courtesy of the Impressive channel, and we're gonna do audio only. So let's hear what these clear women got to say.
I just wonder what his type is, because you guys dated, then he was talking to other girls when he was talking to you, and like they all look very similar, like you guys. So I'm just curious what his type is.
What I've learned in my 29 years, men don't have a type. They like whatever they like. It could be a wide range. Now, I will say,
Okay, so that was one clip. Hold on.
With some men in the
at the time, you would think.
Okay, I think that
was talking to.
I think that the clear woman now did a separate video, I guess, responding maybe to backlash, I guess. So we're gonna hear what she got to say in her defense.
Like, if you looked at all of these women that my friend was showing me that he was talking to at the time, you would think that they all were the same person. That's how similar they looked. It wasn't a difference in skin color. It was literally carbon copies of each other. And so for me, if I'm seeing that he's choosing to spend time with and hook up with a very specific type of girl, and it appears that that's his type, and then all of a sudden he has someone that benefits him more, and his type switches drastically, to me, that's a red flag. And so I was just putting that out there so that she knew it.
This explanation.
Girl, what?
She was saving
That's
Megan.
not it, Conscious. If you get the original clip, they make jokes about Tory Lanez.
They couldn't
And
pronounce
one
his
girl
name.
can even
Yeah,
pronounce
and they
Megan
literally
Thee Stallion name.
mispronounce her name. They mispronounce her
Yes.
name intentionally. They're being
Yep.
very catty. They're being very bitchy. They're being very passive aggressive. They're talking in code because basically they're like, why is this nigga dating this bitch when he could have all this white puss still? That's what they said.
No, that's not what they mean, y'all. They listen, like we discussed before, when a black man is exclusively dating clear women, it is important as a black woman to find out, like, hey, am I your true type? Men are visual creatures. So if you have a history of dating Becky's and all of a sudden you're dating me, then yes, I want to know. Now, if you have a mixed history and you date all races of women, then sure, it's a little less suspicious there. But you doing all this and all of a sudden you with me, I mean,
I'm gonna tell
I
you
agree with that, but they would not have made a joke about Tory Lanez. They would not have made a joke about Tory Lanez and pretended to mispronounce her name if that's all they have been saying.
Upside down as fuck. How the fuck you gonna critique and be curious about why a black man returned to his black ass roots, bitch? You the outside party, not Megan. Y'all are the outside party. Y'all are the UFOs outside of Earth's atmosphere. Y'all the Martians.
Because we don't. But we don't know.
Oh my God! Why would a black man go back to a black woman? Like,
listen, because sometimes these men behind closed doors are telling other women horrible things about us. They're better than us. Y'all look better than them. Y'all are more feminine. Y'all are more polite. I can bring you to my family. So when they're filling their head up with these things, they can come back and be like, "Oh, so why you with her?" So I'm not saying that they're totally right. I can't see your name, but I know that they were shading Megan. I'm not like disregarding that at all. I think that's something a little separate, but two things can be true at once. Yes, they were shading Megan, acting like they didn't know her name, but the overall message of a man's history, finding out a man's type, that is very valid.
I'm so sorry that you've fallen for that, because if they were shading Megan, then what really was happening was that they were really gagged because she had the audacity to be that man's type, while they made the assumption that they should be the trophy coochies in the situation. They were the ones who were gagged. They felt more so away about the fact that it was her in particular, because had he went to another woman of white descent, but maybe had a different style, possibly a different aesthetic, I highly doubt they would have had their asses in the kitchen sitting in front of a blender cackling about, well, oh my God, what is his type?
I
think that this is a case where a white woman's superiority was injured because the woman who they're typically used to being better than, which is the black woman, actually now done took up residence again. And they confused, bitch, about where the power shift happened at.
So I agree with that too.
How did we lose our Infinity Stones, girl?
No, listen, I agree with that too, y'all. I promise I do. I'm just saying the very part about the dating history that I'm extracting here. So I'm sorry. I'm not talking about the whole message. I am extracting the part about dating history. When you see somebody who seems like they have a type, I'm just saying that it is not completely invalid to question why you are now attracted to me to prevent wasting time. This happens a lot. So that's all I'm saying. I know that
this is so bizarre to me. I'm gonna tell you why, because never in my entire motherfucking life have I ever looked at a man's preference and decided that his type was even my business to begin with, because all I know is that I am too. I don't need to understand the science. I don't give a damn about who he's with or who else he done been with or how different his exes are from me. It is of no damn concern. The fact that they did a whole damn congressional hearing around trying to figure out how the fuck a black woman got ahead of their ass with some damn dick is in fucking sane and cringeworthy and just a sheer reflection of their non-existent as self-esteem, because who really needs that conversation? Who needs that conversation?
I will
His
tell you
baby
that
mother is black.
this white woman that was married to a black guy, and she was honest and expressed that she was definitely afraid of her husband cheating. She literally said she could take him cheating on her with another white woman, but she could not because she feels that she does not have what we have, whatever the hell that is.
Weird.
But she was being period. She
People,
was being honest and said that she could not take it if her husband cheated on her with a black woman. And I told you, them Negroes be wanting to be married to white and want us. And I was like, that is when I took my power and was like, if they dealing with them, I'm not going to let them have me, as fly as I am, because being married, through the virtue of being married, that woman is getting all the best parts of him. Why would I then share myself with him and he wants to still get the best parts of me too? Where's that fair to me?
Okay, so hold on.
Well, in this case, they not married, so these just some young people having
it's
fun.
a lot going on, and I want us to organize the fuck out of this conversation. We do have one community's no good ass up here. What's going on, one community? Can you hear me, brother man?
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you from Paris.
Salute.
Yeah, salute.
Conscious, what's up, man? What's goody?
You tell me what's good, lost and
I'm
found.
scared for you.
No, I'm in the cut, man. I was in the cut, Conch. I was in the cut, man.
Are you going to tell? Do I need to start a whole separate stream just to interview you officially to get all of
we gonna talk. We
to
gonna
get all of your
together.
goddamn business, because I have 101,000 damn questions.
Okay, cool. I'll come on the channel. I'll come on the show one day and we could come chop it up a little bit. I'm with that. I'm most definitely with that. Y'all having a dope build though. Because I was listening to what y'all was talking about. It's pretty dope.
Okay, so what you want? You know what? It's so hard for me.
Add your 2 cents, one community. You seen that video we talking about with the 3 girls?
Hold on, I just gotta say it's so hard for me to act like. It's so hard for me to sit that conversation aside to act like for the sake of just conversation here.
Just act like nothing happened.
Yeah,
just
I'm struggling
keep going.
now.
I was trying to help you.
I'm gonna put on my corporate hat right now and just act like it ain't no elephant in the damn room. But you need to for real hit me up, one community. I'm not playing. And look, he ain't even up here focused. he ain't even up here present. He done took another damn phone call while he up here.
Nah, they didn't kick me out. That's what happened. They didn't
kick me out. I said you need to hit me the fuck up for real.
No, that's a fact. I was just sending a message, but maybe I was on the phone. They didn't send through because I was on the phone.
Yeah, because if not, I'm gonna blow your fucking spot.
No, not facts. I'm gonna pop up. I'm gonna pop out.
Okay, so now that you're here, I'm gonna sit that conversation aside. What are your thoughts? I don't know, like if you've heard anything so far that has sparked your thoughts.
I've been catching the tail end, so I'll chime in though. Y'all keep going though. I like where the conversation is going though. But I most definitely will chime in when need be. That's a fact.
Okay, so my question then. Okay, so one community is gonna get up in here at some point. So I mean, I understand the argument for some black women who ain't fucking with assimilating as shoe shining coons who have a pattern of dating the Martians. I get that. But at the same time, are we also, cause Fuzzy, you seem to be like very hell bent on judging a man based upon being with a man or not being with a man based upon who he done been with. Does that take away from who he actually is? Like, have you made space to get to, like, what if the man that been dating 4 white women prior to you is a good damn man, Savannah? Is he entirely unqualified, or I mean, does who he actually is, does it matter at all? Is he given an opportunity to show you what he wants to show you?
Who he is definitely matters. How he's gonna prove to me he's a good man is a good I don't know. The last guy I dated, he did like date the rainbow. But that's the thing. He dated everybody. Black, white,
Exactly.
Asian. He dated everybody. There was no, he dated 4 white women in a row and now me, because that's such a stark contrast. There's nothing about me that is white presenting, white
Right.
acting, white desiring, nothing at all. So, sir, you clearly was in the clear pool looking for your diamond.
Yes, and just because you didn't find her, don't come over here, because you have to make sure that a man is not settling with you. That's
Well, see,
why it's
that's the thing. Yeah.
important to figure out what else is going on. I'm not saying you gotta do like too much, but if it's clear that he has a specific history as a black woman in this country, you need to know what you are getting yourself into and what you're about to be dealing with, because a lot of people do all of this stuff. They don't find who they want in the clear community. And then they like, you know what, Megan Good, come over here, girl. I'm not giving you $5 million. I'll give you a little bit and you gonna take it because you want a black man so bad. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and be with you after Grace then ran my name through the mud. So that's what we want to make sure isn't happening, that we're not the may as well woman, or we're not the woman who you settled for because Becky made you mad. So that's my only point right there. The girls were wrong in other stuff, but
Or you can't find that satisfaction you're looking for in Becky, and now you over here.
yeah, we just
Because
have to protect ourselves.
well, yeah, that, and I am not the type of black woman that I don't feel that Becky got no type of competition on me. So I just don't like. I just feel, I know that I'm a top tier woman. If you come to me, you come to me correct. And that is part of my vetting. I feel like if you're over there in the pool looking for something else, sir, I'm not jumping through no hoops trying to be, your white woman's fantasy. I'm a whole ass black woman.
Yeah, I
And that's
wear cornrows
exactly,
under my wig. Are you comfortable
period.
with that? Do you know what 4C hair is? Are you familiar with skincare, all that stuff? Because there are things that I do in my day
Y'all
to
don't think
day.
that he had a black mama and sisters and y'all act like he ain't black
Yeah,
at all.
yeah, that he
No, it
couldn't
ain't us that
stand.
act like
He
it. It's
had
him
a
that
mom.
acting
Yes,
like it.
he had a mom and a sister that he couldn't stand. That's why he's looking for the Beckys and the Karens. When they can't get it together or when they're not enough, oh, well, I mean, I know I hate these women, but let me just go over here because Karen not giving me what I want. Like, I feel like deep down, like y'all know what we're talking about, but y'all just like,
No,
No,
because
they'll
I
always
want
say
to.
they
No.
love their mama and their sister. Of course they do. So don't forget that they're going to gaslight you with, yeah, I love my mama, but you're not my mama. I'm not. It's not the same relationship. Well, sir, you're right. But clearly, it's your experience of your mother and your sister with the cornrows under the wig that you don't like. Well, sir, that's me all day, every day.
Coco,
I wear
nobody is
wigs
telling you to
because I
go through
can't
the
wait to get home and
genealogy,
take my
girl.
wig off.
I think that y'all made a good. I think that y'all compartmentalized it well when y'all articulated. If it happens to be your brother who is just dating the spectrum and dating the rainbow, that's one thing. It's another if he has a particular pattern of dating white. But the issue with it comes to these Martians who were cackling about Megan is the fact that it wasn't even necessary for them to have that conversation because they should already know as a result of their white privilege what the situation is.
Because one of them was
It's their white
0824 and one of them was
privilege.
24-8, I think.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you say that again?
Oh, one community. Oh, we can hear you, love. Can you hear us, one community?
Oh man, I was talking over him. That's why I wanted him.
No, he was actually talking, I think, in the background because he was calling out some numbers. I don't know whether he was checking his EBT balance or what had happened. He was calling out some type of numbers.
Okay.
Can you community asked? Well, I just can't believe he back up here and they up here raggedy like this.
And he all up here acting natural and shit.
He wasn't ready, Conscious. He wasn't ready, but he came up for you.
And don't even know that we even talking about him right now either. That's how that's how far removed he is. Insane. And you can't make this kind of shit up. Okay, yeah. So I understand that. I understand black men who because I had a homeboy who like he would griff off of white women. He did not date black, and when I asked him like why you date outside of your like race the way that you do, like I think if I'm not mistaken, he said because white women have less attitude, or white women, or I think it has something to do with attitude, less
whatever the reason is, it's always going to be something. But I'm just saying to make sure that you are nobody's may as well woman or the settled down chick because Karen made you mad. And I know y'all, I don't know why this is so bizarre, but it's something that I suggest
but see,
non-ambiguous black women to do.
That conversation makes sense for black women. That conversation don't make sense for white women. Because like white women already at the start of the finish, like they already at the finish line. So I don't even know why they're having a conversation. Like the conversation they should be having, the conversation that they're having should be 3 black chicks sitting up,
having this conversation.
No, they are in competition with us, and they're definitely afraid of losing. They feel
they are haters, and that's my problem. My problem is
that's exactly what my diagnosis is, that shit was insecure as fuck, like what they
right.
did.
They had the conversation because they were basically calling out and reminding Megan he likes us. He has the internalized anti-blackness and white supremacy. And bitch, we're reminding you that we're at the top of the food chain. And my thing is stay over there because but the thing about white women is they will be so threatened when you are just as a black woman out and about and minding your business. And that's the issue that I have because they are so insecure and because they are in so much competition and just like, I'm not going to even go into all of the gory details. I'm like, y'all already got it. You are literally the emblem. You are the representation of crackerdom. And yes, many men of many different races see you as a status symbol or whatever they do. So don't be hating on this one black woman who just happens to be getting up in the mix. And I also agree, not only will I not talk to someone a black man who has a clear pattern of never dating black women, I do not like to be the black woman that non-black men cut their teeth on. I'm telling you right now, it's not fun to be, oh, you're the first black woman I've ever talked to, or you're the first black woman I've ever been. I'm over all of that. I'm over all of it. And I'm over the hating ass white bitches too.
Well, what about this? What if him going back to a black woman or being with a black woman after being with white girl after white girl after white girl, as they have said, means to them or is stating to them that being over there ain't what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, this ain't what I thought it was. This is not the creme of the creme. And therefore, it's notching down their status as the top.
Well, he already cheating, so I guess it don't even matter because he already cheating and we saw the screenshot. So everybody just date who they want. Good luck.
And he was community peeing before because they were basically saying, it's the same type of, they all look like carbon copies. And they were asking, well, when he was talking to you and he was talking to all these other women, I was like, oh, that's community peen. Yeah, he's community peen anyway. And maybe Megan doesn't care.
No, because
no, she don't, because Tori shot her and she's dating a Tori. I don't think she really care. Oh, sorry, I used that
Megan
word.
does tend to move on fast. Like, I ain't invested in it, but
Yeah, one Tory is giving you trauma, and now you dating another Tory. So maybe this isn't the best example.
If you listen to her music and you look at her dating pathology, it is very at least clear to me that Megan moves the way she moves because she believes that niggas ain't shit. So I don't believe she cares either, because just like making the assumption that a man is wiping his ass with her, she's wiping her ass with him. And it's just transactional for the time being until it ain't, and move it along to the next. And I ain't even mad at it because niggas ain't shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be better if he was worth having the conversation over. But the conversation was just because those 3 white girls popped out. And, it's a look for them to pop out like they did, because they are gorgeous girls. I thought the one on the end was kind of funny looking.
I really feel like that conversation was like privileged as fuck. Like,
it was.
Oh my God! Like, it's so much entitlement, and I was like, oh, like what? Like he don't belong to us? Like, what? I mean, what? Like, bitch, he returned to collard green cornbread, fried chicken. Like, you hoes should already know that y'all are just hoes. The black men are, and just a status symbol, and y'all are just a superficial token of power to black men. And Becky, that's all you need to understand about the desirability on you by black men. And because black men are so starved in power and in status and in authority and in coin that they use you dumbass Martian ass troglodytes in order to navigate the system.
I still don't get how they would get power from a woman. White women don't hold the power.
I just explained it.
They're status symbols. They've always been status symbols.
But that's where
white women do hold the power.
In the black
which is why even
only that we give
which is why even white men need a white bad bitch on his arm as well. Like, white women do hold power, and they hold residual power when it comes to their adjacency to white men, which is what black men are using. White men are using white women to establish a approval rate.
If the black community wanted power, then black women need to be with white men, because
they are. You got black women who are
we are now way. Because shit, the black
women assimilate the same way, and I'm proud of it.
Hell yeah.
And I'm proud of it. There is no, because we can't use the word status and then act like at the same time then whiteness don't have a status. Yes, there's major equity in whiteness, and black and non-black people will galvanize in non-black spaces in order to separate themselves from the cultural definition of that blackness, the perception of that blackness, and will do what they need to do to not appear black so they can have access to the things that those non-black communities have access to. Like, it happens. That shit happens it happens on a microscopic level. That shit happens just socially, get alone when it comes to power, when it comes to really moving through business and society and growing your career, etc., amongst a space that is majority ran by whiteness.
When a black woman though gets with the clear man, we kind of bring it back into the community some way or somehow. We don't, now I can't speak for every black woman, but most of the time, black women aren't behind closed doors telling white men, telling clear men how much we hate our black men and they're so horrible and they have attitudes and they're allowed to blame clear supremacy, but we're not. We typically don't do that. And I don't know if y'all heard about the Barry Gordy.
Hold on, I gotta interject. It is very true because black women say just that when they go to talk about why they with a white man, and it's typically out of rejection, which I'm not mad at. It's out of rejection from Black men, and they have found that the grass is greener on the other side. Now, what's interesting is that I had my homeboy up here. I don't know if y'all used to watch The Grapevine, but
yeah,
there's a panelist by the name of Balarin, and he's a big Black nigga built like Terminator, muscles to hold down, but he is as sweet as pie. And he is now with a German woman, but he grew up, despite his stature, as basically a nerd and very like into the arts, and even what he does for a living, which is he actually creates women's clothing. Now, this is complete contrast to the nigga's physical stature, because he looks like he should be in sports or a bodybuilder or, you know, something like that. But he is into wardrobe design. And he spoke openly on my platform about how he was desperate to literally be with Black women, like desperate, like loves motherfucking Black women, turned on by Black women, like want to have Black kids, make Black loves me and Black pussy, the whole motherfucking nine. And Black women was just not checking for his motherfucking ass. And he would be on these dating apps. He would constantly, like, more white girls for some reason would like blow him up than the Black girls. And then when he would get in on a Black girl real good, she would just like switch up for one reason or another. And seemingly it was never about anything. And he kind of spoke about like being a part of that Black male community that was kind of seen as like the nerds or the geeks, and how the niggas like him weren't really considered to be cool, and kind of made space for this idea that some Black men date white women because those are the women that like them, just like Black women date non-Black men sometimes because those are the men that are attracted to them. And so people date who want them.
What was his status though at the time that, because this happens too. Sometimes it's a Mike Jones situation where back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me, you broke and you trying to date us, and then you get some status and it's like, well, when I was broke, Black women didn't want me, so let me go over here to this woman. Sometimes that's the case too.
Then white women didn't want your broke ass either. It's when you got some money or you was on your come up. So stop putting that on Black women as if we're not supposed to have a standard for the men that we date and procreate with.
No,
right. Because as soon as we have a standard, we're not allowed to have that standard. If we have that standard, we're wrong. But as soon as they make some money.
I think that his point was there are other explanations for why Black men end up with white women outside of Black women interpreting it as a betrayal.
Yeah, but Conscious, I understand that. But the thing is, like, I love nerds. I exclusively date nerds. I am a nerd.
Me too.
I mean, Donna, like, I'm so tired of this narrative that Black guys always throw up. And like, I don't know what kind of Black woman he's going for. I'm not a baddie. I'm a nerd. I'm crunchy. Like, I don't do all of that insta baddie shit. And I'm from a different generation.
I can't find a Black woman. I don't know where they are. None of them. I have to go outside of the community to find someone who's fit, feminine, and friendly. So, you know, black women, they just don't do it for me. I was picked on. I was a nerd and a German woman.
Hey, like, let's get a real then, because it's a lot of Black LGBT people, including myself, who have also experience more acceptance as it relates to sexuality amongst the white community than the Black community.
Yeah.
As somebody who done grew up in diverse spaces and diverse schools, etc., I ain't never been called the F word by a white person.
But you're making our point because you're still with us.
I ain't never even been bullied by a white person as it relates to my sexuality. I can't tell you how much of my life was spent fighting off niggas when it came to homophobia.
Right, but did that make you go outside the community and start talking down and exclusively dating clear men, or did you have the emotional maturity to say, oh,
and you're right, I didn't, but that's only because I'm the golden child, so I'm privileged in that way.
Right. So give a master class to our other brothers.
But I understand all of the other earthlings who are looking at their direct experience and are just moving along with what is easy for them. Like, if these people want me and y'all don't, then that's where the fuck I am. I'm not about to force y'all to want me, to love me, to like me, because that's the same thing that black women are crying about a black man. Y'all ain't gotta want me, y'all ain't gotta desire me. Go be with Becky. If that's who you want, stay over there. So that's going on all across the community.
It's levels to it too, Conscious. There where I'm from in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, if you talk to black men that leave Milwaukee and they say, oh, I'm going up north to Green Bay and Sheboygan and Oshkosh, literally, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be rude, but it's what they say. Oh, I'm going to go up north and find me a Karen. Yeah, because a lot of those white women in those small towns are basically trailer trash. And when the white men up there don't want them, black men who are rejected down here will go up there. Those white women that walk around with the sweatpants or sloppy body, big back through Walmart, they will pay for everything. They will pay for everything. And you see him trailing behind her while she pushing the cart with all the little beige manila folder children in the front.
Let's go.
She paying for everything. She going to Foot Locker. She going to get the PS5 and working at the one Walmart that they got up there all day, and he's sitting at home. But he's also sitting at home, maybe doing criminal activity. If we
and you looking at me down the aisle while I'm picking up my mayonnaise out the side of your eye.
And if we take any example from how light-skinned children come out and they shame their black fathers for doing that to their white mother, Herschel.
I can't hear. Can y'all?
Herschel Walker.
Yeah, we can hear.
Herschel Walker's son is on IG and will say that like it messed him up. His black father went and got all these white women pregnant just because he had NFL money, and then now we're just stuck out here trying to figure out where we belong. And
but y'all have also heard though the equal argument that the black community has messed biracial people heads up because
that is true. The higher, the brown paper bag test. Oh, you're light skinned, so you have more privilege.
Because of having to qualify your blackness and whatever the hell.
This is a triggering topic. I really want to say something about that.
All my cousins light skinned, so I know all my cousins out in the Bay, California. Like I know all about this way too well. And honestly, I feel like everybody knows again deep down what we're saying.
No.
So
what are y'all saying? Like, what's being said? To be clear,
I don't know, Conscious.
Okay, see now you
that at the end of the day, this whole
at the end of the day, if we don't understand that we as black people are participating in that divisive ass system ourselves, and we don't undo that social programming, that we are placating and we are adding to the injuries of each other in that system, because we're all playing a white man's game, not individually but collectively. We know we're in a white man's system, and we've been socialized to navigate that system, and as a result all these injuries are happening within the black community as a result of that system. So
I think what we're
at war with black women, you got black people at war with queer people, you got women at war with trans women, you have all these fucking social dynamics and hiccups and adversities that are all birthed by white patriarchal racist ass people.
I think a lot of that comes from these people trying to identify as something that they're not. It's not like mixed people are ostracized from the black community. I think the problem is when someone who's clearly not black come and sit at the lunch table and they want to identify as black. That's when it becomes an issue. It's like you're not. So it almost comes off as we're not accepting them, but we kind of just got to let you know you're not fully one of us. And the same thing with transgender and women. It's
so
like,
what does that mean,
you're not really a woman. You know that, right? Like,
so then if a biracial person who is literally both, they are simultaneously both, because I feel like biracial people are equally both, therefore they can make claim to it both. Like they can make claims.
They can, but
I
they
feel
never
the same
claim the
way, but they
whites.
often
They
don't.
never
It's
claim the
often
whites.
I'm black.
They don't even claim the bi.
Hold on. I ain't finished. And I feel like they're entitled to both spaces because it's not their fault that they're both. They're both. So they have an inheritance to both estates. They are an heir to both estates. That's not their fault. That's just the way.
Every argument.
Claim your white side as well.
Hold on. That is just the way that is going to be set up as a result of everybody who is participating in identity politics. Now, if you're participating in identity politics, it means that everybody needs an identity. And there are resources and equity connected to that identity. And you didn't get very nuanced because somebody had just said, well, you gotta claim your whiteness too. The issue is you can still claim your whiteness, but if you are a biracial person who was raised culturally and socially black, then you are going to lean more toward your environment and more toward your familiarity, despite your genophenotype, despite your aesthetic, despite the fact that you also have whatever the other side is. And those people want the luxury of being able to just be black because that's all that they've known. A lot of
I want the luxury of being black.
Even get an opportunity.
That's all I know.
But the problem comes when you don't live the same black experience. You will never go through the things I go through.
I don't appreciate having a hierarchy that I did not set in my
We have to let everyone get a word in.
Hello. Allow the captain, please. That's another interesting statement because you have a lot of black ass people, non-biracial ass people, non-multiracial people who are also sick of this gatekeeping notion of what it means to be black, because we have a lot of dark-skinned black people who never felt black and were told they were not black because they were allegedly smart, articulate, they were studious, they wore their pants up to their titties, they did not watch the same shit, they did not have the same upbringing, they were not allowed to do the same things as so-called real black people that are just as dark as them, just as milk chocolatey as them. And so you have, even sitting biracial people aside, a lot of other so-called black people have an issue with that gatekeeping concept of whatever the fuck it's supposed to mean to be black. Like, what does that mean? Black.
But that's because
I don't think it's gatekeeping.
They try to say like, oh, the black.
It is a gatekeeping when I'm just as black as you, and because of the way I talk, walk, dress, and because I didn't grow up watching Martin and then live in color, and my mama didn't smoke cigarettes, and I wasn't raised in the hood, and I'm not used to gunshots every motherfucking night, and I'm not used to losing my homeboys to stray bullets, and I went to a private school, and I had both parents in my house, and I'm softer than the average nigga, and I'm more compassionate and virtuous than the average nigga, because I ain't have no hard night Jay-Z Brooklyn Bed-Stuy ass upbringing, and then you tell me that I ain't motherfucking black. That's gatekeeping.
I get it, but I've never heard a black person tell a dark-skinned black person. I've heard you're acting white.
It's happened on this platform. We've had whole panels and had women darker than everybody on this platform be told they were not black.
Yeah, because
simply because of all the reasons I just laid out.
Yeah.
I just
I
told
was called white girl because of the way that I talk. Yeah.
I told about my homeboy Balarin, who was treated as an outcast, and he black as hell, blacker than everybody up here on the platform, and was ran out of the community because he wasn't considered nigga because of his voice, because of the way he carried himself, because of his hobbies, because of his interests. Because when we're talking about blackness, we don't realize that we're talking about the culture of blackness, and everybody did not grow up in that culture of what is being defined as blackness. Everybody didn't have that experience that some black people are using in order to quantify people's blackness.
Well, the problem is blackness, it's not one singular culture. We are not a monolith. It is a spectrum. So we need to get away from basically framing black culture as very narrow and very stereotypical and very restricted. It's a whole spectrum. First of all, it's a whole spectrum.
We have to separate the culture part from having two black parents. those are two separate arguments. That brings me back to your point when you mentioned the guy said that the reason he dates outside his race is because he's a nerd and he's often not seen as black enough. That's separate to me.
Like, try going to middle school, and when I describe this, I'm pretty sure everybody gonna know what I'm talking about. Try going to school wearing all black with a red tie and black fingernails, and y'all already know what band that is, and you're being told you don't listen to black music. Just because I idolize MCR and love it to death and Black Parade it down, don't mean I ain't black enough.
Y'all finna make me get all of my misfit of black folk up on this motherfucking panel.
I'm one of them. I'm definitely a misfit.
Y'all finna make me send out a goddamn group chat and say, hey, assemble like Voltron, baby. And hit the goddamn link because, baby.
CTV, I still don't get your correlation between biracial and fully black people being mistreated in the black community. It seems like two different.
What I'm saying is that as a result of identity politics, everybody gets mistreated. So full on black people, biracial folk who have more black in their blood than they do have any other non-black thing in their blood. You know, like everybody gets fucked over because of identity politics. Like,
I think biracial is a race all by itself, and it's
Yes,
okay.
it
Like, I never
is.
even understood that as a child. Like, how can your mother be white and you be black? Like, make that make sense
Exactly.
in a child's mind. Your experience is going to be totally different because your mothering is coming from a white woman. Like,
Oh
how
my God,
can
girl,
you be
please
black like me?
preach.
It's literally 1 + 1 = 2.
Biracial people raised by a queer woman are, in my experience, let me say this because I know y'all gonna start acting like y'all never heard this before. A biracial person raised by a queer woman is completely different than a biracial person raised by a black mother because the mother sets the culture in the household. Now
And
everybody
you can
gonna
go
be
on
in the chat
TikTok.
like,
They'll tell you that.
no.
The biracials will tell you that. The biracials are telling us that.
And y'all talking about a goddamn white mama. I'm a whole gay man and then been told all across this damn platform for the last 4 years by stupid dumbass niggas that I ain't even black because I'm gay. That I'm not black because I'm gay.
But I think they're two different.
I don't get a say. I don't get a say so. I don't belong. I'm not actually real black because I'm gay.
Well,
These are two different
we're
issues,
not
Conscious. You're
saying
talking
that,
about
Conscious.
gatekeeping, and we're talking about legitimate, actual cultural differences.
And that is
being raised by a white woman versus being raised by a
I
black
feel like
woman.
we're all talking about different things.
It's gatekeeping, which is why queer black people are getting their asses whooped and bullied and taking their lives, and sometimes
What's a
their lives
bonnet?
taken as a result of that gatekeeping. People
No,
are not
my
playing about this
motherhood
gatekeeping.
needs to be
People are not
gatekeeped.
playing
Like
about this gate. People are not playing about this gatekeeping.
Yeah.
This gatekeeping is real injury.
Yeah.
It's real life injury. It's real life oppression.
So why is what makes a biracial find safety in blackness then?
And
what makes them find safety
and what
in
makes it
blackness?
and what makes it both of us can talk at the same time. What makes it worse is for black people the fact that you know that that's a product of racism, but then it's reinforced and doubled down on by people that look like you, grew up like you, and exist just like you. And then we get mad when those people turn their back on us. I ain't mad at it because I understand that at the end of the day, you can say what the fuck you want to say. You can intellectualize shit however the fuck you want to intellectualize shit. But people gonna go where the fuck they say fat. And they don't give a fuck about no damn race loyalty. They don't give a fuck about champion for motherfucking niggas when niggas is the reason, was almost the reason why they ass wasn't even here. Niggas is the reason why they almost took their own damn life. Niggas is the reason why they had it hard growing the hell up, which is why when most black people get money, they get the hell on away from who? Niggas. Not white people, niggas.
But they're not safe. I get it. They're not. I mean, I've definitely experienced gatekeeping for sure. We're definitely not safe with white people either. To me, that's the real dilemma. I'm not safe with white people. This is based on experience. I also have been subjected to the gatekeeping. I think at a certain point, I'm really about connecting with people on a much deeper level. That's deeper than skin deep. I will say that. And that's being extremely selective, and it's very challenging. And I'm okay with that because to me, the quality, the character of someone who is evolved, who is emotionally intelligent, who has empathy and compassion, those kind of folks are worth the wait. They really are. It's quality over quantity.
And I'm gonna tell y'all what's also very unique about my experience. I'm not one of those people who deny racism and deny mistreatment of Black people because, obviously not with everything that I do up on this platform, but I have anecdotally and personally never even experienced racism. I know it fucking exists.
Good for you.
And I don't need to directly experience it to know its reality because I can see clearly what goes on in society and I understand the system that we are part of. But as much of a nigga as I am in my chains and all of the things that, as outside, I done been in the motherfucking world. I have never experienced racism. And so even this idea that Black people are not safe amongst white people is just not true for a lot of Black people who exist in white spaces and feel very comfortable and very much so safe and don't have no issues in those spaces.
That's really great because I experience it systemically and horrendously in my job. And it's because I'm a chair of an academic university department. And I tell everyone, the higher up you go, that air is shallower, but it's also becomes Hunger Games, meets Squid Games, meets Lord of the Rings. And as a Black woman, these white people and you can be white supremacists and be Black or any other color or any other race. I will tell you, everybody has shown me their entire ass from the rooter to the tutor. And it's great that a lot of Black people don't experience that. I have been experiencing deep white supremacy from many different directions and from including white people from the time that I was a young child.
You want to know something? It's really only, I don't know. I feel like it's only in our community because when I went to Ireland in 2017, I literally was walking around on my birthday at 2 a.m. with a pint of Jameson and wasn't nobody messing with me. But if I do that here in Milwaukee, I ain't coming home with nothing. Not no purse, not no bag, might not even be my life. I will be in the nearest funeral home.
Yeah, because they love us in Italy too.
It's just America. I swear it is. It's got to be. Or maybe that's just me.
I think that it really just depends on the country and the culture of the people, because some people go to Europe and they say that we're not really good over there either, because I believe in Italy we get treated a little better than we do in France. Like, we're not looked at up and down or disgusted like we shouldn't be here. But I also think all of us on the panel and in the chat are just speaking from our own experience and from our own traumas, because most of my friends are gay and my best friend is trans. And I hear a lot about how our community has done them wrong. It's everybody's experience. That's all. And that's what I'll say. I know, the more I talk and get emotional, I am speaking from a place of trauma, because that's just how things are with me, my family. And I know that a lot of people have experienced this, and instead of sitting with it, they're like, oh, well, no. There's a difference between straight denial and trying to understand something. Because I feel like some of us are in denial when we're like, oh, clear people are just as great and they understand everything. And we're like, y'all, come on. But again, that's my experience. I don't know how people have treated anybody else in the past. So I take full accountability for my opinion coming from my background. Seeing my uncle marry a Canadian woman, seeing my other NFL uncle with a clear woman, and having these mixed cousins, it's a whole thing. So
now, when you
I'm just very pro-Black.
Now, when you said Italy, you're most definitely like right on course with that. My high school, our senior year, took a trip to Italy to Assisi for St. John. And it wasn't the Italians, because we stayed in like a hostel that was ran by nuns. And it wasn't the Italians. It was a group of Africans. Don't know what country they are from within that continent, but they would not talk to us. They wouldn't hold the door. And we were a bunch of teenage girls. It was a lot of back and forth. So the people of Italy, no, but it was the people that were with us there that were treating us like, well, y'all ain't Black or whatever the case may be. But it was a group of Africans from whatever country within that continent. I do not know, but they treated us like dirt. Like we would have been on fire and they would have just walked past.
Oh yeah, Africans don't like Black and well, I'm sorry. There are a sector of African people who are not very fond of Black Americans. I'll say that.
Okay, so Whitney, could you so you said that you feel you're responding out of a place of trauma. Are you talking about the trauma around the colorism and racism in the community and dealing with men?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You're pretty for a brown skinned girl, or you're pretty for a dark skinned girl. Just all these stupid, just crazy things. And if we bring it up, it turns into, what are you talking about? You know, Black men, we love our women, and the actions don't align with the overall message, things that we go through in the community. My only thing is when people act just so dumbfounded, like they don't know what we're talking about. That be my thing, because I normally understand where everybody is coming from. I understand where Alice is coming from. I understand where the family is coming from. But when we voice our stuff, it's like, oh, girl, what you talking about? No, that's not how it is. Like, girl, don't do that. Don't do
Oh,
that,
I appreciate you saying that.
especially coming from, and it's no shade to any light skinned or biracial girls, but especially coming from y'all. Like, please do not do that. And don't act like your situation and your experiences are the same as a non-ambiguous Black woman, because that's another thing, like the shade thing. Non-ambiguous Black women know what I'm talking about, so I'll just leave it there.
Okay, so my question, right, is if the creation of race is what has led to all of this identity politics that now everybody needs to protect, because race has now been created as a concept, is it in our best interest to maintain identity politics or to destroy it? Because how exactly are we going to quantify Blackness?
I think that's what social justice is about. I think that's what social justice is about, Conscious. It's not, for me, I teach this all the time. It's not about identity politics. It's about positioning. And we can't change, like, that's why I'm so focused on building up community. That's why I'm so focused on equity and real justice in a variety of ways. Because until we change the actual structures and the actual hierarchy that is inflicting so much harm, right, that is getting acted out as trauma in a variety of ways, not only within our community, while we're talking about that now, that's the whole point. We can't get around that. Now we can For me, it's not about identity politics. It's about positioning and understand the history and the current day context for why all of this is playing out the way that it is, because it is still a matter of life and death, race, gender identity, sexual orientation, et cetera, et cetera. These are social constructions, and they are also a matter of life and death from the womb to the tomb.
So what at the end of the day is the resolution? Playing the, I mean, because at the end of the day, like, all of those social constructions are just another, I mean, they're just another word for identity politics.
Yeah.
Like, it's just communities, it's just communities and pockets of people protecting their interests and gatekeeping accordingly to preserve said resources or to obtain said power. If that's also aiding and abetting to the confusion, like, my thing is like, what is the end game in the like
Therapy.
in the utopian of it all? Like, how do you really, what is the rooted tooty of the cancer?
To me, it's building relationships in community with like-minded, like-spirited people who are on the same page, to understand that we have to change the material conditions that are giving rise to all of this. And first and foremost, I will tell you, yes, therapy, working for years on all of my own programming and conditioning, because I believe we are all brainwashed to subscribe to all of these social constructions. So undoing that within myself, and also still understanding my role and my position in order to change the material conditions. But first and foremost, doing that by building love and community together with like-minded, like-spirited people who are on the same page. And that's what's paid off the most for me and been the most healing.
Because I don't know what to tell biracial people when they come crying about the way that they are treated by both sides of their damn family. They too black to be accepted as white, and they too damn white to be accepted as damn black. And
This is
I don't know
where
what to tell light-skinned women who are who do not control their genetics per se, or dark-skinned women who don't want anything to do with the black community because of the way that they have been treated by the black community, or dark-skinned black men who don't want anything to do with the black community because of the way that they've been treated by black people. There's a lot of in-house fighting, and it seems like the further constructing of these structures are not helping black people per se. It's just leading to complicating blackness even more, or people's humanity, hell, because that's really what's being injured. Really is it's obliterating everybody's fucking humanity. As a gay man who gets told all the time by black men, particularly, that I'm not black because I'm gay, I have just decided that I'm not going to be mad at black people. I'm mature enough to not be mad at my own people, because I understand that we got a big dick in our ass and it ain't came out in 400 years and the lube is all dried up. So I'm able to not be personally angry and weird about my blackness, about other black people's madness, because I look at us as victims. So it's not personal to me. And my only question is, I don't know how we're going to really heal this thing up. I don't know how we're going to rectify philosophies where we got to gatekeep blackness, and then also amongst black people, you have ideas that love knows no color, and therefore biracial people will continue to exist. Light-skinned people will continue to exist. But if the remedy to the system is by further gatekeeping and further classism, I mean, I just don't know what really happens at the end of it all. It just seems like what it really comes down to is everybody thinks the remedy is to end up ultimately in a supremacist position. LGBT supremacy, trans supremacy, black supremacy, white supremacy, that the remedy is just to end up supreme. And then you have all these individual dynasties existing on the chessboard. Is that where we need to go? Every group just reach for power and protect themselves accordingly?
That's the most success. Well, that's what the never mind. I'm a mute.
I feel like all of those issues have different solutions. We can't group them all and say, what do we do about this? What do we do about mixed people not feeling white or black enough? What do we do about black people getting told they're not black? Like, these are all problems that require separate solutions.
Yeah, it's like a spider web chart. Like you draw one circle and a line and stretch out, and then it gets bigger and bigger. But everything kind of does have a solution. And like I said, it starts at home. Children are taught race and hate. But the more life goes on and the more life that is created, those levels just get higher and higher and higher. And I guess you just have to protect the circle that's around you.
I feel like it also starts with, I'm very hesitant to say this because,
baby, at this point, are we too far in for you to be hesitant about anything? Just let it rip, child.
To me, it simply comes down to, when it comes to mixed people, if you don't have two black parents, you are not black. Stop saying you're solely black. I think that's where the issue lies. You can be mixed with black, you can have black in you, but the issue comes when I'm with my ambiguous friend with big curly hair, light skin, and eyes, and she's insisting we have the same struggle or we go through the same things day to day. That's where the issue lies. And that could be misconstrued as gatekeeping or anger or not being accepted. It's like, no, we accept you for who you are, though. Like, you don't have to act like you experience the same experience that dark-skinned women experience just to be considered black. And for me, that's been the biggest issue. Every argument I've ever had with a mixed person is solely from telling them they're not fully black. And it's like, why is that so triggering for you? Do you not have a white parent or a Spanish or a Hispanic parent or Indian? It's like, you're not just this one thing. So why is it, even if you grew up with your black mother and never met your black side, that does not change the fact that you are mixed? And I don't understand why they will go through hell, slam shit, just to identify as black. It's like, you can't tell me what I am.
I know why.
I actually can, because you don't have two black parents. It's not me telling you. It's a fact.
It may be just rooted in the simple desire to be accepted. Because if you are a mixed race or biracial person living in a predominantly black community and black space with black people, and you may at this point be being raised by your black parent, not your white parent, and despite your DNA reality or your genophenotype reality, you're being raised, quote unquote, in blackness. I think some of the pushback from them is the fact that if they acknowledge that they are something different, then they get treated as something different. And if they're also living in a space that is very black, right? Like, cops are not really making the distinction depending on the phenotype of over policing one black person over another. My light-skinned friends and biracial friends have been just as police, depending on their genotype for sure. Definitely biracial. So I think some biracial, multiracial folk who identify as black, I think they see if they're living in your environment and they're living in black people's system, then they aren't seeing much of a damn contrast between the hell and high water. I do understand what you're saying though, Blood Arena, in terms of like, obviously this thing does get super nuanced. Like obviously light-skinned women are not experiencing the same things that dark-skinned women are experiencing. Black people, hell, there are certain dark-skinned black people who are not even experiencing some things that other dark-skinned people are experiencing just because of genophenotype situations. If a dark-skinned person has so-called prettier features, because this came up even on the Basketball Wives when the conversation around colorism for OG, who was being called a monkey, etc., being called ugly, etc., and she had traditional ethnic features, big nose, you know, dark skin, etc., textured hair. But then you didn't see that colorism really show up when it came to the other dark-skinned girls on the show, like Jennifer Williams, who had more socially acceptable genophenotypes, even though they were the same complexion as OG. And so you do have a lot of nuance when it comes to all of this. But I'm also just very curious to know, what is everybody really getting out of just being different for no real reason at all? Like, I have never felt the need to tell anybody about who the fuck they was not. It just is what it is. Like, whatever the fuck you are, whatever the fuck you feel like, it is what it is. Unless there is real cause for me to remind you to wake the fuck up, Cinderella or Snow White. I mean, I have just not found myself or found it necessary to just, to just make people unnecessarily aware that they're not like me.
Conscious, can I ask you something real quick? During your times of being disrespected by our community, has anyone ever, when you were younger, did anybody come to your defense at all? Like, you know, in school, if somebody said something out the way to you, did you have any friends that would defend you or fight for you or anything?
Nope. And I had the double whammy because I was, well, apparently everybody else knew I was gay before I knew I was damn gay. So I was being called gay and the F word before I even knew what the fuck, what side of the tracks I was even leaning on, before they even became clear to me. But then on top of that, I was also very studious. I was an honor roll student growing up. Like in my elementary, middle, like I got cool in high school, but my elementary and middle school years, I was in the comic books. I was still very innocent for a young person. I did not know really what sex was, what an orgasm was. I wasn't jacking off with my other peers. I had not lost my virginity. I didn't lose my virginity until I was like 18, until I was 17 going on 18. So it was just like, I kind of was considered a little off brand my first, middle school and elementary. So I heard a lot too of the same thing. Like I talk white, or I wore parachute pants as an 8th grader. I kind of dressed quote unquote like a white boy, kind of grungy. I wore spiked hair because my parents raised me in a very kind of like open-minded household. Like I was allowed to listen to what I wanted to listen to. My parents did not police my hobbies. I listened to punk rock, into grunge. I was able to kind of just explore and identify with whatever I wanted to identify that appealed to me naturally. But outside of my household is where, those things were definitely protested against, or my blackness was being quantified, or my sexuality, or I had to be gay because I was not some rough chest beating ass Negro with raggedy ass Timbs on my feet. Like, because I was clean, because I was well dressed, because I was kind, I had to be fucking gay. or I had to be white, or, you know, so I experienced all of that. And no, there was no defense. Who did come to my aid once I was in high school was me, when I started putting hands and feet on these motherfucking niggas. And then that was all she wrote. So no, I never had anybody defend me or anything like that. And I experienced all other things.
I'm sorry about that.
I know it's all good, because see, I knew that motherfuckers was ignorant, and I just know that people, you know, like as I got older and I got educated and stuff, I understood it. I understood the pain and the division and the rejection and the judgment and the criticisms and, you know, all of that. I get it systemically and historically. I understand what has happened to our community that has created all of this shit, even though I also had my fair share of experiencing the worst of the Black community. But I'm definitely not mad simply because I've replaced anger with compassion. I just get it. So, you know, it's all good, but I definitely do not take anything away from anybody, whether it's y'all as Black women who have been treated a certain way by this system, different shades of Black women who are experiencing variations of the worst aspects of this system. I don't also take anything equally away from Black men who have had their experiences of this system, whether they're queer, whether they were called whitewashed or whatever it was. Like, all I know is that I've seen everybody end up fucked up and injured. And I'm just honestly just ready to undo it. I'm just ready to heal the shit. I'm not interested in personally perpetuating that shit anymore. It's time to really like fix it on a real fix it level. I don't want to survive the system anymore. Like, I want us to liberate ourselves from it. And we need to figure out how to really do that, because it's got our community in a chokehold. Colorism got our community in a chokehold. Sexism got our community in a chokehold. Homophobia, transphobia got our community in a chokehold. Misandry got our community in a chokehold at this point. And we're losing it. We're losing the fight. And it's in the data. It's in the data of what's going on with Black youth. It's in the data what's going on with Black femicide. It's in the data what's going on with mental health disparity around Black men taking their lives. It's in the data. Something is very wrong here. Very, very fucking wrong. It's very dark. It's very cancerous. And whatever we've been doing has not been a remedy to it. And it's claiming our people. Economically, socially, mentally, physically. And if we don't figure out whatever the fuck needs to be figured out, baby, it definitely ain't getting no better. It ain't getting no better. We're going to continue to lose large chunks of our community to the bullshit of it all. And I think one of the takeaways to everybody having their story to tell in the Black community, whether you're talking to Black queer people, Black female people, Black male people, Black whomever people, or shit, Black adjacent folk, aka biracial folk, is that you ultimately just see that we all in the shit together. We all in the same boat. It just gets further complicated because as a result of the way that the system is exploiting the whole fucking community, it creates a poverty mentality and it creates a lack of resource. And then you get people wanting to throw their own overboard.
We can't control the system, so I think it will continue to happen throughout our lifetime. I don't think we'll ever see this going away. We're too deep in at this point.
I think if we do what Jessica recommended, is even if you can't per se change the systemic aspect of it, certainly we can control the anecdotal aspect of it. Like we can change it in terms of how
That
we
would
show
take
up amongst
doing
each
the
other.
work that she said. Everything she mentioned, every Black person has to be willing to do that. And they're not. I've even heard a Black person say, back to your point about being gay, he was African, but he said that's not our culture. That's white culture.
Exactly. Heard it all my life.
Apparently that's been forced upon us, homosexuality. But the fact remains, we have gay people in our family. So to tell someone they're not.
And it's not a fact that it's been forced upon us. When you look at pre-colonized Africa, anybody who knows anything about their actual history would know that there were hundreds of damn tribes of pre-colonized Africans who identified as queer, who had gender bending, sexual orientation spectrum realities playing out in their communities and were revered. There's literally all type of anthropological evidence, literally just sitting out there in the bookshelves and the libraries of the world about what Africa was actually like when it's not homophobic Israelites and homophobic as black supremacists and homophobic as what you call them other niggas? What you call them?
Hoteps.
Huh?
Hoteps.
Hoteps, the motherfucking when you're not allowing them motherfuckers to tell the story and you get into the actual history, there's nothing about homophobia or transgenderism that is and was ever the white man's alone. And history proves that across the board, that sexuality and gender has been a spectrum phenomenon across every landmass. Before enslavement and colonization, before all of that shit.
For thousands of years, and it was everywhere. Like you said, it wasn't just in Africa. It was here on the Western Hemisphere. It was throughout Asia. It was in the Middle East. It was everywhere among indigenous peoples everywhere.
Yeah.
The thing I want to say really quickly is also, I think knowledge really is power. I mean, I know it has been for me. And one of the things that I've noticed and observed, the reason why I'm not in a slave field right now, picking cotton and pumping out a lot of enslaved babies, is not because a majority of people stood up to fight that particular institution. It only takes a critical mass. It's never been the majority. The majority has never changed or transformed anything. So I choose to be a part of the critical mass in the best ways I know how. And I believe it is also at it's spiritual. It's at the level of our frequencies of the energy that we're putting out. Like we talk about high vibrational versus low vibrational frequencies. I firmly believe in that. And I do not think that we are alone. I think that my ancestors, spirit guides, all of that, and God, Goddess, all that is, all plays into that. That is what I believe. That is how I live my life. And I'm seeing a lot of abundance that at the community level and the individual level, because I'm someone who is of service to my family, to my extended family, and to the larger communities. And I think, how do we get back to being fully human? How do we get back to honoring the full humanity in one another? And that really is the question always for me.
And so the answer to the Mary is that the priority has to be that has to be the identity is human first.
It does. It has to be. It to me, it goes from reclaiming our full humanity to also recognizing that we are a part of all of the entire cycle of life, that we are sharing this space with all kinds of other beings and the natural world itself. But to me, the first step is getting back to our full humanity. And I think ultimately that's what this system, all of these different constructs have done, is they have stripped us of our ability to see ourselves and one another as fully human and really honoring that. And so there's a lot of healing in that on an individual and community level. And I choose to continue to be a part of that for as long as I'm here in incarnate form. I just know that it's never been a majority of people who have ever made change. It's always been a critical mass, but not a majority.
It's somewhat simple. Like, when you think about it, like if you just sit there and deeply think, well, you don't even have to really deeply think. We're literally on the edge of the universe, on a rock, floating in the middle of nowhere, and we're down here arguing about race and this one and that one. Dude, we could get knocked out into oblivion at any second, and I'm not about to be arguing with the Clear Becky people about if she with this other chocolate dude that I want. We're that serious. We're on a rock in the middle of nowhere, paying taxes, talking about Trump and Biden, going to sleep. It's never that serious. That sums it up. There you go.
I mean, I've also heard that. I've heard this famous philosopher say the only way everyone is going to recognize that we're having a human experience is if something apocalyptic happened, because then you won't care if this person is white or black. We're all trying to survive at that point. And that's kind of sad. But that's not, when we're talking about that, then that's not just the work for Black people to do. That's for everyone in the world to do. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian. Everyone will have to accept that. And I just don't see that happening.
And what's funny, even about, just going back a little bit to the conversation around homosexuality or transgenderism or whatever it is, and the white man, what Black people actually got from the white man was actually homophobia, not homosexuality.
Mm-hmm.
What they actually got from the white man was anti-transgenderism, not transphobia. And it's just interesting how, it all just goes back to the resolve that everybody just said. It comes down to love. And I do think that if we do that inner work on an anecdotal level, that it will reflect even the systemic breakdown of this version of capitalism. And I've never seen any inward change that did not ultimately impact the external. So I am personally of the belief that if the system is too knotted up for us to work from the outside in against it, then the only other solution is to work inside out to destroy it. And I have much faith that will actually happen.
I agree. We all are going to meet each other with love. Everyone's going to do the inner work. We're going to get there. And I know this is random. I'm gonna drop off after this. I'll be in the chat though. If you are not learning another language right now, maybe that's something that you can work on this year, just trying to pick up some French or Spanish or something to just continue to grow and communicate with our brothers and sisters across the world. I'm gonna drop down. I love y'all. I'm in the chat.
I know it was a rough ride when it came to this.
Thank you, Whitney.
Bye, girlie.
I appreciate you, boo, and thank you so much for sharing.
Love you.
That's our Whitney, child. We got to do the work, y'all, because we can't afford not to. We don't really have a choice. As far as I'm concerned, there is no choice. We don't have a choice. Like, I know a lot of Black people feel like we have a choice. I ain't never felt that way. We don't have no choice but to get it together. And love is just much easier. It's just much easier. It's low maintenance, and it's just much easier. The rest of the shit is really irrelevant when you just, like Mary said, when you just get back to your humanity. And I think that a lot of Black people, our particular community, we're not going to be able to really humanize the fuck out of each other until, like people said, we do the work and we humanize ourselves first. Until we humanize ourselves throughout all of our cultural trauma, all of our generational trauma, when we do that ourselves, because most of us are operating with like an artificial intelligence attitude and are doing our fair share of assimilating as if we are a thing or a product to be programmed. We are placating to the system. So no wonder we push against authenticity or push against other human beings when they don't move according to the way that we think they should. And it's because we mostly are on a chessboard doing our part, and we naturally want everybody else to do theirs too. I think that we got to continue to have the conversations. We got to get the therapy. We have to deepen our self-awareness. We have to, and I'm not saying that that is going to be easy, considering that we're going to have to heal in the same environment that is continually trying to make us sick. So trying to be without the flu in a flu-ridden environment is one hell of a feat, but it can be done. I mean, Eskimos do make it through a year-long winter. So it can be done. Yes, going to be challenging to be done, but can be done, and we don't have no choice but to do it. You don't have a choice. We got to do that. That's our feat. That's our burden. The people that did this to us are not going to undo it. They don't feel they owe us anything. They're not invested in whether we get it together. Matter of fact, they are invested in us remaining sheep, remaining divisive, low vibrational, and their system actually sustains itself because it's dependent upon our dependency and our ignorance of who we are and our derailment from our heart chakra. So we're going to have to really prioritize and pressure each other and ourselves to free our minds, in the words of En Vogue, to liberate ourselves from the inside out. And yes, it's not going to be a poetic journey of unfolding. This isn't a fairy tale. This is real life. And what we're going up against is powerful. It's principalities, it's strongholds, it's wickedness in high places. It's all of that, and keeping your head on a swivel takes massive discipline. But once again, these are all feats that can be obtained and fought. These are wars and battles that can be won. And I'm happy to be in my, what I like to call my soft girl era. I'm in my soft girl era. I'm just sitting back, baby. I know that the world is upside down, but I do not identify with this upside down ass world. And I'm not changing my world to fit it. And I'm not changing my narrative to goddamn fit it. And I'm not changing my goddamn identity to fit it. And I'm just going to have to walk through that motherfucker upside down. And that's okay. And I want to encourage everybody else. Okay, Fuzzy, thank you for being here, boo. You know, and everybody else is going to have to find the balls and the kahunas to do the same damn thing. Like, you're going to have to detach and disassociate from the system. And you're going to have to get comfortable in your motherfucking groove. And you're going to have to double down and decide that that's the motherfucking hill that you're going to die on. And you're going to have to endure and commit to the motherfucking end. And that's it. And that's all. And it may take generations and more generations to see this shit completely wrinkled out. But if we start with one Negro at a time, baby, we'll be fine. We'll be all right. Like Mary say, most revolutions weren't started by the majority to begin with. So we don't even really need the majority. It just need to be enough lucid niggas on the chessboard in order to change it for the majority. And I have a lot of faith that that's going to happen, because I'm just not willing to feel anything less. And I hope that these type of conversations and these type of like things that show up in pop culture and however the universe gets our attention helps us to understand what we're all in and what we're all dealing with and what we're all being victimized by in one way or another, and can help us to acknowledge some sense of togetherness and motivate some type of unity as a result, because we might be fucked over for different reasons, but really it's the same principle at work in all cases. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm just not about to let MAGA run my blood pressure up. I'm not about to let Trump run my blood pressure. I'm not about to let Hoteps run my blood pressure up. I'm not about to let the pessimists run my blood pressure up. I'm not about to let the lonely run my damn blood pressure up. I'm not about to allow the horses that won't go to the water freely and willfully to drink from the river of life run my blood pressure up. I'm just not gonna do it, baby. I'm gonna sit over here with this big ass engagement ring and all of my beautiful weaves, and I'm going to sashay my ass across this damn planet and bungee jump from every high building and jump out of every goddamn plane and dip this big ass booty in every goddamn piece of clear water and beach and ocean there is, and I'm just not gonna give a fuck, and I'm going to be the baddest bitch. That's what I'm going to do.
Engagement. Congratulations.
Go on, Conscious.
No, we are. You have to live stream the wedding. We cannot just see pictures.
Baby, that's the gag. The wedding may never come.
Oh Lord.
The wedding may never come, baby, because I wasn't even. The granddaughter didn't even expect to get this far, baby. So I don't even know what the hell is ahead. All I know that I'm doing is I'm just going to allow the universe to hug me. I'm going to let what loves love me. I'm going to allow those manifesting co-creative energies into my life, however they show up, in whatever way, shape, or form. I have kind of gotten rid of my idea of what it's supposed to look like, and I have just decided to make myself emotionally available to all that is good and all that is great. And so I'm just in the car, baby. I can't even tell you who the hell behind the wheel because I've given up control. I'm just in the passenger seat with the window down, and I'm 2 shits to the damn wind with an open heart. And so far, so good. So far, so good. And since I have put down the fight, I've been able to receive the victories. And what I know about people is that, yes, we are going to need to personally do the work, because the more happy people are, the less problems they are to you and for you. So I'm praying for this world. I'm not even praying against my enemies no more. I'm actually going to pray for their happiness too, because that's why they acting a goddamn fool, because they ain't happy. They miserable. They unwanted. They unloved. They undesired. They without this. They without that. So I'm praying for this world.
Now,
I'm
you
praying
know something? You mentioned that CTV, and you say like some people, like they're undesired or unloved. I read a quote somewhere that you'll never really know how loved you are or missed, because it might be like you might miss class one day and it's that one classmate that misses your presence. So a lot of those lonely people might not even know that there's people out there that really, really care about them. Like they could not be at work one day as shitty of a person that they are, but it's that one person that misses them. Or when they get fired, it's like, dang, I really like them, but I didn't really get a chance to like talk to them. So it's a lot of people that don't know how loved they are.
And let's talk about that just a little bit. The reason why most people can't even see those people is because most people have an idea about what it's supposed to look like. Most people are more invested in who they're trying to specifically seek that from, rather than to just be in the groove of dancing with who dancing with you on the dance floor. You have to look at life like an individual that's going to a big ass hippie festival all by yourself. And once there, because you are here for the experience, just make yourself available to the festivities of it all and enjoy what manifests accordingly, because maybe they will be manifestations if you just show up. And you don't have to have no particular vision or no particular desire. You just got to make yourself available. And if you don't worry about pressuring yourself to specify it, and you're not per se prioritizing yourself or force yourself to to find something specifically or particularly, and you just be and make yourself available, baby, you will be just fine. See, the universe is in a state of constant giving and fluidity. That's why Mother Nature needs not our help at all. She is running automatically. The forces of the universe are running automatically. They are providing oxygen, carbon monoxide, the vegetation, the sunlight, the food, the nutrients. It's providing without needing our assistance, just like right now in all of our bodies. Are you consciously controlling the flow of your blood? Are you consciously controlling your heartbeat rate? Are you constantly controlling the metabolic forces in your brain? No, you're not. All those things are being without your assistance. That has to translate and bleed into the way that we show up consciously, is basically to fucking relax. Relax, goddammit. Relax. Shut up, sit down, and fucking relax, for God's sakes. And in that is the peace and the manifestations that transcends all understanding. Just fucking relax. White people just need to fucking relax. Homophobes just need to fucking relax. Conservatives, just relax. Racists, relax. Men, fucking relax. Just relax, baby. It's all right. It's all right. Chill. Relax. We're fighting against relaxing. And the world is chaotic as a result of its addiction now to its pain body, because it's been bad for so long. We've been in the wrong direction societally for so long now that we almost don't know how not to fight. We don't know how to not battle it the fuck out with each other. And if everybody would just give themselves, everybody, from the niggas at the top of the pyramid to the bottom, would just give themselves an opportunity to fucking relax, the system would correct itself and be a reflection of that fluidity that always is and that is perfectly imbalanced like we see in nature. If we just fucking relax. Just relax. I'm relaxing. That's why I call it a soft girl era. I'm in my arms wide open, relaxed. I'm just here to be pretty and perched. That's it. That's it. And like a beautiful tree, I'm going to allow all the birds and bees that find my tree vital and worthy of company to join me there. And I'm not forcing shit, and I'm not making shit, and I'm not trying to be seen by nobody, and I don't give a fuck about none of that. I have given myself permission to just be in my era of being, and life is much better for me. Mentally, emotionally, I reversed type 2 diabetes by relaxing. By relaxing. I attracted the love and the things I've been looking for in my ability to relax. Because all things already are. And when you get out your own way, you don't end up empty-handed. You end up with everything you want. And everybody needs to understand that. Our politicians, everybody need to relax. Relax. The people in power, fucking relax. Relax. You know, so I don't know. Like I said, you know, we can't control the outward system, but I am in control of my personal experience here. And I know how I'm the fuck gonna live, and I know what's gonna be for me, and I know that I'm going to enjoy myself, and I'm gonna be a happy bitch, and you know, I'm going to live my life accordingly, with or without this world's approval, and with or without this world's participation. And just like God, I desire not none to perish, but if they do, all I know is I ain't going with them.
It's so funny you say that, Conscious, because in everything you're saying, I am living. I'm living right now, but I have a close friend, and she had a dream. And she had a dream that she was sitting on a cliff and was watching as all of these animals, they're called lemmings, they stampeded over the edge of the cliff and went over the edge. And she just sat there minding her business, chilling and watching. And that's really what we're talking about. Leave, like, right, get out of our own way, get on the level with our frequency and our actions, and everybody else choose accordingly. And at this point, if people want to go over the cliff, that's their choice to do it. But we're not going to get caught up in that stampede.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and man, I think people just don't realize that how much of a knot they're in. That's what I find so interesting about, you know, going back to the original topic of, oh, it must be so exhausting to be Twitch's family. Like, oh my God, I feel so bad for you people that y'all have allowed the decisions of Allison, who is believing she's moving in light and love, and y'all are using that to further complicate a matter that's already complicated enough given the circumstances. And don't you just want to break? Don't you just want to let go and let God? Like, don't you just want to free it? Like, don't you just want it? Like, you know, maybe a bitch been at peace for too long, because I done been at peace for so long now that to feel bad literally feels like the flu. And I have never been sick and never not desired to feel better. And so negative emotions and the harboring of them and the entertaining of them and the sustaining of them and the relationship to them, it's just like, oh my God, like I don't even know how people fucking do it. Okay, I can only be sad for a given time. I can only be mad for a given time. I can only be upset for a given time. And that's why my cutoff game is so clean, baby, because the way that I am set up to preserve my peace, though, I just can't wallow for the sake of wallowing. I don't give a damn what the circumstances are. I got to get over it at some point. I just don't do well with feeling bad. I don't do well. That's the energy that reversed my type 2 diabetes, bitch. It's no. I ain't taking no insulin. I ain't taking no goddamn hypertension medication, no nothing, baby. I don't do well holding on bad. I can't do it. Not me. I got to get up out of it. Got to. It is an absolute. So, you know, I just want our people to give it up. Give it up, baby. Even if everybody that owe us something ain't giving us back our just dues, for our sake, we might have to give it up. Look at the Israelites and how generations of them were used to build up a land, ultimately, that they chose to leave. Because starting over and beginning again and having freedom and liberty was more significant than holding on to who owed them anything. I got a feeling that at some point we're going to be at the same interim as a community where we're going to have to make a deep, profound choice between our happiness and our debt, or our happiness and their debt. And I just wonder how many of us at this point, or even at that point, would choose our freedom and our liberation over the fight for what we're technically owed. As of right now, I would rather leave Egypt than to fight with its powers about what it owes me and my people. At this point, for me, it's no longer worth it. It's not worth the calamity and the catastrophe and the bloodshed and the grief anymore. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. And if we ain't gonna fight for it, then we need to let it go at this point. Either fight or comply. Either fight or comply. And since we ain't fighting, baby, I packed up my shit a long time ago, emotionally and mentally. So I'm okay with it never happening. With it never happening at this point. I've made peace with it. I'm not letting it steal anything else away from me. The rest of this is mine. It's mine. So I just hope that everybody finds their resolve, and that our community, if nothing else, can eventually be better to itself, and that we can create a sense of community and brotherhood and sisterhood amongst each other. If nothing else, that protects us, that's there for us, that is affirming of us. And that's the least that we do, is preserve us. So we done been here 6 hours and 20 minutes. I got to get the fuck up out of here. I got life to go do. Do any of y'all want to say anything else?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
And Blood Rena, you didn't do that bad, a Blood Rena. A nervous system and all.
Thank you.
Oh, well, I do want to get your thoughts super quick, Blood Rena. Cause like in a roundabout way, can you just like, what is your whole thing when it comes to the Twitch Allison thing? Like, what is your basically?
Someone said something earlier about, I forget who it was, but they said she's basing her trauma and everything on what she experienced to punish the whole Black community. I feel the same way about the Twitch situation. I don't want to do that. I've heard you say you've been an Allison and you've been in that position, but similarly, I've met many Allisons and I see it from the other way. So when they say she's evil, she's a narcissist, she's doing all these things behind the scenes, for me, because of what I experienced, that's not hard to believe. And I do feel like you open my eyes to make me consider that she may be grieving as well, and to see her side a little bit. But I still don't think any of that justifies her actions. I feel like her actions are very contradictory. Going back to the NDA, someone brought up a point in the chat. They're like, they wouldn't want anyone taking pictures of them or saying they were crying, whether or not they were crying, or that all these reasons had nothing to do with protecting Twitch's legacy. And that's the family's point. You say these things, but you do another. Yeah, she's not.
But can I ask you a question though? Because she's not the one leading the charge of legacy. Like, that's the family's idea, like protect his legacy. She hasn't necessarily been like
They said
the
those are the words she used when she tried to convince them to sign the NDA. They said we were doing it under the impression that this was to protect our brother, our son, our cousin's legacy. So when you lead with that, to try to get someone who understands, they're expressing to you, hey, we've never heard of this. The cousin even said, I'm not famous. I don't understand why I need to sign an NDA to go to a funeral. So when you're communicating with them and you're telling them, hey, it's not just about the NDA itself. This is to protect your son, your brother, your cousin. And it looks like you're not even looks like, to me, you're not. Because like I said, in these past 3 years, the only talk I've heard surrounding this man's death is the conspiracy theory that Ellen was involved, that he knew something, the show was going down at the time. I've never heard anything bad about him doing drugs, cryptocurrency, money troubles, any of that.
Let me ask you a question. If you are you a mother?
No, I don't have any children.
Okay. I'm sure you got friends.
Of course.
Okay. If you had a friend that you didn't know occasionally participated in orgies, and then it came out later on that this friend occasionally participated in orgies, is that necessarily a bad thing just because it's something that nobody knew that person did?
It's not a bad thing, but as a friend, I would never come out and disclose the fact that, hey, I just found out my friend participated in orgies and I never knew. I would not come out in public and say that. And that's the issue. And I think Twitch is getting most of the blame just simply because he committed suicide. People commit suicide differently. Some do it on a whim, some plan, they say goodbye to their family members, they have the best day of their life. We hear it all the time. He was so happy, he gave away all his stuff. And some people do it without planning. We don't know if this man was thinking of the shoebox in his closet at the time when he blew his brains out. We don't know if that friend who participated in orgies is thinking about, hey, I'm still signed into the sugar daddy app on my phone when they're committing suicide. So to blame him for not getting rid of things, or I'm sure he didn't think his wife, I don't know the man, but if that was something really important that he felt he had to do, I'm sure he would have did it. I'm sure that was the furthest thing from his mind if he really did commit suicide. And I think that's the issue. It's like almost like everybody's actions are justified, whether good or bad, simply because he's the one who took his life. He should have thought about what might have happened. Well, he's not here to defend himself, and that's his fault. I just don't agree with that.
I mean, so
that's just not fair.
So my question is, because you just ran right back into it, Blood Rita, where it's like, I mean, if it's literally so not fair to blame Twitch, then it's so not fair to also blame Allison for.
I'm not solely blaming her, but I do believe she plays a bigger part than what she's leading on.
If she lost her husband, which is a devastating situation, and I think somebody put it in the chat earlier that like 500 something thousand people take their lives a year, which is a that's a profound amount of people to lose yearly to self-deletion. With this, I mean, I don't understand the issue of her revealing the things she revealed in the context of helping people to possibly further understand, because it's not like what Twitch did, right, was a good thing. It's not like anybody is celebrating the fact that he took his life. So this was a negative thing that he did, and he left the world for a reason, and nobody understands why. And him and her have a public platform, and if she can speak to an epidemic of people who have suffered through this, and apparently there's going to be 500,000 more people this year who are going to take their lives, and there are going to be 500,000 more families that are going to be in Allison and that are going to have to journey through, you know, something this tragic. I mean, with her wanting to do that in the context of helping the world, it's not like she's putting Twitch's business out there for the hell of making him look like a bad guy. She's putting their business out there for the help of comforting people and helping people to identify and to understand that not everybody who is smiling and dancing like Twitch is happy, and that there are people are living double lives, and we need to explore why, so that we can help people like Twitch, and so that people like Twitch can also help us help them. For those who are still here and maybe contemplating, like, I don't like what the, like, people, I guess, so this is what I'm basically saying, is that, like, people are allowed to take a bad thing and to attempt to do something noble. And to do
And
something.
maybe she did. Maybe her intentions were good.
She said that it did. Like, she has explained to us. I'm going to read you her statement again, just in case you, this is her sentiments. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. This was her response to the backlash. To fans of Stephen and our family and friends, I want to be clear that my only intention in writing the book is to share my own story, as well as part of my life with Stephen, to help other people. Just like you, I never really knew what happened. And even as I am trying to put the pieces together, I will never really know. If you decide to read the book, hopefully you'll see my intention is to celebrate the love and life I shared with Stephen and our 3 beautiful children, and also the more complex aspects of both of our lives. I hope that by sharing our full story, maybe I can help someone else who might see themselves or a loved one in Stephen. And sharing, I hope that maybe they can catch some of the red flags that I missed before it's too late. Over the course of the last 2 years, I've spoken in detail with Naomi, as well as the Solomon family and the Defensive Line Foundation, to better educate myself on mental health issues so that I can share warning signs with others. All of my proceeds from this book are going to fund the mental health focused foundation I started in Stephen's honor, Move with Kindness. My hope is that we don't need to lose another husband, brother, father, or friend to suicide. I believe that if Stephen were able to choose, he would choose to have his story told if it meant saving even one life. Much love to all those who have supported our family these many years. So while the fans and, you know, friends are tell all, like, that's their narrative. That's a projection. That's not her intent. That's not what her book is about. That's not the tonality of her book. That's not the tonality of her book tour, of her talking points. That's just the experience of people who don't like the fact that she's choosing to unveil something that most people are assuming is going to make Twitch look negative in the eyes of the public. But him possibly, maybe dilly-dabbling in drugs does not take anything away from Stephen in my eyes. I mean, he's a human being. I don't even have an attitude about him. I mean, he's a person. Nothing would shock me about whatever. But I do agree with her that if her lived experience and the situation he put them all in, she feels can help raise awareness around mental health issues and suicide, and helping people who may be suffering in silence in our lives, who we have no idea, because me and you right now could have somebody in our life who is a Stephen, who we have no idea is on the verge, you know, right there on the precipice of.
And so far, nothing she said is going to make me recognize that that person is suicidal. So I hope she wrote some real profound shit in that book.
And she said she did. She said she did, because that's the point of y'all
What
buying
she's
the book.
doing now?
That's the point of her saying, and that's why she said, y'all, if y'all choose to read the book, y'all will see what
Well,
intention
I'll
is.
give her that. Let's see, because right now, ma'am, your actions, your words. I don't see how this is helping at
Actions
all.
and her words, all because she said she found a box of drug paraphernalia in the man's closet.
Yes, I don't get why we're taking that lightly, especially because he's a black man. In my opinion, if she had a white husband, she would never. She would never.
Well, y'all better hope that this one don't die, because we might see the second memoir, How to Move On Again, into the light.
I don't get why that's no big deal. Like, no one suspected this man of doing drugs.
That's all the more reason to talk about it, because the whole point of the book is to talk about the way people cope and the mask that people wear, and that everybody in our life who is happy is not necessarily happy. And some people are going through some real things. And if you have directly experienced that type of tragedy in your life, I can definitely understand the impulse to share the world what you have learned now through everything you've learned about suicidal ideation, everything you've learned about trauma, everything you've learned about living in secrecy, everything you've learned about just even as a person moving through that when it comes to the loss of a loved one who claimed their life in that way. I can understand that, because mostly everything I go through in my life, I love to also turn into a testimony. I had an ex-boyfriend.
Her book could be 19 chapters.
I had an ex-boyfriend, a blood arena, who, now, mind you, I had started a narcissistic series on YouTube about 5-6 years ago. And I had produced that series as a result of what I had been through with him for 5, 6, 7 years. And even though I never said his name, he was really irate and upset that I even had the audacity to chronicle my experience on my platform, and to talk about the ins and outs of what I had experienced, even though I never identified him as a person in my story. I never shared his government name. I never showed a picture of him. I never gave anything that put any particular spotlight on his black ass. And yet he chose to be offended and chose to be upset and chose to go on a smear campaign because I decided to share my story, and then was courteous enough to keep his name out of it, but not keep his experience out of it. Like, and I'm just like, sir, you don't get to tell me what the fuck to do with my experience. And I'm sharing my experience in hopes to raise other people's awareness around narcissism, which my ex was, and he ended up being clinically diagnosed with narcissism complex. And, you know, I'm just like, you don't get to tell other people who you were a part of what to do with their story, because now it's their story too. It's now their history too. If we were in a relationship, it's my history now too. I don't care that it involves you. You now have become a part of my history. You've become a part of my life algorithm. And the same is the case with Allison. He is a part of her history, and she has right to share and to do whatever she wants with that history. I think we should be happy at the very least that at least she wants to share that experience in the context of trying to heal people and help people, rather than it actually being designed to be a slanderous, disrespectful, salacious, reputationally harmful situation. But she does get it right. It's her story. It's her history.
I agree with that, but there's a thin line between your story and you telling someone else's. She could have been vague. She didn't have to disclose the fact that he was molested as a child.
But
something his own mother probably didn't even know.
And why not share it? And do you think that it's right?
He didn't even share it. It's not your story to tell. You didn't know. You weren't there. And most of all, he never opened up with this. He never wrote a book about it.
But that's a problem, Blood Arena. You don't think that that's a problem that that somebody comes into your life and they ask you to trust them and to fall in love with them and to build a family with them, and then have the audacity to edit out intentionally the full totality of them? Because aren't we living in an age where we're hearing so many women upset about the fact that their men were on the DL and their men had other proclivities? Because Black women get very selective about when you want transparency from a man and then when you don't mind his ass, not being transparent. And unfortunately, because we're talking about real life here, we really don't get our cake and eat it too. And I don't agree that people should come into people's lives to form meaningful relationships bearing all of these damn secrets that may have something to do with what shows up later in the relationship, aka abuse of me, aka abuse of our children, aka trauma that you never disclosed that then eventually became suicide for you, because now look at what that brought and did to all of us. As a result of you not sharing that, you now induced trauma into me. You brought things and secrets into this relationship that possibly ate away at you. And now I got to continue to care for the kids and explain to them how not to take that personally, how not to think that their dad doesn't love them, how not to think that the choice their dad made is not a reflection of his honor of them. I've got to find a way as a wife to make myself believe that this was not personal and that this was about Steven. Like, because you brought things in here you could not share, and you brought the mask into the relationship, and the mask costed you your life, and it's costed you the future of your family, because only time would tell how those kids turn out as a result of this whole experience. Only time would tell what happens even with Allison as a result of this experience, what happens with his brother, his mother, etc. Like, can't you see, Blood Arena, the catastrophe and the apocalypse that
absolutely.
the reality of this man's silence and what it manifested for his fans, for his viewers, for his children, for his family? Like, it almost seems like you kind of downplaying the choice while you're arguing that we a little bit too heavy, some of us too heavy on it. But this man's choice changed everything. His choice to be silent, his choice to be quiet, his choice to not get treatment, his choice to marry someone without disclosing this, and now look at what it did. And his children are young. They're not even old enough to be detached from their father.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even old enough to, be able to make sense of something like this the way that our adult brains could, recalibrate from this, could snap back from this, could reason with this thing. He left babies, he left young children in the wake of something like this. Those kids were what, 7 and 8 or however old, and had to look at their father in a casket.
So could she not have said everything you just stated without? I'm just having a hard time with that. Like, I don't know. There's so many ways to do this. Why not just say, me and my family have to suffer now because of the secret? Everything you just said, I just don't see why. The family does have a point. Like, I just don't get how. And maybe I'm wrong, unless her book comes out and she starts getting a bunch of testimonies like, hey, you helped me, your book really helped me. Sure, I'll change my mind. But for now, I don't see how disclosing the fact that he was molested, you could have said so many other different things. You could have said you found out secrets you didn't know. There's a whole side of your husband you knew nothing about. He suffered from childhood trauma you knew nothing about. I just don't get, why did you have to say he was molested?
Because if I don't put a specific identity on his demons, I'm still not doing the public a major service by being general. Because what if sexual trauma is what specifically eroded at his soul? So if I'm going to go to the public and attempt to use our story, our experience to help people, but I'm being general and vague about a subject that the general public is mostly ignorant about to begin with. What are the telltale signs of a person who is suicidal? What are the types of trauma that are linked to driving people to take their lives, etc.? I'm not really in a situation where I can be just as veiled as Steven is.
Why are we acting like Allison is saving the world with this memoir? I just don't get it.
Because like that's her intent. And
you could have great intentions. That don't mean that's
look,
what it's given.
I agree that it doesn't mean that that's the way it's going to be received, but that's her intent. And I don't see anything wrong with that, because I think the world is too ignorant on secrecy. I'm not secrecy, but on self-deletion. I think the world is too ignorant and too invested in wearing masks. I'm sick of it. People need to be themselves. People need to cry. People need to admit, I'm not happy. I've been touched. I've been abused. People need to give themselves that humanity amongst their community. And it is not fair to allow people to love you and to be attached to you, and you withhold things that are threatening your mortality, and to just deceive the people that you love, to deceive your children, to deceive your spouse, to deceive your mother, to deceive, all these people who have no idea what the fuck happened, because like they're all saying, we never knew. And like Allison saying, I didn't either. So she's hoping that this information is helping to provide closure, not to create division and calamity, but that's the way they're receiving it, because that information deviates from their perception of Steven, rather than them using it like Allison is as a way to possibly understand why this man made the most extreme decision that any human being can make. She's hoping that this adds a closure to everybody. It gives people insight, and it helps to raise people's awareness, because if people don't get the help they need dealing with various types of trauma, that they could end up as a Steven. And so if you get somebody in your life who may have been sexually violated, hey, you may really want to stress to them to get help, instead of allowing them to sit around and try to treat that themselves, because they may end up like Steven. If you have somebody in your life that is struggling with alcohol or drugs or whatever the case may be, you might not want to take that easy. You might not just want to, tout
Let's
that.
talk about that too.
Yeah,
because a lot of people keep saying, oh, they had no clue, they didn't see it coming, but they're contradictory as well. From what he said, he disclosed he had marriage trouble. You can't, just because you didn't think it was that bad, like, we have to stop that too. When someone tells you something like that, and not to blame his brother, but we have to start
the brother though. The brother done came out also putting his brother business all out there, but God forbid his wife disclose anything in the name of helping. But the brother can, in a rage of anger and craziness, just say whatever the hell he want to say, disclose whatever.
I don't think it was a rage of anger. It was his grief taking over, and not to
a lying, narcissistic bitch. He's calling her. He's going.
She might be.
And nonetheless, he is disclosing things that I didn't know that Steven smoked weed. I didn't know that Steven was unhappy in his marriage. I didn't know any of those things. And
we didn't know he had a box of drugs in his closet and he was molested.
So
and not to say
so why we not at least mad? So then why, once again, let the pendulum swing from left to right? let's be mad at everybody. Everybody done told Steven business at this point.
I hope it don't sound like I'm picking and choosing, but
of course it
what he
does.
disclosed was not that bad. Why is it?
You are completely on.
Why is it so devastating that he smokes weed here and there? Like, okay, but
No,
now we're talking about hardcore drugs you had to Google. What? Those are two different things, ma'am.
But you do know that addiction and codependency to marijuana has also like been a detriment to people's lives. Like people have had to go to rehab to get off of weed.
Course.
And weed has like really, like, some people have died under the influence. They have been too spaced out to, you know, be behind the wheel of a car. They've been stoned, been high as hell. Like, weed is not also some like super romantic herb, you know. It can be just as enabling as anything else if not used properly, like everything else. And because she said these are the things I did not know, what that also tells us is that whatever that was in that Nike box, it wasn't something that caused him to be belligerent. It wasn't something that caused him to per se act a fool, because even though those things were found, like she said, I never knew, which means that Steven were utilizing those things in a way that also went under the radar. So once again, she's not necessarily communicating anything to imply anything bad about him. She's just trying to use her experience as a way to just help people to understand that.
Why she didn't disclose her own drug use? Why didn't you say?
We don't know if she did or not.
The brother said she's the one that's an addict.
And look, it is her memoir, not Steven's. So for all we know, her own issues with alcohol and drinking may also be in that book. We don't know. And that's what I'm saying. It's so many assumptions being
We
made.
didn't read the book yet, so we going off of her
It
interview.
hasn't even come out yet. And the woman has said that she has shared, you know, herself in this book, her trials in this book, her experience, of course, her life with Steven, which of course, you know, that's a big part of her life too, was in the book. But it's a memoir. It's, you know, it can entail all of it for all we know.
When she said the words, she had family members who were addicts. She's been around addicts, and she didn't recognize. That's when she started to recognize that he was suffering from addiction. Why didn't you, if it's such a memoir, why you didn't say based on my own drug use and my experience with addiction? It's I started to recognize it's everybody else. I didn't hear anything about her for this to be a memoir. And this is the part that's so aggravating to me. Like,
and let's be honest, on a marketing note, y'all only know her from her relationship to tWitch. And let's also be honest, his story is bigger than hers because of what he did. And because her problems with drugs didn't put a gun to her head, it ain't really no need for her to do a full autopsy on herself, because she remained a wife, she remained a mother, she has remained alive as a result of whatever she done dealt with. Steven didn't make it through his.
So you think the brother went low when he disclosed that?
Absolutely, because my question to you, Blood Rena, is how does he clear that up with his nieces and nephews later? How do you clean that up? What do you say to them if this whole thing is not only about the allegations, but they are about the fact that she's withheld?
He could come back from this. You clear it up by saying every marriage has trouble. I don't think anything he disclosed was that bad. And not to say it makes it correct, like it was a tit for tat.
It's that bad to be in your anger and for you to recognize that there are kids that you want everybody to care about in the situation, including Allison. And then under these circumstances of these kids, not this grown woman, but these kids having to still deal over time and grapple with the loss of their father, you interject as somebody who cares about them by stating that their father may have not wanted their mother and may not have wanted the life that he was building with them all. And to put that out there and to put it out there maliciously. See, that's the difference between her memoir, which is meant to help, and the buffoonery coming out of the boss's family's mouth is that what they're doing is malicious. It's the result of their anger and frustration. And now, as the brother said, our mama done gave us the green light to go in on this bitch. It's from a place of defensiveness. It's ugly. And it injures those same kids that they claim they care about. Why would you insert that? That is something that those kids
I think they felt like she was hiding the truth. He said there was marital issues. I think he got triggered by her interview when she said everything was wonderful. He's like, that's not the case, actually.
But see, that's another projection, because we listened to the interview, right? Of Blood Arena. She said toward the end, in the last quarter of their life together, everything was well. She was specifically talking about in the weeks, in the month following his death, that everything was well. We just came off vacation. Like she specified.
I thought I heard her say towards the end he wasn't showering. He was showing signs his mental health was declining.
Who said that?
Allison. I could have sworn I heard her say that in the interview.
Well, in the People interview that we listened to, she said the opposite. She said everything was well. They just came off a vacation. They did a TikTok video. They ate dinner the night before. That whole like period was ideal, and she thought that they were experiencing like a second honeymoon phase in their life because everything was going so well, which didn't surprise me, because that's, as you said just a few moments ago, sometimes that's how suicidal people act. They get happy because the end is near, and it relaxes them to know that their suffering is about to come to an end. And they start being very charitable and very happy and very present and very loving. Even his mom says, that he caught her the day before he did it. He said he loved her. He told his daughter, I wish I could be your Superman. So he was already laying out the pieces, because he was done toward the end, and he was reflecting and kind of tying up the loose ends of his life, because he knew what he was going to do, unfortunately. And if also, to his brother's point, right, he confided in me and I convinced him to stay in his relationship. So then, for all we know, then Steven never even brought this to her attention. He continued to wear a mask because his brother pressured him to remain with her for the sake of the kids. If she was a big part of his stress and mental health, his brother encouraged him to live alongside his stress factor.
I mean, that happens a lot. As a person in 2018, I was dating someone for about a year, a white guy. And I remember expressing to my mother how I felt suffocated in a relationship. I felt he was controlling. I felt like I couldn't have any space. I felt just trapped. And she made a joke. Like, she's like, oh yeah, when I spoke to him on the phone the other day, the way he was talking to me, like, I know what she likes. I know it's, he was like, and she just made a joke, like, are you her damn father? Like, and it's like, we're keying at the moment. But a week later, guess who ends up taking a bunch of pills to end it all? So we have to stop this. When someone tells you something, you might not think is as serious as the sign, as it sounds at the time, but they could very well be expressing that this is the issue I'm dealing with, and it's really hard on me. And I mean, we don't have to say the words, we're considering ending it all, but we have to start taking these things seriously. And I think the brother, that was a part of his grief as well, expressing that. We have to look at it from their side too. He probably feels like, he probably really does felt what he said. I feel like my brother would still be alive if it wasn't for you.
But
if he wasn't with you.
I totally agree with that. But the difference here is Allison has not made her experience about them people. If he's dealing with his personal guilt and shame, then he should deal with that about him. That ain't got nothing to do with Allison, because you talked your brother into staying with a woman, and now you believe that woman was such a stress factor that it could have contributed to his mental health declining. That's not about Allison. And spouting it out on the internet and then projecting and making that Allison's issue is not right. And it's not fair to her, because you encourage him to go over there and continue to lie and to mask a life that he didn't want to live. You are directly responsible for him inducing trauma into his wife and to his children as well.
No, he told them to work it out for the sake of the children. That could have meant
Exactly.
anything. It could have meant go to therapy.
Exactly. And he didn't do that, right? And she said he never went to therapy. She said in the People interview, he didn't go to therapy. She said she always pushed for them to do therapy and all of this. You know, Stephen wasn't really interested in that. So he didn't take her advice. I mean, he didn't take his advice if he took his life.
There's other ways to work on it. He had a journal. That alone shows that he was...
No, it didn't work because he killed himself, baby. It didn't work. It doesn't mean that he didn't try, because clearly right, he did stay with her and he did have a journal, to your point. But ultimately, he was not successful in whatever the issues were in resolving them. And if the brother has guilt about talking his brother into remaining in that marriage, I'm just saying, don't make that about Allison. The brother needs to make that about himself. That is not about Allison. He cannot make his own decisions and talk to his brother how he wants to and say what he wants to and then blame someone else when the outcome is very different than what he expected. And if he is going to blame somebody, blame your brother for not telling himself, all right, I tried to take my brother's advice. I'm not happy here. I'm filing divorce any damn way. Don't scoot all the way past Stephen and then jump on Allison's ass because the advice you gave to your brother didn't work and didn't serve him the way that you thought it would. And now that you're mad as hell as a result of how things done turned out, that's become her problem. No, that ain't got nothing to do with her. That got nothing to do with her. What you sat there and convinced your brother to do is what you did. And you need to be a man and look in the mirror and confront yourself and make peace with yourself about the fact that you are not at fault for encouraging him to do what you thought at the time was the best. But because the brother hasn't forgiven himself, he's now using the book, like the whole family is, to deflect from all of their unresolves and possibly all of their own guilt about how they weren't able to save Stephen. And they've made Allison the bad guy.
So what do you have to say about her withholding the children all these years before there was even mention of a book?
That's the part that we were talking about earlier, where I'm curious to know what Allison's side is. I'm curious to know why the kids have not seen them. I'm curious to hear what the side is, because the family don't really know why. All they know is that they haven't had access to them, but they don't know why. And I'm curious to know why. I've entertained if she found some shit in that diary that scared the fuck out of her, that revealed some things about their family that made her just want to keep her goddamn kids to herself, or if it's true what the brother said, that she objectifies Stephen because he's black and she fetishized him, and now that he's gone, she don't have any use for blackness. So she separated herself from all the other black people. Or if the family, as a result of the tragedy behind the scenes, unbeknownst to us, have been microaggressive toward her. Because if they're outside like this right now, baby, I'm led to believe that shit, some of this energy was showing up privately for the past 2-3 years.
And
That
this is my
all
point with the family coming out on, it's not just about the book. I don't think it's just about the book and they're using the book to do all this. I think it's everything they said on top of the NDA. We can't see his kids. You change, you did the thing 48 hours where you change your last name on social media. And sure, we could dig into that and dissect why she might have did that. Anger, you're grieving, whatever. But again, it's insensitive to the family. It seems like to me, she's only thinking about, and maybe that's a good thing, or I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but she only seems to be concerned about her own healing, not how her actions
that's kind of
affect
how healing
everyone
is.
else.
But that's kind of how healing is set up. Like when people decide to recover from drugs, regardless of everybody that's connected to them, attached to them, if they need to go into rehab and that rehab is a 3-month period, that person, if they're in trouble and they want to get out of trouble, out of drug trouble, out of addiction trouble, has to make that decision nonetheless. Because your healing requires your selfishness. You can't think about other people when you are healing. You can't think about the way your healing impacts other people. Because your healing and your soul salvation is for you. And the scriptures say, let every man and every woman work out his or her own salvation in fear and trembling. It's the one, whenever you need to heal, that's when you have the full right to not care and give a damn about nobody else. When you are healing.
I totally agree. But again, her actions just, it's not doing it for me. Did you really have to change an Instagram handle, ma'am? Like,
what you just said, though.
Did that really ease your grieving? Did it really make you feel empowered? Did
But
you
you
really
just
feel like I'm moving
acknowledged.
on now?
And you just acknowledged, though, that yes, because it's grief, it could have been. And she did it, obviously. And I don't know whether it served her. I don't know whether she got any sense of relief out of it. But I mean, she did it. And like you said, that can easily be attributed to grief, because when people are grieving, they don't move with coordination. A grieving is a messy thing to navigate. It's messy. It's chaotic. It don't make no sense. People are not themselves. Just like Stephen wasn't himself, right? He wasn't being his real self because of his grief. He wasn't being the real him because he was in pain. So we're seeing how they both navigated their mental health hiccup. He didn't act like somebody in pain and somebody in trouble, even though he was severely in trouble. And she didn't act perfect as a result of her grief and tragedy. And so you can see the way that two people navigated trauma very differently.
Yeah.
And
I feel like we have so much grace for her, and I just can't wrap my
we
head.
also
It's
have
not this
grace
much damn grace in the world.
because it's grief. What else are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to say to a widow who's writing a book to help the world that she's an evil bitch? I mean, I don't like. I don't.
The family did.
There's no reason to not give her grace.
They did it.
It's not no reason. I mean, the family, as you just said, the family's just using the book and her being transparent about Stephen as an excuse to get into some other things that they're frustrated with. And they have a right to be frustrated with not seeing the kids, not seeing their relatives, not seeing the last remaining remnants of Stephen, which is going to be his children. I can understand why that hurts them. I know that the way they're handling this is not going to help with them having proximity to those damn kids.
And that's all I'm saying. They're grieving too.
Yeah, but the problem with their grieving is, unlike Allison, she grieved privately and she wrote her healing in a book and stepped back out to help people with her story, while the family is grieving chaotically out loud and making all type of allegations and just striking away at Allison, and none of that is about their healing, and none of that is about protecting those damn children. Because see, Allison has access to her kids, so she's able to talk to them about this book, about this memoir, about the intent, about all of that. They don't have access to those kids to defend their actions against or to. That's why they need to be more mindful than her, because see, she got access to them kids. She can explain what she's
You can
doing.
only kiss somebody else for so long and stay silent.
If you are integral, you can be pissed off and gaslit and still handle yourself accordingly. And this woman didn't get out here saying, I'm making a tell-all book about how horrendous my husband was. Now, if that was the case, I probably could give more grace to the family for then swinging and banging.
You know what this remind me of? I don't know if you knew this fact. Did you know Superhead's book was a memoir as well?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And guess
what? What did Tyra say? You knew what you were doing. You knew. She insisted this is about my trauma, what I went through in the rap industry I'm trying to help young women, because when I hear they want to get into modeling, this is what they do. When they hear they want to get into modeling, they don't know what it's like, and I'm trying to warn them. But what do we get from that book? Salacious stories of you with rappers. That's what was taken from that.
But guess what? Even if that book was filled with salacious tales with rappers, is that not her story to tell? I mean, it's her story to tell. And if she want to chronicle the way she laid down and who she hooked up with, I mean, it's her story to tell. I wasn't mad at Superhead either for her memoir. I mean, she can talk about her life, and she can attempt to have a purpose for her memoir, even if that purpose landed poorly on behalf of the public, who just took it, as tea and industry insight into, the way these rappers were getting down. But I mean, I wasn't mad at her either, because I mean, it's her story. And once you become a part of somebody's story, they can do what they will. And
I guess I wouldn't be mad if he was a terrible person. I think that's why I'm having a hard time
well,
with her
then why can't
disclosing
you
it.
accept that his wife is not painting him as such, despite all that she keeps saying? She keeps saying, what are y'all upset about? I'm not saying, why would I want to slander my ex-husband? Why
That's
would
like
I want
saying you're ugly, but I'm not insulting you. Like
to?
what?
No,
You could say what you want, but you're doing it. Like
no, just because y'all think somebody doing drugs is bad doesn't mean that drugs are bad. Like, the public is projecting how they feel about that information onto Allison's intent and the way she perceives this. For her, this is just information. It's not a judgment. It's information. The whole point of her talking about what she discovered was literally for that. This is the information. And I hope that this brings closure to all y'all who love Steven as well, who obviously was not happy, which is why he made his choice. And these may be the Blues Clues and the Easter eggs to help better understand what he was dealing with. And I hope that this helps somebody.
when she said,
if it's just one person.
when she said she's donating the proceeds of the book to a charity that's for him, do you know how much of what percentage of the proceeds? Is it all, or?
She said all of the proceeds are going to her nonprofit for Steven.
Okay. That kind of helps her case.
And the fact that she created a nonprofit for people struggling with mental health. I mean, it's like everybody's acting like that's all not
She's
there.
the hero of the world now. Like that's just the part I'm stuck in.
Yeah, but what's the problem with that? Don't people blood arena? Don't people go through things and then don't drug addicts recover?
She's the face of suicide now. Like, what are we doing?
That's what people do. Like, that's what people do. People become the underdog and then the overdog, and then they go try to say they're just like a new Christian, go sharing Jesus with every damn body. Not everybody need to be damn saved. Not everybody need to know Christ. Not everybody need to be going to church. I mean, it happens in every facet of life. When we find something good and we find something of substance and purposeful and something that we feel can be beneficial, it's natural for us as humans to then want to share that, because we are human enough to want to help each other in any way that we can. So this happens across the board. Look at every public figure done damn near Vic towards something. They either ex-prostitutes, ex-sex workers, drug heads, suffer from sex addiction, drug addiction, done survive suicide attempts. I mean, you know, like it's every walk of life. I mean, yes. And we should be celebrating her for turning this tragedy into something that can hopefully save other lives. And that will, because that foundation is going to save somebody. This book is going to touch and help somebody who right now or next month who may be contemplating taking their life is going to read that book and realize, oh my God, I cannot do this to my family. I cannot do this to my children. I cannot do this to my mother. Somebody right now or somebody next month is going to be reading that book and say, oh my God, I have seen all those signs in my son, all those signs in my daughter. Let me go.
And that's all we can hope.
Let me go spend some time with them and ask them, are they okay? Let them know that they are loved. Let them know that it's nothing wrong with getting help if they're dealing with anything, and that even if they don't want to talk to me, there are people in place who they can talk to that can help them. That's going to help somebody, yes. And the fact that she lived it is what makes the message even more powerful, because she's not speaking about something just from an intellectual perspective. She's speaking as somebody who survived it, somebody who saw it, somebody who lived with it, somebody who endured it, and somebody who came out on the other side of it. And she wants other people's lives to be saved. So yes, please, Miss White Woman, get on your Aladdin carpet and go save as many people as possible with your platform and with your privilege. Go do something meaningful and positive with your goddamn white privilege. Yes, white woman, put on your damn cape, baby, and
Someone brought up
the world. Mm-hmm.
Someone brought up a point earlier that you disagree with when they said that she should have let the family know about the book or gave them a heads up. And you said that that wouldn't have changed the fact that she was still going to write the book and release it.
Yes.
It wouldn't have changed. I do agree it wouldn't have changed the fact, but do you think it would have helped even a little if she said, hey, I'm writing this book and I may disclose some intimate details that might not be so pretty, a ugly truth, if you will. And before I do that, I just want to let you guys know I'm not doing this to hurt your son. I'm not doing this to destroy his legacy. My goal is to hopefully help other people who's going. If she would have came to the family with this, do you think we'd be here right now?
Yes, because their issue wasn't not her talking to them. Their issue was the actual thing she was going to reveal. So that's why they would have been mad.
Right.
Regardless.
So if she would have said, I'm going to reveal some hurtful things.
Yeah. Because they're actually mad at the revelation, because they're mad at the information, they're going to be mad regardless. They're not mad at the fact that she didn't disclose the memoir. They're mad at what she's disclosing. So they were going to be upset regardless. If she would have told them a year ago, I'm writing this book and I'm going to reveal that I found drugs in Stephen's things and that he was molested and this is my they would have been going to fuck off just like they're going to fuck off now.
I don't think so. I think it's not.
And she might have been concerned about her safety had she given their ass a goddamn opportunity to have a heads up, because God only knows what they would have did to try to stop her and to prohibit that from happening. I feel like if the family was on good terms, possibly she probably would have. But as we can now hear, there ain't been a relationship between them since Stephen passed. And we don't really know why there ain't been a relationship.
I think all of that plays a part. I disagree. I think if they were allowed to see the children during this time and she would have disclosed the fact that she was going to publicly disclose some
They would
hurtful
have been
things.
even more mad, and they would have been making these same protests privately. Why would you do this to the kids? This is not necessary. This ain't none of the public business.
Privately.
Mother would not have wanted this out there. This would offend him. My mother's, she is upset about this. It would have been all this. They were never going to be okay with her revealing that he'd been molested and let's talk about that. They haven't even argued that. They more pressed about the fact that he had a box full of drug paraphernalia while acknowledging that he was a weed head or that he smoked weed than they are about the fact that their brother had childhood trauma from an adult male that they don't know shit about. And they ain't even up in arms and shocked at that or even dealing with that more so than they are about the fact that he had a box of drugs when the man wasn't even found to have any substances in his system. So why are y'all harping negatively on that? Because the toxicology, at the very least for me, tells me that he wasn't a regular user. I mean, he wasn't an addict. He just used occasionally. And he wasn't using at the time that he passed away. And because she's not divulging that information to hurt him or to hurt anybody else, but to, once again, to wake it up. Because she didn't know her husband had been molested or violated, or that he even did some of the things that she found in that damn box. And then, and now he's dead and took his own life. And that's the context of her revealing all this. Like, y'all haven't even begun to put y'all finger on the fact that he had childhood trauma and that he had been sexually abused and assaulted. And I couldn't imagine being them and making all this revelation about Allison, because right now, as a relative, as a brother, as somebody who had loved Stephen, I would be more so in my brain right now doing a goddamn investigation, because I need to know who the fuck this man was that violated my son, that violated my brother. I need to know who this is in case this person is still adjacent to the family. I don't know whether this is a family friend, whether this is an uncle, whether this is a cousin. My priorities would be completely different than sitting here going to fuck off, about Allison, because I'm mature enough to understand her place as a wife and as a mother who was left in this situation. And I'm mature enough to understand what she's trying to do with her experience now. And she's trying to do something good with that. I still have the right to say I wouldn't do it if I was in her position, if that was my attitude. But I'm also mature enough to be able to not project onto her. And just because I wouldn't do it don't mean she don't have a right to. And it don't mean that she's doing something bad just because she's doing something I wouldn't do in her situation. And this family isn't mature enough to know that two things can be true at the same time. She can make a choice that you don't have to agree with without her being evil for it. Two things can be true at the same time. A person can make a choice that you wouldn't make that doesn't necessarily make them the bad guy either, just because they made a different one.
What if they're making a choice not necessarily that you don't agree with, but a choice that's not socially acceptable? Because the family's not the only one
And
saying
once
it.
again, then, that's not Allison's problem, is to comply with society. Her job as an adult woman is not to consider what other people think should happen as it relates to a choice she is now convinced is in the best interest of her and her mission and her message. And she doesn't have to consider society. I mean, how immature that is. Allison in high school? Is she a 16-year-old at Winsboro High? No, this is a grown-ass woman we're talking about. So no, she doesn't have to give a fuck about what society thinks about anything. And I will hope that her ass will be grown enough to not give a damn. Like, to not let other people control what you have a conviction about. You cannot please everybody to begin with. And if Allison passed away and these things came out later, then you're going to have another group saying, why didn't she say something? All this whole time this man took his damn life, and we didn't know that he possibly did drugs, or we didn't know because, he was molested, and she knew all this shit the whole time and didn't say nothing. You will have that cry. You can't please people. That's why you have to just stay true to yourself. because
as quiet as it's
for
kept,
everything you do is gonna warrant praise from one group and warrant drama and affliction from another.
This is true.
You can't please everybody, so you just have to sit in your choice. And there's nothing wrong with considering other people if you love them. You know, you can consider. You know, and I'm gonna tell you, this is a hard lesson, a blood arena I had to learn as a healer, because I used to get caught up in the advice I gave to other people, and I used to be so invested in what I thought was best for them, and I would be so invested in the fact that I took time out of my life to put them on game, to give them said information, to help themselves in this way. And then if they didn't do that, I'd be mad as hell at them. I had to learn, and Iyanla taught me this, to be a true messenger. My only job is to give you the information. It is not to be invested in whether you manifest it.
Mm-hmm.
So she could have, if there was a working relationship between the family, she could have allowed them to have an opportunity to deal with that, to hear that, to, you know, provide input and feedback. But the question, Blood Arena, is would they still have respected it if she would have decided to allow them to have input, allow them to have a say-so, and then took all that information into her being and then decided, I'm still going for it this way?
We'll never know, because she made the decision to not communicate with the family, make them sign NDAs, and then release a memoir.
Exactly. And it's not, and I don't think we would ever not know. I think that what's going on right now is very telling about exactly what would have been the case in the hypothetical that she would have did that. But
so if it was going to be the case either way, why not do the right thing? I'm sure she knew she was going to get flack for this.
Of course. And I think that's why she got her head up high. I don't think she's surprised at all. I don't think she's shocked at all. I don't think she is remotely confused.
No.
Because if you see all of her responses to everybody, it's just like, I love you. And
right.
I love you, baby. Like, I mean, you know, you allowed to sound, you know, I mean, if you mad,
you'll always be family.
all she can say is, baby, I love you. And, you know, I'm just sorry that you are interpreting my intent the way that you are. It's
That's just not enough for me when you're withholding this man's kids and they sign non-disclosure agreements.
But at the same
you
time,
love them? Like,
but at the same time, we also don't know why. We don't know if the same family that's now outside on her neck, I mean, how immature of the mother to green light her children to act a plum fool and to operate, you know, however they want to. Like, what type of elder under these circumstances with grandbabies they claim they love and who represents eldership in a community tells people who are having a difficult time emotionally to let loose? Who does that? What type of that is not the feedback consistent with an experienced and seasoned elder and leader. So it tells me a lot about even the mama. Because the brother talking about, yeah, our mama gave us the green light. Well, baby, that is a sad incrimination of your mama. As old as her ass is, and for her to be with the shits, and for her ass to be telling all y'all to do the most, and then all y'all are claiming y'all want a relationship to the kids who have been mothered by this individual. How in the hell do y'all think that's gonna work out for them? And how in the hell do y'all think that's gonna work out for y'all? Y'all could be handling all this privately. Y'all could be sending her letters, text messages, pulling up on her ass, and attempting to work this thing through and through, by and by. Instead, y'all on social media with the fuck shit about a memoir that's designed to help people suffering with mental health issues and depression like her damn husband. She got a whole goddamn charity and nonprofit for her husband. Now, riddle me this, Blood Arena. What profit and non-organization and higher work is the brother doing in honor of his brother? Are his friends doing in honor of Stephen's situation, is his mammy doing in his honor? Tell me that, because the white woman got a whole nonprofit that people
He
suffering.
has the resources to do it. I don't know his family's resources. I don't know what they signed in that
I'm telling you what the
non-disclosure
answer is.
agreement.
Not a damn thing.
Maybe she put something in NDA that says they can't.
Ain't no damn NDA that can. Baby, if there was a type of NDA there that y'all would want to believe, they wouldn't be able to do what the hell they're doing right now. Ain't no NDA.
Oh, they said they don't care.
They do care because, as you see, they still not
They
disclosing.
still exactly.
Yeah,
they knew what to tiptoe around.
They still do care because they still ain't disclosed to us the details of the goddamn funeral.
I will admit that they still didn't tell us a lot of details. So yeah, I know to tread lightly.
But they ain't giving us no details. And the question is, what are they doing? This white woman got a purpose. She got a plan. She knows exactly what she's trying to accomplish with her story. She's wanting to use her and Steven's life as a way to help other people. She got a nonprofit. What the hell do the brother, the friends, and the mama got? Nothing, but just talking shit. Talking shit.
Ain't
got a mission, ain't got a purpose, ain't doing nothing with the circumstance, no nothing. Just talking shit. Mad as hell. And I don't think that Allison has been perfect. I do think that there is some possible fault on her end when it comes to this whole withholding the kids, unless she can justify that because they have posed a reasonable threat to those kids or to her, then it ain't no real reason why those kids shouldn't have access to the black side of their family. But I don't know what's really going on because Allison hasn't responded. Allison hasn't provided a narrative or an explanation. She hasn't spoken to anything. She's just keeping her eye out on the prize and letting everybody else just lose their damn mind.
And this is the issue, why everyone's losing their mind. Why?
Yeah, the issue is the fact that people ain't got control over their mind. Control your damn mind. It's your mind.
Baby, I got a lot of growing to do because
yes, it's your mind, not mine, baby. You gotta control it, not me. I'm only in control of my shit. I'm only behind the steering wheel of my car. I can control your steering wheel, baby. I can't drive two cars at once. I only got the authority to control my mind.
I'm just having a really hard time with this. I don't know. I don't know if it's because my own experience and I just have a hard time believing or trusting white women specifically when it comes to things like this.
I get it.
But I don't know. One, we do need more details. And we will have to wait to see what, I mean, I don't want to read the book just because I don't want to support it. But
y'all
I mean,
because we're gonna be reading the hell out of it.
Are they? I don't know. And I don't think a lot of people really cared about or knew who tWitch was at that point. Like, it just all seems funny to me. I don't think he had the level of fame that she's stressing. Like, you're going to be helping millions of people. And I think most of us read the story and was like, that's sad.
She ain't say nothing about millions. She just said the intent of her book and literally also said, whomever chooses to read it. She ain't even being arrogant saying everybody's going to read it. I'm going to save the world. She just has an intention, and her intention is to do something meaningful under these circumstances and to hopefully help someone else. Now, that's going to be up to the people who compelled to read it. I'm going to read it because now that, I done gave this level of coverage, I think it would only be fair to read the book. So then I can also speak to what the tone and the mood of the book is.
That's the only reason I'm going to read it. Because I have such a strong opinion.
Yeah, so you can be a
I done bashed her ass all this time. I may as well see what she got to say.
Yes, so that you can be a righteous judge. Because unlike the family, we can't just make assumptions and then just start talking shit. We need to follow through. We need to look at the evidence. We need to see for ourselves what's going on so that we can conclude, rightfully so, and have an informed reaction. Todd, welcome to the platform. What's going on, bro?
Well, thank you for welcoming me back. The problem here is that a lot of people have what is called implicit bias in this situation, right? There's a whole lot of implicit bias going on here. Right, and it's just me listening
Don't
to the
say a lot of
communicative.
people. It's just one.
No, it's a lot of people. A lot of people got it.
I'm just playing with you. I'm just playing.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I know. I'm listening to the communicative processes that's going on here. And that's what this would suggest. There's a whole lot of implicit bias. And people don't understand how implicit bias affects how you look at situations. A lot of this is based off experiences. It's based off culture. A lot of these things are just infused in this. And as a result, it's people are formulating opinions without having the information that they need to be able to be informed about the right opinion they should have.
How do you feel about that, Whitney? Because a blood arena, because that's an indictment against you.
Because somewhere
I don't know about that one. I don't know.
But I can at least give Blood Arena, I can at least give her, I can give her honor for at least admitting, she's admitted, I ain't really a teen white woman like that. I done seen these she devils, just act a fool in situation, have ulterior motive, etc. So I at least feel good about at least there's a reason for the bias. But everything that you also said is still true, Todd, that we still must learn to judge individually. We can't just make broad strokes across every situation just because of a stereotype we have about a particular community, because we can't get to real justice that way.
Absolutely. And then we have to also factor in how much of this actually hits home to her. How much of this, because a lot of implicit bias comes from similarities in cases that we have been in, right? So I'm interested to know how much of this, right, that we're seeing playing out now is really close to what you have went through. Because that's important, because that's where a lot of implicit bias comes from.
Oh, when the brother said those words, when he said, I forget verbatim, but he said she's a narcissist who's using this opportunity, nothing but a lion. It hit so hard. It's
Yes. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Because oftentimes in situations like this where people are, but let me go back and explain how implicit bias works, right? The reason why we have implicit bias is it takes the thinking out of dangerous situations, right? For example, the reason why we never touch a hot iron is because we know somewhere along the line we're going to get burned, right? Or if it's already has happened, right? So therefore, when we come in contact with that situation, we don't even think about it. We automatically come to a conclusion. We don't even think about it. If you know that somebody throwing a baseball at you is going to hurt because you're not going to catch it, people instinctively duck because that information that we process, we have already processed it. In these cases right here, people have already come to a conclusion. It's because it hits so much home. The results are so much like what they've already felt before that they've already formulated a conclusion.
I'm trying so hard not to. When I'm forming these opinions, I'm thinking.
And shout out for fighting your addiction to suffer from consumer biases. You're trying to fight it. you're trying to duck and buck against.
I'm just trying to make sure I really feel this way and I'm not basing it solely off of my own experience.
Right.
It's extremely gaslighting for someone to say I love you when they've been withholding your grandkids. They made you sign an NDA. They didn't disclose that they're going to release this book. There's no communication for even though she says she's been in communication with the family.
She hasn't said that, actually.
Oh, I thought she in her state. What did she say? The Dupart family. She named 2 names, and she said she's been in contact with them. I just assumed that was his family.
She didn't say she's been in contact with anybody in the statement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we don't know if she's been in contact with them.
She was speaking about a Namie and Solomon family and the defensive line, which are all like organizations around mental health and all of that. So those
And we don't have a problem. Like, we don't think the Boss family should have been in there. You spoke to everyone else.
But that's the thing. Remember, we don't really know why. We don't know what her
Right.
They don't know why.
Yeah, we don't know what her side of the story is.
But see, what people have to understand about situations like this, when people are trying to communicate, it takes 2 people to communicate. You know, the second thing I learned outside of everything as a relationship is how the process works, right? You have 3 parts to a message, right? You have the messenger, you have the sender, and you have the message. I'm sorry, you have the person sending the message, you have the message and the receiver. If any one of those things are obstructed, it is no longer a message and there's no communication, right? So what you have here is a situation where there are messages being sent, but they're being blocked, right? And as long as one part of the information is being blocked, we can't formulate what the damn message is. That's why we're all over the place trying to figure this out.
And this is where I believe she had some strategic planning in this because of the non-disclosure agreement. I believe we won't ever be able to find out some of the information that we need to formulate an opinion.
And here's another thing that people have to understand about seeking answers to questions. You have to accept the answer that a person is giving to you, right? If you do not accept the answer that a person is giving to you, it's no longer a question. It's no longer anything. The message is obstructed. I'll give you an example. If I'm telling you 2 + 2 is 4, and if you're not willing to accept that, it's no longer a message, right? So there's a lot of factors that are
Why do
being
we have to
involved
trust
here.
what she's saying?
Say what?
Why do we have to trust what she's saying? Why do we have to take it at face value when she says?
Because nobody else has insights but her.
But that's the issue here, and she made it that way.
But see, no, she did not. She didn't.
When you
And
make
if she
someone
did,
sign an NDA and they can't talk about anything, and I don't know if the NDA was just
Here is the
pertaining to the
problem.
funeral.
Here is the problem with what you're saying, Blood Arena. They had a choice not to, so that they could have a voice.
Absolutely.
They wouldn't have be able to say goodbye to their family member, though.
They would have.
That's not a choice.
He was already gone, baby. They never had a chance to say goodbye to him. They were saying goodbye to a body. He was already gone. Nobody had an actual chance to say goodbye. So
I don't think that's fair.
So I can understand because of the culture around funeral and all of that and sentiment and shit. I can understand why they chose to sign it, but they chose to sign something that stripped them of their voice, and they had the option not to. And because he was already gone, since a person is not alive in the casket, they could have easily also forfeited attending the funeral. The man was already gone, baby. You didn't need to see them put him in the ground, sugar. You didn't need
That's
to
not fair at
do
all.
that. Well, it's not fair also as an adult to make an informed choice and then to blame somebody else for it 3 years later because you don't like that they're putting out a memoir.
I don't think it's a choice. It's like
It is a
install.
choice.
Like
Because
you have a choice to cut your hands off.
No, it is a choice because were they going to die as a result of not signing the NDA? Were they going to die as a result?
We don't know how not attending his funeral would affect them.
Exactly.
We don't know.
But they had a choice, and they made the choice to attend the funeral and to sign an NDA, and they also don't get to blame her for that. They don't get to blame her for that. Like at some point as a people, we got to take responsibility for ourselves, and we have to,
absolutely.
And we got to really stand in our shit, and we as adults, we have to. These are what teenagers do. This is what kids do. As adults and fathers and mothers ourselves, as fully grown with matured brains, at some point, we have to learn how to sit in our shit. And I'm going to tell y'all what I got a pet peeve of. I don't like people who do shit they're going to complain about, baby. If you can't go pick that person up like you agreed to for work in the morning, 3 days out of the week, don't goddamn do it. If you can't lend that money to that person without you talking shit and you being mad as hell, don't fucking do it. If you can't let that person come live with you without it being some big hoopla, don't let their ass live with you. Like, stop justifying doing shit you don't have to fucking do. You don't want to do it. It's going to cost you that much mentally, physically, financially, spiritually, intellectually, baby. Baby, you bet not goddamn do it. Because if you come to my ass complaining about some shit you chose to do, I'm cussing your ass out and giving you another piece of trauma to go deal with and cry about. Don't goddamn do it. So I can't stand no whiny ass grown fucking people. Y'all read an NDA. Y'all admitted y'all had objections to it. Y'all still chose to sign it nonetheless. And you were okay with signing it and had been quiet about signing it for 3 years until she made a choice y'all don't agree with. And now y'all are mad about a 3 year ago NDA. Make it make sense. You're talking about a piece of paper your ass signed 3 years ago that you ain't even honoring any damn way. So who really gives a fuck? You got your voice. You ain't even honoring it to begin with, bitch. You talking shit. You outside. She a snake. She a this. She a that. She made your mama sign one. She made everybody sign one. I mean, what we supposed to do with that? What are we supposed to do with that? And stick to the root. What is the bottom line of y'all issue? Because y'all done thrown a trillion things out there now. It's the NDA. Oh, it's the kids. Oh, it's the allegations. Oh, it's the drugs. Oh, it's the... Baby, it's okay. I just wish that somebody would have told this family, it's okay for y'all to feel however the fuck y'all feel and still let this woman do what the hell she gonna do, baby. Because just like she's making a decision that y'all wouldn't, and that's okay. It's okay, baby. Don't you realize you can have your feelings and you don't have to agree with her, but you also don't have a right to demonize her just because she makes a non-violent decision that you wouldn't make. Unless she's making a decision that is violent in nature, that is destructive in nature, not based upon your feelings, but factually destructive. Not based upon your belief system, but it's factually, objectively destructive. Shut the hell up and just have your feelings. And how about you go chronicle in a journal just like Stephen did with all his feelings? How about you go find you a Nike box, baby, to go make peace with? Because I get to make that decision to write this book about my life. And you get to do whatever the hell you want to do with your experience of Stephen. So guess what? How about you go write a memoir dedicated to Stephen about how great and wonderful, loyal, and unshakable of a relationship you had with him? How about you go spend your time investing and pedestalize him and raising his ass up to the heavens like the Statue of Liberty, baby, since he was the greatest human being you ever met? How about you go do what you want to do with your part of the experience of Stephen and leave me the hell alone with your crybaby ass about something that's not even designed to be hurtful or injurious to him to begin with?
And you know what, Conscious? I'm gonna be some other things. Now, one time, to my recollection, did she berate the family? Right? Did she berate them like they're berating her?
I've been making that point the whole time, Todd, that the difference between her and them is that she's talking about her experience and her life while they're talking about her ass. That's a big difference.
And I've been making a point that we don't.
She ain't said nothing about their ass. She ain't said nothing about the mama.
Right.
We don't know if she did behind the scenes. We could only say publicly.
It's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be behind the scenes. It's behind the scenes. She ain't outside with it.
But you know what? I believe if she did that, they would have said that. If she was berating them behind the scenes, they would have came out and said that. Also, here's some other things that we have to really put in perspective here, right? It's that not only did she
they did say that. He said, "Do you want me to release communications?" Someone said that.
We'll release them so we can see it.
That's why we said they know to tread lightly.
If they had
they
any
didn't release
evidence already, if they had any evidence already, that would have been out there.
Yep,
the way they're going at her.
Yep, because Brother made that statement 2 days ago. We ain't seen a receipt yet.
Absolutely.
Well, unless he called her criminal arrest record or called these charges that she got that was ultimately dismissed for public intoxication or damn receipt. But I was saying, okay, she's had some public intoxication moments and she did her time, paid her fine, whatever it is to get it dissolved. It got thrown out. Do you realize that still don't mean that your brother didn't have a Nike box full of drug paraphernalia?
There's a. I'm sorry, Conscious. I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead, boo, because I've been talking a whole lot anyway. So
there's a lot of things I would like to. It comes off as very performative, right, and propaganda-ish, right? I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, right, on the family's behalf, right. Here's what I would like to know, right? How long ago did him and his brother have this conversation about him going back to his wife? And how close was it to his suicide? Because that's important as well. That's important. See, and this is what I'm talking about. There is a plethora of factors here that we don't know. We're trying this in the court of public opinion and instead of a real court, right? See, because we don't have all of the information, right? And I'm fairly new to your channel, Conscious, but the last, and I went back and kind of binge watched some things, but the one thing that you have constantly said is this: the facts got to fact-in. They got to fact. If they don't fact, you cannot make assumptions, right? You can't do it because you don't have all the information. And these are things that you constantly preach.
I don't care. She guilty. She looked like somebody I know. No, I'm playing.
The factoring is not factoring, right? So listen, me personally, I think they just don't like her. That's what it's given off to me. It doesn't matter what she says or what she do, they ain't gonna like her.
So let me ask you this, Stephen. Since I'm calling you Stephen Todd. Let me ask you this, Todd.
Yes.
So, with you having a degree and experience and education and everything, bringing the situation close to home for you, walk us through the way that you would have navigated this if you would have been in Stephen's brother's shoes or in his mom's shoes regarding a spouse who maybe things are kind of tense with. Y'all maybe not on the same page. There isn't really a relationship right now. Nothing super dramatic hasn't happened. It just seems like there's a lot of distance, a lot of space. And then kaboom, there is a memoir, there are interviews, and something is being revealed about your loved one that is in the same vein. How would you how do you navigate that?
Well, you said something very important. Time is what you got to give this, because we don't know what she's going to say about him. Here's another thing that people have to take into account. How much time did he actually spend with his family when he got married? Because that could have been an issue as well. Most people, when they get married, they don't even talk to their family. They're on another world when they get married. The communication stops. There's a lot of things that stop. And the only time we ever hear from relatives, unless there are just certain issues, right? Because nobody ever calls somebody up and go, hey, look, I'm having this great life. things are great. The first thing that happens when things go south is, who do we call? We call our family and say this and this and this is going on, right? Right? But in this case, I believe I would wait. I would wait, because you got to see if what you've been exposed to corroborates what's in that memoir, right? And then you have to interpret it, and then you have to understand it with context, right? There's a lot of factors, but yes, I would sit down and wait and just listen and watch. Then we can make some assumptions that will probably be spot on. But to my knowledge, for what it sounds like they didn't have very much communication with him unless something was going bad. That's what I believe. That's what the communication is telling me. That's what all of this is telling me. You know how it goes.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you think that she had an obligation as a mother, as somebody who was married into the family, to make sure that her kids had a relationship to those relatives if they had been around reasonably? Because to your point, let's say that it wasn't like the family was at the house every week, but you know, there was reasonable proximity. We saw each other, you know, throughout the year. You know, we, you know, may do holidays together. It might not be like super tight integration, but you know, there's a general relationshiping that's happening. Do you think that that obligation should have been more so on Allison to make sure that her kids continue to have a relationship to their father's side of the family?
It really depends on the relationship she had with them. And the first thing that I said, remember when we first talked about all of this, I said defiance is one of these factors. Okay. It's hard, upon her being the only white woman in the family, right? And their side of the family, it was probably hard for her to assimilate. And just as equally, it might have been just as hard for them to allow her to assimilate. Those things play factors in relationships. All of these communications, nonverbals, because there's probably a whole lot of nonverbals too. You could be at somebody's house and they can completely do things underneath their breath without even having saying anything to let you know that you're not welcome. All those things might have culminated into something. What I would like to do is tell everybody this. When you get a chance, pull up an image of an iceberg, right? And I said this before, right? On the top, if you pull up an image of an iceberg, on the top, it doesn't look like there's nothing on the top. But on the bottom, underneath the water, that sucker is huge. And there's a number of factors that could have played in this. We just don't have enough information. We just don't. And even me now, I'm just speculating. Because I haven't heard enough. They haven't given me enough data to really form an opinion. But I tell you what, though, after we start digging in that damn memoir, it's going to say a lot, because then we can look at what she's saying. And most importantly, we can look at the responses of the family. And that allow us to be able to bridge in between the two, what's right and what's wrong, or if there even is a right and a wrong.
I have another question for you. Would you be mad if she memoired a lot of stuff about Stephen, but she didn't memoir of what you're seeing on the screen right here?
No, because it's her story. She could tell it any way she wants to. Who are we to tell her how to film this movie? Who are we? Who is anybody else? Because remember, she laid down with the man every day. She saw him almost every day. She was with him longer on his second half of his life than his whole family was. Right? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Right? So who better to tell that story than the person that's been with him structurally, metaphysically, right? Physically, communicatively, than her.
One of them said that she was there the whole time. She said she was there from the day they met. She was there for everything. She was there the day he died.
There you
I
go.
think it was a sister or a cousin that was there. She said this. She said, I was there. That's why it's
There you
disheartening
go.
to see you do this. So I do think the family was around. And I do think he was home a lot because the wife said something in the interview that she was so happy that she felt he could be Twitch and come home and be Steven. And she started to explain about some of their memories. And so I don't think it's it was distant on either part.
Right. So again, and this is why I say again, there's not enough information here to form a negative opinion of her. There's not an information because nobody is discounting the amount of time that they spent. Nobody's discounting these things. They just don't, they are doing ad hominem attacks. They are attacking her character. They ain't attacking nothing else. Because that's what you do when you don't have enough information of somebody. You attack their character if you really don't like them. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, right? Because that's what you do when you ad hominem somebody. If you're putting out
What is
facts,
she doing for them to not like her? We have to ask ourselves that because it's not just about the book.
No. What you need to do is you have to ask them what she's doing.
Well, now they can't stay, apparently.
No, they've been talking. They've been talking.
So they said that she's kept the kids. She kept the kids. She's the one who's on drugs. She is putting her demons on him. She's not protecting his legacy by revealing this stuff. Talk about her shit. Don't talk about his. This is a betrayal to the kids.
Now, Conscious, let's ask this one question. Have them prove it.
I feel like they can't because the NDA.
There you go.
Well, I don't know if they proved it, but they just kind of proved the fact that she's had, some issues herself. But to my point, it doesn't mean that Steven didn't have his issues just because she has had some alcoholic substance situations.
Right.
So we ain't seen no proof.
There you go.
I also don't think that they would be lying about not seeing the kids, but the question is like, why? Why haven't y'all seen the kids? Like, what's the reason for that? But we don't have enough information on that.
So we have to ask ourselves, if somebody was berating us, belittling us, talking trash about us in this out publicly, what would you do? The one thing that she could use to attack them would be probably to hold those kids away from them.
But this was before they came out with all this. This was way before that. They haven't been allowed to see the kids. Only now they're voicing their frustrations because on top of us not being able to see the kids, on top of us being silent about the NDA, now you come with this BS as memoir. Like I'm speaking up.
So let me ask you this, right? For 3 years, were they complaining, or did they just start complaining now?
The brother claims, the brother and the mama claim that they've been all trying to hold their mule for the sake of trying to stay, I guess, in the kid's life. The brother was like, we've been quiet. The mama been like, we've been quiet. The brother said, he been trying to go along to get along this whole time, but enough is enough.
And I agree. Kids grow. One of his kids look like she's like 15. She's like 3 years of us keeping. It's like people run out of patience. I don't agree that this says a lot about the mom's character that she gave them.
But at the same time, this is my issue. You cannot injure Allison without injuring those kids.
Maybe they felt they're never going to see them again. So at this point,
no matter what they fear, they have to accept and realize, especially with them still being kids and still being young people under her rulership, that there is nothing they can do to her that is not injurious to those kids. So they cannot be stupid enough to fall for their emotionality. That's almost like I claim I love your kids, a blood arena. I love your kids. I love your kids. I'm a godfather of your kids. For whatever reason, you ain't let me see the kids, and now I find out that you moving out of the country. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And then I step out into the public and go the fuck in on you. I can't do that without understanding that I'm doing that to those kids as well. I'm talking about their mother. I am participating in bringing negative attention to a situation that I'm already saying is negative. And here it is. They're already saying that this situation is bad enough that he's not here, bad enough that she's now going to write a fucking book. So then the intelligent thing is, right, to add gasoline to fire and let us jump out now and say A, B, C, D, E, F, and G and light the block up. And then to not think that as somebody who want to be in those kids' life, that I'm not going to be able to really justify. I'll be able to apologize. I'll have to hope that they will accept my apology if I ever get the opportunity to talk to them again. But I wouldn't have a justification. And I'm not sure if this is worth them sacrificing their relationship to the kids over a book that was going to come regardless, baby. And y'all talking shit about it and going to social media about it doesn't change that. So why give up these kids for y'all's emotions? Y'all could have all just jumped on a Zoom call and just went crazy and held the space for each other and just let each other get it all out so that y'all didn't end up looking like a bunch of buffoons like y'all are right now. Because I just cannot accept that this is about the kids, and then you get out here and you trash their motherfucking mama like this. And then you actually think that that's going to lead to some type of reconciliation, or this woman allowing y'all to be around her kids after y'all done pretty much now came out of the bag and showed the type of egregious thinking and beliefs y'all hold about her. So you now know for sure, bitch, you will never see my kids.
So what should they have done? Stay silent for another 3 years?
What you do is you handle the situation privately like you've been doing. And what adults do when they don't get their way is you continue to act like an adult. You go to prayer, you go to God, you go to therapy to say, hey, Dr. Phil, I need your help in helping me to cope with this white cock-loving ass bitch who is not allowing me to see my grandbabies. Because right now, I want to slit this bitch throat. Right now, I'm at my wit's end. Right now, I'm ready to go to jail. Right now, I'm ready to be in an orange jumpsuit. Right now, I'm at my wit's ends. So you're going to have to explain to me, Mr. Medical Man, Mr. Therapist Man, how in the fuck I am to deal under these circumstances. That's what you do for the sake of your integrity. Whatever you have to do to operate as an integral person is what you do. Your integrity is yours. It don't belong to anybody else. And if your integrity is predicated upon the way that another motherfucker acts, you don't have any. You have no character to speak of. You have no integrity to speak of. If I can talk you out your spot. If I can do something that makes you act like somebody you claim you not. And what you're not going to do is then justify acting like somebody you claim you not just because of what the fuck I did. No. You are that. You are that. You are that. So what strong people do, what grown people do, what integral people do is fight for their integrity, not fight for their reaction. For their integrity. And so if everybody felt completely gaslit and shook about this book, about these claims, all the more reason why they should have got a therapist and a counselor and a therapist session, baby. A BetterHelp.com is available. You can have virtual meetings with a therapist at your discretion of your children, of your liking. And you talk to whom you need to talk to in order to get proper perspective so that your emotions are not controlling you. Because let me tell you how far we get. Let me tell you what y'all don't realize y'all do. And I always come back this on this platform, like this whole notion that you can't piss somebody off and tell them how mad to be. I understand why people say that. I get what they're trying to say. The problem when y'all agree with people behaving badly is y'all don't keep that same energy when people go Columbine and Postal either. If you're going to accept that people have a right to feel and then act how they want to as a result of the way that they feel, you got to justify everything that people do.
Absolutely.
Feelings.
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
To justify and agree with everything and all the choices that people make when they in their feelings, whether it's kill themselves or kill your ass. You got to justify it. There is no picking and choosing in these type of situations. Either we have to live in a society where we have to double down on people needing to be in control of their feelings and act their damn age and act accordingly and be emotionally intelligent or not. And let there be what they call it? Let there be anarchy.
Man, look, y'all got me up. Y'all got me. Look, y'all got my scuba gear on. This is deep. I done went up to my damn study and got these old books I was in college with. Like, you know,
what's in them? What's in them?
This is what's up. So I have this book called The Dark Side of Interpersonal Communication. It's very good. And it talks about all of the bad things that can come from having incorrect communication. And what I'm looking up is revenge. And they were talking about proximate mechanisms, right? The perfect conditions for which people would extract revenge on somebody. And it has to be, it is conditional. There are certain conditions that everybody has that the opposing force must meet for them to extract some type of revenge. And what I'm trying to figure out is this revenge or not? This is interesting. This is it. Look, man, y'all got me digging in.
This is this is the hypocrisy of our society, right? Because you have people who will justify the way that these grown ass over 40 ass adults are acting, but are the same people who will put a belt to their children's ass and to their teenagers' ass and double down on disciplinary when it comes to them. Y'all, this is the same society that believe in disciplinariness when it comes to children and teenagers, but then greenlight adults act a goddamn fool. Regulate.
And you're absolutely correct. Here's another thing too. You cannot, one of the rules to revenge, right? This is an unspoken rule, is even in the Art of War by Sun Tzu, is that you cannot tell somebody how to get their get back. You can't do it. You can't determine what they should do to get a person back for the things that have been done to them. Right. So yeah, this is all interesting. Very interesting. This is look, y'all gonna make me, boy. Look, y'all gonna make me pull out all my books and start dusting it up, man. Look. Man.
Look, my whole thing is, why seek revenge when you can seek healing?
Yeah, this is true.
Why? Revenge is wasted, counterproductive energy that can be used until you instead get into your damn blessing. Revenge for what? This family is not intelligent enough that they are not dealing with the rooty of the tootie and the scariest reality, and they're using Allison's actions as a way to run from what they haven't reconciled around this man's passing. And their behavior in terms of being egoic and reactionary and all of that, how shameful is it to have done all this thus far? And all this woman is doing is paying the invoice for her publishing and wishing y'all all well instead. You're doing all this for something that is inevitable. They have to be intelligent enough to realize that there has to be another way to fight this war, and it obviously ain't this damn way. Why would we have expected a woman to listen to our cries now about a book that's coming out when she didn't even care enough about our cries in terms of allowing us to see our nieces and nephews? If this is about just being frustrated and this is just about hoop line and whatever the case may be, I mean, I guess. But what they put at risk was those kids that they claimed they wanted a relationship to. You will not see them until they're 18.
Right. And here's another thing too, right? That I didn't realize that the book really focuses on, right? There's two ulterior motives. There's two motives for revenge. One is to punish, right? And the other is to provide clarity or to present a moral judgment to preside order, right? Because what do we do when people upset us, right? We do things to make them to conform to standards, certain standards that needs to be met, right? So I wonder here, I mean, I'm just poking around some things, you know what I mean? I'm just poking around some things. I wonder.
I don't think it's about revenge. What would they want revenge for? His suicide? Them not being able to see the kids?
Yeah, because they are saying that he used
they're blaming her.
Yeah,
right.
Because according to them, he used her GUN. Yeah, avenge themselves for her stripping them from the kids. Avenge his legacy. We're going to attack you under the guise of protecting a legacy that he didn't even care about to begin with.
Right,
Because Twitch allowed this to be his curtain close moment.
Right. And then her attempts to establish order, she withholds the kids to establish order, right? Sounds pretty logical, right? If you do not leave me alone, if you do not meet these certain requirements, then I will withhold the one thing, the one part of your life that you love, which is a piece of him, these kids.
Which is
that is control.
Yeah,
That's
that
not...
is control. That's diabolical. Well, I mean, okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on. So
It's like she's controlling them with his legacy.
Let me explain super quick. Okay, so if she's doing it to if she's doing it to establish order per se, that is control. If what she's trying to regulate is them not being harmful, but anything, I just got to stick to this. Unless the family have demonstrated to her and them kids physical or emotional violence, I can't agree with her withholding those kids, and I can't agree with her weaponizing the kids to manipulate the family. That is very manipulative and it's immature, and you cannot use kids as a bargaining tool unless their lives are also in danger. Now, if their mental and physical well-being is at stake, yes, your job as a mother, as a parent, as a guardian, is to protect them from any explicit emotional, mental, and or physical danger. But if you are using the kids just to get people to do things to move the way you want them to move, or if Allison and her removing the kids, because I want her to take a look. If there's no real reason for her to have separated this family for them kids, I want her to do the work, because she claims she did a lot of work. I want her to do the work to say, wait a minute, let me look at why I have not felt compelled to make sure my kids had a relationship to their Black side of the family. Could it be that I am fetishizing Black men because once again, a fetish is completely absent of love, and you usually are making the exception for the token situation, not a real love and value for the community, etc. Not a real value for the culture. It's literally like a culture vulturing and cherry picking through the parts of it that you can benefit from and throwing away the rest. And that can be dangerous when you're doing that on a romantic level and you're bringing children into the world who are biracial and who belong to families and belong to tribe members, and you lead from that lust-driven place, and now you're in a situation where, as a mother, because you might have been fetish-oriented and don't really like Black people, don't really want to be associated with Black people, not really, you only put up with the Black family because to have access to Stephen, and now Stephen is gone, and you don't have anything real to stand on. So now you just take your white kids or your biracial kids and haul ass and leave the family in the dark. That is diabolical and wicked. And I would like her, if there's no real reason for why the family shouldn't have access to the kids, to possibly look at that in herself. She is a white woman. She might not even know that she is fetishizing Black dick. She might not even have known that maybe her love for Stephen wasn't really love, it was lust. And that's why it was easy for her to not take the kids' relationship serious to the family, because she was being shallow and superficial. And you can't think that it's possibly healthy to separate your kids from the other part of their lineage and tribe. I mean, how is that going to work out for them? I mean, what you don't think that they deserve to interact with the uncles that look just like their father? That may bring them comfort to be around the grandmother who looks just like their dad, to look into the eyes of the grandpa that looks just like their daddy. You don't think that when they look in the mirror, they don't deserve to also be in relationship to people who look just like them? Of course they do. And unless you can really justify why they're not in their life, this is horrendous. And
now, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Now I do have a question, right? Because in the letter, right, he was abused. Now, could it be the fact that the abuser is still at large in the family? For that might be the fear for these things.
Yes, it could very well be. But see, I spoke to this earlier, Todd, and said, a abuser is one thing. You obviously, that's still not a justification to keep his grandma,
right?
To keep his grandma, to keep the kids' aunts, and you don't have to put the kids in any situation where you're not involved with the family. Like, they can come over to your house to see them. Y'all can go out to lunch, out to dinner, out to the park. Like, it doesn't have to be a situation where you have to allow them to be somewhere where you don't have your eyes, if you are worried that there is some type of sexual predator still rummaging through the family. And I mean, it's kind of irrational to broad stroke that across the entire family because of what one person did. You at least know, at the very least, that this person is male. So there should be no reason why these kids don't see their grandmama, or don't see the females, don't see the aunts, the female cousins, at the very least, you know. And if you found this information, and you also know that it's important for them to be in relationship to their father's side, just like it is for them to be in relationship to your side, like, you didn't ask questions as an adult. You go to his mother, you go to his brother and say, hey, did you guys know that he was violated? This is seemingly a description of the person who did this, or this is the person's name. Do y'all know anything about this? You know, you seek information, but you just don't make these broad strokes. And because at the end of the day, like, your job is to think about the best interest of your kids.
Absolutely.
Not yourself per se, but your kids and what they deserve to have access to. And if she read things and didn't seek any further information and investigation, and then still chose to put the whole family to the left, as if she may not have some damn predators in her own family, as if she may not have some people that done went to jail, that done stolen, that done killed, that done robbed, that done scammed in her own damn family. So is she willing to keep the same energy if criminality or violation or abuse shows up in her lineage? Is she willing to also then throw her whole white side of the family away to protect the kids? Like, you know, it's not rational. It's not reasonable.
Absolutely, I totally agree. That's nonsensical. I totally agree. The layers on this. This is like walking out in the cold with like 4 coats on, and it's getting hot. And you start taking off the coats, right?
This is the thing, Todd. This is why people need help. This is why we shouldn't be on our own, because you know, no one person knows everything. You know, so we can be living our lives, but if we are allowing ourselves to be the only authority, and we are only listening to our feelings, and we are not subjecting ourselves to a community or to something higher than ourselves, whether that be God or whether that be therapy or whether there be whoever takes form of the accountability partner, the person who, you know, you can rely on to tell you the truth, to help you to see straight. If you don't have that in your life, you can make this, you know, damaging choices unbeknownst to yourself. I'm not sure if her actions are intentional or whether she is unconscious in some of this as it relates to the custody issue. Right. I don't know if she has really sat in, and I find it hard to believe that she hasn't, because how in the fuck do you not see that his whole side of the family is completely missing from the picture? Like, you can't even really unsee that. You can't even, that ain't even something that can really end up in the blind spot. Now, if you grieve, and that's something that you cannot give a fuck about in the meantime, but once you come to the light, Caroline, like, it's no way to then look at everything under the sunlight and then not see the big ass black part of their family, not in the living room, not on the phone, not, you know, over for dinner. It's like, I don't understand that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. Because like I said, there's just a lot of answers. There's a lot of answers we don't have. And I'm hoping that this memoir will be able to bridge the gap between that. But I'm trying to apply.
I got a feeling this memoir gonna be a goddamn bloodbath, because if these people can't even take this, and I know she ain't shared everything that's in the damn memoir, so I can only imagine if there is more to go, and this memoir is kind of loaded, and there are some seemingly explosive things, or she God forbid shares her experience of this damn family, and they don't agree with that, baby, with this family already outside and already with the fuck shit, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath. Because they clearly do not have the emotional tools at all to navigate this properly. It's going to be a shit show on their end.
Incredible, man.
But I am curious. I'm curious to know, like, I would love for her to speak to that. And maybe she ain't speaking to it now because it is in the book. Maybe she's going to talk about, you know, maybe she's going to share her experience of the family. Maybe she's going to talk about her in-laws. Maybe she's going to talk about feeling alienated or microaggressions, or, because my question, y'all, is when the brother said, you know, we both were married to basically white narcissists, I'm wondering, did the brother have his experience before Stephen did?
Right.
Because like he said, he told him to stay with her, not for the sake of her, but for the sake of the kids. So I'm like, did you have your fucked up experience with your white wife before he did, and you cared about the kids enough to encourage their dad to stay in the picture for their sake, but because of your experience with a white woman, maybe you started demonstrating either intentionally or unbeknownst to yourself some microaggressive behavior toward her, because your own perception of white women had been stained, just like Blood Arenas on the platform, who ain't here for white women at all. Like, I'm wondering, you know, if these are the type of things then that kind of might have bled over, and she guarded herself accordingly. She could tell that, like, I think either you said, Todd, like, people communicate through body language. You don't have to necessarily be all out, you know, aggressive towards somebody, just barely speaking to somebody, not really talking to them, not really looking at them when you speak. I mean, there's all type of ways to feel unwelcome. People can do all type of nonverbal things to communicate that they ain't checking for you, they ain't really here for you, etc. So, but then riddle me this. This is the same family though that ran to her aid to comfort her and the kids the day after the news broke. And the kids have such a relationship to them that the kids ran out of the house with their arms wide open toward the black side of their family.
Something happened in between it. So remember that formula, the theory of icebergs, how you have a boat and the boat travels along and it hits the iceberg, and the iceberg represents issues or underlying issues that people have, and then it activates an event, whether they, you know. So let's look at it like this, right? So they're trucking along, boom, 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 boom. He commits suicide. That's the problem, right? That's the problem. It activates an event where everybody comes together. What we got to figure out is what was the trigger between there. Between there is a trigger. There's a trigger. The reason why people are acting out because there's a trigger. We got to figure out what that trigger is. Why everybody's acting out? Because if everybody came together after the death, why are they so disjointed now?
I'll tell you what the trigger is. Hey, everybody.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. There's two of them. There's two triggers. I think the first, her removing her last name 2 days after he passed away. I think that was a huge one. But also her starting a new relationship, because I don't know if anybody noticed. Granted, it's only been 2 times, but they pop up when she pops up. So she popped up with a new relationship, and one of his friends. It went viral or whatever, brought to national attention, or at least seeing it on the blogs for a hot minute, and then it kind of dissipated. And one of his friends, I don't think his family said anything. One of his friends was saying how fucked up that was, that she's in a relationship, blah blah blah, stink, and then it dies down again. And now she has her memoir, so they're coming to the surface. So it looks shady, and that they only speak when she speaks. And then why didn't that NDA mess come out when they heard?
You got some audio problem, Shauna. It's some audio issues.
Oh, you know what? I think it's my Okay, can you hear me? I think it's my earbud.
Yeah, that's way better.
So I think I forgot what I was saying. Okay, so when she I think the icing on the cake is when she popped up with a new relationship, and she had the audacity to advertise it. And that probably was, strike 2, and strike 3 now is just defaming him or whatever they're considering it in their eyes. But also with other people looking at the situation, I want to speak kind of to Blood Rena about how we can believe in family, but we can't believe her when we don't know. And I'm not just singling Blood Rena. I've seen even in the comments, we can believe the family, but we don't believe her. And none of us know these people. So it's either you don't believe them both or you're not going to believe them at all. But what the family's saying is their perception. And y'all have brought up great points that I've been listening the whole time I was at work. But, maybe she's not making, I think it's valid. She's not making that effort to have them see the kids. And if they ain't asking, she ain't offering, And if they know that if it seems like they have a contentious relationship, I probably wouldn't be calling them saying, hey, you want to see your grandchildren or whatever.
Right.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this question then. So, like, what is y'all's ideals? Because it's like, people have different attitudes about it. Like, how do y'all feel about the idea of kids not being put in the middle of grown folk shit, and or kids being put in the middle of grown folk shit?
They shouldn't be put in the middle of grown folk shit. It's like my dad was a horrible person, horrible to my mom. Not physically, as far as I know, but she made every effort.
Shauna.
Yeah,
it's the audio again. It's
okay. Let me come back, get out, and come back in.
Yeah. Okay. Can everybody else answer that question? Mm-hmm.
But you know, you're right. Kids, because the kids should not bear the brunt of this because they had nothing to do with any of this. Kids didn't start any of this. Grown adults did. So no, I personally would not put kids in the middle of this. However, what you're not going to do is treat me like I'm terrible either. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm very sure this is one of those.
So let's say that you have a brother, Todd, that you don't get the fuck along with. Y'all don't agree on nothing. He disrespectful. You feel like he's rude to you or he's insensitive, but he loves his nephews and nieces. Is he allowed to have relationship to them despite the fact that he love you, but he don't like your ass?
Absolutely, because he's not, as long as he's not taking it out on them kids, right? On the kids, we can get along to not get along. As long as you ain't taking it out on the kids, you know what I mean? Because again, the kids have nothing to do with this situation. It's these adults who are acting like the kids, right? So yeah, I could set my differences aside to allow my brother to see my kids. I sure would, you know. But however, we gotta sit down and talk. You see, I'm a talker, man. Look, I'm very confrontational. So we need to sit down and talk, Jack. You know, I'm a Scorpio. I'm like you. You ain't gonna be playing in my face like that.
Scorpio,
yeah, you ain't gonna be playing in my face like that.
I'm Mr. Confrontational too.
Yes, you ain't gonna be playing in my face like that. That's what you're not gonna do.
While we all kiki, and I love Scorpios. I'm a Cancer.
Yeah, we're very rational, but at the same time, you ain't gonna be playing in our face like that, man. Nah, that shit.
That part. I think Shauna back. Are you there, Shauna?
I'm back. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know where I was talking, but back my family. Well, you know, my dad, horrible person, but my mom she never spoke one nasty word about him. She said, you gonna find out for yourself, basically. And we did as adults, was kids and adults. But most importantly, she always made the effort for us to see his side of the family because he lives in Canada. But you know, they're from the same hometown, so she made an effort. But that's not in the end her obligation. You know, it's their obligation. If they want to see the children, then they need to make that effort. And I have a feeling they're well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna. It's the hypothesizing that gets us in trouble with thinking, oh well, this is why this has happened when we have no idea. A broader view is if we're going to believe the family, then we also got to believe her. You know, I initially when I remember exactly when Twitch died, I thought it was the circumstances seemed weird, but I know also that they're not going to divulge all the information. You know, this is just a third party giving information. So it is what it is. But then when she popped up with a boyfriend, I didn't know anything about her removing her last name. But that's when we hear something from the family, which is odd because that was, let's say, a year ago. I don't know how long ago it was. But between that, her finding a new lover, whatever, and the funeral, they never said anything about that NDA. That it was a problem. That I thought, you know, I'm not all knowing. I don't follow her or them or whoever or Twitch.
One person did. Long before this book happened, at the time when of the funeral, someone did. I remember that someone came out and said that they have to sign an NDA just to see their brother's body or something. I do remember that, but it wasn't as crazy as their rants now. They didn't call her a narcissist, a lying bitch, and all this. It was just like I can't wrap my head around the fact that I have to sign this to see my brother.
But if it was that big of a deal, then they would have made that stink then, right? One person saying it, clearly it was more than just one person who went to that funeral of his family. And it seems like the mother had a problem with it, and the brother had a problem with it, and probably the best friend who spoke out had a problem with it. Why are we only hearing from whoever you heard it from? Why
and
was
that's
it?
my issue. It's like,
Yeah.
that's why this is so unfair, because this is control. This is just controlling.
Right.
Y'all try to indict her every time she makes a choice. She move
Right.
on.
That's exactly what it is.
Y'all, it's like everything she does comes with a punishment.
She keep making the wrong choices.
Huh?
She keep making the wrong choices.
But
Make
let
some
me
right
wait
choices.
a minute.
It's the wrong
According
choices.
to who?
It's the wrong
Yeah,
choices.
right?
It's
Yeah,
the
that's
wrong.
what I'm trying to
It's
figure
the
out.
wrong.
According to who?
It's the wrong choices according to them. A lot of people think that
I
I'm
think
making
it's
wrong.
wrong for
A
you
lot
to
of
change
people.
it.
It's a whole system called Christianity and Judaism that's telling me I'm making the wrong decision by being gay. Racism is telling us that we're all making the wrong decision by being black.
And what they do, lie about it and tell us about it.
Patriarchy is telling women that they're making the wrong decisions by practicing casual sex and wearing their titties hanging outside their blouses. I mean,
And they ain't afraid to tell you you're making the wrong choice, just like the family ain't
just
afraid to tell her.
because they feel, and this is my issue, that this is a family that it's not about just having an opinion. They want control just as much as they're claiming she wants control. That's controlling. That's controlling.
I don't think they want control. They just want.
Every time I do something that you don't agree with, I become the bad guy. Not that I have a right to make the decision and you have a right to not agree with it, but I have to also become the villain.
Look at what you're doing. You're changing your name 48 hours
It's
after.
my name. Just like my husband changed his living status.
Now I have a question, right? How long?
My husband, hold on. Can we have a moment of silence for that? My husband changed his living status, and y'all are crucifying her for changing her last name on social media, not in the court system, but on social media in the days following his funeral. So he's allowed to change his living status. He's allowed to decide, I want to be a father, I want to be a brother, I don't want to be a son, and I damn sure don't want to be a husband. I don't even want to be alive. Oh, that's fine. Perfectly fine. Nobody got anything to say about Twitch. Nobody got anything to say about Steven, baby. He made the ultimate decision, made all the decisions for himself, regardless of how they impacted his kids, his family, his friends, etc. That's all fine. All dandy, baby. Ain't got nothing to say, baby. That's pure of heart. That's godly. It's righteous, baby. No judgment there at all. God forbid Allison, goddammit, then matches that same energy and makes all the decisions she feel she need to make in order to move on with her goddamn life. How much sense does that make? How much sense that make? That Twitch don't get no criticism for the choice he made to change the trajectory of everybody's life, but Allison gets to be met with a pitchfork and a blowtorch and a goddamn bow and arrow for now having to adjust her life according to his choice.
Now, I do have a question, right?
Yes.
How long was it before she? So when did she have this relationship? When did she, move on? What was the time frame?
Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Let me.
I don't know when she got with the man.
Well, and there we go. And see, so if it's been 3
exactly
years,
all these goddamn judgments and nobody exactly, Todd.
Right. If it's
I
been
never
3
had an
years,
issue with her moving
if
on.
it's been
I just
3
had an
years,
issue
and
with her
yeah,
flaunting
man.
it.
Come on, man. What are we talking about? Right? And this is what I'm talking about. We don't have all of these questions. We're just, people are just throwing darts and dartboard, and we're just saying this is how. But there's no substance, right? There's no substance to make any type of logical like answer to all of this. So yes, with that. Let me ask you this: if it had been 3 years and she finally moved on, would you still be upset with her?
Because it's saying that she didn't premiere her new boyfriend until September of this year.
I was never upset that she moved on and found somebody else. I think I was upset at the fact that she flaunted it publicly, which she has the right, to do. But again, it's insensitive. And again, of course, she don't have to consider everyone else's in society's feelings to her healing, but I just can't see how you could do all of these things at once. You claim in the same breath you change your name because you don't want everyone attaching. You don't want when people think of you, they automatically think of Twitch, all these things. But you're writing a book mentioning him, but it's a memoir for you, but we haven't heard any details throughout the interview about you or your trauma, which it's like you can't do all these things at once and you're moving on. You admit it yourself. I'm still learning every day. I'm still healing every day. But yet you're with a new person, learning them too. And
Could she have cultivated this over a 3-year stint? What is
Well,
the
3 years
time
is
frame?
not a long time.
What is the time frame that's acceptable here,
on.
right?
According to Whitney, I don't. Whitney, can you clarify if you're being sarcastic or if you're being for real? Because Whitney said that she moved on 2 months after his passing. Are you being?
I believe it.
Are you being facetious, Whitney? Are you being for real? Like, I need you to clarify, boo, because we are looking for some real data. So, let me see here. Shara was a funeral director and said the men always have their new woman at the funeral. Okay, so so hold on. Let's further explore this. I found this e-online article. Of her new boo. Allison Holker shares how her 3 kids met her new boyfriend, Adam Edmonds. Allison Holker, whose late husband, Stephen Twitch Boss, died in December 2022, detailed their 3 children first meeting her new boyfriend, Adam. Allison Holker's children have given her new man their seal of approval weeks after the 36-year-old debuted her new romance with tech CEO Adam Edmonds. She details her first time meeting her and late husband, Stephen Twitch Boss. 3 kids, Wesley, Maddox, and Zaya. Quote, "It was really fun," Holker told People September 26th of this year of the group's outing to Universal Studios. Quote, "We just shared a lot of laughter and a lot of memories, and it was actually a really fun way to start out." She added, "It was really cool. We were having a lot of fun together." Her oldest daughter, Wesley, also weighed in on her mom's new relationship, saying, quote, "There's never like a dull moment when Edmund is around because they're so much fun together. There wasn't like a standout moment," the teen said, first meeting her mom's boyfriend. Quote, "I met him. I was like, this is a good guy. I like him. And as long as my mom's happy, obviously, I don't mind what happens." Holker, who debuted her new romance during New York Fashion Week at the September 7th Alice Olivia show, shared that it was actually Wesley who pushed her to get back into dating again following the loss of Boss in December of 2022. Quote, "I'm grateful that it opened up my heart, but Wesley was actually a huge part of that for me," she explained. "Wesley was actually the one that said to me that I should open up my heart to someone, and that helped me a lot to feel like it was okay to be vulnerable and find love again. And so she was a huge help to me. But while she ventured back out into the dating world, she made it clear to those she dates, including Edmund, that her kids always come first. Quote, "I want to always protect them first and foremost, make sure they feel safe and protected. And they're my number one priority," Holker said. So anyone coming into my life needed to understand that. But yeah, Wesley was the one that inspired me to keep going along. While this next chapter for her life is new and exciting, Holker admitted that they're still navigating what it looks like and what works best for them as a family. Quote, "We're all trying to find this new way together," she said. And so everyone's very patient and loving and supportive during this time. This So You Think You Can Dance alum had previously discussed her hope that people recognize that she's not attempting to replace or erase the special relationship that she shared with Boss, to whom she was married for 9 years before his death by suicide. Quote, "I had such a beautiful love with Steven, and I still have such a beautiful love with him," she told People in an article published in September. "But the love I learned has only helped me to be even better in my next love. I feel like I'm even more suited now in this next step in my life, this next chapter with this new beautiful man, Adam," as she put it. Quote, "It only made it louder and more strong for us. It's not that one love outshines the other. It's just one love prepared me for the next."
Sounds like she's happy to
No
me.
one finds this
Sounds
attention
like she's happy
seeking.
to me.
Why
Man,
is she talking? Like, this is so
man.
attention seeking to me. I'm sorry.
Well, she's happy. She wants to tell the
Be
world.
happy. We don't know you. You're not famous. We don't care. Why are you doing this?
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. You don't care, but she cares, right? You know, my God, what are we gonna say when Vanessa Bryant finally move on? Holy crap. She what? Good Lord, they're gonna tear the damn house down. Yeah, let that lady live, man. Let her live, man. She done been through a hard life. She wants to let everybody know she's happy. And on top of
It's
that,
not a
everybody keeps talking to her about it, right? So
it's not about her moving on. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Like
so
why?
how was she
Just
supposed to do
why?
it? Give us the plan. Tell me how she was supposed to go on. I want to hear it.
Starting from when your friend, whoever encouraged you to find love again and open up and all these things, you could have did that without making this post. It's just that simple. That's it.
So wait a minute.
It's not rocket
That's how
science.
you feel, right?
That's how the majority of the public feel. That's how the family
Wait a minute,
feels. That's how
who's the majority of the public? Because you know the reason why I ask these things because these things need to be substantiated. Because remember, when you say majority of the public, who does that entail?
everyone, common people, even
So
me. It is
everybody,
me.
so everybody in the United States of America, to be on
Everybody
the same
who is
accord.
aware of Twitch's death and is somewhat not keeping up with it, but we know what's going on. We know the story. We know what happened. Obviously, not people who don't even know who Twitch is or don't watch Ellen, but everyone who comments under your these news stories every time you release something, just everyone.
I
Everyone who
don't
has an
believe
opinion
that.
about you and
I
Twitch's
don't
life.
believe that. I just don't believe that. And the reason why I've came to that conclusion because you have a lot of people in the chat that just don't believe that. So it can't be everyone, right?
The majority.
And if she's happy, who are we to tell her how she should be happy? Can you
Just
imagine
be
her telling you
happy.
how you should be happy?
Or
Can you
when she should be
can
happy.
you imagine her telling you like, hey, look, you're waiting too long, man. You would be like, who, what? And
I
these
mean,
things
I'm not
have to be
saying
said.
she's weak. I have no opinion on that or any thoughts. I don't think you could tell someone how soon to move on. I don't think everyone has to be a Lauren London. I said that yesterday.
Right.
That's you. If you
So this
if you
actually
feel you're
seems
not
like a
ready,
very new relationship, y'all. Like, because when I'm looking at the articles, like the blogs didn't really pick it up until earlier this year. So, I mean, we really don't know when she, in fact, started dating. He is a boyfriend. He's not her husband or anything. So
right?
this could have
Yeah,
been a relationship that started this year. And I think 3 years afterwards is like a decent, like that's a decent time. I mean, to move the fuck on.
Yeah, like what's and see, here's the simplicity of love, right? And there's no universal definition for love because we all don't think on a monolith. We all don't exist on a monolith. Because if we did, there would be defined time frames for these things, right? We will all be the same. We will all have the same emotional content, but we are just not built that way. And the reason why we're not built that way is just for these situations right here. Just for these situations right here. There are time frames. Everybody has a biological clock that they're on. And it's wrong to tell somebody, well, you need to synchronize your clock with majority of the people because this is how they feel.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the majority of the people feel like your actions
So let me ask you
aren't of
this.
someone
Have you
who's
You know what I love about us, y'all? I love that we are such conversationalists that we can literally carry one fucking subject for 9 goddamn hours. Like, that's literally how much we have to give to just one goddamn thing. This is ridiculous. This is a group of people who can keep each other company for the rest of their damn lives.
Blood, can I just ask you real quick, then I'm gonna drop off. Do you think that there is a specific timeline, or just in general, what do you think, or what do you feel the timeline should be? Like a minimum of like 90 days, 6 months? I'm just asking.
To move on with someone?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is a timeline. Like I said, I don't think you could tell someone when to move on. It's not the fact that she moved on, it's flaunting the relationship.
Hold on. Okay, the word flaunting. She's a public. I mean,
You can move on 2 days after. I also think it depends on what happened before the relationship, or if you guys were going through any trouble. I mean, for me, I was with my ex for 3 years and he passed away from a tumor. But 2 months before he passed, we got into an argument because I went through his email and I found out he cheated on me. It was a whole year before. And I left, I moved out and everything. And then he wrote me saying he was bumping into things. It was this long paragraph saying, "Hey, I just wanted to reach out to you. I've been bumping into things lately. I don't want you to worry." Long story short, he went and got an MRI and all these tests and they found a tumor. So I came back solely because of that. His family knew nothing about that. So during that time, I was painted as the villain for moving on so quickly. I think I moved on probably days after he passed. It was just because we were dealing with so much trouble.
And you
It
got
wasn't
the
perfect.
nerve to not identify with Allison and all this trouble she dealing with.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute, blood.
I think she just don't like the girl. There it is. That's the conclusion
No,
I
I
came
have to
to.
clear
There's
that up.
nothing that she can do to make this better. There's nothing that girl can do in your eyes to paint her in a lighter light. You just don't like her. You don't like her character. There's nothing about this girl that you like, and there's nothing that she can do to change her mind. That's what I'm believing.
Blood
She could
Rita
come
can
back
move
and be
on in
black.
15
No, I'm
minutes,
playing.
and Allison can move on in 3 years.
I'm just teasing. I'm just
Make
teasing.
it make sense.
Hey, no, but seriously, it's not that. It's just the way she's going about it. Again, I might have moved on, but I didn't flaunt it to the family. I didn't do all the. It's
But
like, come on,
blood, she isn't flaunting. She's living her life and people are observing and commenting. I don't Flaunting to me is what we're in January. So if they were to go to the Met Gala like 2 months after everything happened and she's like in a feather dress and holding his hand or something like that, that's more to me like flaunting.
That's fair.
But
That's fair.
she's just living her life and we have to give her space to do that. That's all.
Yeah,
Why are we giving her so much grace and space and understanding?
Man, that article was 2
Blood,
minutes
you're not
long. We
giving
wouldn't
her
even
no
have known if she was
understanding.
even with.
Zero. I feel like I
She
gave
needs
her
grace
some.
and space
I
because she's
threw
a
her a bone.
human.
He's the boss, old girl, man. Come
But she's
on
a
now.
human. She deserves grace. We don't know the story. I think as being human, extending humanity towards a person is to give them the benefit of the doubt. There's nothing that points to her being the worst person in the world. She's sharing her story. We talked about it, over 9 hours. And I just don't understand why. Oh, the flaunting. That's what I was going to say. The flaunting, like whoever said she's living her life, that's not flaunting. Even if she went to the Met Gala with her new beau, that's not flaunting. Flaunting said which I don't follow her, so I don't know, maybe she does. Every week she's saying, look how great this guy, this is the best relationship ever. Even that, who cares if she flaunts?
She kind of did say that. She's like, what did she just say in that thing Conscious just read? He's a great guy. That part towards the end triggered me.
Okay,
and I'm
Blood.
not even family.
Okay, Blood. I have a couple questions. Are you a Christian? Are you Islam? Do you practice Judaism?
I grew up Baptist, but I don't practice it.
Okay, but you do believe that there is a higher power.
Oh, of course.
Okay, and do you ever thumb through the Bible? Are you into it or whatever the case may be?
I've read some parts, but not I don't sit down and read the Bible avidly. No.
Okay, here we go. She married him under the eyes of her deity, which could be Yahweh, Muhammad, God, as we like to call him, whomever. And guess what? In several different parts of the Bible, especially First Corinthians, it says that a woman that is widowed is now able to move on. And it does, and the scripture doesn't put a time length on it. It just wants you to make better choices on it, no matter how that person left this world. But what she's doing, it seems like, is practicing her faith, and she's moving on to find her children a new father. It doesn't mean that she's flaunting it and we're showing her so much grace, but she's practicing maybe what she's been taught. And we have to remember, she is a clear woman. So what do clear women mostly do? If the other one gone, they gonna keep on moving on.
Yeah. So that's, I don't think that's a black and white thing. I think that's an expectation of women, is once you lose your husband, then you are solo dolo for the rest of your life. Whereas a man, once he loses a wife, because look at the roles of a traditional role of a man and woman. A woman takes care of the family, the house, blah, 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 blah. So if, and the man has a provider, is the provider. If a man loses his wife, he needs somebody to fill in that role of taking care of the house and the home. Whereas if a woman, if she loses a husband, well then she's supposed to live off the insurance, or she's shit out of luck, but she is not to marry. Let's be realistic.
Not how
or even date.
That's not how it was per the biblical time and moving forward. If the provider is now gone, usually the women will go back home if they had those stable families still, and the father would find them another provider.
But again, this is not about her moving on. It's the way she did it.
Yeah, I get it.
What do you mean the way she did it, Blood? How did she do it that you don't approve of?
I don't agree with her. It's gonna sound insensitive and like she don't have the right to live her life. But I just don't agree with posting this man or speaking about it even.
3 years later, she can't post.
But like Todd just
again,
said,
that's why I gave that disclaimer before. I don't want it to sound like that's what I'm saying. Like she's just not allowed to do that, point blank, period.
But
again,
like Todd stated a few minutes ago, when Vanessa Bryant does move on, the internet gonna crash. Everybody speculating, AT&T, it's gonna blow up. What's the difference between her and somebody else?
I don't think so. I think it'll be pretty neutral when Vanessa moves on.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, people are going to talk about it, but they aren't going to be enraged, I think. Of course, it's going to be a conversation. She's a celebrity, but I don't think that people are going to be outraged the same way that I don't think people are outraged about Allison.
Man, what's left of the red pill community will form like Voltron and
not outraged.
Down, internet down, and she moved on. I'm telling you. Okay.
Well, I don't think it's really fair to expect a woman to not enjoy her relationship. People post. That's the day and age that we're in, and the fact that and I hope you understand that I'm not picking on you, Blood. It's a lot of people. It's like. What I would hope is people challenge. Why do I think like that? Why do I think it's not appropriate for her to show her relationship just as it is natural, as if as much as she showed her relationship with Twitch, why can't she show her relationship with this man?
I guess I feel this way because the death is not fully behind you. You're still writing a memoir. If this was after the book was released and everything, and she said, okay, I did my part. I did the charity. I did everything I could to keep his name alive. I'm moving on with my life. Then that wouldn't be an issue. It's the fact that you have all this going on social media with the family and you, and it's like, why add a third person?
This question as well.
Because what is given is that because she did not explain everything to y'all and to make sure that y'all had a poetic and perfect understanding of her choices and how she moving, that y'all kind of are beating up on her because she ain't provided the public with that level of conversation around her choices because she been focused on herself. Because it sounded like a blood arena. You needed her to make sure that you had an understanding.
No, I don't want her to come out and say that. I'm just saying if
And
that's the way it was done.
And you might actually get that in the memoir. You might get
No, I'm saying I wanted her to move like that, not that she had to say that, like, hey, I did all this. But if it would have happened that way after the book was written, after you put everything behind you, then sure. But for me, it's because all this is still going on and you're dealing with this stuff. It's triggering.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who does this remind you of in your life? Because these things are awfully close to a person's experience. There's a whole lot of implicit bias here. So who does this person remind you of somebody that's in your life that you through this?
It's not necessarily that she did anything to remind me. Again, it was the brother. I can't remember who said it, but those words they said about her character, I deeply resonate with. That's
right. Because this is what we call a lived experience, right? And sometimes,
but again, just like Conscious said that he's been an Allison, so I feel like we're all kind of basing it off of somewhat our experience a little.
Right, but see, Conscious has moved on. You haven't moved on though. See, and that's
What do you mean he moved on?
Conscious has moved on. Conscious. Put it this way: he forgave, but he didn't forget. He forgave, but he didn't forget. Right?
I'm confused.
This is just like when.
Oh no, you mean he moved on from the personal situation that he went through? Oh, okay.
He has divorced himself and moved on with his life. What we're trying to figure out here,
I've moved on too.
We're trying to figure out your understanding, right? And the reason why I keep asking you about your personal experiences is because it seems like it seems like you have been through this before.
I have, and I don't think as a person who I was never always like this. I'm laughing and joking about it, of course, and teasing, but I don't want it to seem like, oh, you just simply can't trust her because she's white. That's not what I'm saying, but I will say that we hear it time and time again, and I can never understand why. I'm from New York. I live on the Upper East Side. I'm surrounded by not Black people, so I never had really those experiences where I couldn't understand why people would say, oh, don't trust these women, they're evil, they're this, until I experienced it. And again, you have to, and it's not just that one experience. It's, again, when someone shows you who they are, you have to believe them. And
okay, but the key word with that is when someone shows you who they are. But you are making a broad stroke.
But it's not just one person. This is throughout history. These women have shown us who they are.
Oh,
so
it's not all white women though. All white women.
And yeah, I used to think like that too.
Now
Again,
we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
All right.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere now.
We are.
Hold on. So everybody hold your mute. I want to get a knockout as well. Hey, knockout.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I have a different perspective on it because I've been like on so separating the two subjects that y'all are even talking about, right? Because a widow, I feel like, is different from somebody who's just like breaking up or getting divorced. I think Vanessa Bryant, I would be outraged if she had popped up with somebody. And it's not so much that she should live her life. I think that she should put her children first, or at least her child first, and like think about how that would affect her and what that looks like in her life. We got to think like all this, you should live your life and all that shit. You're grown, and you're grown with like responsibilities. So it's like your time of like living your life to, just appease you and do you and all that is like kind of past. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a real immature way to look at things. I think that especially if kids are involved, you think about the kids first, and the kids need their parents, not just somebody to replace the person or whatever, just because you're mad or just because you whatever. I think unless there's a real reason that the parents shouldn't be around, then you should at least make it to where the kid can see and have both parents in their lives. But as far as somebody being a widow, like, I mean, from somebody who's like, you know, almost passed away with, you know, a child on the way and all that, I would be extremely offended if like I was to know that, you know, 3 years later my son is calling somebody else dad because he didn't know me. I
Man,
feel like
that's
that's
awesome. I'm sorry.
extremely, I feel like it's really insensitive for somebody to really like think that. And I think a lot of people really think like they overthink and kind of like overlook how the optics will look in somebody else.
Hold on. So I got a question for you, Naka, because in this case, Twitch took his life. So he left his kids in the care of other people, and he made his wife single, and he made his children fatherless. Do you think that should apply? Because unlike in Lori London's case, you know, like her nigga, he was murdered. A Vanessa Bryant nigga, you know, he died in a tragic accident. But with Twitch, he took his life.
Okay. So when we're talking about S side, I think that, you know, again, we have to look at it is a selfish act, just like, you know, your commenter said, Jessica. It's a selfish act, but why would somebody get to the point to where they feel like they need to take their lives, knowing that they have children and a family and everything to take care of? Like, what if we dig deeper and go under what is actually happening in that situation? Is
Well,
it him?
remember, I'm
Man.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, well, remember when Chester from Lincoln Park passed away? He had kids too. And it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like we say that it's selfish, it's a sin, but the person was also in pain. So as we move forward with the grief, we do find some grace in it and we try to move on. Like, for example, my brother passed away from a drug overdose a couple years ago. And a lot of people in our family looked at it as, oh, well, he was selfish for doing whatever. But my brother literally went through a bad vehicle accident to pain management. And once those painkillers stopped, we all know that a lot of people turn to other things. And those other things, they either are alive or they're gone. And he's gone. And a lot of people looked at that as selfish. And I did too, but then I understood he was in pain and he felt like he couldn't go to anybody. And he did leave 2 kids here, my 2 nephews, and they're growing up without a dad. But it's 7 of us. Well, it was 7, it's 6 of us. And we're processing that and we're moving forward with that. But their mother is also going through that and she has moved forward. And I have 2 other sisters and they felt like she shouldn't move forward. She shouldn't. Well, she's going to. That's just like you have. When your person left, but they're still alive, you move forward. So we're trying to see it both ways for her. And I don't think that she's a bad person. Because I honestly, when all this stuff came back up, it felt like we were reliving him dying. So she's just living life. And there was a comment earlier that said she's a clear woman. They move forward differently than certain other people. And they do, because she knows that she has to find a new provider. But if she was just another person on the street, I don't even think it would be this much of an issue.
I have a question as well. Does the same rules apply for men as well? I'd like to see what your thoughts are on that. Because,
no.
Yeah, I feel
there's
like
a whole lot of patriarchy in that answer, right? And I'm just trying to, I'm just listening. I'm just listening. So
I feel like if a
rules
man
apply for
loses
men.
his wife, and I mean, if he has grown children, they have to understand their dad wants new companionship. And if he loses his wife and he has younger children, then he him also, just like a woman, will have to go through the vetting process of bringing a new person around their children, young or older. So obviously she's okay with that man, and she's put him through whatever she needed to make sure she felt comfortable around him. I don't think she has explained that to anybody.
Yeah, because the reason why I asked, because there was a whole lot of patriarchy in that answer. So I just wanted to see if, if we were looking at this thing objectively and not subjectively, right? Because that's the only thing you can do in situations like this, right?
Okay, so let me ask, hey, One Community, still ain't got no goddamn email, but welcome back, One Community. I'm going to drop the link for One Community. All the men, all the patriarchy coming out of hiding now. All the niggas out of hiding. One Community says, I know Twitch didn't we know what happened to him. Yeah, we don't really know what happened. We just know that he called the hotel ahead of time to check to see if they had rooms available. He checked in. The clerk said he appeared to be normal and in good spirits. And he checked in on a Monday afternoon, and a maid found him the next morning in his bathroom with
So
self-inflicted.
confirmed what happened?
Huh?
It's not confirmed what happened.
I mean, it's been confirmed by a coroner that it was a self-inflicted bullet wound to the head. And they found him in the bathroom laid out. From
and also the steps that he made to get to where he was is confirmed also, like when he checked in and how he got there. I mean, whether it was an Uber or he walked, he left his car, which, you know what, I will say kudos to him for not scarring your children or your wife by removing himself at their home, because there's a lot of people who do that.
I didn't think about that.
Yes. And I never would have thought. I had a childhood friend. Her dad drove 3 hours to a secluded area and took his own life, because thankfully he didn't want to connect the house to his death, or maybe Twitch didn't want to connect the car to his death. So I mean, I guess he was being considerate in a way.
Well, what about Robin Williams? And he was found at home. Chester was found at home.
Well, not everybody thinks that way. I mean, what's your point?
Went to the hotel, but that was pain for her too. She didn't mean to pass away. Things just happen. Like, things happen. Because if Bobby had moved on, would we be on here right now talking about that?
I got a question for knockout, since Todd had asked, does the same thing apply for men? A knockout, like, I guess in any given situation, like whether you just break up, whether your spouse took their life, whether it's an accident, or whatever the case may be, like, what do you feel is a acceptable time to move on, or do you think that there is no time?
I definitely don't believe in a no time type of situation. I think that if you're like able to move on quickly from what was supposed to be like a long sustained relationship, and there's supposed to be love in it, a lot of people don't move on and just go get another dog after their dog dies, right? Like, how do you do that to a person?
Unless, right, because I think it can be real, the love, but if you have piss poor coping mechanisms, you can jump into a relationship to mask.
So then you're masking it. Exactly. You're trying to put in place of that person, which you can't. You have to,
yeah, that's a false equivalency about the dogs.
A knockout. Hold on. Is it just my audio, or is knockout going out?
He's going out.
Yeah, he's going out. Yeah, I believe that's a false
equivalency about the dog.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get the audio straight. Hold on. A knockout, because he can't even hear unless he's still going. A knockout. Oh shit. Knockout. Your audio, it was going in and out. I'm gonna drop the link for you again. At One Community, I modded you up again, bro. Okay, go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, you can't compare human beings and dogs. You can't do that, right?
No.
Because, for obvious reasons. You can't. Yeah, no, that's a false equivalence.
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
That's a terrible
Horrible
measurement. That's
analogy.
a terrible emotional measurement. Because people do replace dogs and cats like the same day. Because when children lose dogs, they go right back to the pound and go, so
Yep.
nah, you can't use that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a little bit far-fetched there.
I agree with him that, I mean, if it was a meaningful relationship, on top of that, you got kids, you probably shouldn't be moving on like within weeks or even months. I would say at least give yourself a goddamn year, like to just, because I'm also considering, like, if this guy is new to us, this guy might not be new to her. This might be somebody who has been a friend,
right?
Been somebody that has been around to some degree, that she at least has some type of proximity to. But she is moving on. What? Let me see. Twitch passed away in December of 2022, 2023, 2024. She debuted him basically a year and a half later, basically, because debuted him in September. So she, debuted him a year and a half later. I'm going to assume that wasn't the beginning of their relationship. So let's say they've been dating for 6 months, up to the premiere of the Alice Situation movie. 1 year afterwards, I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, because like Ashana said, I'm used to white women moving just as quickly as niggas do. Like on to the next, baby. On to the next. Hey, Naka, can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, are you back? Your audio was going in and out. I think you was answering the question of how soon you believe a person should, give themselves, under the circumstances of having kids and just dismantling their relationship. Because I said maybe a year is a solid time. I can see somebody moving on after a year. Possibly.
I don't know. I guess there is no defined time, but again, to me, I think if I know somebody that, just got divorced and then they're already out trying to, get somebody a year or two later, I don't think that person is like really smart, because you're rushing into something. You don't just get over years of being with somebody like that. I mean, I don't think, unless you just don't care about them. Like, I mean, if you can, I think you're like somebody who has very low capacity for like emotional attachment. Maybe it's just something that like you don't do. But most people, when they love someone, they get attached to them. So it's like, I've known people who go 10 years, 20 years without getting remarried or whatever. They may have friends, they may, have people they talk to, but that doesn't mean they ultimately just gonna fall in love and have a full out relationship like how they had before. Mostly out of protecting themselves, and then especially if they have kids, out of like respect for the kids, that they have another parent, rather than, oh, I'm just gonna move on because your mom left and I hate her and I just want to have another woman in my bed. You know what I mean? I feel like that's extremely selfish.
Okay, so let me deepen that a little bit. I dropped the link to if anybody else want to come up. So how should we? Does anybody have a concept around what thing you should look out for in your healing that communicates to you that you are emotionally and mentally ready?
Can I ask you one big question before we get into that?
Yeah.
My question is, what is, people go in and out of relationships all the time, whether it's healthy. Most of the time it's not. I think we can all recognize that. People jump from a relationship to relationship to relationship. So why is her situation any different? There's people who, I think we've all probably had an experience where you have a friend who's never alone, ever. What is the difference between her having another relationship because her husband's dead versus a divorce or death or a divorce. What's the difference? Maybe she doesn't want to be alone. Like a lot of people, they can't be alone. What's are we judging her more because her husband's dead? I don't know. That's my question. Is it
Okay, hold
different?
on. So what's the short version of that question again?
Okay. Is it different? You know, we all have a friend that's never alone, right?
Yeah.
They're always in a relationship. What is the difference with anybody who's widowed? Why can't, if they're not afraid to be alone, then they don't want to be alone. Why does it matter whether the husband's dead or not?
I think in this particular situation that we are including, if you have kids and kids that you're still caring about, so also like being considerate of not moving random ass impulsive relationships that have not been thought out through because you are just moving off of fear, moving off of unresolved shit, and you have kids that also have to interact and intersect with all of that movement in your life. So I think for the people that have kids, it's important to consider them as well, and to make sure that you're not bringing in somebody who's gonna be touching on their ass, beating on their ass, somebody who not just using you, somebody who is not. You know, they're just all these flippant ass.
Yeah, I completely agree. But in reality, that's not what people do, right? They move strange ass niggas in their house all the time. So what's the difference between, and it's not right. Oh, I don't think, but how many people are going to wait 18 years or 17 years or 15 years?
Is unnecessary. I think that a person emotionally and mentally, okay, if you have kids, I'm actually going to say, if you have kids, probably like a year or two, like,
look,
to make sure that you adjust and to make sure that they are adjusted and that y'all ready, because your life includes, your dating life does include them, and they need to also have processed and be ready to receive another person as well before you just selfishly bring somebody into that they're going to nuck and buck up against, which happens a lot of time when parents move on without ensuring that their kids who still live with them. Now, if your kid's grown, that's one thing. Do the hell you want to do. You ain't nobody but you, and they got their own house, their own spouses. They do what they want to do. But if you take care of your kids and your kids are in your custody, like, we do have a lot of situations where a lot of like boys and girls will like buck up against the step parent or the person being introduced. And so I think that at that point, dating has to be a communal thing between the parent and the kids, and everybody needs to be on the same page, and everybody needs to have reasonably moved through their feelings, you know,
what about the
accordingly and healed accordingly. I think that that's the responsible thing to do. And I think that a year or two of mom or dad being single and also allowing like the kids to breathe out their experience and to kind of clear that, because I also am not somebody who's a component of holding on to grief. I don't believe that grief is something that is productive to live alongside. It is a natural thing that happens when it comes to this loss, but we should also not like make a living out of our sadness and make a living out of our despair. At some point, you do need to move on with your life. That's what's best for your mental health and for the quality of your life.
See, Conscious, let me ask. Does moving on have to equal a relationship?
No, of course not.
Exactly. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that, okay, you can move on, but why do you have to go and put somebody in your kid's face? My parents got divorced when I was like 15. I didn't see anybody in my parents' life until I was grown. And I'm not saying that everybody needs to do that. That's subjective. But I'm saying that, like, at least consider that your child still like knows the other parent, and bringing in somebody just because you don't want to be alone again it's immature.
Right.
Ooh, man, that's a whole lot of implicit bias there,
but
man.
I agree with you.
Implicit bias there, bro.
No, I completely agree. But in reality, my question is, like I said, I 100% agree about going from relationship to relationship, but that's what happens, and people do that. And even when they have kids, like I'll give you an example. My mother divorced when I was 6 months old. I didn't see a dude. I didn't see a dude in the house.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but I'm
Okay.
gonna let y'all hold it down. So y'all hold it down.
My question is there a difference between going to another relationship when the person's dead versus the relationship is dead and the person isn't dead? I feel like people are holding her as a widow or any widow at a higher standard than if it's just they divorced and she got into another relationship. That's what I'm saying. I that makes sense. Anybody?
But see, at what point, again, here we are now, we are dictating when and where and how somebody should feel, right? And that is the folly of all of this. Again, we all don't think alike, we all don't feel alike, we all have different ethics of emotion and moral compasses, right? So you can't, it's hard to put everybody in that category if that's not how they subscribe to life, right? And a lot of these things are based on culture and how a person was raised, right?
Right. And my point is, I don't think we should dictate that. I agree. Dictate how fast somebody should move on, whether their husband's dead or they're divorced. If you divorce and you get into another relationship, I don't think that is as possibly a good thing to do, especially when you have kids, to go from one relationship to another relationship without fully processing. But it's not for me to tell you what's an appropriate amount of time. What I'm saying is, are we judging her harshly because her husband's dead versus if she divorced the man? That's what my question is.
Oh yes, a divorce and a death is two different things.
But it is a death. A divorce is a death. Death of a relationship.
It's not that you could still see your father. You could still have a relationship with him. No one
I'm
is
not talking
trying to
about the
replace
kids'
your dad.
relationship. I'm talking about the two adults. The relationship between the adults, the relationship is dead. So, because we're not talking about the children, we're talking about her moving on to another relationship. So it's like, so is she not supposed to because he's dead?
I think this is
If she
less
had a
about
divorce?
her moving on and more about her debuting the relationship, if you will.
Yeah, no, I get what your issue is, or
And see, and so this is what I'm talking about. Now, this is how people miss out on happiness. This is it. This is exactly how people miss
she's
out
supposed to
on
curb her
happiness.
actions because you're uncomfortable. I don't think that's right.
Right. This is how people talk themselves out of happiness in some cases. This is exactly it. This is catastrophizing right here. This is people will catastrophize themselves out of great situations because of what cultural beliefs are, right? This is exactly what I was talking about the other night. This is it. Imagine somebody being in a situation like her, right? Meet somebody nice, and she goes, this guy, he provides for my family, the kids love him, I got permission from the kids, I got all these things. However, right? Let's give this 2 years to see how this works, right? What do you think the possibility of there being happiness after 2 years? What do you think of that? Right? Sometimes when you run up on good things, sometimes when you run up on good situations, right? Sometimes you have to trust in what you trust in. Love is never perfect. Love has many risks, and if you're not prepared to love, don't take no risk at all. This is how people talk themselves out of great situations right here. This is it.
And I want to say too that I think that for the kids too, because I agree with Shauna that a divorce and a breakup is, I mean, even though it's not a physical death, a lot of times you do experience it that way anyway. And it kind of sometimes feels worse than physical death because the person is alive and you're still having to live without them, which feels sometimes it's torturous in and of itself. And I also know that a lot of kids who had to survive a divorce, they take divorce real hard. Like for them, it is a death. It's almost equivalent to a physical death, even though their parents are available to them. Still, emotionally and mentally, it is a catastrophe. I remember Kourtney Kardashian said that she didn't even want to get married because of her own unresolved trauma around surviving divorce and being a kid who had to live through a divorce. And I know like a lot of kids have taken like divorce really horrendously, like it's traumatizing. So that's why in my dissertation, I'm making space for parents to consider whether their kids are also ready for that, because that shouldn't just be thought of selfishly, because your personal relationship at some point is going to be integrated with your kid's life, especially if you plan on like really, really being involved again to the point that you're open to living with a spouse again. You're open to giving your kids another mom or another dad, and they should have the right to also like adjust first and to just make sure that they have grieved properly.
See,
and that they have made space.
That's the thing. I would agree, but it's like you can't give somebody a new dad or a new mom. They have their mom, they have their dad.
Well, I guess like in the case of like a widow situation.
Well, yeah.
Well, I guess no, really in either case that you can't, but I'm saying that term kind of loosely, like in terms of just another parent, not per se, because to your point, like they can't have another mom or another dad, but they will be forced to, if their parent is moving on, to have a relationship. Well, how about let's call it their parent's partner, because that's what the person is. The child will get to decide if that spouse is their parent or just their partner's or just their parent's partner. So they don't necessarily have to be a mom or a dad, but because if that parent does start dating or that parent does move in their spouse, like, you know, that child has no choice at some point but to just have to navigate that. And it's probably in the best interest of the parent to make sure that their kid has reasonably adjusted and is also kind of ready to deal with that integration. Right. If the parent has taken on a serious relationship and their relationship is kind of ready. Now, I know that everybody got different philosophy, because I've heard some women actually say that, like, I've heard women literally say, once my husband died or once my I got a divorce, I just chose to remain single until my kids were adults. And then that's when I moved on with my personal life. Wow, obviously some people, you know, they're going to date as soon as they're ready to, soon as, you know, and sometimes the kids, like in her case, her oldest was like, you know, I want you to be happy, Mom. I want you to find somebody. I'm a kid who navigated divorce as well. I was very supportive of both of my parents moving on with their life. I was very supportive of my mom finding, you know, another man if that's what she wanted to do. And my stepdad, who was her husband, you know, to find him another woman if that's what he wanted, you know, to do, you know, so it doesn't look different for everybody, you know.
Man, look, I wish I could have brought y'all all up the UNC with me. We would tear that damn Bingham Hall down, boy. Woo, boy. I said, I wish I could have brought everybody with me to Bingham Hall when I was there. UNC Chapel Hill. Y'all would have tore that bad boy down in Bingham Hall. That's where I did all my communication courses at. Y'all would have tore it down. Nobody would have left the class. We would have been sitting right there holding that class hostage, boy. This is an excellent discussion. Excellent.
You know who you sound like, Todd?
Say again?
You know who you sound like to me?
Who's that?
You sound like the lead attorney to me.
Oh, no. I got a totally different philosophy than him. Trust me.
Not a totally different philosophy.
Yeah, it's totally different philosophy than totally. But
you know,
yes.
I'm kind of on the side of like probably not moving on. I probably, if I was a widowed person, I probably would date privately, but I probably would wait to like move in with my partner and shit. Like once my kids are grown, I just don't know if I would tack that on. Under these type of circumstances, because I think that that's just a lot going on, and I wouldn't want to risk bringing somebody else into their life that might end up dead as well, or that might end up in divorce at some point before they move out. And it's just like, it's just a lot of, that's just a lot. So if I did decide to date, I would probably just like have my person on the side. We have a relationship. Maybe after we really together at some point, they can meet the kids, but I probably wouldn't like integrate them into a living situation and all that. And kind of like, just make sure they have, I don't know. Hey, one community.
What's goody, y'all?
So you got some opinions now?
I didn't hear you.
I said, so you got some opinions now?
No, I'm still listening in.
Oh my God.
I'm listening in. But I don't
Forget
think it's
about
no
moving
time frame
on.
on it. I don't think it's no time frame as well, you know. It depends on what situations as well, you know, with that, you know. So I don't think it's really a time frame. You know, I think even if people move on and after the person's gone and they want to move on and they move on, everybody deals with things differently. If they have kids, I would think that if you meet somebody anyway, you would want to, you know, keep your kids away from them until you know what I'm saying, figure things out with people anyway. So yeah, I think just keep your kids away from that though.
If you were a young man who lost your father at like 7 or 8, 9 years old, and like, how would you want your mom to move forward? Like, would you want her to move in another man, eventually take on another relationship?
So I see my mom after my pops, my mom never really brought people to the house and stuff like that. So I grew up like that. Where my mom, after being with my father, my mom never really brought people around me like that, or around us like that. You know what I mean? Whether she had her little step outs and she's doing her little thing, you know what I mean? But she never brought them around us. So I would relate to more of that because that's the kind of household that I grew up in. So I would think that would make more sense to me, but I don't know. Maybe some people grew up different. They may feel a little different, but yeah.
Are you single? One community.
I ain't gonna answer no questions.
Okay. Right.
I ain't gonna answer no questions, man.
Right.
Right. I'm gonna say that for the tell-all. We're gonna save everything.
Okay, good. We're gonna save it for the tell-all for your memoir. Got it.
We're gonna save it for the tell-all. You know what I mean? Pull back conscious with the story, yeah.
That part. Okay, so my next question is then, like, we were discussing men and women. Do you think it should be different rules in terms of how men move on versus how women move on?
No. I think women. Some men probably are different, but I think women are different. You know what I mean? I think they internalize more. I think they're more in tune with their emotions more and stuff like that. So. But some women, like I say, they be on their Rihanna vibes, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes the women be in their bag too. So, you know, sometimes we get diverse, but usually the women don't be like that. And it's usually the men that move on pretty quickly because, you know, men are sometimes, you know, we can be pretty shallow. One, we can be pretty shallow, but pretty face value and pretty shallow. So I think women take things harder. Women internalize things deeper. Even from a young age, I think women do that. Period.
Okay, so see, you opened up a world of question. I mean, a whole world of questions. So, are men? Is that the disconnect between men and women? Is that men are not reaching for the same level of depth that women are, and as a result, this leads to a lot of the gender warring and confusion and contention in relationships? Like, should men be striving to make the relationship just as deep as it is for the woman? Because doesn't that create a major fucking disconnect when like one person is like wide open and the other person is like kind of stoic?
I think so too, but in the same breath, I think that's some of the things that also make women attract to men too. You know what I mean? Some of those same things, because you don't want a guy that's kind of like corny sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So, like like women like mystery. They like certain kinds of things too. You know what I'm saying? So, it's certain things that attract people to people. You know what I mean? Like opposites attract, like magnetism type stuff. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think.
Oh, I would love to get the women's feedback on that shit, baby. Do y'all like a man that seems somewhat emotionally unavailable? Does that kind of add to the, like, does that make the pussy wop? Does that make you gush? Does that, turn you on?
No. I don't know any woman that wants an emotionally unavailable man.
Not that available, because he's gonna be available in some ways, but it's just like in the same breath, like how women sometimes they'll like fix a man. You know what I'm saying? They'll see the qualities that they see in a man, and then they'll be wanting to fix him. You know what I mean? Or fix the other parts, or fix things about a person and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. Or they
You feel
think if
me?
they love hard enough,
They could
he'll
change
come
it,
out of that.
or come out of
Right.
that phase. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well, the theory behind that is called ethics of care. I remember in philosophy, Dr. Carol Gilligan talked about why women nurture, because they're emotional, right? And they have a stronger and more smarter emotional content than men, especially at a younger age. There's many studies that have dictated these things. Also, it's the way you raise men and women is completely different. Perfectly good example. Men, our whole entire life, we're taught not to cry. Don't you cry. If you got out there on the football field and you hurt your leg, you suck it up, you get back out there and you respond. How do you respond? You respond with violence against the next person, right? Women are taught completely differently. Women are taught to allow their emotions to flow. They're allowed to cry. They're allowed to feel. They're allowed to express. Men, the only time we express or anything like that, unless our subconscious or our super identity takes over, which, like, perfectly good example, when men drink, you want to see emotional? You want to see men emotional? Watch men when they drink.
They will tell you everything, and I'm
getting
telling y'all,
right now.
I follow an ex funeral director. She has explained time and time again, and that's why that's why she's so passionate about her message to women and making sure that you're on your game, only dealing with providers, etc. She said when she was working funerals, the husband would show up to the funeral with the girlfriend, will bring the new girlfriend to the funeral. So men can move on very quickly.
They do. Men can do, and we do, but I don't think anybody should. I don't think it's really healthy for anybody to, you know what I mean? Because, there's still ties, you know what I mean? We always have these ties, you know what I mean? Some people still thinking about their ex from first grade, you know what I mean? You know how it goes. So, I think, we need time to, sometimes heal, because being in relationships, especially for a long time, you give so many parts of yourself to a relationship, so many parts of yourself to a person. Like, you think you're going to get that back like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, then you jump into something else and you're still missing parts of yourself when you go into the next thing, even though hopefully you meet somebody that can complete parts that you're missing. And I mean, if you meet a person like that, I don't think it's any rush or any time period. If you meet a person that completes parts of you and adds to that and adds to you, it might be quick or it might be years, you know what I mean? But if you do, God willing, meet a person that is like that, then I don't think it should be a time limit on that kind of energy, because I think it's really serendipitous.
It's so interesting
I
how.
would like to add to that. I'm
Okay,
sorry, you guys.
hey, Dazzle.
Hey, you guys. Hey, I wanted to add to, like, do you guys feel like, because you guys just said that men kind of tend to move on quicker than women, and I have an uncle, and his girlfriend just passed. She was murdered. Just past like Labor Day.
Oh,
My
wow.
condolences. My condolences.
And oh, thank you guys. And the craziest part is that he was grieving and stuff, But then, like a week later, he's with some girl, right? And I'm like, where'd you meet her at?
He been had her in the stash. Hold up, first of all.
But
He was in the stash.
Yes,
I'm
they
glad
He was
had
in the
someone
them
said
back
it.
in their back
pocket, all right?
pocket and
So
switched
Uncle
them to
got
their
a
front
few
pocket.
tricks. Okay, Uncle Hugh,
and
he was
so, but
checking
see,
back.
here's the crazy part though. You got this other girl and you're moving on, but you're really still grieving. Like
You
he
are.
had cried and stuff like that. So then my question is it because that men aren't like I wouldn't say equipped or they don't maybe they don't prioritize the emotion, like actually tapping into like their feelings in that way?
Not
It,
just
it,
no.
it's all
It's
cultural.
not.
It's all
Because
cultural.
men and women don't love the same.
Hold on, y'all. I want the men to answer that first.
I just think it's natural. I think it's natural. You know what I'm saying? I think just like men, like wilderness, like animals. They hunting, they come through, see a woman, they come through, try to get it. Oh, they moving on. Boom. You know what I'm saying? This is like nature. Like just because we men and we people, that don't mean we separate from like animal world and everything else. Like everything connected. We could see ourselves in everything on earth. And that's why God is God, because we could see it in everything. You know what I'm saying? So we could just see the relation to animals and like lions and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's similarities to things. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just that is just a part of man's nature. But when you tap in, or maybe just when you love, you know what I'm saying? It's love is that vehicle, is that thing that'll change you, shift you, and it'll make you do some things that you know what I'm saying? You gotta be, yeah, you gotta be on an emotional level, you know what I mean?
Aside from moving on, when
I
do
believe. I'm sorry.
oh go ahead.
I believe you do what you are taught to do. And if you are in an environment where you see love as being transactional, that's how you're going to function. I mean, that's just facts, right? A lot of men who do things like this, you got to understand what environment they came up in. Who was around? Who were they taking social cues from? Because men in different countries operate different ways, but they're still men. So again, it's all about the culture. Remember what I said before, men, we are taught not to feel. We're literally
Oh
taught
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
There-
yeah, yeah.
There's no such thing as crying in baseball. There's no
Yeah.
such thing as crying in football. I don't want to hear that. You're going to get back out there. You're going to execute what I'm telling you to execute, and you're going to do it the way I told you to do it. And I don't want to hear it. You're going to be a man. Women are taught
Who that come?
completely
Who that come?
differently.
Who's that come?
Women are taught completely differently.
Who's that talking now, Tom?
Huh?
Who's this?
Who's what?
Who's talking now? Who are you? Who's this? I want to know.
Oh, my name is Todd.
Tom, that's what I said. This is Tom. Yeah. I hear you, bro. Okay, good. Now you're making some good points. But I'm saying the same way, right? Just a bigger bill. I ain't going to stay long on the point. But the same way, like how I think, like how men sometimes, like even being young, right? I think we was taught more to fuck than to love, right? Because when you, like, even as a young guy, you know what I'm saying, was crazy
Yeah.
because I was shaped in a lot of ways. Like, if you had like a girlfriend and stuff like that, nigga like, oh, you a lover. Like, but if you dealing with bad chicks and all that, you was good. You know what I'm saying? Like growing up in my neighborhood where I was from with my friends and my circles of people, growing up as kids. If you had like a girlfriend, like some of my friends never had girlfriends until they was like 20 something years old. I swear to God. But if you when we was younger though, you know what I'm saying? Like like virginity, these types of things are not praised, right? If you was a virgin, we playing you, right? They dissing you, right? And if you in love, you got your girlfriend, you holding hands or whatever the case may be, they joking on you too. Like, yo, what's up with this sucker for love ass? And they joking on you. So it's like, how do you show your emotion? You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you something real quick? When you're younger
Yeah.
and you know were messing around with all these girls, when you went back to your friend group and maybe even in your early 20s, do y'all make fun of women who give it up to y'all in exchange for nothing? And
No,
please be
I never did.
honest.
I never
No,
did.
I never
I
did.
respected it.
What about any
I
of
always
your other
respected
male
it.
friends? Like, oh, she let me hit. I ain't even have to take her out. You've never ever had that conversation with your male friends, barbershop or anything.
Yeah, you hear that a lot, and it's also embedded into the culture as well. That culture has a lot to do with a lot of
It's not
this.
so much about taking that person out and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because we vibing. So it doesn't matter about those types of stuff. If situations happen the way they happen, like, damn, yo, we wild out. We was at a club. Oh, yo, so we wild out. We pulled over. Then we got crazy. If situation happened, but you know what I mean? It's not so much about doing things for the person, though. You know.
Men are chatty patties.
Y'all. I have a
But I
question. I have a
think
question. I have a question for the men. But I want to introduce CM a pit to the chat too. Can you hear me, CM?
Yes, this is
Okay.
yeah, you can call me CMAT.
Okay, CMAT. Welcome to the platform, CMAT.
Thank you. Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Can I just say that
Who's speaking?
this is CMAT.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, Bill.
I was going to say, can I just say that a lot of what men are describing is just patriarchy. It's really just what you guys are describing. It's just rooted in patriarchy. It's not necessarily culture per se. It's the reason why it's pervasive across multiple cultures and multiple countries. And you'll see extremes of it, right, depending upon certain religious views in certain countries. But it really is about how men are socialized to believe. It's less about the culture and just more so about patriarchy. And I think a lot of times too, the reason why men quickly move on is due to the emotional labor that women are socialized to carry. Just as a married woman and managing the household, and what I see goes on, and you know, I'm a child of a divorce. My parents divorced when I was really young. My dad has always had another woman in his life to fulfill that role. My mother never remarried, right? She just figured out she could do it on her own, not necessarily because she didn't want to move on. I think the gentleman mentioned it earlier. I can't remember his name, but
did you stay with your mom though? I don't want to cut your bill, but did you stay with your mom or your dad?
I stayed with my mom.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to stop you.
Right. Yeah. So I stayed with my mom. She did date, right? But she did it in a way that was, I guess, she wanted to make sure it was right. She was scarred from my father, the type of father that he was, or the type of man that he was. She was really scarred from that. So the way she chose to move on, right, was just a little bit differently. And she was always hesitant to remarry. My dad remarried, right? But he never really changed who he was. He's still the same individual even now. So it's just certain things that I have recognized in any of my family members who have been male who have divorced. They have all moved on, some quickly, some not so much, some while they're still, in the marriage. Which brings me to the original reason why I came up here, was just to say that Allison Holker's new boo is married, and the wife didn't file for divorce until September, after they popped out with that paparazzi picture. But I'll go back on mute.
New tea, girl. What else?
I research. See what I do for a living. I'm an attorney, and I do a lot of research. So I've gone down the rabbit hole on this.
Okay, we also need you to find out if Allison's first baby daddy was white or black.
I'm still looking. Now that one she has hidden. Okay, I'm still looking, but I have found a whole bunch. So while Blood was talking, I'm like, oh my God, I want to back her up. But I had stuff going on in here. So I was
So tell us what you have uncovered. So him and his wife are married, obviously, but separated.
Yes. So he is a tech executive for a company called Entrada, right? He's married. He has 3 children. You can see the children. I think Allison posted a picture of them out when they went to Disneyland or Disney World, one of the two. But they popped out. I guess they popped out in August, like a soft launch, and then they were paparazzi'd on September the 7th. Well, his wife, according to people who commented in this post, his wife was blindsided by this. Okay. He was telling people he had been separated since 2023, but she was none the wiser. Okay. She filed for divorce on September 25th, and this is all of 2024.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes. So, and then she withdrew. So I don't know what's going on there, because then she withdrew the petition in December of 2024. So this man is still very married, and Allison is doing interviews saying that she has found her
She in
forever
love
love.
of her
And
life.
that is exactly.
What?
So there
And
are a
God keep
lot of
defending
Man
her.
things.
isn't even completely free off the
That's
plantation
a
yet.
big character flaw. That's a
Blood, your
character
spirit
flaw.
was telling you something, girl. Your spirit was
I
telling
told
you.
y'all
Yes,
it ain't
my
clean
It's
about
so
that
mean.
but
woman.
It's
wait a
so
minute. We
mean.
didn't have this
It's so
I
mean.
information,
told
okay?
It's so
y'all.
mean.
And
Hold
you
on.
stood your ground. It
Wait a
don't
minute.
matter.
Wait a minute.
No, keep
She didn't get
defending, keep
information.
defending.
Not
Nope.
carried away just yet. It just means that
Give her
Allison.
grace.
It just means that Allison. She chooses bad.
Now wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me back up. So let me back up. What
I
I've
said
also
she made the
found.
wrong choices.
So let me back up. What I've also found. Okay, are you all familiar with Emmanuel Acho?
No, I'm
Oh
not.
yeah. He's ESPN.
Okay,
Yeah, Fox Sports One. Yeah.
Okay.
exactly.
Mhm.
Okay, so Emmanuel Acho was a friend of Twitch's. Well, there are video of them popping out together, as in Emmanuel Acho and Allison Holker, not long after Twitch passed away. They were paparazzied, and his friends were in the comments. I can send it to you on Instagram, Conscious,
Okay.
because I went through all this reel, right? And his friends, like, this was as of 14 weeks ago, but it's old because one of the friends said both Emmanuel and Allison blocked her over a year ago. Okay, so we start doing our subtraction that they blocked her over a year ago when she called them out about being together because he was supposed to be Twitch's friend. Now, this is not, Todd, I'm sure you can speak to this. This is not an unheard of phenomenon when there is some type of, I also have a psychology degree. But it's
Right.
not an unheard of phenomenon when there is something tragic that happens like this. Someone that is close to the decedent, they end up entering into a relationship with the surviving spouse.
Right.
However, I think
Hold on, wait. We ain't gonna do that for her. I think
no,
she
no, no,
was.
no. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish because you gotta let me finish, right? The problem is the optics of it, and with respect to how soon it was, the children and the family. Because I personally believe that she could have showed a little bit more consideration towards the family in a lot of the ways she moved. I also came across a post where one of the brothers posted about, he posted text messages where they have been trying to communicate with Allison to get for the kids
Y'all
to see the
gotta send me all
grandparents.
that. I need
Oh, I can send
all
it.
that.
I found it all. Yes.
I've been telling y'all, send me the tea.
That's
Well.
Send me the
that's
damn
why I
tea.
said she
I
moved
need
on
the
after 2 months.
tea. Y'all gotta send me the tea.
That's why
Yes.
I said I knew I heard 2 months somewhere. It may not be exactly 2 months, but she
Right.
moved on in a short time frame,
Okay.
and I don't know where I found that. But I was like, no, I know Google says August 2024, probably to like lighten the blow, and she somewhat has control of the narrative. But I read or heard somewhere that she moved on quickly, and I don't know where that 2 months is coming from. But I want to
The
piggyback
2 months is
on
probably Emmanuel.
Hold on.
okay,
Okay.
cool.
Ooh,
I want to
man.
real quick. Todd said that we didn't have this information at the time, but that's why I said blood spirit was leading her to this leading her to how she feels, because she didn't have the information, but she had her heels in the ground on this. So
Man, that damn
sometimes
women's intuition, boy. Woo.
sometimes you don't need
On
the
this,
information.
but on this platform, we try to lead with as much receipts as possible because I don't like all of the like give me some type of meat, give me some type of circumstantial evidence. Like if it exists, give it to me so I can integrate it. So I want CMAT to like load me up tonight because I want to come back tomorrow and I want to express all of the stuff to put this into the information chamber so we can continue to build on what's taking place here. Because I said from the beginning, if we get more information, I don't have no problem building upon the information, but I don't want to deal with a lot of conspiracy. If there is some type of evidence and proof and receipts or whatever, like give me that stuff because I don't have a problem.
Okay, so
I'm gonna
see,
have a question for you too.
Do you want it in your? Do you want it on Instagram? Do you want it to email? Where do you want it? Because I tried to
It don't
send you
matter.
something earlier, but I think you have to accept it.
Oh Lord. Send it to my email then, unless because I might have to find you on Instagram. I think you can't even send people messages on Instagram now unless they follow you back.
Oh, okay, that makes
Yeah, unless
sense.
they follow you
Okay.
back. So,
this
but my hold on, y'all. Let me handle this business super quick. My email is consciouztv@gmail.com. So you can load me up there with everything. And
Okay.
I have a question about this picture of her and Emmanuel. It is. What type of picture was this? Is this them like walking out of a event together? Is this
They're
like dinner?
it looks like they're walking out of a hotel. They're holding hands. I zoomed in. The hands are clasped, fingers intertwined, because there's a difference in the way you hold hands.
Yes.
Okay. And they are clasped together 5 on 5.
What?
And not to
So now that she with another man, that was like what, a short-lived situation, obviously, because she got a whole nother man now.
Well, so I'm doing the math. The friend in the comments said that they both blocked her over a year ago. So even though I think this post was made about 14 weeks ago, that whatever the situation was had started over a year ago. So if you're 14 weeks ago puts us in what, third quarter of 2024, so over a year ago puts us back into at least somewhere around July, August, September of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And he passed away in December of 2022. So, and these are their friends, because of what the family people, the family was saying, I wanted to see if anybody else really came out, and it's a plethora of friends like who have come out and said things. There was a producer from Ellen who I guess isn't a former addict or a recovering addict, and he spoke to say, like, while I don't know for sure, I know that addicts know each other, and that's not what Twitch ever gave him. So
that's probably why the family's acting. I mean, not to excuse their lack of emotional intelligence, but this adds another layer to why they're possibly so upset.
yeah, they definitely have been. It's been going on for a while, because I found one of the brothers. I think the guy that you guys are calling the brother, he's brother in, I guess I would say, spirit, but he's not a blood brother. But I have found the actual page of the brother. I'll send you that too.
Okay, because we discussed already, like with the whole semantics over addict, etc. He could have just used, and people are high functioning addicts, but I don't think that Twitch was an addict, because obviously there's a toxicology report, no alcohol
Right.
on his system, because his brother also said he smoked weed, but weed wasn't found in his toxicology report as well. So clearly he does do things, but he just wasn't doing things at the time of his passing. I don't think he was an addict. But I'm not surprised if he dilly dabbed, because I do know people who dilly dab in coke, who dilly dab in weed every now and again, who dilly dab in drinking every now and again. They're not addicts. It ain't something they do on a regular, but it's something that they have put their foot in or do socially. Now, when it comes to the situation with how she's been moving interpersonally, that's very interesting to me. But on the other hand, it makes me feel kind of even more sorry for her, because I can interpret some of this stuff as, like, just once again, the devastation of abrupt loneliness and loss from your, like, interpersonal relationship, and the massive void that must create, and your need to, like, tether yourself to something else to kind of blanket and mask that pain. So it's like, I'm not surprised at her getting her white woman on, her Carrie Bradshaw on, and turning goddamn LA into the Sex in the City plot, but that's just a lot, and it's just so crazy.
Yeah. CTV, I just emailed you that picture of Emmanuel Acho and her.
Okay.
I just emailed that to you.
All right, I'm about to check it.
Now I wonder, could a trigger for him could have been I wonder, could a trigger for him could have been, remember how we talked about these trigger points and activating events? Now, I wonder, I don't want to say that until we get all the information.
She
I
like
don't want to say
black,
that.
baby. She love her Negro.
But see, I don't know though, because see, I kind of feel like based on what y'all just told me about my uncle, you know, like he probably had like that girl in the cut. Is it possible that Allison had a guy in the cut around the time of Twitch's death? Because she had been stepping out on him.
Boy, whoo, man, that could have been a trigger point.
That's the guy who also is in the Joy case, right? He was talking about the girl Joy from the sports channel. Okay, I know who that guy is. Oh, baby, their hands
And
are
if you do the math on that, he would have been messing around with Joy around the same time, allegedly.
Man,
Girl,
Do y'all
you
think
dropped a bomb on us.
cheating on Twitch?
Yeah, you know, I don't. Oh man,
I
could
think
that
she
have been
was
the
cheating
trigger?
on him.
And
Could that have
that's
been the
why the
trigger?
brother said he has receipts. He hasn't dropped them yet, but that's why the brother was like, I'm going to expose all of your stuff if you drop this book. I feel like they have a lot to expose. I don't know the method they're using on when they're going to release everything, or maybe they're waiting to see exactly what's in the book to see if they need to release the fire that they have. But there's so much more to come. And again, I am not excusing the lack of emotional intelligence on the family's part, but the more we uncover this stuff, the more I'm seeing why they're acting a fool. I'm
gonna tell you why I'm still kind of not, because at the end of the day, from the moment he died, she was single. I mean, and that's just as sad of a reality as him taking his life, is that as soon as he cut the cord, I mean, she was free. And I mean, I don't know what to say about anything she's doing afterwards, considering that this is, I mean, like, this is what his decision gave, you know, like it gave birth to. I mean, it's like,
no, but see, this isn't even the afterwards thing. I think that we're slowly inching back to the relationship. I feel like something was going on while Twitch was still alive. It was small, then it manifested into something bigger after he died. But they're probably upset that she was cheating to begin with. I mean, we don't know.
That is the implication that is being made. And if you're I just sent the email over. I also sent, there's a clip, I think someone else in the chat had mentioned it earlier, that
I'll probably go
Allison
tomorrow on a fresh live, because I'm sure people are not gonna make it like
I'll make it.
Yeah, this part of the damn live in a replay, ain't nobody gonna probably make it to the 11th hour of the game.
Hey, CTV, I sent you a bigger picture.
Huh?
I just sent you a bigger picture of just them together, like a full scale of, you know, those two holding hand in hand.
Me every goddamn thing. I want every.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the Reddit, because there's a Reddit where people are talking about her new boyfriend's wife. So I sent you a clip of like someone screenshotting it, but I be on Reddit too, because Reddit really has all the tea. If y'all ever are wondering, Reddit has all sorts of tea. So yeah.
CTV, we should do a preview tonight since we're already on, and then tomorrow we can do like a, you know, like the whole
I'm
thing.
still waiting on the email from CMAT. She gonna load me up tonight so we can come in. CMAT, if you want to join me tomorrow, we can even schedule like a show, and you can, you know, help me to walk the people through all of the things.
Man,
got CMAT.
Yeah, that would be awesome if you did that. That would be awesome, because that would bridge the gap with a lot. You remember how I said that you have the activating, you have the trigger event, and something in between there. There's a trigger, something in there that
Okay,
that would bridge.
y'all noticed though, but she said that she wasn't paying attention. I'm starting to think she wasn't paying attention because her attention was elsewhere on another dude.
And look at the date on this, though. Like, this is a year and a half
I don't
later.
know. I'm starting to think that.
This is a year and a goddamn half later. This is not like
But that's
2
his
months
friend.
later. This is not 3 weeks later. This is a year and a half.
Are you
Oh,
okay
okay.
with it being his friend, C?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Just asking. No problem.
Yeah.
I'm okay because I feel like honestly that's probably better than a whole new stranger in this. I don't know how I feel.
What?
I'm gonna tell you, this is the thing. I am conflicted simply off of the basis that like Twitch did what he did. So I don't know. I don't know how am I supposed to feel about whatever this woman done did afterwards. It's like I kind of like, because I understand grief, I do expect it to be a hot mess, as I've been saying this whole time. Like, grief is crazy, chaotic, irrational, it's ridiculous, it's absurd, it don't make no damn sense. So I don't necessarily look for like consistency when people are going through it. So I mean, I'm just not surprised. And then it's a year and a half later. I mean, you with his friend. That is.
But what?
Why are we just talking about integrity?
What if her actions contributed to his decision? It still doesn't matter.
See, all of that is what I need evidence for everything at this point, because all we have,
But you know,
all we got is Twitch taking his ass up out of here, and then
but see, to be honest, I can't put everything on grief. I can't.
you can't, but I
Like
can.
the reason why I'm saying that is because you do got a character flaw if you're messing with somebody's husband.
This ain't a character flaw. It's no evidence of her cheating. All that is speculation based
I'm
on.
not talking about the cheating part. I'm talking about her currently messing with someone's husband.
Well, that's another thing too. I need more details on that because I need to
So
know.
I just had to forward it to you. So I meant it corrected and put S instead of Z at the end. So now you should have it.
Yes, I got it now. Thank you so much, Boo.
Okay.
And I want to ask you too, C Matt, are you interested in joining me later today for a second?
Yeah, what time? I'm on
I'm available
Mountain
whenever
time.
you
So
available. I'm on
okay.
Eastern Standard Time. So
Okay, so then you're just 2 hours ahead of me. So let me know what time you're thinking. You can email me back, or you can just let me know. And
okay, cool. Okay, so let's get back to Blood Renner. You was finna say something about what now? Integrity or something. You was finna say.
Yeah, how is it okay for her to be dating a friend when we were just?
But I love that you said that, because see, I love how everything goes back to Allison. What about the fucking friend? What about his integrity? I love
He
how
should either, but he ain't who we talking about.
like he don't the tangle as if his whole friend ain't sitting here with
He didn't write a memoir. He
his
didn't.
ex-wife's hand, but y'all still on Allison's neck, baby. What about the
He not withholding the kids. He didn't write a memoir. He didn't do all this. He's
It
not.
sounds like he had a bunch of snakes in the pen. I mean, honestly, because if your friend was looking at your wife like that, then that means, I mean, that's another reason why he probably
y'all
felt
gotta remember,
alone.
right? But we gotta remember, right, that we already discussed too that this woman found this man's whole diary, and this man's diary was like, he trusted his diary based upon the alleged contents that he was chronicling in there. We don't know what the hell she found out in that damn diary.
we also don't know what he said about her.
So this could have
Yeah,
been
because how come he gotta have his diary if he can't open? Like, that's the other part. Cause see, I'm married, right? I'm about to be 4 years. My anniversary is coming up March 26th. So
congratulations.
Congrats.
thank you. So my thing is, I understand sometimes you want a diary because you want to go through your feelings and stuff. But some things, come on now, you got to be able to talk to your spouse.
Well, that isn't that therapy
At
though?
some
That's
point,
a form of therapy though.
so my problem, but hold on. My problem is, why did he feel like he couldn't talk to her about certain stuff?
But this is the thing too, though. We also know, based upon all of his family, he didn't feel he could talk to any of them, because ain't nobody knew he was suffering and dealing with this. His mama didn't know, his brother didn't know, his friends didn't know. So the problem was kind of Twitch and whatever self-narrative he had developed that did not allow him to really be his authentic self and share his real feelings with anybody in his circle. And
I mean, but yeah.
But you
Because
can
I'm
still
thinking,
be
because
authentic
when you have
and have a
when you have a
diary.
partner, right? When you do have a partner, right? Yeah, they're not just your little girlfriend. They're not just your little boyfriend. They're a part of you. So I'm
Oh
like,
no, don't do that.
when we're in bed, like for
No,
instance,
no, no,
No,
no.
like I mean, because I try to put myself in
No.
Allison's shoes.
hold on. Because I feel compelled to say this. Honestly, I do not think anybody should enter into a serious commitment that is of an intimate nature and cannot share things that seriously are in their inner being. I think that's robbing the other partner of a full picture, for one. I think it's robbing the partner as well of being able to show up in a way that can help that partner with whatever those things are. I think that if you're not ready to be intimate fully, because we oftentimes only make sex synonymous to intimacy, but what we should also realize and mandate in relationships is also emotional and mental intimacy readiness. And if you're not ready and you haven't chosen somebody, you haven't been with them in a way, you haven't cultivated with them in a way that allows you to bare your soul, I would still argue that you're not ready to be in a relationship, and you should not definitely ask somebody to marry you until they have a true picture of you fully to understand what they're getting themselves into. And you don't necessarily have to bare your soul on the first date, but at some point before that commitment to go to that next level is made, and I would even say, hell, before you even lay down and have sex, like, you should just work on the emotional and mental development part of it until you feel comfortable and you feel that y'all have whatever y'all need to have in order for you to bare your soul and you give that to your partner. The fact that tWitch did not bring forth his molestation and all of his traumas, whatever they are, his confusions, if he questioned his sexuality, whatever might have been there, this is all would have been there, then, that's just unfair to do to somebody. And we're living in an era where, 70% of divorce rates, this is a high number. It's gone down some in the recent years, but the divorce rates are still reasonably high. And how we've been approaching relationships is clear based upon the data. It doesn't work. It's destructive. And I think we do need to have a serious conversation around emotional and mental intimacy and how also it's important to make sure that you are giving your partner a full, clear motherfucking view of who you are, baby. Don't just bring your representative to me. I need to know if your ass has ever dealt with suicide. I need to know if your ass has ever wanted to take your own life. I need to know if you have trauma, if you've been molested, because you might have intimacy issues emotionally or sexually as a result of that trauma. I need to know whether you have sought help. I think that's fair. Like, you just can't come into somebody's life and want to take up space in their life and co-create and have sex with them and have them, partake in taking care of you, and you not give your true self to them. Like,
I have a question for
Okay, I
Tom.
do have a question though. Hold on, because I wanted, because I don't want to lose it.
Absolute.
Okay,
Can I
so can
ask
I ask
Todd a
this?
question?
Okay.
Yes.
Todd, how do you feel, regardless of the way someone leaves, if it's a natural cause or suicide, the act of sharing someone's journal? How do you feel about that?
Man, that's a hard one. And the reason why that's a hard one is because the person who has passed cannot give consent or non-consent. So again, it goes back to what Conscious is saying. When you leave, it doesn't, and almost what you care about, what your narrative is, everything about what you're trying to express you don't have control of it because you gave it away. So it's,
But no, but see, that's why I said suicide, or I'll take out suicide. Someone
okay,
dies of natural causes.
right.
Do you think that it's okay to share? Because honestly, I'm still kind of hung up on just sharing a journal, period.
No, I would have disagreed even under the died by any other means.
Right.
I can understand the argument, but under the guise of self-deletion, I can understand why sharing intimate details, somebody might feel compelled to do that in order to bring closure to that whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the,
Thanks,
yeah, that's
guys.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's a very complicated one right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to add this though, because I understand self deletion. I really do. I feel like on a lot of levels it's selfish, and a lot of levels when you leave this world, you're not leaving no note, no whatever. It's all up for grabs, right? And as far as the journal, honestly, when you have a journal, it's all those secrets and emotions, that you put in that you and God only supposed to know. You're trying to muddle through those feelings, right? So my whole thing is,
right,
okay, you can actually try to help people and actually use what he went through to help people, but you can do it in a way that protects his secrets, like that he didn't want the world to know, because obviously he didn't want the world to know, right? But however, I just kind of feel like, you can talk about how he felt about, up to the time of his death and stuff, but you don't have
Let's be
to
honest. No, you
just
couldn't. No,
you
you
don't have
couldn't.
to. I mean, you don't have
No,
to.
you
I
cannot. No, you
mean,
cannot. No, you
because
cannot.
my
You cannot.
thing
You
I
cannot.
don't know.
Hold on. No, you cannot. You cannot drive a message home around the seriousness of the topic of self-deletion and leaving children behind and a family behind, and that level of choice. That level of choice is literally the choice of all choices. Either take somebody else's life or to take your own. That is the most powerful and impactful
Yeah, like it's
that we
selfish.
have.
It's selfish.
It's the most, well, it ain't even just about how selfish it is. It's literally the most authoritative decision we literally have, is the ability to take someone else's life or our own. And the subject of suicide in terms of on a national scale, in terms of really wanting to drive home to people the power of a choice like that and the impact, not just the choice in terms of what that means for you taking yourself out of here, but because there is nobody who is surviving suicide and somebody who died by suicide who has enough even language in the English dictionary to really describe the emotional and mental catastrophe and toll that takes on everybody who loved that individual. Is almost unimaginable and still inarticulable, even as your lived experience. And you can't really talk about that, Dazzle, without being like, it's one of those subjects that, because of how polarizing it is, it calls for equal directness. It calls, if you want me to understand, because if I'm a person suffering from suicide, baby, I need you to tell me how ugly it was. I need you to tell me how painful it was. If I'm somebody looking at this Twitch story who's also thinking about contemplating taking my life, you better paint the picture for me, because a lot of people facing that decision, they don't quite understand the severity of that choice, which is why they can make that choice. And if we're also talking about, because you can't talk about suicide without talking about secrecy. Most people who are taking their lives, a lot of them their secrecy is what killed them. And our willingness to protect secrecy and to pedestalize secrecy and the okay secretness is what's killing people, because people can't talk. People can't put language to their shit. People are scared to share what they have been told, either about a stupid society or what they've told themselves about their vulnerabilities, about sexual assault, about etc. And I find it inconceivable that we're living in a society that on one end it's like, yeah, put everybody on blast. It's the Me Too movement. Say who touched you. But then in the same breath, it's the same society that's telling people to continue to
Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. No, tell the truth.
Well, Conscious, do you think
as the scripture says, baby, y'all better get into the practice of letting the truth set y'all free and not give a damn how ugly, how raw, how ugly, how divisive, how ridiculous, how whatever it is, baby. If we don't become a people that pledges an allegiance to the damn truth, for better or for worse, like, we're gonna continue to be a goddamn society, and definitely gonna continue to be a Black and brown community that is in trouble. Secrecy is killing our people. Black men not being able to talk about sexual abuse is killing our people. Some Black boy might be able to hear this story and say, my God, today I need to tell somebody too that I was touched by a man. That I too was touched.
I do got a question.
Well, can she publish the whole journal then?
I don't care nothing about her at the end of the day. We're talking about now the gravity, right, of a man's choice because of his alleged secrets. Fuck her. I don't care about her. Y'all are making her a whole deity. I don't give a fuck about Allison. I am more, for me, I am more invested in just the level of, and I'm glad Allison is doing it because it creates all this conversation. When people get tired of the salacious parts of it, when they get done with the whole, you know, Allison being the whole, Allison popping from dick to dick, whatever, all the scandal part of it, then maybe we can get to the meat and the potatoes here, which is the fact that there does need to be widespread conversation and continual affirmation around sexual abuse, around assimilate into the expectations of your damn community, and how committed and pressured we are as a people to live according to other people's expectation, aka his own brother being able to convince him to stay in a relationship he admitted he didn't want to be in simply because, according to the expectations of his community, that was the right thing to do. We need to talk about all of that in its clarity and clearness. I don't want shit like this corroding away at people, and I don't know why we got an issue with public figures attempting to utilize their platform finally to do something conscious with it. God damn it.
Here's the thing with the journal, Conscious. I just feel like, okay, if she's going, and this might seem like a reach, but if she's going to share the journal, just publish the whole journal. Because how do we know that you're not going to thumb through the pages that have to do with you?
Because you don't know that anyway. You don't know that anyway. You don't know.
Take it a step further. How do we know a journal
Okay,
exists?
well, let's take it a step further. While we are telling the truth, I hope she tells the whole truth.
That's what I'm saying. Just publish the whole
here's
journal.
the thing. I feel like people do cry for help. You do have signs. No matter how people, like they tell you in the medical field, the body don't lie. If you are really in distress, there are signs, and if you are paying attention, you do pick up. And not only that, I do feel like, and I feel it in my soul, in my spirit, at some point he did try to express to her some stuff. Now, if she paid attention to what he was saying, or if she tried to get him to, I mean, maybe she could have gotten him to elaborate too. But no, but I'm just saying. Okay, but I'm just going to do a hypothetical thing.
She said he didn't, and
just because she said it, that don't mean
it's not
it didn't
just
happen.
Her. It's not just her, baby. His whole community didn't know. He didn't talk to anybody. She ain't the only one saying she didn't know.
You just told me he reached out to his brother about a divorce. He was pleading for help.
None of them knew, and according to them, no, he didn't. They're literally saying,
well, no. Follow what I'm saying. He might not have said that he was going to commit suicide. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when he went to his brother for a divorce, that was a sign for help. That means, look, I really don't want to do this.
Baby. It wasn't a sign for suicide.
That is.
Those are two different things. You coming to somebody about a breakup and coming to somebody about taking your life are two totally different.
No. I'm not talking about him taking his life. I'm talking about the build up. I'm just saying, like,
No,
that's
but what
just
I'm
some
saying,
part of it.
no, but what I'm saying is that even coming to me about a breakup is not a gateway to suicide. That does not mean that either. That's a
Conscious,
leap
can
and
I
a
say
reach.
something?
Which, hold on, which is why people gotta talk. You gotta talk. You can't, no innuendos, no masking, no denial, no assimilation. If you are sad and you're depressed and your mental health is on the brink, that's exactly what you gotta say. That's what you got to say. You can't go to somebody and say, hey, I hate my job. And then I call 911 because to me, you just admitted that you might be wanting to kill your damn stuff and your ass go get
That's
picked up.
not what I meant. But what I'm saying
Like,
is, it's like if people sat
that
down, like
is
you
a whole
said,
damn reach.
you
Okay.
just
Like
told me
one
that people,
thing,
no,
We
no,
have
no, no, no.
one
You
catastrophized
just
thing
your
is
told me
not,
that
situation,
people
right?
one thing
ignored
is
what
not
he said.
necessarily, one thing is
Like
not
you,
necessarily connected to the other.
no,
You
no, no,
got
no. I'm
to
not
just
saying
make it clear and make it
no.
plain.
Okay, but here's what
So
I'm saying. Sometimes, you know, like you just said, when he came to his brother told him to stay with his wife. Poor advice for somebody, he could have gave some other advice. He could have, he could have been a little bit more open to the conversation, to the nuance of it, and maybe something else could have happened. Maybe he was in his way, even though he should have just been blunt and said it. Maybe in his way he was reaching to people. I mean, that is possible too. But
I
like you
agree.
said, maybe he should have been
Hold
blunt
on,
and said it.
hold on. Allow me and Dazzle to dance a little bit. Okay, but do you
I
understand?
mean,
Hold on. But do you understand, Dazzle, what I just said? Like, because that does not even, like, none of us have operated that
I
way
understand that
in
nobody's
real
going to
life.
pick up on
None
that
of us have
in that way,
endured.
right?
None of us have endured a conversation with somebody that we loved about a breakup or about their job or about their finances or about whatever, and then made the quantum leap into, oh, that then might mean they're on the brink of taking their life. But to your point, right, it has to be beyond an isolated incident, because typically, like, what you learn about suicidal ideation and all of that is you look for consistency in distress. So if a person just comes to you in an isolated fashion to say, hey, I hate my marriage, but outside of that conversation, you have still not seen any demonstrations of sadness. They seem to be fully functional. They have a smile on their face nonetheless. They go to their job, they go to work, they're okay. Like, of course, then his brother would not have also like took in that one moment and then like turn a molehill into a mountain, because there wasn't enough there to do that with just that confession. But if tWitch would have been also moping around, reasonably and notably not being himself, he pretty much is hanging his head low. He's not being social. Nobody's really seeing him. Every time you talk to him, he seems kind of checked out, etc. Okay, now you got something to build upon. But to all of these people's point, his friends, his family, his mother, his wife, everybody, tWitch was seemingly happy. His wife is literally in interviews talking about how happy they were in the days following or leading up to his death. He called his mom the night before and told her he loved her. Nobody knew. And they all are saying they are shocked because tWitch masked to the degree in which he masked. This wasn't somebody who was willing to be vulnerable and willing to wear his distress on his sleeve. This wasn't somebody that was willing to cry and willing to be honest about the way he felt and his hurt and his pain. This wasn't that, which is why some of them still can't accept or find it hard to accept that he's gone to begin with and took his life this way, because it's so opposite of the way he showed up every single day.
To you and Dazzle's point, if the marriage and everything was so great and you come to me telling me that you're not happy, that's a red flag right there.
Yeah, it's a red flag to the brother. He didn't tell his wife that. He didn't tell his wife that. He told his
can I
brother
just
that.
say,
And first and foremost, that's a whole issue with some punk ass shit right there. Because how you not man enough to talk to your woman? Your brother is one thing, but don't you think that your wife was the first person who needed to know and deserved to know that you wasn't happy with her ass?
I don't know. Obviously not. You
Well,
didn't.
we already discussed patriarchy and how they don't do the emotional labor and how that goes into it.
And if he felt like he couldn't tell her for one reason or another, we don't know how she was at home or if he felt safe. And I know that now we're
He
gonna
didn't even have to tell her. Then he could have left the house and he could have served her divorce papers and then fought for his custody of his kids in court and moved on. There was like he didn't have to even tell her. Then he could have just filed for
But
divorce.
do we know? Like,
Do
do
you
we
know how
know
many?
if they did emotional check-ins? Like,
Do you know how many?
like I'm just asking. Do we know them as a couple
She said
to do
no. She
like,
said
oh,
no.
you doing okay?
She said no. She said no. She said no. That he was not interested in no counseling and on anything. He just was not that person. He was not somebody who acted like he had any problems. He was never interested in going to counseling. No, none of that. Yeah.
Here's the issue. Y'all are under the assumption that these people are educated about suicide and there wasn't, and they're not. The second thing is this:
Right.
he might have came to a conclusion. You understand? Once people come to a conclusion, to them, the problem does
Nothing
not
nobody can
exist
do.
anymore until they actually encounter the problem. Right? So when he went to
No,
his
I
brother to
understand
seek
that.
advice, he got the advice that he felt like he needed at that time and made that decision. This is why I asked, how long was it before the suicide did he meet with his brother? Because that time frame would tell a lot. And that's what I'm saying. We don't have enough information to even infer what we're inferring right now. We just don't.
I think we need more information because I think it's a little bit more intricate than just. I don't
Yeah,
know. To me, I
I mean,
just
it
feel like
always
some stuff
is.
missing.
It's definitely more complex. But can I just say, a lot of Twitch's story resonated with me. Just from what has been alleged in the coming days or in the past days about the childhood abuse. Um, I think you're right, Conscious. I agree that these conversations need to be had. I think the problem is we're not realistic about the level of cognitive dissonance that exists,
Thank
especially
you.
in the Black community when it comes to sexual abuse, because I can speak to this personally. I was molested at the age of 9. And when I tell you I was ostracized because I spoke up, okay? This is someone who they knew, this entire family knew, this is not my blood family. This is someone that a blood relative married into, okay? They knew that this person was a child abuser. They knew it. They never spoke about it. It was swept under the rug for generations. Okay, this is a family from the South. Okay, they knew it. When it happened to me, and I started to realize like that people knew. The only thing that kept me from not saying anything is the person's daughter. Okay, he had also been abusing his daughter. She begged me not to say anything. Well, the problem was her parents went through some sort of a separation, and my mother moved them in with us. Okay, which is another trauma on top of itself. Listen, I need to write a book. But she moves them in with us, and one day their mother says, you guys get ready. You're getting ready to go to your father's house. And me, I'm like, whose father's house? And who's going? Because my daddy is states away. And she was like, all of y'all are going. And I was like, so I can't keep this secret anymore because this is not happening to me again. I don't know. I was just born with that level of, I couldn't stop it the first time. It was nothing I could do, but I knew I couldn't let it happen again. And all hell broke loose when I told that night. He was arrested. He turned himself in, but I'll never forget. This is an image that is seared into my mind. We go to give our statement and have to go through all of the trauma of our kit, that you have to get. And he turns after us being threatened to be killed by this family and all of this. Okay, all this, they acted a plumb fool. He finally decides that he's going to turn himself in. Now he decides to do that while he knows we're at the police station. When I tell you that this family walked in with this man arm in arm, like 15, 20 deep, supporting him.
Wow.
Okay. This is the image that I have that I am 41 years old. I will never, that image is seared into my brain to see Black women, Black men, a matriarch, a patriarch holding this man in his wrongness. Okay. They never made us feel safe. They never made us feel welcome. And then even after that, right, because he went to prison a very short time, might I add. He went to prison, and I was continuously ostracized and bullied and, you know, starved by some of these people because I was forced to still be around these people. And that's a whole nother issue right there about telling people what you're experiencing and you're not getting the response that you need. And so you draw the conclusion that people just don't care. So from about the age of 9.5 to 13, I suffered from S-ideation.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell anybody, because if I'm telling you this is what's happening to me when you force me into this environment with these people, right? This does not feel like family to me. This is not safe to me. They hate me. They resent me because what this adult did to me and stole my innocence, he is now facing the consequences of that, right? But they hate me for that. They didn't even hate his daughter, who also ended up, after everything, you know, went through, telling the truth about what was going on. They hated me because I was the catalyst. And so I had a situation where I wrote about these things in my diary. And one day my mother read it. And I came home from school and I literally got cursed out, threatened, and all of this about how I think, and that's not of God. Like, to damn what I'm talking about and what I'm experiencing, right? I didn't get the therapy that I need. Like, I didn't get any of those things until I became an adult and did it for myself. I kid you not, they took me to therapy one time. The therapist is asking me about things, and because I was so well adjusted in my experience and my emotions and what happened, you know, the therapist was like, well, I think she's fine. You know, she's not really the one that needs therapy. The other one does. And they literally never took me back to therapy. And it's like, well, everyone doesn't present their symptoms or, you know, the symptoms of their abuse the same way in the beginning. It can show up later in life, which it happened with me, like what you mentioned with intimacy. And as I'm now married, going on 11 years, these are things I did discuss with my husband, but I also made sure I went to therapy, which clearly that's not something that tWitch did. Coming from a family in the South, you know, therapy isn't even looked upon highly. So it's just something that I think that people have to understand, that it's not going to always, it's just, you are facing rejection when you do come out with that truth. And not everybody is prepared to deal with that sort of rejection.
Thank you for sharing that, and totally agree. And these are the nuances and complexities of a warped culture, a community that's failing you, compounded with victimhood, and then surviving that victimhood on top of being gaslit because you're forced to suffer through in a space of people you don't trust, people who have protected your abuser, and then the psychological impact and the emotional toll on all of that. And that's just CMAT's story. What if tWitch had a very similar one as well? And
yeah,
the thing about Black families is, baby, if anybody gonna gaslight, a Black family is gonna motherfucking gaslight, because Black people do not like to be wrong, and they don't like to be the bad guys, even if they in fact were. Even if they in fact are. And I remember when my aunts finally disclosed to their mother that they had been violated, and it took them till they was like in their 50s and 60s to be able to say that to her. I remember my grandma turned around and said, "Well, what y'all want me to do about it?"
Wow.
And they were validated at the hands
Wow.
of their own brother. What y'all want me to do about it? Was her response. So when we talk about denial and secrecy and shame and a community that is deeply ignorant as hell emotionally, I have realized now that everything about being a human has to be taught. Nothing is
I agree.
a natural download. Everything
You are
has to be,
absolutely right.
everything has to be goddamn taught to people. And if people are not taught correctly, my God, today, baby, community can be upside
Can
down.
I tell you something though, Conscious? And it's like it's not a secret, but it's like I don't disclose that to everybody. But the reason why I got like connected to the Twitch story is because my grandmother's mother committed suicide. Okay. So, and she did it in the worst way possible. She did it because my great grandfather was in the military. And while he was away on duty, she basically, took her 5-year-old daughter, which was my grandmother, and put her in her lap and blew her brains out.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Mm.
So that really affected my grandmother.
Absolutely.
And my grandmother came to me about the Twitch story when it first happened, right?
Mm.
So she, her whole thing is, and mind you, we talk about the kids you leave behind. Her whole thing is she has a beef with her mother because she feels like, what about a 5-year-old little girl could you not take? You couldn't stay here to raise a 5-year-old? Like, because for a time she thought it was, let me rewind it. For a time, because she was raised by my great grandfather. So for a time they wouldn't tell her what happened. They kept it hush. She just knew she didn't have a mother. So she would cry on Mother's Day. Like, they lived in like Hagerstown. So like every year it was like this Mother's Day like picnic or whatever. And he would take her out of town and her friends would be like, "Oh, where's your mom?" And it would affect her because she couldn't understand what happened to her mom because of the secretiveness of the family. And she, in turn, got really upset with her mom, and it turned into anger. And then when she found out, it turned into more anger.
Mm.
So fast forward, we're talking about Twitch. So when his wife came out and stuff, like, it kind of triggered my grandmother because what I didn't know was around that time that she came out, and simultaneously, it was actually the anniversary of her mama's death.
Mm.
And as you get older, you get to have an adult relationship with your grandparents. And so she's really telling me stuff, and I'm like, you know what? So when I see Twitch's kids and you talking about getting into different, like, different things and stuff, and she was like, as a kid, she grew up really hating her mother.
I would imagine. Yeah.
She hated her.
I would imagine. It's pretty traumatizing.
And back then, she could, like, they didn't go to like therapy and stuff. So again, therapy is needed. But it's just, yeah, it resonates. All of this resonates real bad.
But this is all, and this is all the more reason why I can't believe that we want to continue on in secrecy, and all this shame and severe pain in the underbelly of Black people's experience, and they don't even have safe spaces enough in their culture, in their community, in their interpersonal relationships enough to be able to express the stuff and get the proper help without feeling shamed or feeling like they're crazy or feeling like there's going to be pushback of some kind, and we can't encourage or change this narrative and change this dynamic by continuing to hold on to shame and secrecy. I am Team Mother Iyanla, who says that secrecy kills. Shame and secrecy is deadly, and it's just as poisonous and cancerous as stage 4 cancer is. Come out into the light, talk, put a name on it. I don't give a fuck who it's about. And if we're talking about things that are claiming people's lives, like trauma, yeah, we shouldn't be in the business of protecting trauma just to sustain somebody's image. We need to talk about trauma. That is a bigger community necessity than that person's shallow ass image. And if there are people who are too immature to be able to hear certain things about public figures without it taking and it then takes away for them that person's contribution to society, well, that's immature on the observer. And I don't feel like we should be in the business of giving a fuck about the people who do that. Like, okay, if your attitude about Twitch changes because he may have used drugs, so what? Who are you to begin with? Who gives a damn? For those who love him and for those who are mature, that doesn't take away a goddamn thing. It just humanizes him. And because of his choice, we know he was in trouble. And we know that he didn't know how to handle his trouble based upon the choice that he made. And we need to be having every level of conversation that needs to be had with the degree of passion and transparency that we can in order to keep all the other future Twitches from becoming Twitch. And if black people are gaslit because it's a woman who leading that charge instead of our own goddamn people, then I feel like that's a misnomer as well. Because I don't give a damn when it comes to being Captain Planet and saving the planet. I really don't give a damn who's the lead. When the work is in the right direction, I'm for the work. I don't give a damn about who is taking charge. If it's a white man, a white woman, I don't care. I feel like the message and the point is more significant than the who is making it. So I'm not into identity politics in that way. If Allison is picking up that mantle and creating that space and creating an opportunity for us to go to the next level of conversation and transcend Twitch into the conversations around mental health, around suicide, around drug usage, around whatever, then so the fuck be it. That don't bother me. I don't know these people enough to for none of them to blind me to what's really important about this whole situation. And I don't feel like we should be either. His circumstance and her telling it gives us an opportunity to do what just happened here today with CMAT and Dazzle. Even with Whitney earlier. Look at all of the stuff sitting in people's lives. And we're still here wanting to protect and guardrail the truth. And to what benefit? Who is that for exactly? Twitch is not here to experience a goddamn thing going on around his name. Nothing. 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 And I too believe, like Allison said, in his higher self, Twitch would want what's happening to be done. If you can bring light to this world through the darkness in my soul, do just that. Because if we're talking about suicide, then it wasn't that Twitch didn't want to live. Twitch just didn't want to be in pain. And suicide felt like the only option.
Ending it, yeah.
He just didn't want to be in pain. And as a black man,
He didn't know how to say that without feeling shame, which kept shutting him up every time he probably brought himself to the edge of calling his brother and saying it, or looking at his wife and saying it, or calling his mama and saying it, or turning to his best friends and saying it. Because every time he probably got there, shame told him, you're weak. That's weak. You're soft. You need to man up. You're just inadequate. Take it on the chin. Leave that to women. You don't get to be weak as a man. And I don't think that this culture realizes that just like women, men are objectified in their own way. Because men too are looked at as an object. Women just get to cry out loud about it. Men crying about the same thing just privately. Women are just given the freedom to talk about their objectification in the system. Men just crying about it to themselves and then putting a gun to their head as reflected in the statistics. And that's why black men and black women need to come together, because
patriarchy doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, because white patriarchy got both black women and black men in this predicament. And black men taking one or two chances with it. They either taking themselves out of the matrix, or they're trying to assimilate in order to navigate it and survive it. Instead of joining forces with their feminine counterparts and dismantling it. In the same boat. Heard about the same shit. One just gets an outer cry, the other one gets an inner cry. And both want out. This is some really fucked up shit. This is some real sad, terrible jambalaya that we in as a community. And the fact that we have the unmitigated audacity to double down on being even more motherfucking divided and creating all these goddamn splits and slits is insanity. And fucking insane. This is sad. But yet, this is what people wanted silence about. We got to do better. And this is our opportunity to do it. And I don't want y'all to make this about a white bitch. Because, baby, this is even higher and deeper than Allison.
Somebody pass the collection plate.
Yeah, man, that's deep, and yeah, they say the greatest disturbance of communication is what they call the exit response, when you just leave or you just don't say anything.
Yes.
Exit responses are just
Yes.
so deadly.
And you know what? Today was the first day, mind you, I did a 13-hour shift. You know, I'll be more technical. I did a whole 13-hour shift. And during that shift, I talked to my grandmother today, right? And I already told y'all, like, you know, the anniversary came about when, like, we first heard tWitch's wife come out, and we all, I mean, when the buzz started going around about her speaking. And this was the first time as an adult I literally heard my grandmother. Like we were on the phone for like 3 hours while I'm just working and doing what I'm doing. And by the end of it, this was the first time I ever heard her curse her mother out from heaven to hell. Like just let it all hang loose for 3 hours, and I just decided to just listen. And by the end of it, she was like, "Baby, do you know you are the first person I ever decided to just let it all hang out, even with my husband. My grandfather died in 2014. She would talk to him about it, but she never, I guess she never let it all hang out. And it got real ugly. Like she was calling her a lot of things. And I guess the worst part was that my folks would not, well, her folks, whatever, would not even tell her where her mother's grave was. She found out at the age of 14.
Mm.
So they just allowed her to just harbor all these emotions being hush hush. To the point that when she found her grave, she started kicking the tombstone. She didn't know whether to fight, laugh, cry. She just did it all and went missing for 3 days. So it's a lot. So by the end of it, like that was the first time I actually seen what my grandmother's real problem was. Because my grandma, you have those spicy grandmothers who seem to have a chip on their shoulder, whatever. But then you actually see where it comes from, and I actually got to see that today. And it's crazy that Consciouztv was on live, and I was looking, I was like, okay, he's talking about tWitch. But then but when I got off work and I got home, and I'm like, oh, he's still talking about him. And I said, you know what? That's a sign, because by the end of the conversation I had with my grandma, the only thing I can do is just cry with her.
Yeah.
I don't even know what else to say. Because what could you say?
Yeah.
So it's like with suicide, like with suicide, she was just I don't even want to cry right now, but
No.
she kept reiterating, I was only 5.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like
and
you
that's
couldn't just say for me? For
no,
me?
no,
Like,
no,
know.
And that's why even like when it comes to addiction, when users say, I gotta do it for my kids, specialists let them know it's not sustainable. You have to do it for you. You have to be better, and you have to want to live for you. If you do it for your wife, it's not sustainable. If you do it for your kids, it's not sustainable. If you do it for your community, if you do it for your job, if you do it for your responsibilities, not sustainable. It's something that is only sustainable long term is if you find the will to want to live. It has, and unfortunately, grandma was not, she probably had only lived up to that point because of trying to stay around for everybody else. But it wasn't sustainable because she didn't have the personal will to live for herself. And eventually that's where you return back to after all your other pseudo attachments and motivations wear off. It's like a drug. Using outside things as a way to motivate wanting to live is like food. For now, it fills you up, but eventually you're hungry again. So if grandma had not like gotten to the rooty tooty of what her suffering was even about, what was in the underbellies of her agony, yeah, unfortunately, she was eventually going to fall completely victim to ideation. And it's a shame that she didn't have access to a system. And you know what's even more tragic is the reason why she probably put a mother, because you talking about your mother, Dazzle?
Grandmother.
No, I'm talking about my grandmother.
A grandmother.
My grandmother's mother.
Okay, so yeah, the reason why your great grandmother put your grandmother on her lap is because that was probably her way of soothing herself into actually doing it. She wanted to cling to something she loved and something that meant something to her, to take herself into that oblivion. Because that is a scary choice to make, even if you're going to make it. So she almost used your grandmother as like a teddy bear to squeeze onto as she mustered up the nerve to end her suffering. And of course, doing something not violent in front of a 5-year-old, for God's sake, of course, was going to have devastating and traumatizing impact. And this is why I'm never going to endorse silence. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I honestly do. I just don't care. I don't care. I'm glad that Allison is telling it, and I hope she tell it all about his ass. And not for the sake of embarrassing it, but for waking it the fuck up. Wake it up. Wake it up out here. Wake it the fuck up. Wake it up. Wake it up, baby. Because it needs to be a big reality check around this motherfucking shit. Because our community has too much of a deep practice of not living in reality. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We're the same community where black women make all this goddamn noise about wanting to know if a man is fucking bisexual. But God, don't let him be a drug addict or have been molested. We could do without hearing that. Let him be attracted to a trans woman. That needs to be a congressional hearing. That needs to be on a goddamn billboard. That needs to be tattooed on his motherfucking forehead. Let him have pop pills, though. Let him have been molested, though. You know, say that. We can do without that. Let him want to throw his goddamn feet up in the air. That's the memo that needs to go out into every woman's mailbox.
I'm sorry. Why did you
This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy to me. This shit is fucking crazy to me. I can't deal with it.
You're right.
Deal with it.
But I just got the visual.
I cannot deal with this shit. See, Matt, look, our community is not going to put a wool over my heads. I don't care about all. Look, I done heard all the arguments there are for the past 3-4 motherfucking days. I'm not falling for the fuck shit because I know how fucking hypocritical this community is. I know how we are as a black people.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
We want to
Can I say something?
prioritize the bullshit information, want to prioritize shit that ain't got a damn thing to do with nothing, and then the shit that need to be tattooed on a nigga's head, the shit that need to be on the back of the side effect label on your ass, we don't want no relationship to. That shit can go to the grave. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And then wonder why. Wonder why we as a people are I feel gaslit by the fact that we then turn around and look at the black community and scratch our heads like, what's wrong? What you mean, what's wrong? Look at what the fucking priorities are. This is fucking insane. I want to show this and then we can wrap it up. This is a video I did 6 years ago.
whole life, I've always known I was meant to be free, that I was destined for something unique, maybe not great, but unique, and to ask questions, to hunger for truth, to discover what was hidden in plain sight. I've always had this insatiable appetite for justice and salvation, searching under every rock for God, for the divine, desperately clinging to something that kept moving on from me, I felt. And it wasn't until I stopped chasing this feeling that I realized I was the very embodiment and essence of this feeling I was in pursuit of my whole life. And it was hidden away within me most of the time by my very own ignorance. I've undergone many ego deaths by way of heartbreak, betrayals, defeats, and failures, which defeated the egoic mind, leaving behind a consciousness I didn't know anything about, beyond the personality I had created for myself. And what I discovered about that me that's still there is a version of myself that's indestructible and free, and that refuses to stop being aware despite what happens in the midst of my life. And it wasn't until I had nothing left of me, but what was left of me, that I finally experienced God living, thriving, being, and seeing through my very own soul. I don't know where life is going and what the fate of humanity is, but I'm okay with not knowing. I'm okay with living moment to moment and solving the puzzles given to me day to day. You're going to fail at what you don't love at times, and you're going to absolutely fail at what you do love at times. So you might as well choose the lesser of the two evils and keep taking your chances on what you love, because at least the risk and the efforts will never be in vain. And it's not until we grow tired of dying that we'll finally live forever. Because nothing is judging you nor holding you back but yourself. The devil you rebuke lives in your own mind as your own fear. The only question is, will you put down the character you play and risk being loved and hated for who you really are?
Now, that is still a question I have for my fellow man today. Are you willing to put down the mask you wear for who you really are? Because either way, if you're going to end up on that cross, baby, regardless, you might as well show up as who the fuck you are. That's the very least you can go to the cross with. Too many people have no idea who they are, nor how to get to who it is they want to be. And I'm convinced that every human being deep down wants to be free. And if we can't get that freedom in life, then the pendulum swings to the complete opposite, and we seek that freedom through death. Because really, what most people are all after is just that freedom. Whatever we need to do to make women safer physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever men need, mentally, physically, emotionally, baby, I'm telling y'all, this thing ain't gonna get no better. It only gets worse if we don't figure it out. I don't know what else the community wants.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
How do we fix it, y'all? How do we get it? How do we get it?
I'm not going to lie. I had to let that go because that's where I was for years. And then I just realized some people don't want to. I think it hurts the greater community at large, but some people are just committed to not living in or out of their truth.
Yep, it requires a lot of people to give up a lot of power that they're just not willing to give up.
It would
That's just
almost
fact.
change the person we are.
Sometimes your truth is ugly as well, and that's hard to accept. Everybody's truth isn't beautiful.
And yet it's that beauty, it's that ugliness that turns into the substance of our life and our purpose. It's that drug addiction that turned you into a drug counselor. It's that life of crime that turned you into a lawyer, into a judge. Shout out to Judge Mathis. It's yet in this very shame and downtroddenness that turns into the very purpose that transmuted us and transformed us into something beautiful.
I think I needed to hear that tonight.
That shameful past as a sex worker is what turned that evangelist into an evangelist. These are the very makings of our purpose. It's in our shadow. And there's no shame if we have the strength to love ourselves and to know that we can do it differently despite what we've done, who we've been. Doesn't really matter. It only matters where we're going and what we're going to do about it. We can spend time and wallow in our self-pity and our self-loathing and our self-judgment. Or we can turn our lives around and be different and do it differently. If we want to, we have choice. Black men can be better if they want to, if they choose to. Black women can be better if they want to, if they choose to. Black people can do better, even if they're not treated better, if they want to. And you know, as I'm saying that, I'm getting these images of Christ being lashed and slashed and whipped on his back, and how he kept standing up, which is why they had to force him to sit down by gluing his ass to that wood. And that resonates with me as a Black person in an oppressive system, because we're being given that same challenge. Are we going to be able to remain beautiful and who we are despite the outward oppression that's pushing us into the worst aspects of ourselves? Are we going to be able to sustain healing in a sick ass environment? Are we going to be the determiners of our destiny and of our fate? Or are we going to be made in the image of all this hurt? We have choice. No matter how painful, we have choice. No matter how great the peer pressure, we have choice. We have choice. Is that what we're going to choose? Even if we got to choose it over and 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 over until Spirit sends the next great flood and reset this motherfucker. Because once again, I ain't never seen one person tried by fire or one people tried by fire who ain't changed their outward reality. Fire begets fire, change begets change. But it seems as that we're entering kinda into a pessimism. And we're losing our belief and losing our hope and our motivations.
Yep. Humanity's at stake. You're exactly right, Conscious. Yep.
And our community is minority people are on the brink of extinction. We already don't have the numbers. We can't afford the division that we participate in. And we got some real work to do. We have generations of bondage to unearth. Generations and pounds of metaphysical and psychic shackles to hammer away at. We got work to do. We got work to do. That lack of work took Twitch's life. Had his community been stronger than his intrusive thinking, he might have still been here today. Somebody got to tell it, even if the person suffering doesn't. Somebody got to be willing to say something. And I think that in the underbelly of some of this controversy, when it comes to Allison, is that some of us are mad that she's doing something that's honestly our job to do. The fact that a white woman had to create a nonprofit organization in the name of a black man who claimed his own life as a result of undealt with trauma is a little bit of a dig and a reflection, which is why I asked earlier, what the fuck is the brother, the friends, and everybody else doing in his honor? How can you even have experienced something like that and not have thought to even do something like that? And then to see all of this data.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Thank you once again, Conscious, for allowing me to come on and be part of the panel. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for allowing me to express my ideas.
Man, come
Yes,
on.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to close out. We at the 11th and a half hour. We got to go. C-Matt, I'm gonna email you, boo. Thank you so much for the tea.
Okay.
And thank you for sharing your story. Dazzle, the same thing. Thank you for sharing your story, man. I don't know. Y'all done made it worse for me to shut up now. So I don't even know. Y'all can't share all
That's
that.
why I'm like, are we still gonna talk about the tea after all of this?
Yeah. If anything, we got to, because it's just too much now. And now I really see what this is really all about and why this is happening. And look, if I got to stick out like a sore thumb when it comes to the way that we are going to navigate these conversations, then so be it. This is what makes this channel unique. And yes, we still gonna come back today and talk about Allison and explore her and get into all of that, and and just continue to use this conversation. And I hope that many other platforms pick it up and take this conversation beyond just Twitch, because this is a bigger topic than just Twitch, and we get to use Twitch as a catalyst to have all the level of dialogue that we've been having even here today for almost an entire goddamn day. So yeah. So
yes, we have to come back tomorrow to discuss, because I have questions about the nonprofit. I just don't want to ask tonight. We're ending on a peaceful note, but I definitely have questions about the nonprofit.
And I'm gonna try to find some information on the nonprofit as well. I don't know whether that's something that is going to be newly created along with the book, or something that already currently exists as well. But I'm gonna try to find information as well. So yeah, we're gonna come back and talk about it. I'll email you, C-Matt. Thank you for coming up here. Blood Rena, thank you for coming up here and being politely oppositional.
Contrarian.
Yeah, very oppositional.
I was rooting for you in the chat.
Yes. It was beautiful dialogue. This was amazing, y'all. So I thank y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go tonight. Keep y'all notifications on, please.
Thank you, CCV.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a
thank
great
you so
night.
much. Thank you to the panel. I learned so much. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
All right,
Yes.
y'all. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Y'all, this was epic stuff, child. 11 and a half hours, girl. I'm gonna have to go to bed right now in order to get my ass up for tomorrow. Thumbs up, girl. We are exploring. More tea is coming out about Miss Allison, child, and we gonna explore all of it. We gonna talk about the lefts and the rights of it, child, and we just gonna dig off into, and until we just can't dig no damn more, baby. Until they ain't got nothing to say, honey. We gonna commentate about it until it comes to fulfillment, baby. Until we feel complete about that thing. If you guys enjoyed yourself, please thumbs up the video. Please share. You should be subscribed by now if you're not. If you enjoyed yourself, child, you appreciate all the motherfucking work that CTV is putting in, girl. Cash App $Consciouztv at Gmail or PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV. PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV. Email me all tea, and follow me on Instagram, of course. And I will see you guys later. I love y'all. Good night.